some of these highs.
Yeah, we just bounced off VWAP again down there. So yeah, there could be some good things happening here. I'm still thinking about fading this market. We did talk about Tesla. We're going to go back over the desk in just a second, but Tesla down here to 263, man, things don't seem to be getting any better. But, as we mentioned there, that Chinese number there with the Model Y, 200,000 units. I mean, I don't know if that's a good number or not. Do something. Yeah, it's doing something. Oh, by the way, there goes crypto right now. Bitcoin back over 90,000. So I actually had Marathon Digital on my watch today. I just talked about this trade just the other day. And I was like, if you go long down here at $13, use your out at 12, that's giving yourself $1 worth of risk. Well, right there, you're already now in the money $2 off of that trade. So it's already better than 2 to 1. And, we could get that movement. And I was like, if you can buy that stock, get out at 17, get out at 19, hold for the 200 period, play with house money, you're doing pretty good. So right now, if you took that trade, I'd get it out. Play with house money. You're $1 in right now, or $2 in, and it looks like it might start to head up to the upside here. So I am excited for some Marathon and to trade some crypto here today. So all right, let's go back over the desk again. We're going to go over the watch list. We're going to talk about various things. Broadcom was a nice number there yesterday as well. Walgreens finally gets the buyout that they're looking for from Sycamore Partners.
They should have made it more simple.
Yeah. I'm going to ask Kevin O'Leary if he's going to buy TikTok or not. So there was that rumor a long time ago that he was part of a consortium there. So I'm going to find out about that, because we did get a note yesterday. Who was it that was trying
Trade TV Live's going to buy TikTok.
Trade TV Live's trying to buy TikTok, yeah.
Well, Sharif's kind of spearheading it because he loves it so much.
Yeah. Well, with their number one subscriber there, but there was somebody yesterday. Anyways, I don't remember. There was Snapchat and all that stuff. Alexis, somebody? No. Alexa? Alexa's buying it?
Now you're just, I know what you're doing, because then
we don't want to call that out. All right, we'll get more on that story too. But here comes the NASDAQ, man, just as promised, right back down. I thought that was too much excitement there for that jobs number being negative, but we'll wait, man. Back up to VWAP. I guess it's just not as bad as people thought. So, all right, we'll pay attention to the chat. We'll get some questions going as well. We expect Kevin to join us around 10 o'clock, and potentially Raheem Alani as well. So, all right, back over to the desk, see what the boys are up to. Hey, it's Randy time.
All right, let's make it official here. Here's the NASDAQ, as we were mentioning off the top there, just straight from the high to the low of yesterday. It broke, but only just 10.03 or so on the pullback. The S&P 500, not quite there yet. This is the SPY. If you want to look at the actual index, it may be a little bit different, but the SPY about 7% off the high. So NASDAQ has been worse off on a day-over-day basis, but 10% gets hit doesn't necessarily mean anything at this point. We'll see how and if we recover. Just real quick, there's Costco this morning on a gap down. Not huge, 1.7%, but Costco reports after the close yesterday. A little bit of a miss on the EPS side of things. I can't see how. Costco's around here are just impossible to even get into at this point. So
lofty expectations, I guess, with the street. Every time they seem to do a lot better. But that chart you were showing, that double top is a little concerning on the NQ, and that newer low. So both of those are quite concerning on the NASDAQ. In any event, Costco, second quarter revenue miss, same store sales higher than expected over here. So here's the deal. The street was looking for $4.11 per share. They gave $4.02, so that was a miss. Revenue was up 9%, $6.253 billion. The street wanted $63.11, so that was another miss. But same store sales did grow ahead of expectations, Brendo. 6.8, the street wanted 6.4.
It's still one of the best places I feel to restock if you need to on a weekly basis. Cart, still the best option in my opinion, brings it right to your door if you want that option. But 1.8% here, guys. It's $1,000 stock, so tough day trading stock. But Costco still in an uptrend overall.
No splits.
Man, we showed that yesterday, man. You got to get that executive club membership over there.
Ooh, that's fancy.
No, you cannot, Fabian. Fabian wondering if he gets a 2% discount if he buys the stock because he has the executive membership. I also have the executive membership. I wish that was the case. No, look, Retail, I think, is still strong. I mean, that jobs number doesn't really scare anybody away. It doesn't look like it there. Costco down 1.72%. The expected return on this name yesterday, or move, was 4. So 4% was the implied move. We were getting to, not super exciting, but fading back into the 50-period moving average. Look, all we can do, when you're investing or trading, it's just math. It's not rocket science. If you buy a stock, you like the situation there. Costco, Home Depot, Walmart, they're all American. They're all names that continue to support this 50-period moving average. Do you get dip buy opportunities? Of course you do. You get that for every market, for every stock. And I mean, it's held. We haven't tested the 200-period moving average, and unless something happens, Costco has a great chain. Like, they're ready to go. They have all of their inventory lined up. I'm not. The word I was looking for was supply chain. It's fixed for them. Down into 980 would be a great buy. I think we could get into there. We could get there today. That's the 50-period moving average. And then at the end of the day, you're supported down here at 900 by your 200-period moving average. So, the NASDAQ, the ES, we're all flirting with the 200-period. You're still 10% away from that for Costco. So nowhere near correction territory or anything. So, for me, still pretty bullish on the name. I'm already in it, and I'm not really looking to pick up any new shares. So, yeah, for me, Costco would be there. I'm not in Walmart. I know you're in Walmart, and I was looking at 92, which was the earnings day kind of bottom there for Walmart. They had that huge break back in. But again, this is why I'm sitting. The split adjusted there. This is what I'm saying about the 50-period moving average, right? I mean, the stock just riding it all the way up, flirting with it now, but it's not broken. The stock's not broken, and I don't think the American consumer is broken yet either, right? I mean, if we do get interest rate increases, potentially affecting some mortgages, and then some of the money that's on loan, then maybe you could get a little nervous, but. I don't know. Both the consumer seems pretty strong to me. The wife was at the mall the other day, and she said it was busier. They went because we went to the wrestling, and my daughter went to the mall, of course, Sephora, things like that. Naturally. And she said it was busier, and I don't know. I was like, "Are you?" She said it was busier than it was at Christmas. I'm telling you, that's what she was saying. But it was a Saturday afternoon. So people are out shopping.
It's Saturday.
People are out shopping. I don't know. I don't think it was probably stronger than Christmas. But
well, the way I look at it is, like, if I didn't own Walmart and I wasn't already buying Walmart once a quarter this year, then I'd probably be buying Costco on dip. So that's the only reason that I wouldn't be buying dips in this stock. But look at the weekly chart since 2020 of Costco. Now, obviously, okay, fine, yes, that's since 2020, but it definitely makes the point. So even if, like, the worst drawdown that Costco had was right here at the top of 22, when everything got smoked, and when you think about it, those are the types of things, like, if it does anything resembling that, usually that's, you got to try to grab it. I think you can be patient if we have enough of a downturn with a name like that on the weekly chart, because even at like $900, it looks pretty good still on the chart. I don't think it's a trade. We keep waiting for them to announce a split, and they just don't seem to care. It doesn't fundamentally change a heck of a lot, but I think it would be more interesting as a trade for us. Like, if it was $100, I think a lot of times I'd be looking for a turnaround. Like, it's such a great level, like this 990, and then right in here to 80, and that 50-period moving average to look for a bit of a bounce today. But because that's not 99 to 98 as a target zone, probably not going to trade it. Good stock, no trade.
Two other things of note. We were mentioning Tesla there. I was just moving around a little bit back to the downside, but I mean, if you zoom out here, the entire move gone, as we were talking about a little bit yesterday, but coming into significant levels once again on the back of that Model Y note. Yep. At some point, you would think there would be, people testing the water at least around these levels, but maybe a little bit further to go.
It's breaking down below that key resistance or support level we were talking about, 275. Below that, well below that, actually, 260 now. So here's the deal. They reportedly received 200,000 orders for their refreshed Model Y out in China. I'm talking about the Juniper. 6,000 vehicles were already delivered in the week. Some of these 200,000 pre-orders, they're still refundable, some are not. So we don't have the exact number there. The refresh Model Y starts at about 263,000 yuan, which is about 5.5% higher than the previous Model Y, so some margin increases there. It's Tesla's best-selling vehicle, so they better focus on it, and the numbers here do matter for this because it is the most important vehicle they have in their lineup. Elon Musk did note that the factory retooling out in Shanghai did kind of affect margins a little bit as they had to shut down and get ready for the new Model Y, Brendo. So we'll have to see how all this does.
Not the first time we've seen that over in China specifically. If anyone's just joining, I saw a couple of people just mentioning. Here's the February non-farm payrolls number once again, 151,000 versus 150 expected. So basically in line with expectations. The unemployment rate, slight uptick, 4.1% versus 4% expected. So overall, I mean, the economy south of the border is still showing all kinds of strength, guys.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. It looks like we're going to have a couple different numbers there because I know we tweeted out 160 as expected number there. Benzinga right here has 159 as an expected number there. So I think it's coming out a little bit weaker, but I mean, Brendan's number there was basically in line. So 151 versus 150. We're sort of pulling at hairs here, I feel like. All right, so I still have Walmart up for some reason. Look, I wrote down on the sticky note here today, I think it's, okay, let's go back over to Brendan.
Sean, you said 160?
I thought that's what we had.
160 is the prior. That's what I see.
Right, okay.
160 is last month. So, yeah, I see it twice anyways. 151,000 this month, 160 was last.
Okay, so what I just saw here, I was sort of comparing this U.S. non-farm payrolls number on Benzinga. It says 159 estimate. I have no idea. But at the end of the day, great call. A little bit lower, obviously, than the prior, as Brendan just mentioned there, at 160. So I think we're pulling at straws and hairs here because I think the number came in.
They revised it all anyways.
They'll revise it, but it didn't really scare anybody. And I think that's the big worry, right? Like we're worried that number comes significantly lower. Then we're going to have a jobs problem. It seems like the rates are pretty sticky right here. As we get it's March 19th, I think, is the Fed talk.
You're worried about recession.
And that's going to be a hold, right? And then I think there was like 7 or 8% chance of a cut come May. So I don't know. I'm not super excited about it. But yeah, I mean, the number came out pretty much in line and looks like the market right here, although we went up pretty nicely, it looks like we are fading right back in. So thanks for the clarification on that, Brendo. I just wrote down for the Qs as a top trade today that we're still looking short. So I'm still feeling weak. I wrote this before the jobs, but jobs can change the move. I don't think it did at all. If anything here, it just gave us, here's the TQs, it went to 68. Like I was looking for 68.50 up here, right? That's going to be your 200 period moving average on the 5-minute chart. It's not super significant. I mean, I think yesterday's top, which we managed to short somehow up there, I think that's going to be an area to look at if we do get running. But I don't want to be in this past this 200 period moving average. So we'll play the short in the market because that's just been what's happening. Even when the market's been up, it gets hit right back down. So, yeah, I still want to look short, but I'm not overly pessimistic on the move today. I still feel there's something there. Like yesterday's energy move was Energy XLE is what I'm looking for. This Spider Select Energy Fund. This was up yesterday, and it had a good close, kind of just rallied into it. Closed out, near the high of the day, and now today we're opening up a little bit higher. So I think, looking at some energy could be in play there today. Again, we'll have Kevin on. I'm sure
he'll have
one of his picks during COVID. He told us about energy, and that turned out to be great. So we'll maybe get some talk about that as well. But a good space to sort of, I don't want to say hide out in, but if you're overweight in tech. And some of the only
fear for energy.
Recession?
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that concerns me. I think it's a really good bounce. It is a good bounce zone historically for oil prices and for energy in general. So the only fear I have is that if you do get a labor market recession, the demand it can cascade, especially with austerity going around. So it's like that's the only concern. But I do like energy here as well. I think I just saw someone walk through.
Yeah, Rahim Alani is in the building.
Oh, there he is.
The PDAC conference is happening right now, so It's all about metals and mining here in lovely Toronto, Ontario. And by the way, for everybody in Miami and things like that, you know who you are. You know, the weather's not bad here. I mean, it's -5, but it's really sunny.
It's going to be 20. It's going to be 26 degrees Celsius.
Yes.
In Dunedin in the middle of
Is
next
it?
week.
Good.
But
Nice.
Wednesday's going to be really, really nice. So I'm going to be having a brew at a game.
Yeah, man.
I think on
have
Tuesday.
more than one. Yeah, exactly. Have more than one. I mean, it's baseball. You know.
Well, yeah.
You gotta have more than one.
Tri-state.
I mean, you have one in the first inning, maybe one in
tell you,
the
I got
fourth. Did they stop selling there?
Don Mattingly shafted my daughter
Why?
last year.
What, a signature?
He was signing autographs last year to it was really early, and then he was right there. He's a bench
Baseball?
coach for the Toronto Blue Jays, and he was there, and there was like a couple of kids went down. He kind of poked his head out. A couple of kids went down. It was really early, so there was not anyone around. No one's expecting autographs, and he signs for a couple. We're right there in the front row, like 6 seats away.
Right.
And trying to go, Aaron, let's get up.
Yeah.
That's Don Mattingly. He's an all-time great.
And
so he signs a 2. He sees us walk over. And then he was right back in the dugout. So what I think happened was those were like friends of like a family member or something. So he knew them and was like he spotted them and then did a special.
Were you guys like saying Dawn?
Well, I was trying not to. Like I said Dawn.
Yeah.
But I wasn't yelling at her.
Right. You weren't trying to be like that fanatic.
I didn't want to be that guy.
Yeah, you don't want to be that guy.
And Aaron didn't know who he was because he's an old. He doesn't play now.
Neil, pretty soon you're going to be walking around the streets and people are going to be like, Neil, here's your autograph.
I think I'm going to the game on Tuesday in Dunedin.
You know?
I think we're supposed to go to the upgrades and downgrades. I'm sorry, I got off track there.
No, that's fine. We like stories.
Interestingly enough, both the upgrades and the downgrades have some sector or, I guess, area-wide upgrades and downgrades. A pretty interesting look here. We're going to start here with the upgrades, where Robert W. Baird has upgraded both Bank of America and JP Morgan Chase. We know that Scott Bessent, U.S. Treasury Secretary, said some positive notes yesterday about how the banks could be standing to benefit here from a deregulation culture. So good look for these two. Tesla here with an upgrade from TD Cowen, though it is down on the day. And Zscaler here, day 2 earnings move with an upgrade from BofA Securities. The second sector-wide move here comes for the crypto names Rosenblatt downgrading Coinbase and Marathon Digital at a pretty pivotal time. This is just hours away from the first ever White House Crypto Summit. So Coin and Mara on watch. We have FedEx getting downgraded here by Deutsche Bank. And last but not least, TD Cowen downgrading General Motors. So a couple auto names on watch here for TD Cowen. Really interesting sector-wide moves on this board today, guys.
We wouldn't trade this, but FedEx's charts actually concerns me. Because, like, it's, if they're not doing well and if they're not projecting well and people aren't seeing them as strong in the future, I think it says a little bit about the economy. And when you see like the rounded top that it made into now a flat bottom 245, there's some room to the downside here. Yeah, it's worth watching. Like, you just so many things that are on a precipice of either breaking an uptrend, like we got to correction territory with tech. This could be a little bit of a canary in the coal mine there with FedEx. Not that we would trade it. It's way too much. If you're looking for shorts today, you probably find a more liquid stock than FedEx.
So, like, I know yesterday I went on like a little bit of a rant that I was not going to buy stocks anymore.
Too late.
Yeah, maybe I changed my mind already. This JP Morgan move is honestly like, I don't know. Is buying JP Morgan, I was going to say, it's like buying JP Morgan like buying a stock or just buying like an ETF of like the world's best. I just, again, you're getting that move from 280 down to 245. Like, you're getting a $40 haircut right here. You're going to look back and you're going to say to yourself, like, I want to hold this stock for 5 years. Doesn't matter if I buy it at 245 or if I wait for down here for 230. Am I going to remember this? I mean, I probably will, but is it something that we really need to worry about? Let's just say you're flat on JP Morgan. This is not financial advice, but it's going to sound like it. I would think that maybe you nibble in a little bit. If you have 10 units to put in, let's just say 10 grand, $1,000, whatever. What about 10 or 15, 20% right now on a JP Morgan? And if single stock risk is not your thing, the ETF, XLF, I just think JP Morgan is probably the one anyways, but the same thing here for XLF. You're getting probably percentage-wise, a similar move to the downside, and then you get exposure to Morgan and everybody else as well. The only problem with Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, I don't think, so I'm still in Goldman Sachs. I still have some JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, but I did sell way too long ago to be proud of myself. But like here on Morgan Stanley, I think, Neil, this name is hit because it's a problem. But again, I think it's just we're not seeing, and I know we got WBA, we got Walgreens today, but we're not seeing as many mergers right now. The IPO market, especially, why would you want to IPO a stock right now, in this environment where money's coming out, not going into the stock market? So I think Morgan Stanley gets hit on a little bit of that as well. So this is more of a risky play with the current administration rather than a JP Morgan, I feel like. But
1,000% agree. I like XLF. Well, I own I own some Canadian banks, but I own Morgan Stanley, and I'm only buying XLF. That's on dips. I'm not going to play that game. I think the deal makers are in trouble. The deal makers are in trouble, and the IPOs, we may not see any of them in the first half of the year, let alone this year, the ones that we were expecting.
And you know what? It goes back to that same thing again. Goldman Sachs is down $100 from its high, and the thing is like, it's that whole when there's blood in the streets. Like, it's easy for us to say, let's not buy these because there's going to be no deals. But that kind of means that there's probably going to be a lot of deals around the corner, right? Oh, by the way, today is NHL trade deadline day.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So will this Maple Leaf turn out to be another Maple Leaf by the end of the day? This is Connor Brown, who's not a Maple Leaf right now.
I was going to say, I'm like, he already isn't.
But very exciting for many people around here. So like if you watch ESPN, they won't even mention today's trade deadline. Starting right now at 9 a.m. on TSN, which is like the Canadian ESPN, they're going like 9 straight hours of panel, of all of that. And there's 2 stations. There's Sportsnet and there's TSN. They're going like 9 straight hours or whatever it is until 3 o'clock. So it's like
that's what they do, man.
This is crazy times. Wow.
What we do.
But first of all, I know we're going to go to Raheem in just 1 second. He's waiting there very patiently. I appreciate that, Raheem. But this market is absolutely tanking right now. We were just up 1%. You know, we wrote down on here on our sticky note that we wanted the short. Well, you had your opportunity, my guy. You're now down 200 handles. The NASDAQ is breaking below yesterday, despite getting good Broadcom numbers. I guess Mighty Mouse is not here to save the day because the market continues to get to the downside. All right, without any further ado, it's the most handsome gentleman in the building. It's Raheem Alani with the second most, Brendan Wickens. Let's go, boys.
So close. I mean, best dressed, obviously.
Trade deadline day, boys. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, let's talk hockey. Coming off the back of, is it the biggest mining conference? It's got to be up there.
They definitely say it is. So yes,
in North America,
for sure. It always has been the largest. I mean, Saudi Arabia is probably going to say they're probably up there now.
Right.
Yeah, at least 25,000 people come in.
Right.
Some years 30, 40, 50, 60,000 people.
I was just joking around when Raheem sat down and said, how many times did the word tariff come up in his travels in the past few days? And he basically said, literally every conversation.
Every conversation.
Yeah. So it's
in one way or the other, it touches every single facet of the market. Every single company, every single stock.
But you made a good point in that it wasn't from the standpoint of, oh my God, what are we going to do? It was more, how do you play this?
Yeah, it was definitely more of a reactionary, what are the opportunities? We're a copper company or we're a zinc company, or like, wherein should we go and what should we do to take advantage of the opportunity? Because I can't, Raheem and Brendan can't show up to the great state of Idaho and say, hey, we'd like to buy a copper mine. It's just not going to happen to us. But a Canadian producer or somebody that's in that ecosystem is going to have those touch points that they can go and take advantage of. Like, I've literally had conversations with guys who were saying, I think I'm going to go buy a uranium asset in the U.S. And you and I wouldn't do that, but that person that I had the conversation with got on a flight and went to the U.S. yesterday to go look at buying those things.
And that was going to be my next question: was how important do you think, and how big is that uranium play going to be?
Again, if you listen to what the president of the United States is saying, and thank goodness he doesn't watch the stock market, so we can say whatever we want right now. It's going to be interesting because of the fact that they want to, drill, baby, drill, and do all that, and energy being a big thing in the U.S. Because if they're going to be cut off from the rest of the world, they're going to need energy sources domestically, and so uranium is a place that guys were talking about saying we should go and extrapolate other energy sources like uranium in the U.S. that we can pick up because we have the mining intel, the ability to do it. And the DoD, DOE are putting a lot of money into that. So just again, in your research that you're doing at home, look where those agencies are putting money as well, because they've been putting a lot of money into uranium-based assets because they want to keep that kind of handle on it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, gold continues its march higher, and I mean a little bit of a pullback, but overall the trend's still well intact here. A little bit of M&A activity. Is that a surprise at this point as far as prices are concerned?
I think if you look again, if you do your homework, most people, priced in their 24 guidance as an example, $2,000 gold, and we're sitting at what, 29.20 probably right now.
Yeah.
We're just touching that $3,000 mark, and so the gold guys are all happy because they didn't expect 3,000 to come in this decade, let alone this generation, probably, right? When you looked at it years ago. So when you look at all of that put together, just the dollars just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And now you can start to play the math game of what's your all-in sustaining cost and where do you need to be. And now you can take advantage of the fact that your stock price has gone through the roof. You're profitable. Like gold companies and profit generally misalign.
Yeah.
And now they're profitable, they're paying dividends, they're doing all these things. So now they're saying, let's come together and get even bigger on scale and size. As
we continue to go. So CXB and EQX merging.
Yeah, they just announced a merger. It's not a merger of equals per se, but a $2 billion company, a $4 billion company, they're coming together. The part that we found interesting was two things. One is they're coming together, so they're gonna, they'll be in that kind of major-ish category, if you want to call it. But they did close the $75 million notes financing yesterday, I believe it was. That was already arranged. But what this does with the two of them is you generally see, if you look at both their charts, you generally will see stocks that are involved in M&A activity trade within a very tight band to the price that was decided upon, and I think it was 0.31 shares of Equinox for 1 share of CXB. But these guys on an intraday basis are still trading with 3, 4, 5, 6% deltas on an intraday basis on a larger scale name.
All right, they just showed this XTG. Talk about that one a little.
That one I thought was interesting. It's more of an investment play than a trade play because it doesn't trade as actively as some of the names that we generally talk about. But if you are looking for, I always have guys come and say, I'm looking for some production. And in gold, there's generally not some production. This is a name that's it's based out of Ghana. They actually do have some production. And for a gold company, junior, no debt. And they're doing about $2 million in net income on a quarterly basis. So they actually are producing, getting money back into their balance sheet, which is impressive for a small gold company.
And the next area is maybe one that we haven't really touched on as far as this industry is concerned. But I mean, you mentioned like the streaming aspect of this. WDM and SSL, two names that you mentioned there. Why would those be interesting at this point?
So if you're looking at making an investment into gold, you're not really sure where to go, and the ETFs are the ETFs. But if you want to look at a different way to play the gold market, streamers and royalty providers, what they do is they'll give you financing against a stream of revenue or a future royalty against all of your future sales of whatever gold, copper, whatever it is that you sell. So if you look at WPM as an example, Wheaton, stock chart looks incredible because they're taking advantage of the fact that gold has gone again from 1,500 to 2,000 to 2,500. So they're getting a percentage of sales, and they're getting it from guys who are going out there and producing. And they're partnering with generally well-known companies. I think they have 35 streams, 5 royalties in Wheaton Precious. And what it allows you to do is you don't take on as much of the inherent mining risk that goes into some of the gold players. You don't have the big delta. Like you're not going to go up 400%, 500% on the back of a positive drill result or anything like that. But you have almost more certainty on the fact that you're going to get a piece of every ounce of gold that comes out of the ground. A certain percentage will be allocated to some of the streamers and royalties and providers out there.
Right, and then SSL, Sandstorm here.
Yeah, same thing with Sandstorm. They started as a mining company, really smart guys out of Vancouver. They're doing the same thing. If you look at their chart in the last little while, just against the price of gold,
That's a weekly chart, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
It'll be very close to it. Again, it won't have as big a delta as, say, a Barrick in terms of that price touch with gold. But they are finding those opportunities where they can put their money out. And, someone needs, it's almost, I don't want to use a real estate asset, but it's almost like a real estate play where I'll give you some of that financing that you need with it not being conventional debt or equity financing. And I can take a piece of the revenue that's going to be generated off of the gold that you pull out.
Given the almost hourly changes that we're hearing from south of the border on the tariff talks, what was the general state coming out of this conference as far as concern, fear, just general,
Yeah, no, I think it's a great question. And again, for people that are kind of more directly associated with all the things that happen, I think the mentality is going to be, with Canada specifically, it's short-term pain for long-term gain.
Right.
The fact that none of our governments have taken a step to build a refinery and a cross-country pipeline, and we're just going to keep going this way. Now they're saying, well, there's the rest of the world that we've all known exists, but our governments and haven't necessarily done the right things to make that happen. So I think it's almost like a forced, hey, you can't play in this sandbox anymore. Great, there's 18,000 other sandboxes that we can go and play in. And now I think we're just going to be forced to give ourselves the tools to do that.
Good way to look at it. Great stuff as always. Rahim Alani, Managing Director of OCI Groups here in Toronto. On the back of PDAC, we appreciate you coming in this morning.
Anytime.
Yeah, I mean, thanks, Rahim. I think that there's a big need now for, we talked about this before, some gold. There's someone has a hot mic there. Oh, we got it off. Okay. Yeah, I like GLD. He dropped some names there. He talked about some Barrick Gold, getting the alpha over there. But yeah, GLD. This is actually another question that I was thinking about as far as sort of diversifying a little bit. We talked about some of the uncertainties coming through. Gold up at all-time highs right now, and some of the companies taking advantage of that, right? So, yeah, I think you could pick your spot there, do some research, get individual names, or just buy the physical itself, which would be GLD. You can also get the gold miners. There's also an index for that, an ETF for that, the VanEck Gold Miners, and that's GDX. So again, do the research, figure it out. GDX, I believe, does pay a dividend, and they're going to be near the highs, but you still got a little ways to go. So more equity-based with the miners themselves rather than GLD, the physical gold product. But again, it's always good to have different perspective, right? And that's the one thing that I find for myself really overloaded there with tech names and the big popular. So why not maybe go to something, do some research, find some of these, no pun intended, but hidden gems in the mining industry that can come out of nowhere. The market is like, now we're really going. Honestly, it's not like I'm not getting good feelings right now. I wrote down on the sticky note, and to go from mining company over to something that has basically nothing to do with that at all. But Palantir is now underneath 80 and looking to break. We wrote this down right here, and it's too bad because on our sticky note we nailed the level. This was out before this was the number, right? Our sticky note was out before the jobs number. We wrote down Palantir 82 short. I mean, it ran right to 82, right here on the number. So we nailed, the level was huge. But, it didn't look like you wanted to take it at that time. This is a name where I'm not sure you want to stand in front of when the market bounces, because if it continues that bounce, you're going to get railroaded. And we got stopped out yesterday. We took a small hit on it, but we didn't have that short. We got stopped out yesterday at $88. You're going to push $78 today. So I'm like, I don't know, man. Some of these names are giving it up way too easily for me right now.
What's interesting is NVIDIA is not as much. Like the NASDAQ just tagged lows.
It's still up.
Yeah, it's still green on the day. NASDAQ's at the low after reverting the move. Now, of course, there's still 20 minutes to the open. NVIDIA could obviously get down to its pre-market lows in a heartbeat. That's only $1 away. But for now, NVIDIA is trying to hold up. Maybe it's a little bit to do with the strength that you saw over there in Broadcom. Just one note on, and going back to the metal for a second. I mean, the way I look at it is if everyone's worried about recession, it's worth considering maybe some metals. Like silver hasn't gone, it hasn't really broken out yet. It's kind of consolidating higher. I feel like this is a play where if you wanted to consider a place that hasn't really rallied huge yet, and you are worried about an economic downturn, a recession, whatever it might be, then that's another play that you could look at. But for now, it's this move to the downside we got to concern ourselves with, because I look over, and we're going to go over the watch list in a second, and the way we had that number bounce higher, my first thought was, okay, I wonder if Intel had gotten to the 21. It didn't. So now it's got a level with a lower high, and I'm going to remind myself the place for this is at 21. And I still have it's weird, I still have the line in my chart, because you kind of draw a random line. It's still at 2095, and I never correct it, so I'm going to do that now. But it's a general area, and patience required. But this market testing the lows, remember, this open should be wild. It's a Friday. We've seen some pretty crazy bounces on some of the more bearish-looking opens. So we got to be a little bit careful because if you're looking to short into it, make sure you got the curl and not the fake. Let's go back to the desk, get this watch list.
The deep fake.
Yes. Looking sharp, man. Looking sharp. Always.
There he is. All right, well. What's up? Who is over there, Fabian?
Love them.
Yeah, he just said, and he already said. Go to the desk, my guy.
All right, let's get going here. Lots to cover as we head towards the open. Broadcom, top of the list this morning. If you haven't done so, link in the description for the watch list. Jump down there and grab that. I will refresh. There we go. Broadcom, as I mentioned, top of the list this morning, up 8.4%. And that is, what is this? Better part of $15 or so off the highs from after the close yesterday. So a huge move.
Yeah, absolutely, Brendo. It was a really good report, obviously driven by AI, to be expected. So let's talk about their report. EPS handily beat $1.60. Street was looking for $1.49. Revenue $14.92 billion, handily surpassing the estimates of $14.61 billion. Their guidance as well, good. $14.9 billion for Q2 revenue guidance. The Street was looking for 14 3/4. Let's talk about their AI growth, though, because that's kind of the story here. AI revenue hit $4.1 billion. That's a 77% year-over-year increase. The key driver here is their AI data center vendor, Google AI chips, as well as their networking solutions. Now they're expecting AI semiconductor revenue to grow even more. $4.4 billion in Q2 is what they're expecting. Now, in terms of driving growth here, Brendo, they're working with 3 major cloud providers on custom AI chips. CEO Hock Tan revealed 2 new hyperscaler engagements and 4 more potential clients, and they're actually avoiding doing any business with startups. They're looking specifically for these hyperscalers, these mega cap companies, Brendo.
Full percent now reversal for the overall market. Meanwhile, that's dragging down, that's the cues, but that's dragging down Broadcom as well, guys.
All right. Yo.
Yeah. Do we
All right.
trust Broadcom today?
See, Raheem, thank you so much
mean, it's
for everything there. And we was talking about PDAC there.
Yeah, and look, at the end of the day, Broadcom was here to try to save everything, but
Yes.
8:30, the reaction to the jobs numbers, we've already seen it. It was sort of a fake out breakout. Well, Broadcom couldn't even take out the 200 level. So I think you got an obvious spot here where it's showing you pre-market before the number, it showed you aftermarket, it didn't get through there, and then it showed you on the number that 200 was a little bit of a problem there for Broadcom. And ultimately, yeah, it's in a bit of a downward trend like all the other tech names because they just didn't, it wasn't huge, but because of Marvell's performance, it just sort of seemed like it was just a little bit better and that was enough. And it had been brought down, everything was brought down by it. So I think it's a bit of a canary in the coal mine. I don't want to be standing in front of this one for the dip buy at all. And I think it showed you that 200 level that if you were looking for some kind of a fade, that would be the play. But chips, NVIDIA, you're going to see down there. We've already mentioned Intel twice. That's where I'm going to be. Maybe even like an SMCI to the south side, and we'll get into that later. But at Broadcom, it might be a stay away. But if you get a retest of that 200 level, they've shown some sellers there a couple of times. I think you could do worse than looking at that one.
Yeah, so look, I mean, we talked about this yesterday with Broadcom. I mean, it did fall right back into some nice levels there before the report. I think it literally bounced off the 200. Wasn't that what we were looking at, me and Joe? Oh, too bad. Might not show it on our charts here. All right, so here's the Broadcom. I'm going to call up another chart so we get the split adjusted here. So AVGO, I just wanted to see, there it is, yeah, so exactly. So it falls right into the 200 period moving average. We talked about Walmart, Costco, all these names that were nowhere near it. And right now, yeah, this tech giant is right at the 200 period moving average. So you do get that nice bump. So I think you get a little bit of a bump from the technical side of things, but then they beat overall and they beat all around and the guide wasn't so bad. But at the end of the day, I don't know if it's going to hold. I see this market down. I think we want to come in and buy weakness here because it does have the catalyst of a great earnings report. But generally speaking, I like to play wherever VWAP is, and right now we're underneath it. So I would think a move back up to 198. You see what happens. You have the 200 top. I would still fade this play, but it does go against the playbook of it being up and us not, shorting it. Like, you don't want to short a good report is what I'm trying to get at. Here's the implied move for Broadcom. Thank you to Adara for putting this up again, but 9.3% there on Broadcom. Like, that's the move you're getting right now, basically, right? So it's as expected. Plus, we have the market coming back in a little bit here. So I think we could give some back, maybe half of that, put it back into 186, and we'll see what's happening. For me, Neil already nailed it yesterday. One of our top idea yesterday was AMD and Intel short. The AMD was 101, Intel was 21. So I'm going to flip that around a little bit and say, today, I'm going to look with pretty good conviction down here at 110 for NVIDIA. So we don't, NVIDIA's actually on the board last, so we could talk about that, but I like that, and then we'll be talking all about everything, but Intel, again, we love that 21 area. We shorted that yesterday. It was huge. It was a great trade. And then AMD, we shorted 101, which turned out to be huge as well. So those were like the two big shorts that we wound up holding yesterday. This 101 level was monstrous. We shorted that. We went to the gym. We came back and it was down here. So that was fantastic for a play. I don't think we necessarily want to leave any trades on board, but that was right there with a 10-cent stop. So we were fine with that. But yeah, I like AMD here today. Short if we can get it. I don't think these 101s will be kicking, but patience going to be key in actually also in the crypto space, but definitely today in the chip space as we got a big earnings report that we have to sort of work our way around. But all right, man, it's crypto summit time. We just bounced off 90,000 again. Let's go see what the boys have to say about BTC AL.
Portion of the show brought to you by Foremost Clean Energy. Unlock the nuclear renaissance with Foremost Clean Energy, leveraging one of the biggest mega trends on the planet, nuclear energy. Partnered with Denison Mines with properties strategically located in the Athabasca Basin, known as the Saudi Arabia of uranium. This undervalued company is poised to capitalize on exploding nuclear market and offers unparalleled growth potential. The future is nuclear. Foremost is your entry on the NASDAQ. FMST here in Toronto on the CSE. FAT is the symbol, foremostcleanenergy.com. It is Crypto Summit Day at the White House. Remember, BTC, Ethereum, XRP, Solana, and Cardano all mentioned by President Trump.
Absolutely. Yesterday, Brendo, he signed an executive order establishing a strategic Bitcoin reserve for the U.S. that includes already Bitcoin owned by the U.S. government, which is about 198,000 Bitcoin, totaling about $17 billion. There will be a separate digital asset stockpile, not reserve, stockpile, different meaning here, which will hold forfeited cryptocurrencies other than Bitcoin. Now, with respect to what's going on here, so we're looking at the U.S. picking up more Bitcoins, but not using taxpayer dollars. So they're looking for what they call budget neutral strategies for buying additional Bitcoins, but they will not be picking up new Bitcoin dollars or new Bitcoins with new money.
Which is, we talked about it earlier in the week, the reason primarily that we thought we had the big move downside here. That said, 0.6 right now. I mean, this is IBIT, but a little bit of a bump here, guys, for Bitcoin.
Yeah, over the weekend, actually, no, the only thing I'm doing, I already have an order in. The only thing I'm doing is leaving my order in to buy this one in front of 74. That's all. The 75 something or whatever over the weekend. Because I think you have a bit of a trifecta here where, well, not really. Because you got the summit tonight. We already had a little bit of exuberance with the announcement, and then we get the follow-up about the specifics in this particular case. There's no direct buying yet. Obviously, the budget neutral stuff, that could still happen. You got a one level, you got the 50 level on Bitcoin. Like that's the place that I'm, or on IBIT, I should say. The 50 level on IBIT, that's worth watching for an over-under. Meaning if it loses this level, there's a big trend down, and if you're bearish in the market, it's hard to like the short away from the top, like it is right now, because you're under 51. So it has to break 50 to be in trouble at least today. But there's other things I like better. So it's not the front of the mind because between Palantir, NVIDIA, Tesla, we'll get to Tesla in a quick little second. I think there's just a few other names that I like even better. And I'll be trading some Walgreens as well. Like it's too much to also be getting into IBIT, diddling in the middle right now.
Look, someone just asked, what's up, Bert Lee? Do we see a rebound in the NASDAQ? No, but I just put an offer right here at the highs to see if somehow we drift into this area, 67.50 or so to start on the Qs. That'll put us up about 0.5%. So I do think we can get back up there. All right, my idea, And like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if you think it's going to be a rip rally or anything like that. I think we could have a pretty exciting open. That's for sure. Look, I wrote down here Mara today, dip into 14 long with Bitcoin being stable. I wrote down stable there because it's just hovering between 88 to 90. It's kind of doing its little dance there. And if that happens, then I do like, and we're not going to get there right now, but that level held yesterday, 1450. If Bitcoin can come back in and talk to 86-ish thousand, something like that, then yeah, I do like that trade on Mara that I've been sort of talking about here. That's the hold down. I mean, maybe I have to zoom out a little bit. This to hold at 14. Right here. I don't, there is some garbage underneath. We could go lower than that. But I think if you take a bid around 1420, you can wait for 1380 being the ultimate bottom. So if crypto does fall out of favor today, then I like Marathon down there. And I just wanted to show everybody, I was saying this to Neil because of just to get a good look at what could possibly happen. So like, here's all the names, right? I mean, and if you're just gonna look, the last 7 days, so last weekend we get that tweet out of nowhere that talked about Ripple, Cardano, and Solana along with Bitcoin, right? And we ignored Ethereum in that tweet. So you get 10% up for Bitcoin, Ethereum just doing its own thing. This is 7 days. There's Ripple 21%, Solana 4%, kind of ignoring that as well. But this is the one, Cardano's the one that I'm in it, and we've talked about how I like it, but like 42% just seems to be, a little frothy. Let's wait to see some of these ideas, and we'll just hear more from that summit, right? I mean, I don't think it's going anywhere, but it's going to be interesting to see where outflows come from. Remember, big moves happen over the weekend as well with the Chinese market. Look for a Sunday night move possibly, and then into tonight as well. So we'll wait. The market's going to open up. You do have $50 bottom there for IBIT. Test it if you like. I'd rather look at Mara there. Coinbase is also a juggernaut in this space for sure. We got to get going because we don't have much time left. But again, Coinbase, if mining, if custodial is going to be a thing, a lot of this being held at Coinbase. So the fees are going to come through. We heard Robinhood talk about a 700% increase in crypto trading as well last quarter. So this could be a name that's been really beat up. And again, I don't think this is a crypto name, but something that could get going again. I like Robinhood down here as well, but we already talked about buying JP Morgan. So anyways, all right, let's go back over there. HPE apparently crushed along with Dell.
Bad.
It's still down 15%, but trying to get back to the upside right now. It was the guidance that was an issue. We'll touch on a couple here to get through them.
Yeah, so here's the deal, Brendo. HPE, bit of a tougher look. So EPS, their earnings, 49 pennies. That was in line with what the street was expecting. Revenue, 7.85 billion. That beat the 7.82 billion expected. Net profit increased nicely here, 598 million, essentially $600 million in net profit. So not a bad look. Now, with respect to their guidance, this is where it got weak. 28 pennies to 34 pennies. EPS, the street wanted 50. Revenue, 7.2 to 7.6. The street wanted 7.93. So a miss there. That's for Q2 guidance. Full year 2025 guidance for EPS also missed handily. $1.70 to $1.90. The street wanted 2.13. They're also making cuts, Brendo. So they're going to lay off some people here, sadly. They announced about 2,500 employees, which is about 5% of their global workforce. $350 million getting cut there. Tesla, interesting look. We talked about this one already. They received 200,000 orders for the refreshed Model Y, the Juniper in January for China. 6,000 vehicles going to be delivered the first week. It's their best-selling car, so this is really important for them to get it right.
Yeah, Dan Ives as well, banging the table once again on 550. They're going to maintain 550 as their price target for Tesla. There was a couple other positive analyst notes this morning as well, but obviously the Trump ties a bit of an issue still, guys.
Better be buying a boatload of it at $259 if he thinks it's going to 5. I mean, it's the thing, timeline. Like, what is that, a 12, 5-year, 2-year? I don't know. Some analysts are different. Look, Tesla, running short on time here, so Tesla, continuation until proven otherwise. So you look at this, you got 65, you got 62, that's that pre-market low in there. I think the pop and fade, trying to be patient into that range, and if it's busting out above 265, no fighting it. Just trying to keep it simple with Tesla. So, it's feel the same way about Intel. If it breaks 21.25, no fighting it. But as long as it's around that 21 zone, want to be able to put in the fade.
I just want to say, if you're part, I said to people, good morning, how's it going, whatever. Rage says happy Thursday. I said maybe Friday,
Let's
today, so today being a Friday. Oh, Big Bear AI. Yeah, I switch it over. All right, we're going to talk about this real quick. Neil just talked about Tesla. I don't know. I'll wait on that stock for today. Big Bear AI down 15%, actually close to its implied move. Right there, holding 350. I'm bidding 350 right now just to see what winds up happening. We talked about where this stock could potentially go. We're long near $5. We've talked about that as well. So tried to play it off the 200, off the 50-period moving average. At the end of the day, I don't think we get down here, but with 21% short, yesterday we saw Rigetti right here as well. They got crushed yesterday off earnings, and then we noted the high. That's still Big Bear AI. I don't know why it didn't flip over to Rigetti. There we go. Yesterday we had that huge move down as well off earnings from $8 into $7, and then this happened straight off the open, obviously before giving some back with a similar short float. So look, obviously if we're long, we're going to be thinking and hoping that it goes up. But right now it wasn't great, man. They guided a good number, but they lost 45 cents versus, I think it was expected 5 cents. So yeah, money's going into work right now for Big Bear AI, and we'll see about a long. Should pop in immediately for me here as we're bidding. Oh, we were just bidding 51s, but we didn't get it. So 51, Big Bear AI. I'll probably hold this down to $3, see if anything happens down there. But I just wanted to give that little bit of a look again for Big Bear AI. So yeah, not a great report for sure. 250, we might be seeing that. That's your 200-period moving average. So this data name, downside. Palantir back up through $80. At least that is good. So we'll wait. We didn't have any expectations on earnings. The way it fell from 10 now down to 3, I don't know, man. Like I said, Palantir went from $40 to $7.
You know what's interesting about Big Bear? 350, 3, and 250 are all the levels on the daily chart, which makes it a perfect SSR play today, because every 50 cents to me is an SSR bounce area. It's just clean. We only have 1 minute to go here. I don't know if we're going back up to the desk, but NVIDIA is the last one. 115 was the level yesterday. Obviously, if we get there, we're probably going to like it again, but also looking at the pre-market high, prior lows, morning lows, afternoon resistance at about 112.5, so that 113 area. Again, patience and letting it get to the level, as opposed to just standing in front of a moving freight train at the open. It's Friday, remember options expiration. It's a busy day today, packed, little Fed talk, and we'll have the crypto summit as well. We're gonna have Kevin O'Leary on at 10 o'clock, so it's a very, very packed day in here, so be patient. Make sure stocks get to your price levels and follow your plan of action. But with that, for the final bell of the week, let's get it over to Adara, brought to you by Foremost Clean Energy. Shout out to them, FAT on the CSE, FMST as well on the NASDAQ. Adara, ring it in 2 and 1.
Okay. Oh, we didn't actually get to look at too many of the imbalances to start off the day there today. But Big Bear AI does have a sell imbalance, so we'll let that settle out here. Not open yet, BBAI. We took a bid there at 52, so we're in that. All right, let's go over to some more names that might be moving. I'm looking at NVIDIA hovering around 81. That was Palantir up to 81. NVIDIA right now, 1150. So we'll wait to see 111.50 for NVIDIA, trying to hold out at that 110.50. That's been the bottom. Okay, we're in it right now. Our first trade of the day is Big Bear. It's right here, and it's open. So here we go. We're long at 51s, as we had mentioned there, so we'll wait to see what happens now with Big Bear AI. Palantir goes for a run and almost gets to 82. It stops at 81, so we'll see. Now 81.50 and change. We're going to try to short this 82, but we're getting out at 82.50. If it runs 82.50, then we are out of this trade. Waiting to short right now, $82 on that.
Intel's starting to climb here.
Okay, good. So we have
2060 already.
60s, okay.
Yeah, Intel's at 2060. Remember, it's that 21 level. It was a fake out early on the short for Intel. You remember that. It gave you a little bit of a win and then screamed right into 21. So we're going to let it get to that price. I want to warn some people here. Anybody that's trading Walgreens, it's $11.45, the cash price. There's a CVR worth up to $3 on this thing that I have absolutely no idea how to value. So I trade these every single day. I have no clue how to evaluate the top end of this price. So I would be very cautious shorting into the bio price of that stock if you happen to be trading. I think it could be very dangerous, but To each their own. So Intel, the next one, 21. Tesla's absolutely ripping faces off as well. So I think if you were looking for the pop and fade, yeah, some of these names look like they want to oblige. Nvidia very close to the 113 top as well. Got to 112. Not quite into that high. Let's let it close another bar or two and make that charge up. I said in the first 5 minutes I wouldn't mind if I didn't get into anything.
Yeah, I'm waiting here. So Big Bear has made its move down. I'm just waiting for it to stop the pressure right now because remember, short sell restricted, right? I mean, down this much, you can't actually, all right, we'll try it there. We'll see if 40, we just bought some more there at 40, giving us an average price of 45. Okay, Palantir, now let's just wait. So that Big Bear AI play, we were just trying to see if momentum sort of gave up on the downside there. But here we go, man. We're short right now at 81.75. So we'll take out, okay, well, we'll take out 25 cents right there. See if this can come, okay. I mean, this is turning, I mean, we'll say it one more time. Okay. There's a 75-cent winner. There's a dollar winner right there to start your day on, that's a smoking one, not a dollar winner. But right there, we'll try to do this one. The Dollar Club coming in for us on Palantir. And again, as Nas would say, it was written right here. So 81.75 off that $82 short. So there it goes, man. Yes, sir, Neil. There it is, man. Your first trade of the day is a good one. We're in BBAI, but obviously with more confidence here into Palantir. So here we go, man. It's a nice move. It's an early Dollar Club winner there for Palantir. So lighting the lamp early here on the short. I mean, I love Palantir long. It's just, unfortunately, we just play what we see in front of us, and you get that spidey sense going. And like I said, man, we knew Palantir was a little bit of an issue down around this area. But we're out already of 40% of the trade for that dollar because yesterday we had a very, very similar fate where we hit it early, and then it just turned around. So be careful here with Palantir, out of 40%. Let's put out another bid. There we go. We take one to 81.05. Now under 30% left for Palantir.
Yeah, great trade over there. I'm still not in anything because anything I'm looking at that I want short is actually rising and still looking very strong. Intel back at the high of its current high of the day. Nvidia also pressing right into 112.5. Still looks like it wants that 13 level. Again, just be a little bit patient. We are absolutely screaming to the upside in a couple of names. The NASDAQ's not doing a heck of a lot just yet. And I'm just going to go quickly over. Oh, BBI's New York. Never mind.
Yep.
Any even dollar on this stock, and maybe even the quarters, I want to play for an SSR bounce on BBAI. But $3 on the daily is a level for sure. Yeah, let's go to Adara.
Bouncing here.
Actually, two small caps on watch right now. So WHLR is the first one. Wheeler Real Estate. This is an REIT or a real estate investment trust. No news on Wheeler. It's about $1.30, but it's notable. It's run in the past, notably had a multi-day rally in July of 2024. And also, it has about a 160,000 share float. It's a very small float. Another small float name here is Icon, ICON, Icon Energy Corp. This company is an industrial name, and they have about a 1.3 million share float, guys. So two low float runners, WHLR and ICON. Back to you.
So we thank you, Adara, for that. And again, Dara's going to come with us with all the news and anything that's breaking our backs. Today is BBAI. But right now, Palantir, we'll take another piece out for that dollar. Now I'm going to wait. So I'm waiting at 50s to take that $1.25. And then I'm waiting down here at the 50-period moving average, see if we can get an 80. But we just took another out. So with the market going to the upside right now, I am pretty cautious of a Palantir rip your face off rally that can happen at any moment. So we are getting lighter and lighter on that one right now. So, okay, we haven't layered into this really yet on BBAI. There really is no bottom. What I'm trying to do is just play some kind of a rally, a relief rally at some point. You never like to see this down another 5%. I mean, it was down 16% at the open. Now you're getting hit even lower. Remember, there was a sell imbalance, and you can't hit the bid because it's short sell restricted. So that could give it a little bit of a boost up. Look, we're long here at 38.
Tesla 265.
I'm not going to panic that. Tesla's at 265.
Okay, but we're going to go to Darren in a second, I just heard, but Tesla just went 265. Yesterday's wick high was in the afternoon was right there. So this is the over-under. No fighting above 265, but it does the curl, and this will be the first one that we get in, and that's if it can even do a curl at this point. Let's go to Adara.
More morning movers to be aware of here. One of them is Phoenix Motor, PEV. This is a penny stock that's run in the past. Yesterday, announcing their projected 2024 revenue above expectations. This one's notable because of its 22% short float. Another name on watch here with the 7.5% short float is HE Hawaiian Electric. Near day's highs. I don't have any news on Hawaiian Electric, but again, 7.5% short float. Only about 500,000 shares traded on the day, though, guys. Back to you.
Alrighty, thank you, Adara, for
Gina.
that one. Yeah, we got out more Palantir there at 81, but here it comes right back in. We may get that 50 fill that we're looking for right now on Palantir. So we're only in this name. Well, we're all there. It is. Yes, sir. Let's go, man. Finally, and we said that we wanted to today do what we wanted to do, and we did do that there with Palantir. So congratulations, anybody that's on that one. All right, Broadcom right now. I know Neil's in Tesla, so we're both planes the shorts here. BBAI is not a long against the market or anything like that. It's obviously going to be very stock specific. I said Broadcom could get to 186, by the way. And there's 186 on. Buyer? Yeah, there's I was like Broadcom could turn red.
No, I'm sorry, that was on Tesla.
Okay, yeah, Okay, so go ahead. You're on Tesla?
Yeah, so I just said, what was that buyer just now here on Tesla? Okay, maybe they just blew through them. But right here at the prior pre-market top, there was a buyer that just emerged, and they're still kind of swiping it every time it gets underneath 63. So a little bit of a spike up. I had a horrid price on Tesla just there. I tried to get it back through 65 and ended up not getting a shot till 64. So I had to slice way down because that was like $1 away from the price that I wanted it. Let's let it get back to 265 as well. Intel's still trending higher and holding higher lows. So let it get into 21. See, this was a mistake. Yesterday, by this time, I was already short twice and out twice on Intel. That's the difference. Letting it get to our price level makes more sense here. NVIDIA, I did try to grab NVIDIA though, on that last push up to the top, didn't get it. NVIDIA still looking relatively weak. So it's a quick in and out on Tesla. Don't want to fight it too much. And yeah, BBAI just did a trend break there. It's kind of hard to see on a 3, but on a black chart in the 1, it just did a trend break off the quarter.
BBAI, yeah. I mean, we're long BBAI here. So, yeah, we're going to try to go 2 for 2. We're long at 38s. So, again, a stock that we tweeted out about. It is going to be one of our plays here on the note. So, we're going to try to take it. Yeah, again, good out there on Palantir, down near that low. Let's just see if it's still there when it comes back up. So, I'm going to try to short 82 this time, get a little more, a little closer to where we would like to be at right there. And that's what I'm going to do. Short it, and remember, if we break, I'm not going to give back what we made. It's just we're going to try one more time here. I mean, it's still early days here. It's 9:40. I'm going to give it to 82.50. If we break 82.50 on PLTR, then we're out. But for right now, it's been a good one. I'm shorting at 82 to take 50 cents worth of risk. Our last fill was $1.25, and I'm not putting on the same risk. So, did we just get that short? No, we did it. Oh my! What price exactly was I at there to not get that? I was at 82 even. So, all right. Oh man, that sucks because normally we're at 80, like 81.95 or something there. We just missed an opportunity. That's completely my bad on that one. So, all right, Big Bear AI. So it's starting to go. We just took out some there at 40s or 30, I think at 38 there. So we're going to wait to see. This is where we're at. That was a mistake. We should have been at view up there at least at 40, but we're not trying to take 1 or 2 cents, man. My next offer here that was just a mistake. My next offer is at 40s, at 50s, which is where we should be. So we want to be up there at $3.50 for Big Bear AI. So that's going to be the play for me, waiting in and around that area. Here it goes, Neil. Let's go, man. It's your face slapper of the day so far. For me, anyways, Big Bear AI. We were able to buy some there at the bottom. Let's see if it goes. I'm just getting excited because maybe it goes now. I don't know if it does or not. Okay, but there we go. There's Palantir. It does run the 81.50 area. We're a little bit higher than that, just to give us a little bit of room. We're in the 60s for a stop, but at the end of the day, it just did run that level. Look at the futures, Neil. We're all the way back up into VWAP and starting to climb a little bit higher now. So I'm still going to wait. I still want to short the futures, but I'd rather give it this little opportunity to pop up into this area with the non-farm payrolls number came through. So we'll wait to see. We're right at these levels right now for Palantir. We know where that stop is. Unfortunately, that is going to be a trade that looks like we'll get stopped out on. But hey, we're here right now, 82. You know, let's put on one more unit right here, just to give us a little bit of a better price in case we make that move down, which we're just doing. We just averaged in there at 30s. Our average price right now is 82. Let's take off some pressure if it gets back into 82, and then we'll see for a drop. But our stop is 82.60, 82.65. So it looks like we're going to get stopped out on that, which is fine. We did not reload. We reloaded a third of the position. So go ahead. I'm
out of NVIDIA. Just going to show you the chart right in here. It broke the local high, so we jumped out. We're short underneath. But Intel just got to 20, almost 21. It got to 2097. So it's not all the way there yet. Remember, this made a move. 21.15 was the top yesterday, and that's where the resistance is. I want to give it that quarter. So I think you got to give it a little bit of wiggle room up at that height, but I'm starting to get into it, and we want a retracement into VWAP initially. Let's go to Adara.
Well, names to watch out for here. Solar really strong across the board. This is Enphase. We also have Solar Edge on watch. Both of these near days highs. Enphase looking a little bit stronger here. And also, I wanted to mention Hawaiian Electric again. I mentioned earlier I couldn't find a story on this one. It was actually upgraded here by Evercore ISI to outperform with a $14 price target. So $14 price target for HE, which is currently trading around $11.60. And again, this one does have about a 7.5% short float. Back to you.
I'm not trying to get thank you, Adara, for all of that. Palantir does run it, kind of as expected a little bit there. It's funny because I was at Intel literally at 21, not trying to make that same mistake. So good thing you brought that up because maybe now we'll have to change our price. Obviously, it goes up there to $20.97. Good look on that one. All right, I'm going to go with a stock that's a little more aggressive. I mean, maybe not as a percentage-wise, but definitely up here near $100. We talked about AMD 101 yesterday, and we had that, and that was fantastic. But we had to sort of go through it. It didn't turn around until about 11 o'clock, right? So we're going to average into this one. You know, just looking here, it's not like the greatest opportunity because you're above everything right now and you're kind of fighting the trend as it looks like maybe the trend could be to the ups. Okay, there we go. We got Intel, by the way, at 21 finally. So I know you're short as well. So we're just short some chip names right now. I'm going to use this as my level. $100.20 is where we'll stop out on AMD. But there it is. New position alert. And of course, you know, as it was written again, there, you know, we get stopped out and then Palantir tanks. So,
I forgot about Rigetti again.
A little bit. I mean, our average price was 82.30s. There it goes, downside. All right, that's fine. All right, so we're into Intel right now. That little drip went down to 87. If I can get like 15 cents on this trade, I think it would probably be worth taking it. Yesterday's high, let's just double check that to make sure. 21.15, so we'll play around with that level. But look at the market. Might not be the right time to go short. We talked about free fall Fridays. It's definitely not falling down today. Almost straight up since the open, right? Nice move. You see the volume candles are all green side right now. So we'll look to maybe short the TQQs. The level that we wrote down, we want to stick with it, is 68.50. So we're still a ways away from that one. Right now, short AMD, short Intel, and long the bear one. I'm long a name with bear in it. So that might not be great, but we're long Big Bear AI. And we're actually flat on that trade right now. So we're going to give, thank you, Sharif, for that. We'll give this a little bit of a movement here with Intel. So let's put our bid at 2090, see if we can take 10 cents on half. And then rejected, says Jerome Powell, who's coming through at 12.30.
And speaking of coming through, Tesla just came right back through 265.
Boom.
So we had that move on the way down. Where we got out, there's still a buyer at that 263. And I was like, who's that buyer? Well, they're still here for now. If we make another push and wick that 265 again, I'm going to go short there. But look at what's going on in NVIDIA. So I got out tops. Hopefully. Yeah, it's tanking.
Yeah.
I got top wicked on NVIDIA. And now I have to be patient waiting for another re-entry. I totally forgot about Rigetti, everybody. But right now it's about the chips and getting into another chip short. And SMCI might just be the opportunity because SMCI is also right back at resistance, that 37.5 level. So if NVIDIA is not going to give me the shot and we're already in Intel, then SMCI putting a trend reverse as we speak. Hopefully we get a shot at that NVIDIA one more time. But hey, if it tanks now, it probably drags other names down with it. If it's going down, Intel shouldn't be up.
Yeah, we're going down here in the market, it looks like, in general right now. But we just held VWAP again. So, yeah, scratch that comment right now as we wait to see where VWAP is going and what's going on with the market. We just got VWAP on AMD, which is why we hit that siren right there. So we shorted AMD. It's not a huge trade, but it just is at the level, right? And so we want to celebrate when we get 2 levels and able to do a little bit of damage on that trade, right? So there it goes. AMD, nice downside play here so far for us today. So yeah, we'll continue to support that play and see what winds up happening. Alibaba, we're hearing, is also getting a pop right now. So Alibaba getting that pop through. Let's go have a quick look. Yeah, Intuitive Machines Lunar yesterday. Hey, my guy. Yo, how's it going over there? All right, glad to hear. All right, so just real quickly, there goes Alibaba, 145 and change. Neil's been trading some Tesla, so I don't have too much comment on that right now. But there goes AMD, a nice little downside move. Intel also a couple pennies in the money right now as well. So you could just say, yeah, Neil would like a T, Randy, there, if you want to. So there you go. Neil, please, would like a T, Randy. Okay, so right there, AMD short, Big Bear AI long, Intel short, and that's it. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening with these 3 plays. If there's anything else you guys want to look at.
This market's super strong right now. Like I can tell you SMCI just got right up to 37.50, that top. Wicked it again, so I got in the 45. It got right to the prior high. The second it ticked the prior high, just like Tesla, right back to the top. So that's the market that we're in. It's blasting to the upside. I got to go over to Rigetti because, as I said, Rigetti, again, so strong off the open, holds the low. It's running toward that high of the day. We missed the Rigetti long yesterday, and I don't want to be in that same boat. If there is a push anywhere close to 875 on the way back down, we're going to try to respect it. Also, because it's moving way too much for me to completely ignore this, there isn't a bigger fail than me trading on Walgreens today. I said that there was that CVR and the buyout price was not as relevant, that 11.45, and then I had the long off VWAP twice, and I did that thing where you trade P&L and you just get out of it because you're up money. And it was idiotic, and this is squeezing people right now, and I'm not long, even though I thought this could happen. I would be very careful shorting this stock because I wouldn't know how to price this 11.45. It's not just a cash deal. Let's go to Adara.
Just keep an eye here. There's some like nice strength in this market here. Chinese ADRs, Neo really strong here. Li Auto, also Alibaba. But another name I want to mention here is AAPL. This name's been pretty beat up as of late. Dealt with 3 short reports over the course of 5 days last week, but AAPL today bouncing pretty nicely, about 6% to the upside. They also have about a 6% short float. No news today for APP. Back to you.
Loving it. So good stock there. I know Adara likes to trade that name, so we'll definitely have a quick look. Look, man, I mean, I'm still in these names, so we're still trying to figure out what's going on. Intel, we did not get that bid down there in the 90s, so we'll wait to see if that can come through here one more time. AMD is just doing its thing. Oh, there it is. There's Intel. All right. I mean, Intel's going to be a good name for me, so let's wait and see there.
Oh, it did.
Yeah, so I think we got 91s. We just got a little bit ahead of that one right there. So we set ahead and get it. So not bad right there for us. Let's just continue to see what happens with Intel. Again, I like the short. We're still short here on AMD and Intel. So those are the 2 plays that we've had. We were short on Palantir, but again, you know, we had mentioned that we didn't want to hold that one for too long, and so we didn't do that at all. And now we're fine with it, right? So it's all good here on Palantir. We're out flat on the day for that stock, obviously there. And then I just think the big home run could still be right here with Big Bear AI. So well, let's just wait on that. Like I'm waiting at 50s. If we can get that fill, great. And then maybe it stabilizes a little bit there for BBAI, and it's not been a great stock. So there's that happening. All right, here we go. Neil, down into 87s again for Intel. So this has been a big stock, man.
I just got 80. Yeah, same thing.
Yeah. So, good stock here, good name. We just got an 88 there for the fill. Again, using some shares to see about that short. We shorted it yesterday. It was fantastic. So we're going to try to do the same thing right here again today. And by trying, I mean doing. We are short, and we're getting that trade. Now it's 50 cents in the money, so hit it again, man. So right now, we've got the big bangers right there. I know Neil has a trade on. I just hit that, so I didn't see what it was. But right now, this is what we're in here. So far, so good, man. 2 trades so far today. 3 trades. Palantir flat, unfortunately. There we go. We both got the Intel. So nice trading happening over.
I'm only half out of Intel because I want to see if it can get to VWAP and break it. But Nvidia is also right back at the high. So that's the half concern. Nvidia dragging a lot of things up with the market reaching those tops. This is the 113. It's wicked it once. I've already been stopped out of it once. This is the loser of the day for me. SMCI was a small loss because I got some out and then for profit and then kept the stop. Tesla, we had a quick scalp trade on, but we didn't really, it wasn't at a level or an entry that I really liked. So it was just a really quick scalp trade. But Nvidia churning that 113 level, need to see a rejection in a lower high. Otherwise, not going to stand in front of this rocket ship. You know, if you're going to start keying in on a top on the NASDAQ, why not at least let this sucker get to where we got at 830? You know, at 830, we made a top here at 20,275. So at least let it retest that top. Anything that's holding underneath the highs, like Intel is, while we approach those highs, I like. But if it's breaking out, I don't want to stand in front of it. Rigetti, unfortunately, is on one of those moves. And if you looked at it off the open yesterday, you just had to wait for the initial topping tail and the first available dip. It's just gone now. So let it make that first dip. Try to be really quick about it if it comes anywhere near VWAP. So that's the plan of action for me on Rigetti. This is 2 days in a row off the open. Rigetti's been a day maker. I hope somebody was at least on this stock. This is twice we didn't even look at it. I didn't look at it.
Yeah, I'm not on Rigetti either, but we just got, we're on Big Bear AI. And Big Bear AI is going to be it is right now a good position. I'm fine with holding it, but we just got another one right there. So we'll go money bags here a little bit because we just got 99 flats there for AMD. So we're getting lighter and lighter on this position, man. We have about half left. As I'm not sure if it wants to tank, but let's hold half in case it does right here because we're 50 cents in the money. Our stop is like $100. So we're pretty close to 1-to-1 right now and really enjoying life on that name. So right here, we're enjoying life on Big Bear AI because if this goes, man, we have a decent sized position. We don't give away our share sizes on here, but it's going to be the largest position, 4 or 5x right here that you're seeing. So let's just wait to see. It's only a $3 stock, so it's not saying much for the position sizing. But let's go again. Okay, there it is. Did we just? Yes, we got that 49. So we're spinning a little bit there as it does come back up. We do want more on Big Bear AI, but I got to take something out, man, at 50 cents. So there it was, man, 325 was a good long. That's what we took. We've been taking it the whole way. So now let's see if we can go. I mean, the 200 period moving average on this name, again, an earnings play, right? So that is $3.60 coming into play right there as well for Big Bear. Thank you, Mr. Rob. I almost called you your last name there, but thank you so much for that one. One more time. How's it going? You're normally here on Fridays. Yeah, it's like the midweek sometimes.
It's Randy that's the surprise.
Yeah, exactly, man. Tell Randy to, whatever, man. Rob needs some days off on Friday, so let's start that rally move.
Right, here comes the bounce in. Here comes the bounce in Intel. It's right back up toward the top. So remember, 21's a number. 21.15-ish is the prior high. So it was like 13 yesterday, and like the day before, it was resistance above 21, right into the 21.15. If it breaks the quarters, I'll be out if it breaks 15. But if it breaks the quarter mark, I think this is a stock that turns into a bit of a reversal play. Tesla is still finding trouble up at this top. Like, here's all these wicks into the prior high. It's starting to get a little toppy as the NASDAQ gets up to that high. So it's this I'm looking at. It's Nvidia, which is not showing any signs of turning at 13. So I have to wait for 115. And Rigetti. Rigetti could be doing... We'll see. This is the start of a potential top. Remember this yesterday. When it dropped, it was a very big, it was a 10% down move and then a long for the rest of the morning. So I'm looking for a similar drop into VWAP. It'll usually happen fast when it's been this parabolic. So Johnny on the spot if this pulls into a VWAP any second now.
I just wanted to say this right here. What's up, Dutch Cuts? What's this dude's obsession? Hey, what's up, dude? What's this dude's, me, obsession with shorting AMD and Intel? How about this? I mean, that's my obsession. We're obsessed with making good trades. And yesterday, we crushed it. Like, trading is just about rinsing and repeating often, right? And it's, you find levels that you like. This trade could still go against. And you know what, now that you're mentioning that, let me just put a bid here at 13s. There it is. We'll cover a little bit more there. So again, we have about 40% left of this. We just took another 5% out. But yesterday we hit this yesterday we hit 101. And it was a level that we really liked. We were short all the way up to it. It held and it tanked. So here today, it's kind of the same thing, man. I'd like to get some more shares if we can get it right there. But there it goes. So what's my obsession with shorting AMD, Neil? I mean, we just talked about it. It's a winning trade. We like to put on winning trades around here. So that's what I'm obsessed with. I mean, look, we're going to have Kevin on in a couple minutes, I think, anyways, at 10 o'clock. And he always says, too, like, you got to do stuff that you love. And I love trading. And I love sitting here, being with you guys every single day. I love talking about trading. I love putting on trades. I like putting on losing trades and seeing what happens. Like, it's about putting on trades, seeing if your theories are going to work. Is it a winner? Is it a loser? Where are we today with all of these trades? Like, we put on AMD here. It's a big winner. Right? We put on Palantir early. It was $1.30 in the money. We tried the short again. We got stopped out. Like, to me, I'm having a great time. I love sitting here trading with everybody. Yesterday, Intel's trade was a monster, man. We shorted all the way up here at 21 again. As we had written it down, we'd done our homework. We shorted 21 and then boom. It was a great trade back into the short side again. So we'll try to rinse and repeat that. And we've done that right there, right? So we're going to go 2 for 3. We're going to be green. And again, most of it is big bear AI pending, right? If this one tanks, then we're going to have to get out and that'll turn our day red. But again, there's another trade. Out right there, falls right back in. Let's wait to see if we can get going. We only got out of 10% there, so this name could be a losing trade. And again, not something normally that I'd be in, but on earnings, on a short float of 20+%, I like the opportunity. I don't know if I like the stock at these levels, but we'll see. Uber today, kind of bucking the trend a little bit, up almost 3x what the market's up right now. Compare more Uber maybe to the ES up 0.4. There it goes, back up to the upside. Uber's been barcoding right now. I think if you scan this barcode, maybe you get a free ride. But for right now, up through 77, through 78, you could try it. I'm not sure. I don't think it will work. But up there to 82. And if it doesn't work, tell them that I sent you. There's 82 right there. That's going to be a good break spot for us on Saint Hubers.
Absolutely love St. Hubert's. If you're not Canadian, you're not going to know it. They have the best chickens, the best sauce in Canada, but they're only in Quebec. Intel just came right back into 21. Lower high now on Intel. Look at that. That's a good pattern. We like that when you see a lower high. So we're able to grab it, I think exactly, it was actually on 21. So one more bid in front of 85, and then we let this one, or sorry, underneath 85, I should say. And then we'll let this one fly. So it's heading back into the downside. Tesla just broke VWAP. Rigetti's still not doing much on that dip. It's kind of nothing like yesterday's initial dip, where it came all the way down into VWAP at 880. So I want to be very interested in VWAP if it can bounce.
Oh boy.
And then the other thing I'm doing, and you'll do you, like this is actually, you don't usually see this, but Walgreens is following VWAP right now. So I'm just going to follow VWAP on this stock. Scalping it out. It's done 38 million shares. It'll do over 100 million shares worth of volume today. So it's going to be a churnable stock. And if you're going to follow the volume weighted average price, if it breaks, it can get out and then wait for the low 11.25s. But you're playing this for like 2 to 5 to 10 cent moves, and then try to respect the fact that it's not going to go. It's up 7%. It's not going another 7% up unless it squeezes. But right now the shorts are working. Going to let them work until we get Rigetti at VWAP, because that's the parabolic mover I'm watching today.
All right, good look there. Okay, here it is again, man. Look, man, what's up with this dude's obsession with shorting Intel and AMD? Like, I don't understand what this guy's up to. But what we're up to is this. I mean, there it goes. It's a nice move down. And by the way, Joe, what's that club that we kind of like to go to every once in a while around here? Remember what it's called? Correct. It's your dollar club. And there goes AMD. Thanks, Joe, for that one. This man's always dressed as if he's going to a club. But there it comes. It's a nice move down there for AMD. It's only $1 if you take it, though. So I'm going to punch out there for 90 cents up to 67. We did miss that. We should have been on the bid. It comes right into the low of the day. So there it is, man. AMD with the downside push. So really glad with that one. As I said, it's going to be hopefully a decent day around here. But there it goes. So we get out at 63, actually, we wind up taking. And now we're sitting down here. I'm going to put another bid at 98.40s. Again, if you put the bids out there, that's the only way you get filled. So we'll do that. We'll put another one down at 98.40. So look, man, I mean, it sucks because I don't want to be short. But what this market is giving us, it's giving us short plays today. We talked about the job number that came out there at 8:30. It rallied right back into that level. We should have shorted the TQs. We should have shorted the NASDAQ right there, but we didn't. Look at that drop right back in again, falls right into our lap, right back into the 50-period moving average. So if you sort of closed your eyes and ignored the jobs number and ignored the open on the NASDAQ.
Trade with your eyes open.
You're right. Always trade with your eyes open, but you could try otherwise. I mean, as long as you know where your keys are, I think you'll be okay. But there it is. We just came right back to flat, right? This was where we were before the number. This is where we are right now. So to take advantage of moves like this, I think that's probably the right thing to do. And Neil, man, I mean, this is what we did again right there. Let's props it up. Out near VWAP again on Intel. So, I mean, things are working out for us. We just got to wait for Big Bear AI to get going there, and then we'll figure it out. I want a big shout out, man. I know it's, $2.79. We'll go get a large coffee at Tim's there, but he loves watching us. So thank you, Christopher Mulligan. Loves watching us in the AM. And I mean, look, we're having fun every day, and that's what I said. I really, like, my father worked extremely hard, and I'm not sure actually he loved his job or not. I think we work really hard. But I really love being here every single day and doing this, showing you guys some trading. It's why the sticky note, there's literally 1,000 of these. I've been putting out these notes since day one over there on Twitter, giving it to you. It's now up on Instagram with some of these trade ideas. So I really love sitting here every day. And like when the casino's open, man, we kick that door open. We put on risk management and we start to have a little bit of fun. So today we trade this little name. We trade some Palantir today. We trade some AMD and some Intel. So I don't know, man. I know you've been on Tesla there as well. So that could be a good little trade. Let me just check it out before I'll throw it back to Neil. So here's Tesla. Look at that, man. A barcoded level up there at 266 as well. Like tariff talk, you never know what this market's going to bring you. And I think that's just something that, we got to embrace every single day. The trades could turn on ahead, or you could have these just monster winners. Look at your WBA today. Look at some of those names. Now you're into Rigetti, right? Quantum computing names. Some of the energy plays we talked about.
Rigetti just broke the high of the day, by the way.
Like Rigetti didn't have a great report. It went down to $7. Now we're at $9 and going higher. So
I actually didn't read the report on
great
Rigetti.
trade.
So
Intel reloaded.
I have no idea. Yeah, I just reloaded in Intel as well. I didn't read the report on Rigetti. For certain stocks, it's like they don't make money anyways, and the quantum thing is it's a momentum play. All I care about is does it do a squeeze setup? And if it does a squeeze setup, I want to trade it to the long side. So it's doing one now. Come to my chart for a quick second, Ramin. Boom. So there's your higher low. It did one pullback, did the wick bottom, and goes right into 950. So I want to be out in front of 950, and I want to buy the next available dip. The other thing is, this is what it did yesterday. Like, it pulled bottoming tail wick into VWAP, and then it failed the prior high and dipped again. So if it fails the prior high and dips again, then I want to jump out. And, I did it. I just keystroked on Walgreens.
All right, you can come over here quickly because we are
getting out of everything. Anyways.
We're going to go to Mr. Wonderful in just a minute. Hopefully this market can turn out to be a wonderful one today. We are short right there, Intel. We're short against 2120. It is pulling back. This is our average price right now, just when Brendan's talking to Kevin. I do have some bids here in the mid-90s, so that's where we're going to be covering this one. All right, we've been talking about it for a minute. We're really excited, man. He's a good friend of the show. He's been here maybe a dozen times or so. And we really want to thank him for, again, taking time out of his day to spend here with all of us at Trader TV Live. So a lot of love for our next individual. Let's go over to the desk and see who it is. I mean, we've only been talking about it.
He's back once again, Mr. Wonderful, back on Trader TV. It's been a few months, Kevin O'Leary. A lot to discuss. Let's be honest. Let's jump right into a few things that are top of mind, I think, for most people watching. It's been a long time since I've had a conversation that hasn't been around tariffs or somewhat tariff related. Give us your high-level opinion here. It seems to be changing by the hour.
Well, I think, as I said when we started having this narrative, you have to distinguish the difference between the Trump noise and the Trump signal. Tariffs for Trump are a negotiating tool, a leverage tool, and it's becoming very clear. Here's the facts we know since we last talked. Number one, the relationship between Justin Trudeau and Donald Trump is now toxic and non-functional. And so he can't, Trudeau is going to be gone soon. That's important and very important for the relationship between the Canadian and U.S. economy. The premiers have taken on the role of chief negotiators in Washington, D.C., along with their staff by the hour. And they're doing a pretty good job, given that there's no federal leadership right now. And obviously, by the hour, these things are changing. We've gone back to NAFTA 2 products and services, which represent about 38% of the actual dollars, are now not going to be tariffed until April 2nd. But that could change by the hour as well. The key here is, and this is going to be very important, when we get through the federal election, because the Canadians are at a huge disadvantage, we don't have a federal government to negotiate with the counterparts in Washington, D.C. And that would be Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, Doug Burgum, the Energy Czar, who are advocates for some kind of an economic union. Now, what is not being discussed and never was on the table that caused a lot of angst in Canadian press was the idea that we were selling the country. No one's talking about that. What people are talking about is some kind of an economic union that would create a behemoth economy to compete against the Chinese. And that is on the table. Obviously, the way it's being done is it's in the open. It's like sausage being made. You may not like it. You may not like Trump, but you should not get caught up in the noise when the signal is the opportunity. And so I think that still remains on the table. Accolades to Danielle Smith, the only premier who had the guts to go to Mar-a-Lago prior to the inauguration. And she came out a winner. She's only got a 10% tariff to bring down to zero. The rest were fighting with Trump in the press, and they're sitting with 25. So let's understand, it's better to know your adversary, get close to your adversary, get your adversary's cell phone number so you can negotiate directly. And I applaud her for that, given the heat she's taken in Canada. But everything I'm talking about with you now could change by the hour. I'm down in Austin, obviously South by Southwest. Yesterday, I was in Washington, D.C. at the American Dream Conference, which the tariffs were completely dissected there. And Senator Haggerty also hosted a dinner last night in D.C. about the direction of crypto. So lots to talk about today with you.
Yeah, and I want to get to that, the crypto summit happening later today at the White House. But what's the best case scenario, going back to the tariff talk, in your mind? What's the best outcome that we can expect here? I mean, we heard the premier of this province, Ontario, where we are, talking about, possibly tariffing hydro going from Ontario into the U.S. as of Monday. What's the best case scenario here as far as you're concerned?
I think the best case scenario is we get to a place where there are no tariffs. And here's the problem. What we as Canadians have forgotten is we tariff, let me give you some examples. Dairy coming out of Vermont at 248% into Quebec. The Vermont farmers are pissed. They want a reciprocal tariff on dairy coming out of Canada. So what we should do is start negotiating reciprocal tariffs as opposed to just blanket 25%. And if we're willing to protect the dairy industry by $5 billion coming out of Alberta each year, to give dairy farmers free money so they can pour their cheese down the drain, which is what we do, well, then we can remain stupid. But this has to get all cleaned up. And it's not just the tariffs with the U.S. that we have to clean up. We're going to have to remove $200 billion worth of tariffs between the provinces. We're getting a reset with the United States as the #1 consumer market on earth. But why don't we reset our Canadian economy as well? Why are we doing this to ourselves? You may not like Trump, and believe me, I get an earful about it all the time. But while we're at it, while we're negotiating tariffs and looking at economic opportunity, why don't we take care of our own problems in Canada at the same time? Now, is it a good idea to turn New York dark? I don't think so. That's not probably a good idea, and I think Ford is a pretty smart guy, and he will, like Trump, find a last-minute solution to this to keep the narrative going, keep the conversation going. We have yet to be blanketed across the board at 25%. We got to keep negotiating without a prime minister. We cannot let Trudeau go near Washington or Freeland. Trump has made it clear he does not respect them, and we cannot use them as the leverage. We need new leadership in Canada. Let's get moving here. Let's get moving. Let's get the election, because the opportunity is immense. So, I mean, listen, I deal with this every day down here, and I deal with it up in Canada. We're in a really interesting place, but through all this chaos is tremendous opportunity.
Time is ticking. Speaking of negotiation, I want to get your take real quick on the TikTok situation, then we'll touch on crypto as well. April 5th, approaching very quickly here, the next pseudo deadline. Trump this week saying that he would have no problem pushing that out once again. What's the latest you're hearing as far as TikTok is concerned?
Yeah, TikTok was the talk of the town in Washington last night also. So what's likely to happen, and this is pure speculation on my part, but I've been pretty close to the situation now for 5 months. I expect an additional extension, whether it's 75 or 90 days. No one's going to take Trump up on that, even though there's no provision in the law. The first extension wasn't provided for either. But people understand these deals take time. Then the ball goes back to Xi. Here's the question. Does Xi want to sell what's called a forked version of the code? Now, he has said multiple times he does not want to share the algorithm that makes TikTok so powerful with any foreign entity, including the U.S. However, to get a TikTok deal done, they're going to have to do that, fork the code and allow the U.S. company, which Xi could own up to 24.9% of, because that's likely to be used the same way media companies in the U.S. can be owned by foreign ownership up to 25%, so just slightly under. And would the interpretation of the law allow for fork the code with the idea that the buyer would have to clean up the code, remove the spyware, and make sure that any packets of information do not get transferred to Chinese servers, or that Chinese can influence the algorithms in terms of day-to-day content. All that has to be negotiated. In that case, it's highly likely that there will be a TikTok US, in the case that Xi wants to do that. In the case that he refuses to sell the algorithm, the buyer then must start from scratch. And that becomes trickier, but obviously we've been anticipating that in the Cord O'Leary deal since the beginning of time. We can work both ways. So the point is, if it comes with the algorithm, there's still some attributes that people want, ownership of data, which is provided for in the Project Liberty technology that we're building out. But all of this is in flux. All of it. It's all in flux. And so it's really about what Trump and Xi want to do next. And we'll find that out soon enough. Maybe before April 5th. If not, I anticipate an extension.
All right, big day, potentially a big day here for crypto markets coming up at the White House. I mean, what do we expect to come of this? Is there anything you're hearing as far as more detail than we got earlier in the week? We had that huge move down in crypto markets coming out of the weekend on the initial announcement.
Yeah, this is going to be fantastic for WonderFi. You know that I am an investor in WonderFi. So here's what's happening as we speak as of last night. Gildebrand and Haggerty are both offering bills in a parallel basis right now. One is called the Genius Act and the other is the Stablecoin Act, but they do the same thing. It's highly anticipated in the next few days that they will merge authorship to the first crypto bill. And this will make digital payment systems and stablecoins law in the United States. And so you can now issue a token against the US dollar that would be approved by regulators. USDC is going to be one of them, but there will probably be others. And so it will require some form of audit, so Tether will have a hard time. You have to be transparent on the balance sheet and what's backing up the token one-to-one to the US dollar. And currently, these bills both say you can have treasury bills less than 92 days in duration. So we'll see how that works. So that's step one. Now, why that's so interesting for the next step, because it's going to be stablecoins first. That bill gets done. Then they go to tokenization. Tokenization is fantastic for WonderFi because WonderFi has already proven the amount of volume increases dramatically when new tokens come to market. Even with the Trump meme, it increased volumes 100%. And active users up 75%. And then WonderFi announced the Wonder Wallet. And coming soon, a blockchain product as well. So expanding the product line for one singular reason. People, as they're seeing these bills go through Congress, know that Ontario OSC and legislation in Canada will follow. So that if you want to hold an alternative asset class, just say Bitcoin itself, where are you going to get price discovery? Well, who's number one in Canada now through consolidation? WonderFi. If a bank wants to hold you some Bitcoin in your account and not have it leave the bank's AUM or balance sheet, where they get price discovery? WonderFi. So my thesis, and again, it's my personal investment thesis, is this needs to be owned if you want to have the blockchain equivalent of picks and shovels for the Canadian market on crypto, because these bills are coming fast. All of them, very, very fast. Got a new sheriff in town taking over both the commodity side and security side in the U.S. All the legislation and litigation against the exchanges are being dropped by the new SEC. So we're getting to a place now where you want to ride each pony. First, stablecoins. Second, tokenization. Then an overall bill on crypto itself to try and encourage people to bring more of the development back to North America. Now, the meeting today, which was really foreshadows last night at the Haggerty dinner, so the meeting before the meeting. I attended that. It was extraordinary to see all these policymakers and their staffers in one room. Basically, it's going to be about setting up, well, you could call a reserve fund. But what we learned later in the evening, it's just the 17 billion cryptocurrencies, primarily Bitcoin, that have already been seized by federal agents in the U.S. They're going to remain on the balance sheet of the Treasury. And so the market was a little disappointed with that, but they shouldn't be, because really what this means is a motion forward on regulation. Now, if you're a Canadian and you want to participate in this, well, I think WonderFi is the gold standard now in Canada. That was my investment thesis, and I'm definitely talking my book when I talk about WonderFi, but I'm so happy I hung in there. I mean, they're in a fantastic situation right now.
Well, Kevin, thank you. And look, you're talking to a couple of crypto lovers as well, so we're always happy.
I'm buying the dip.
Well, I bought 86 and change. That was an interesting number. I actually want to, can I switch gears for a quick little second? Because I think when you were talking previously about tariffs and sort of the overall situation with the new administration, there's a little bit of a needle being threaded. I think, you know, when you have some austerity going on, you're trying to balance some budgets. You also are getting involved in trying to get the trade deficit down. And so, you know, depending on what the Fed does too, there is that risk that you could end up in a bit of a recession. Now, I'm looking at energy as a good buying spot, and it feels like it's been in a good spot. But then on the back of my mind, I'm like, okay, if they thread this and there's a small recession that comes in, do you have to worry about timing that as well? What are your thoughts on, you know, what we could see in the back half of the year as this all unfolds? Because there's a lot of uncertainty, I think, for a lot of people, and it's been a very shakeout market, and people are tepid to get in.
Yeah, I'm more in the optimistic side because the underlying economy is in pretty good shape, and really what this whole negotiation about, and people obviously in Canada are focused on the Canadian situation, but Trump is resetting the tariff schedules worldwide. And the real basic goal is to get reciprocal tariffs. So, you know, in the beginning in World War II, a lot of these tariffs were considered subsidies for countries that were rebuilding out of the war in Europe, and we never took them off. In the case of India, for example, they're tariffing some technologies 132%. So if all that's being put on the table at the end of the day is reciprocal tariffs, everybody's got to get their, their shop in order, including us in Canada, because we can't sustain 30% tariffs on various commodities, consumer commodities. After all, we do have a VAT tax, which is considered by Treasury here in the U.S. as a form of tariff as well. So the balancing act has to come through negotiation. I think where this is going is an acceleration of NAFTA 3, but it won't be negotiated by Freeland, which, as I mentioned earlier, she has a toxic relationship with Trump. Trump, the thing about Trump is if you throw personal attacks at him, doesn't go well. Doesn't work for you. Doesn't help you negotiate. Better to stay on policy. I think Zelensky learned that lesson last Friday at the White House, and now he's figuring out that's not the right way to go. And he still wants to do a deal. Keep the personalities out of it, because that's the kind of president he is, and everybody should be able to read the room on that one now. So for us as Canadians, I'd say, look, we're in a really, of all the people out there that are going to deal with this, all the countries, we're in the best place. Just take potash. We're it for North American potash. We're it. We're the only guys in town on potash. So the likelihood that that's going to have a 25% tariff ain't going to happen, because you can't starve American farmers of the only guy in town with the potash. That's the fertilizer that grows the grain that feeds the people. So it's all of these little negotiating tools. At the end of the day, though, we're going to have to drop tariffs against American products and services. And I'd argue that's bullish for the economy. That's a reason to go long. All we need is leadership. So let's get this liberal thing done, whoever it's going to be. Let's get the election called and let the games begin. And then let's get down to Washington with our new Canadian leadership and let's cut a deal.
Kevin, thanks for coming on again, Sean here. Look, I think you nailed it with all this stuff. Let's, maybe keep Trudeau away from the White House for now. Let's get this new leadership going. But this is not a fentanyl problem, right? Like, why do I hear this crossing the border? That's just, you're in Washington, you're talking all about this. That's just a tactic that he's using. Like, we can't control the border as far as fentanyl is concerned. That's coming up from Mexico, right? So is he just talking like that just to sort of get us a little riled up here as a negotiation tactic? Great point there about the dairy farmers. I think there's much bigger problems that maybe we're not addressing. And when we do get that new government, how friendly do you think the current administration in the U.S. will be with, as it looks like right now, polling a conservative government here in Canada?
Well, I'm hoping for a majority mandate conservative government, because that gives the leader there, Pierre, the same mandate Trump has, a 4-year majority mandate. And Trump has a majority mandate guaranteed for the next 2 years, during which we'll be negotiating. I consider him to be adequate to do the job. In fact, pretty good at it. He understands what's on the table, not just for the American discussion, but I've listened to what he's been saying about tariffs, interprovincial tariffs. He wants to lift those too. He wants to open up the Canadian economy, diversify who we actually ship our goods and services to. But he also understands the economic opportunity. There's so many things that could be done to create the behemoth economy without selling sovereignty. So Pierre's the right guy to negotiate that with his cabinet. And I'm looking forward to doing anything I can to help that narrative, because I've certainly spent enough time in Mar-a-Lago, taking a lot of abuse for it up in Canada too. But I think I've done the right thing in keeping the narrative open. And it's important. And to meet all these lawmakers here, I feel in a unique situation. I'm a Canadian, a proud one, but my family's American. And so I can straddle both sides of the border as an investor and be in the narrative politically. I think that's important. And so I think we're going to come out of this whole mess in a great place. People just have to hold on and cool it on the rhetoric. It's just let the politicians do their thing. Now, before we go, because we have to do this.
Okay, here we go.
What are you wearing? All right. I want to showcase a couple of pieces that are just absolutely insane here.
There we go.
This is called the Chanel Boyfriend. It's the only one in the world.
Can we get?
There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's a crazy, crazy dial, and I wanted to bring it down here to South by Southwest to the panel, because everybody here has watched Crazy. But now I'm into piece uniques. I want to walk around with the only piece in the world. That's Crazy Chicken. That's what I got here.
Where's so do you also walk around with like huge bodyguards or what? Like, this is pretty unique stuff that you're talking about.
You're right. I have security today, because this piece is going right back in the safe. It was bought for charity at an auction in New York in December, and it took me a while to get the Chanel to put the red band on it. But the guy that was bidding against me was a Singapore, and that guy would not stop. He would not stop. but you cannot mess with the primal forces of Mr. Wonderful when I want to watch.
Right. That's right. You know what, Kevin? I've been going to, the gym throughout the day, and I've been swimming and everything like that. So my bias, and unfortunately I have nothing fancy for you, I'm still with the Apple Watch today. I like that it tracks all my stuff, but that's just a lazy answer. I still got the Breitlings, and that's kind of my watch of choice there.
I can't go away from it. I told the story before. The very first watch I bought when I got a good check trading was the Tag.
Yeah, I remember that. But listen, guys, it's okay
Every day
to wear an Apple Watch when you're working out. But if you leave it on after you're working out, you lose your soul and you go to hell.
The credibility. So we don't like Apple stock or anything here? You know what, Kevin?
You cannot wear an Apple Watch on your wrist when you're being a fashionista. That's forbidden.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm not. Yeah. I mean, you're more. We're not really fashionista.
Well, I don't wear an Apple Watch, so I'm not going to say.
Oh, I've got my daughter made me like a Taylor Swift friendship bracelet, so I mean, I'm wearing that.
You don't know, the rules could change. Do you really want to go to hell because you happen to have your Apple Watch?
Hell?
Do not do that. Only when you're working out, it's permitted.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the going to hell might be a little harsh on that one. But listen, Mr. Wonderful, thank you so much for your time. We always have a great time here. I promise you we'll wear something a little more special for you next time. But you have to promise us.
Bring me on. Bring some pieces. You got to wear some watches.
Yep.
I next for a wrist twist every time I show up.
Okay, Kevin, then on that note,
show up here.
Then we're going to have to book a date. So let's get that. We need to get you back on. How about we'll talk about maybe, what is it, March now, maybe early summer?
Let's get Nancy to book it, but I want everybody watching to actually rate the watches. Let's see who wins.
Done.
Let's do it.
Done. Let's see who wins. Oh, come on. No, hold on a second.
First of all, that's not a fair battle.
No, it's not who wins, okay? Because we're pretty sure you might win.
All I want to do with you guys is crush you like the cockroaches you are.
What?
Oh, come on now. Whoa, hold on a second now.
There's the fail right
We've been nice to this point.
Cockroaches.
Okay.
We're negotiating NAFTA right now. That's how it starts.
Well played, sir. Well played.
I like that. Well, I mean, I would, like to say thank you to Kevin O'Leary, but thank you again. A Shark Tank.
By the way, we used to have Shark Tank at our old trading floor. When the market would slow down in the middle of the day, we would watch Shark Tank, and the whole trading floor was all over. We loved that. We love that show.
Me and my kids watch it the other day.
It's great. My daughter loves it. It's a great show. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's all about entrepreneurship, and we're starting right now this week to start shooting season 17.
Perfect, Kevin. I have a great idea for you. There's this show. It's the greatest trading show in the world. They have over 500,000 subscribers, and maybe they're possibly looking to go public. So if there's any room on Shark Tank, I have a company for you that we can come there.
Don't quit your day job. That's all I can say.
Yeah. I don't. All right, this interview's not going the way I'd hope it would be, but no, thank you so much, Kevin. We have
always a blast.
Great amount of time. Thank you, Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary. Go kill it at South by Southwest and say hi to Nancy for us.
Thanks, Kevin.
Take care. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Ciao. Well, I'm going to hit the O Canada now because
we're all proud Canadians.
We talked about that, but no, we're all proud Canadians, of course. But hey, look, I mean that's part of what it is, right? I mean, there's a lot of rhetoric. I think he nailed it with that word. There's a lot of back and forth. There's negotiation tactics right there. It is kind of like when you go on Shark Tank and the girl wants $100,000 and this guy offers $25,000. It's all about doing stuff like that. So
everyone has their own negotiation style. We're in fantasy football leagues. There's the one guy who only ever lowballs. There's the one guy who won't make an offer. He'll make sure that you make the first offer, and you've got to understand their patterns. So one thing I want to go back to the market here. The market's rolling back over. Here's a reason why this move feels fugazi to the upside, to steal a word from Sean, because that's Italian. Broadcom is at low of day. Broadcom, which was gapped up at one point, up 17%, I think, aftermarket, at the highs, has been just trending down. Like, you can't tell me that we're supposed to hold this move if the name that was supposed to be the savior with that big up move is dragging us up. So the whole time we were trending up, Broadcom was trending down. So the only thing I'm upset with is I only am in Intel. By the way, I did get wicked out of Intel. The difference was I was patient enough to get shorts only at or above the target zone, unlike yesterday. And I got right back in when it wicked the high. So we're at VWAP. We've been unable to break VWAP. We want this to break down. I think the next stop is in the 60s, and then you could get even further to set downsides. I'm not reloading Rigetti yet because I want to see it. If this is the parabolic bounce back, I want to see it do some kind of a hold of VWAP because it was after the parabolic move. It was small wins off of VWAP and not much else there. So, still watching the stock. He could do a bit of a turn. If this market takes out the low, I wouldn't suspect Rigetti's going to hold on forever. So still just in Intel. We've been taking our shots, and so far so good. Can't really complain about it. But just be careful about Broadcom. That loses the bid again, and it could get pretty nasty here.
No, man. I mean, there's definitely no complaining about Intel. Intel will be the P&L number 1 here today as it's rocking, man. I mean, you're right at the lows right now for Intel. But you know what? I don't understand why this guy's obsessed with trading Intel all the time. But we are, and there it is. Nice move to the downside. A big stock yesterday, a big stock today. INTC. I still can't believe I'm going to hell for this Apple Watch thing. I mean, I could have easily worn the Rolex.
You knew he was going to say it because it happened last time.
Yeah,
so we
but
both
that's okay.
know.
I've got a plan for next time.
Oh, I know that.
This man is coming.
We have a plan.
There
is a plan.
He's going to be in a big problem when he sees what's going to be happening over here next time. And you know what? That's the thing. I made sure. See my negotiation tactic. I said early summer. He's coming back on. Get that guarantee in there, right? So we'll kick him off the show like Trump kicked out Zelensky, but we'll invite him back. We'll invite him back. We've got negotiation tactics of our own as well. But right now, here it is. It's a downside move for Intel. And oh boy, Neil, we put on some big boy pants on this one, and there it goes to the downside. It's Intel right now. And yeah, it's a big move, man. We reloaded that thing. Someone asked me during the interview there, they're like, are you still trading? I'm like, yeah. So there's more shorts coming in there. 2120s and bang to the downside there for Intel. We're still in that dollar club right now. What's up, Ozan? Right there, because we've got $1 as well on AMD. And my big bear AI is just kind of hanging out. So, we'll wait to see what winds up happening there. But so far, so good. Are we going to Adara? Was that a call for her at some point?
I thought I heard something. By the way, Netflix is getting rocked right now.
Yeah, what's up with that? It was down 8% yesterday.
It's down 3% today. It did not participate at all in the early bounce. I'm only in Intel, and you just saw where it
came in.
So I just got the fill. I just got the fill in the 60s that we were talking about on Intel.
Wow, what a market.
But and Netflix wants a 200 period. Netflix wants 825. This market is absolutely bleeding. Broadcom just lost a bid. Wow, Nvidia is now smoked down through 110. This is a bit of a bleed. We're going to go to Adara with crypto, but this is a bit of a parabolic candle. So when this happens, want to make sure we get it out near the bottom of this candle. But let's go up to Adara for the crypto update. Yes, that's right.
I'm not seeing any news on the market, just to talk about that for a moment here, but it is worth noting we did have a drop below that key 487 level of support on the NASDAQ. Here's Bitcoin. Again, we kind of have this drop now, some higher highs and so higher lows, lower highs here on BTC. So a bit of a triangular formulation there for Bitcoin on the daily chart. I did read something here about the crypto event here. Punchbowl reporting that the White House is not expecting any announcements around tax policy at the crypto summit. That is per apparently a senior White House official who is anonymous. So we're not expecting any tax policy related announcements here at this crypto event. But this crypto event is certainly going to be on watch. We're expecting this to start 1:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens at this event. Expected attendees include Vlad Tenev of Robinhood, Michael Saylor of Strategy, formerly MicroStrategy. We're also expecting here Brian Armstrong. We're expecting some individuals as well. We have the Winklevoss twins, so lots of crypto-related attendees. You can check out a graphic on X at TTV Research, basically a who's who of who's certainly expected to attend. Also, Cardano and Solana founders, as well as Kathy Woods, are both listed as maybes, so we're not sure if they're going to be coming, but they could also potentially be attending as well. We're going to have to wait and see what Bitcoin does here, but certainly keep it on watch. Should be a pretty volatile one. Also volatile and on watch, President Donald Trump here set to speak at 11 a.m. Eastern, so keep an eye on the market. That's what I mean by volatility there, because we do not know what these comments are going to be about. The White House has not provided a theme, and we know his comments can and often do move these markets, guys. Back to you.
So much for that one. Again, I mean, we're long NVIDIA. This came right into our spot. I mean, it's a sticky note trade, 109 to 110. So it's right here, right now. We're going to try it, man. AMD, bang. Intel, bang. BBAI. We're coming down to $3. I mean, well, I'm not, the damage that we're doing right here, like this Intel trade is absolutely monstrous. rate here. This is a big trade. Like, we are way green today. It's just been a great trading opportunity all day, man. And we talked about favoring the short. I mean, it's on the sticky note. It was all day today. The very first note on the sticky note, very first mark on the sticky note, was shorting the TQQs. It did get there, but again, like, on the number, we didn't take it. We should have looked at it there. But, I mean, there it goes to the downside, man. We are still falling. There's $1.30 now on this name. But more impressive, in my opinion, is this Intel trade, because this name, again, loading up the shares. You know, like, we have utmost confidence. We talked about this yesterday, Neil. Like, we're getting so much better now at trading, and it's just like, you know, the growth that I've seen in my own account and everything has been huge, and we're really taking advantage of that, right? I mean, you got to be confident in what you're doing, and we are definitely that, and we're even getting maybe even overconfident. So it's been a good little run here, so let's just keep it going. NVIDIA could fall down on, you know, again, through that 109. If it does, we're out.
NASDAQ broke 20,000. Psychological level on the NASDAQ
problem.
At the 20,000 even there. So, you know, what I'm actually the most happy about with Intel is I actually stuck to the plan, was able to get wicked out at the high, because I still, if it runs the high, I want to follow my rule, but got back in. That's the difference. There was never a chance, it couldn't have been a headshot, but then it could have been a miss if I didn't stay on that stock. If I had been trading something else, which often happens, I wouldn't have gotten right back in on that wick top. Like, if I had been on, like, Rigetti, let's just say, in that moment, by the way, Rigetti lost VWAP, so no entry. Like, it bounces, does yesterday's pattern, we take the bounce, don't have to be in it again. Why? Does it look good? No, it doesn't look good in here at VWAP, so we can stay away from that thing. So I'm not going to take any shots on that. The only other thing I'm looking at right now is going to be on the backside of Broadcom here. I want to see Broadcom make a turn before I'm going to take any shots on anything. I'd rather just bank the day. Don't have any LFT right now. Don't want to create any. Broadcom continues to fall. I think it could get to 180 here. And if it does a curl, that's when I want to start to look for some reversions long, or maybe one of those dead cat bounces.
There it was, man. I mean, we just take advantage of that pop-up for NVIDIA. Like, it just went there. So good advantage of that, man. We were long, I think it was 94. Oh, well, whatever. We took O's, we took 15s, and we took 75s. So we're going to wait. Okay, U.S. likely to ban DeepSeek from U.S. devices.
I mean,
which...
Is that shocking news?
I think it's a little shocking, yeah, because, I mean, the U.S., the thing is like, you know, all U.S. technology is also banned in China. Not all U.S. technology, but you can't watch YouTube. You can't, you know, I don't think you can log into Gemini or anything over there. So right now, U.S. are discussing it right there. But hey, man, we're on cloud 9 again today, man. Like Neil's talking about keeping profits. We're up here again. We're almost at our one-day goal. So I know it took a minute there. We had Kevin on, and some of these trades just haven't been blowing up yet. I mean, Intel's doing great, and so now is NVIDIA. But it's more this NVIDIA trade that's taking me to the next level right now. So, all right, let's go over and see what Adair is all about.
We are going to talk here about the fact that we have this comments coming through on CNBC. This is with Peter Navarro. This is the Trump's trade advisor. This interview currently over, but just at the end of the interview a couple minutes ago, Peter Navarro said that these reciprocal tariffs are going to be focusing on one tariff rate for each country to reflect tariff and non-tariff measures. So when we get reciprocal tariffs on April 2nd, 2025, which, just to recap, that is going to be when everything that Trump wants a tariff, that's when it's expected to come in. Regardless, apparently these reciprocal tariffs are going to have one tariff rate per country, and that will end up reflecting measures from tariffs and also from other non-tariff measures, guys. That's the deal right now coming from Peter Navarro here, Trump trade advisor. Also, Donald Trump himself set or expected to speak here 11 a.m. The topic was not provided by the White House. Back to you.
Oh, I hate to be the person that has to figure all that out with one tariff rate when you're doing reciprocal tariffs. That is incredibly complex. For sure. That seems crazy.
McDonald's all-time high.
McDonald's all-time highs. There's always there's a bull market somewhere. It happens to be McDonald's. Actually, look, I was
in my account.
I was going to talk about IBIT next because IBIT did get to our $50 level right where it was yesterday. So looking for the reversion on Bitcoin. Broadcom just made a bit of a bottom as well, and I said I don't want any longs until Broadcom made the low. That just happened here. So there's Broadcom. breaking the low of the day. The 50 level came in there on IBIT, which, at the time we were trading this morning, you didn't think necessarily you're going to get there. But now that we've made the reversion, we're back into it. Give it to the low of the day and see where this one is going to take us. But that Broadcom, wow, only 2% up now. As quickly as it goes up.
I mean, you want to talk about something getting bullish right now, man. I mean, John Travolta's like, what exactly are we even doing here? Look at this AMD trade. I mean, this is now $1.70 now in the money to the downside. I mean, we might as well take some more profit over here. Like, we have these trades, guys. I have these trades, I should say. Neil's right now with IBIT and Intel. But, I mean, again, like, I have to start to cover. We're at the 200 period moving average. We have a lot of covers down here. Intel is a monster trade today. I don't know how else to talk about it. You guys know the share sizes and all that kind of stuff. And it's just like that Intel trade at $21 was such an easy trade for me because we had nailed it yesterday and it did this exact play. And we are short. Short TQQ, short NVIDIA, short Palantir, well, we're long NVIDIA, short Palantir, short Mara, right? I mean, but right now, $88 coming in. Mara did go up to $15.50 there during that play. There's the short. We're waiting. We had posted long Mara down here at 14, never got there, but there's the play off of the short for crypto. I mean, that's just, it's too bad that we have Big Bear AI on board. I'm still going to wait for $3. This one's not happening for us.
Is that at 3 yet?
But
I'm taking that at 3.
Yeah, go. Yeah, Neil's going to go long at 3. All right, so here comes NVIDIA pulling back in again. We got some great outs, man. We got 110.40 on NVIDIA. We're up on the name, but it's going to be position pending. I mean, if it breaks lower than 109, then we're going to get out. Let's indeed just reload this a little bit. Like that DeepSeek news. So we're not, we have way more shares, obviously, now on NVIDIA than we do on AMD. But AMD, we've already taken advantage of this play. So right now, we're trying to find out what's the next play. So we'll buy some dips here on NVIDIA. We're long at 80s. I mean, I could take out 5% if it gets back to O's again at 110, and then we'll just wait for a move higher. This is the play that we want. We've got some big boy shares over there, and we're just going to wait to see what winds up. Neil, every day, let's just keep the momentum going higher right now. I don't know. I'm not sure if you're upping your share sizes in some of these plays or not, but the confidence that we've had over the last month and a half has sent us to the next level. And I want to thank everybody here. I want to thank Neil. I want to thank everybody, Joe, Sharif, Darren, all that, because, we do this kind of for fun and just be like, yeah, we're making money. But at the end of the day, this is from my kid. Happy Father's Day, I think it's 2020 because it's definitely not 2026. 2020 right there. So, it just means a lot. Like I said, having a lot of fun coming in here today, every day, putting on risk and just really having that ride. Look at this play on NVIDIA. You could see I'm just an active trader. I'm getting in, getting out of these positions, spinning the money, taking phone calls on my own time, Warren. Not now, my guy. I know we've talked about this already. I'm not leaving anywhere. And just like Kevin said, don't quit your day job. So we're definitely not doing that anytime soon, and we're just having a lot of fun. Thank you for coming through, man, and just watching the growth of the trading definitely here. And I know yesterday was a rough day for some, but every day, stick with what you're doing, man. Stick with it, and just keep on going, and good things will happen. So again, thanks to everybody. Thanks, Neil, for all the support as well as we grow this show and just get bigger and better and really become the trader that we're claiming to be, right?
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, you got to follow rules as a trader, and I gotta look to get out of this trade on AVGO. Sorry, on Bitcoin, because you're not breaking out of the range, so it's kind of working right now. But if I'm giving 15 to 50, that's risking 15 to 20 pennies. And Broadcom is threatening to range the high. Lucky, never mind. Looks like now it's looking a little bit better. So what I was going to tell you is, if Broadcom broke the low, I'm going to get out. And that's what it's about. And that's what it's about for me. So I've been doing this for a long time. You'll see me focus on decision-making processes more than anything else. And I'll tell you why. Because I'm up on Walgreens, and it's the single worst stock for me today. because I had it and I made a quote unquote call that was dead on right, but I was aggressively getting out because I was trading P&L, as they say, when it was riding VWAP like this. And I said it might be able to squeeze, and it did squeeze. So for me, that was a missed opportunity. That said, want to quickly mention, I'm on the bid of this. If it actually gets under VWAP a little bit more, I could see this squeezing down into here, and then we can try to get a point the other way. But I'm going to stop long this at about the 34 on a break. I know we're going up to Adara. Let's go talk about sector watch.
It up. Let's do the hot dog cannon.
It's pretty actually red, of course, as the market is actually down about 1% right now. Worth noting, the NASDAQ down 10% from most recent all-time highs, which would put it in correction territory. But lots of strength to be found here in consumer non-durables, utilities here. Next era energy leading the group to the upside. Energy minerals looking great as well. Health services looking pretty good, and communications having some bright spots. Health technology a little bit more mixed. Eli Lilly, sector leader to the downside. Consumer services mixed. McDonald's and Starbucks continuing to be pretty strong as some other names in this group falter. In terms of weakness, quite a lot of it, but commercial services notably weak. Retail trade here, Amazon down about 2%, but Costco on day one earnings, and Walmart and HD looking a lot more red. Finance pretty red as well. And let's talk here about electronic technology. Apple and Broadcom green here. Broadcom day one earnings. Nvidia relatively flat, but GE, one of the names that's pretty red here. In terms of technology services, all three Mag 7s in the sector are red, and Netflix on a second day of aggressive selling. So lots to be aware of in this market. But it is worth noting, not everything is as red as it might appear. Back to you.
Look, I'm not going to keep going on. I mean, I just said that thing, and then we went right over discussing our trades. But, like, there it goes on NVIDIA. Like, and again, like, it's just a huge trade. It's off our posted levels, I'm just going to show you the tweet, off our posted levels on the sticky note today. We wrote down Neil, and I mean, again, I know Neil's working on processes. We're all working on our own processes. That is for damn sure. But you know what process has been absolutely on fire? And I just said to Joe, man, like, if we just even put in, like, the risk that we have, NVIDIA, 109 to 110. 109 to 110 long should be trusted here. Like, Neil, I mean, this is 10, and so we just tweeted that out. We attach the trade on here right now. Here it is right there. That's Intel, actually. There's the 109, 110 area. So we loaded that thing up. And not only that, we're not doing this undercover or anything like that. Like, Neil's explaining that he's making all the money on Walgreens. I'm showing you right here where the money's being made. This NVIDIA just came right in. It just rips right back up again. And, you know, This is starting to go again, right? So let's just wait for it. And again, just on, you know, some of these names, AMD, like, when it goes, man. To that downside, $98. Like, take some profit there. A great trade by Neil again on Intel. Like, as both of us trust these levels to the downside, right? And then, you know, just because I just heard Neil mentioning Walgreens there. Just shout out to Obi, who actually traded it the other way. He shorted this play back in right there. So, you know, there's so much opportunity in there. Whether or not it's like, I haven't even looked at IBIT. Glad Neil is. Like, there's another play like Bitcoin, energy you asked O'Leary about. Like, all of these things, you know. I try to look at some pink sheet stuff, which isn't moving, hasn't been giving me any profits basically the last 2 or 3 months. But we're just sitting here, we're looking at different names. Big Bear AI. I mean, you didn't get long there, but it does go right in.
No, it didn't get to 3.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Came close, you know, and look at this battle back. Like, so many different opportunities, so many different ways to, as they say, butter that bread. But, you know, as long as you're getting it in right there in this market is the only way to, you know, really enjoy it. You got to put your money where your mouth is. And right now, man, NVIDIA is just like levitating, man. Like, we just got 111s. Look at this stock. 111.13s. 111. Our quotes can't even keep up right now with what the hell is going on NVIDIA.
Something just happened.
This is a monster day, Neil. Monster day. What a week it's been, man. 10 minutes until close. Wow, this posted note on NVIDIA is an absolute monster, man. This is now $2 in the money. And yeah, Kevin, come back and roast me, man, any day, because like you've brought in some great luck to your boys trading right here. That was an absolute monster move there. And we took advantage, like 1150 right there. Thank you, Mr. O'Leary. I mean, my glasses are right here. But.
Putin ready to agree to, nah, I can't hear it. There's some news on Putin. That's what the move just was. I just got a horrible trail out on Intel there. As it's not horrible, but this is where we had the trail at the prior low, and it just absolutely smoked up. That candle went 2% on Intel, and we're in that short, the last of that short. If it holds under VWAP, I can always get back into it. But apparently, we've got some news here at Dare. What is it?
So as was kind of alluded to here, breaking news. Apparently, Vladimir Putin of Russia is said to be ready to agree to the Ukraine truce with conditions. Again, this is not from him himself. He's said to be in agreement. So we have to wait to find out actually confirmation. It's just a report as of right now. But also here, let's talk about the economic numbers we had today, because we've heard of red weeks, but this is the DXY. This is 5 straight days of fairly aggressive selling for the US dollar this whole week. Unemployment rate came in this morning slightly higher than expected, 4.1% versus 4% expected. Non-farm payrolls, 151,000 versus 160,000 expected. Average earnings year over year down 4% versus 4.1% expected here. Average work week hours also a little bit lower than expected. Truthfully, the only number from this morning that was actually slightly above expectations was manufacturing payrolls. So lots of weakness here coming through numbers. As Brendan mentioned earlier, we're going to have a lot of speakers to be aware of. Donald Trump set to hit the podium at 11 a.m. And in terms of Fed speakers, Fed's Bowman and Fed's Williams have both already begun speaking. I haven't seen any comments from either, but Fed's Kugler coming through at 12:20 and then again at 1 p.m. Fed Chair Powell, though, that'll be the big speech, 12:30 p.m. today, speaking at an economic forum on the outlook. So that'll certainly be on watch. I will be giving you guys all that coverage, letting you guys know. And then, of course, at 1:30, we're going to be having the crypto event, guys. So lots to keep an eye on for this market. And for that dollar, back to you.
All right. Thanks, Adara. Yeah, so I know Neil sort of got wicked out there on Intel. That's what happens with the, I mean,
I slipped into
we always get that.
XLE here,
Yeah,
breaking VWAP. It's just a VWAP play on XLE. And again, maybe, look, I like energy down here. I've been considering whether I want to add more myself in the long term. I have not done so. But this is a simple, if we're going to break trend here and I want to give it to 50s, I want to give it to 87.5. I don't want to give it to the high of the day. But if that headline that we just heard causes a trend break, well, you know, why can't you at least get back to 86.6? Higher time frame here. The other thing about XLE, you're also at prior support on the daily, but I think you got a good level in here at that 87.5 for energy here. As I choke on the phlegm. Really, Kave got the best of me, man. Yeah. And not even sick, trust me. It's just from the workout I had yesterday. So I did get wicked out on Intel on that. And sometimes, like I use trailing stops oftentimes just in case something crazy happens on the last of the position. So that candle obviously got me out. So the plan is to just get back in. Obviously, I'm not going to be short over 21, but I can still short it to VWAP here on Intel. So that's the danger of using trailing stops, is that you might get a really, really bad fill. And that did happen to me there on Intel. So I'll try to get back in underneath VWAP. The only new position is going to be XLE. And what time is it? Yeah, we have a few minutes to go, so it's plenty of time until we round out. There's got to be a lot of things that we haven't covered today in small caps. I was in and out of Rigetti once, but if there's anything, I know that GV stock is going nuts. And I don't even understand how this thing is doing so much volume, because I pulled this up. It's done 55 million shares, and liquidity is like nonsensical. Like when I pull this over, like there's not a lot of liquidity on the level 2 to support the 55 million. So this is a halt potential, but it's riding VWAP. So the structure is good, the volume's great, but the liquidity looks a little bit concerning if you're trying to manage risk. I'm going to guess Sharif will be on that one. But the energy play, this is just in reaction to that Putin headline. That's all.
All right. I mean, Intel's, we just covered it. we're getting out of this one right here at the 200 period moving average. I now have a stop. So I just want to say, like, this trade, we're short at 15s here, 21.15, and this is what we're trying to do, is do and teach at the same time, right? We talked about this yesterday, like explaining where our stops are, as Neil just mentioned, getting run up there. It's like my stop here was 6 cents. We were getting stopped out at $11.21 on this trade. So when it came in there and it goes down into the 60s and prints the 200 period moving average, that's like an oh boy situation. And then it's not like it's a fluke because, oh boy, we used to say, oops, Brittany, we did it again. But I mean, this NVIDIA trade kind of like just like came out of nowhere. And again, it's like, like when I'm going, I'm going there, I'm working out, I'm swimming, I'm doing this and I'm doing that. And you know what I'm thinking? I'm just like, if I just followed the rules, because like yesterday we went there, we came back and Intel was a monster. And it's because I looked back and it was like, yeah, 21 held, so we just were following the rules again. We wrote down 109.50 to get long on NVIDIA. I mean, it's now $2 in the money. So that trade working out for us. We knew we liked it. We're almost out of it. We almost have no AMD. The only trade that we're going to be red on today is going to be Big Bear AI, and this is very much position pending. We're long here at 37s. This does have that opportunity to go. And I hope it does. And it's Big Bear AI, so we're going to wait to see if there's any sort of an actionable trade here with this name. But yeah, I think there's an opportunity here to go. So we'll wait for it. If it does break $3, though, we are out of BBAI. Look, we only have 20% left of NVIDIA, but that 20% is pretty significant. So let's wait to see where it goes, man. Up to 111.50. Like the stock, let's just keep it going. I wanted to ask him, Kevin, but he sort of had to go. We knew that we were on a little bit of a timeline there, and so obviously he had some fun things to do and talk to us about as well. But Tesla just like, it's not really getting much love on anything right here. You just saw NVIDIA bump up $2. Tesla did the same thing. So, there is some love here for Tesla, but it's still down that 1.5% today. So might be a little something to think about there for everybody looking to trade some Tesla. I feel like it's relatively weak against the market. I don't have to feel that way, it is. And shorting underneath 261, 262, definitely a play there. So yeah, man, let's just keep this party rolling. It's been a great day, an absolutely great day today. Thank you to Kevin. Thank you to Rahim Alani as well from OCI. But what's up, Amisadera?
Just be aware here, next, this might be more on watch for next week, but regardless, something involving trade and tariffs we always have to mention is worth noting. We actually have comments here that the U.S. Trade Representative is going to be holding a hearing on March 11th with regards to China's efforts to target the semiconductor industry for dominance. This according to a statement, so it sounds like this is going to come to pass. Watch out here next week, March 11th, apparently going to have a hearing held by the U.S. Trade Representative, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. So you're getting a little bit of a rebound in energy here. It's holding VWAP, but you're catching some buyers right in around 87 even, or 87 like change on XLE. So if we break out VWAP, like I said, I'm going to be out of it. Rigetti went from out of play to right back into like memeville right quick on that. Like why Rigetti bounces on that headline doesn't really matter. It's above VWAP. It's about 8% up. It can go squeezing again. It doesn't have to make rational sense to anybody. You don't have to like it. But if it gets going back above VWAP, I want to see it hold, and then we'll jump right back into the long. Like obviously, when this happens, you don't know that headline's going to happen there. And I didn't want Rigetti under VWAP because I know Shreve has this rule, but I generally don't like these squeezers or runners either trying to go long VWAP unless it's the literal low for a reversion trade. And I just realized, my VWAP's going to be a little bit off on this chart because I'm missing some data there. So I'm going to have to use another chart for this where I'm not missing that because it didn't halt on Rigetti. So I want to see it hold around VWAP, but I'll probably go to my e-signal chart just to confirm the exact price. But once it bounces again, I want to be long Rigetti. We're still holding on to XLV. And Intel, plan is, I was kind of hoping we'd get another pop so I could get that short and not have to chase it all the way at the bottom. Still want to be short on Intel. But that wick out, it happens, man. You use a stop. That's what's going to happen to you. Let us know what else you guys are looking at in here because obviously this market is going nuts. on individual names, but the NASDAQ is close to flat. We're trending down very slowly, so anything that was a short hasn't really changed my mind if we get those lower highs. And I don't like a lot of strength yet in some of the big cap tech names because we're still underneath the volume weighted average price. Rigetti's a bit of an exception because I call it a squeezer.
All right. There's only 30 seconds left. So, yeah, big thank you to everybody. A big shout out to Adara. Thanks for all that. I mean, she's been super busy with some of those infographics and dropping off all this information to us. So a big shout out to Miss Adara today. Thank you so much for that. I want to give a big thank you to Kevin for coming through. A big thank you to Raheem Alani. Thank you to Neil for all the explanations, all the trades. Thank you to Ramin there today on the ones and twos. Andre always doing a great job. Thanks to Fabian for getting me to film more stuff throughout lunch hour. Big Sharif over there, great job off the open and about to just absolutely show you what exactly they're made of here on the Midday Show. Joe, thanks for yesterday for the recap show. We had an absolutely bang up of a time, and yeah, Brendan's busy, but thanks, Brendan.
He's always on.
Yeah, so all right, man, and a big thank you, of course, to the one and the only, the Bull, the Bear. It's Bears versus Bulls. So thank you so much for everything that you
Shout out
do
to his twin brother.
as well. Yes, he has a twin brother?
Well, we found that out on his birthday.
Oh, okay.
Because someone, basically it was like a happy birthday to his twin brother,
Which means?
because Bears versus Bulls, you didn't tell us it was your birthday.
No.
But then obviously we were able to find that out the second you're wishing your brother.
Yeah.
Twin brother.
Twin brothers.
But it is past 11 o'clock, so these guys will owe us a minute. But let's go to the midday. It's learn to trade. You'll get your lesson. You'll get your small cap movers. I'm sure there's a few of those that have been bouncing around that we haven't been able to cover that you're about to get with Sharif
There should be some.
and Joe.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Boom! What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade during the midday. That right there, you can't see him. I don't know why. That's your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And let's bring in the chat and shout out all the good people joining us on this Friday. Shout out to All Tank, Nicholas. Oh, we got Safe, we got Fiddlebeck, we got JF Trader. How about Jack C. Dub? Yes, I see you, sir. Juan Padilla and the world's greatest mod. Talking about Bears versus Dang Bulls, Racer X9 and Pitchbull. Jason Grace and Tez, full-time trader. That's what I want to hear. Po Wa Chan. Okay. The Piper, Jacked Up, DLV, Jeremy Newman and T Money. Yo, Oscarito and Canna Club. How about After Star Money, C Money, Sadiq, Jacques, Vern, Ronaldo. We got Michael Ripper. I like that one. That's a good one. Yeah, reminds me of some stuff. Mr. Ian, Bren Rex, Tilster and Dino Abadini, Bobby Posey, Jonathan, Ozan China, Mr. China. He likes that. He likes the cash cow. We got Stevenson. We got Why Not. We got ABF. We got Fernando, Amir Abdullah, ACK, Mav Fatim, and how about Showtime 1420 Jack? What are you doing tonight, boy? That's Friday. Nico, Fat Pat. Okay, Fat Pat. I like that. I like that, Fat Pat. Big Finesse. All right, a couple more here. Chanda, Money Brew, Misham, and here we go. DJ Gretzky. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Thank you for joining Joseph and I on this Friday. It's been a hell of a week, Joe. We've been up, we've been down. We've been sideways around.
Burn around, up, down, eastbound, and all of it. Eastbound and down, guys. But let's see what we got going on. We got a hot lesson. We're going to touch on a couple things before we get right into it here, guys. IBIT this morning, trading half decent. Put on not enough shares, but that's okay. If we could pull up my screen here, that'd be absolutely fantastic. There we go. So guys, just basic risk management here. If I were to pull up my notes, I said, hey, give yourself a couple attempts at these trades, and then give yourself also enough risk to take those trades once again. So here we go, guys. The same stuff in here. This is what I'm risking, right? So if I'm in at 50.65, I'm out at 46, so that's like 10 pennies right there. Get out of that trade, but then it holds this level. Just a little liquidity grab right there, guys. Back in, and then we add to the position, and then there we go. We take it to the top side with Bitcoin at the top. Yeah, we almost got the peak right there, so we like that one. But now pulling back, waiting for this crypto summit to really start to kick off. So looking forward to that, guys. Before we hop into the lesson, Sharif, we're going to look at the top performing sectors here this morning, guys. So in first place, you know the routine, guys. We're going to go the win, play, show. First place, we got about energy up about 1.45% here. Sorry, a little bit tripping over myself. Utilities, 0.86% here, so we'll call it 0.9. Consumer staples up about 0.5%, closer to 0.6 there, guys. So that is your win, play, show. What we got here in third last is the communication service being slacked by Meta. Sharif, you're referring that to me. Going to crack 600. Consumer discretionary sitting in second last year, down 1.4, and then the financials getting beat up again here, down 1.42 as well there, guys. So that is the IBIT trade. Going to look for a bounce in the market. We are trading below the volume weighted average price, so keep that in mind, guys. Look for that rejection of those key levels, Sharif.
All right, we want to shout out DJ Greski. Thank you for the 50 Norwegian kroners. Thank you very much, my man. I do appreciate that. Let's go. I see you there, Mav Fatim. He's talking about BTOG. It's a good-looking stock. It's kind of a small cap, gapperish. It's south of $1. Triple top at 57 pennies. We're going to look at that as soon as we're done the lesson of the day. Today, guys, we're continuing our discussion on the measured move. Today, we're going to be talking about scalping using the measured move. So scalping thrives, obviously, on capturing tiny profits with frequent trades. Measured moves, I should say, when used strategically, can become your secret weapon for intraday scalping. Here's how to combine these powerful concepts. Let's start with, as we always do, just recapping what a measured move is. Imagine a stock surges $2 intraday. A measured move at its most basic often is based on historical price retracements, which estimates the potential future support and resistance levels. So in this case, a 50% retracement suggests a dip to $1.50 before potentially resuming the uptrend. Kind of that's what we're talking about when we're talking about a measured move. Very, very simple calculation. This is the calculated measured move, not the chart pattern measured moves, which are different, which are based on the size, length, and duration of the chart patterns. This is a little different. I probably should have started with that. But all right, so scalping during these measured moves. I'm going to submit to you 4 steps. First, you want to identify that strong trend. So scalping works best in trending markets. Use technical indicators or price action analysis to confirm an uptrend or a downtrend. So for step number 1, identify a strong trend, whether it's moving up or it's moving down. 2, spot the initial price move. So you're looking for a significant price move within the trend. For example, a sharp jump in an uptrend. So for example, we're making higher highs and higher lows on, well, what's making higher highs and higher lows these days? I don't know. Well, we're making lower lows and lower highs because everything's tanking these days on NVIDIA. And then we get like a DeepSeek headline like we just did, maybe one more from around efficiency and lack of CPU or GPU usage. All of a sudden, NVIDIA tanks even more, despite the fact that it was already making a downtrend. So the trend starts accelerating. So number 1, you're identifying a strong trend. 2, you want to spot the initial price move in the trend. So you're looking for a significant move within the trend. 3, you want to calculate now the measured move. So you want to apply a retracement level. For example, 50, 61.8, 38.2, all the different fib retracement levels that we already know about. So you want to apply a retracement level to estimate a potential support and resistance zone. Now I'm going to pause here and say that when you have these retracement levels, the one that corresponds the most with the price action resistance level is the one that you should probably be looking at. For example, we just talked about NVIDIA dropping. If there was, say, support at NVIDIA at 105, I see it's trading at 111, and a fib retracement level also happens to correspond with that 105 level, then that's the one that you should be using, okay? So I know maybe you've used different one in the past, like a 50% most of the time, but the one that corresponds the best with price action support is the one that you should focus on. Step number 4, a couple of sub-steps here, your entry and your exit with precision. So in an upward trend, enter a long position near the calculated retracement level, for example, like $1.50 off that $2 area. As the price dips, you want to exit shortly after the price bounces and shows signs of resuming the uptrend. For example, a small breakout above the retracement level. In a downward trend, you want to enter a short position near the retracement level. Again, like that $1.50 that works both ways. As the price rises, you want to exit shortly after the price confirms a downtrend by breaking below the retracement level that you already had planned out there. So those are the 4 steps. Some key considerations, though, that you need to take into account. Volatility. It is your friend. It might not feel like that this week, I know, especially with some long-term accounts really getting hit hard, but volatility as an intraday trader is your friend, believe it or not. Measured moves work best in volatile markets with frequent price swings offering more opportunities for scalping entries and exits. And you should also think about tighter stops here, right? You're scalping. We're not holding for $1, or maybe we are. It depends really on what you're scalping. So you want to use tighter stops. So scalping profits are small, so use strict stop loss orders placed slightly below the entry price for longs to limit losses on an expected price rise, and slightly above for shorts to limit losses to the upside. Also, make sure to set your stop and profit takers right after entering the trade to make sure that you can get in and out according to plan. I mean, that's something that I do. It just helps me with my small cap gapper trades, and most of them are scalping trades. So I like to throw out my stop right away. It helps me stay disciplined in the trade, and I also like to put my beak wetters, the profit takers. Get it, Adara. Just so that, you know, if the price pops up into my level and I'm not looking at it, and because, you know, I'm old or because I'm looking at something else, I want the computer to take profits more for me, so I throw my profit takers on right away, right when I get into the trade. And managing risk. So scalping involves frequent trades, as we know, so risking a significant amount per trade can quickly drain your capital. Maintain good risk management skills, just keep that in mind. And some tips to take your scalping further, right? Combine the measured move with price action. I kind of gave you that idea already. If you're doing these retracement levels and one of the fib retracement levels happen to correspond with a key area of either support or resistance, use that fib level. So combining the measured move with price action, look for confirmation signals like candlestick patterns at the retracement level to increase your confidence in your entry points, and use market orders for faster entries. I got to disagree with this. I'd rather use a spready limit order with a wider spread than using market orders, but the book here says consider using market orders to ensure you get into a fast-moving scalping opportunity, but be aware of potential slippage. For me, I'd rather tell the computer buy from $5.10 to $5.20. That way I know if I'm in the trade, if I get filled, the maximum slippage I'll have is 9 pennies, 10 pennies, right? Whereas if you throw a market order in there, it could literally be anything. Obviously, you know, realistically speaking, it's going to be within a certain sum, but it's just a bit of a wild card for me. I'd rather use a trigger and a limit. So a limit order with a bit of a spread. Last but not least, practice. You know, if you want to try a new strategy out that you don't really have experience with, you can try trading in a demo account like a sim account, or you can try trading live with smaller shares just to kind of get your feet wet. And as I always say, I hope everybody brings up a
everybody. Yeah, guys. So we're in some IBIT. Again, just buying the top of the range, looking for that breakout, but the market doesn't want to seem to cooperate just now. So what we will do is if we break the low end of this range, we'll just get back out, because then we possibly can take another leg to the downside, but then we'll look for another possible entry as well too, guys. So we'll just keep that in mind around... See, that's the thing, right? You don't want to put your stop mid-range, because that's where the stock is chopping out. That's where this underlying is chopping in. So you want to put your stops here. I should have been in a lot earlier here, but I just wanted that volume to kind of start to pick up, and then we can look to participate. But then it just faked out and then is now dragging lower and lower. So that's okay. We'll wait. Unfortunately, we have to give this one about 50 cents or so. So a little bit wider stop than what I would like. We are constructing some higher lows right here as well too. Sorry, some lower highs there, guys. So just keep that in mind. Not a good look on that front, especially on the 1 minute time frame. Now, 132 in the chat was talking to me about some open interest and gamma levels here, and he's right about that. I pulled up the options chain, and then we can see that at 480 on the Qs, we have with this expiration cycle, so March 7th, we see the most open interest at that 480 on the put side. And then if we go to the call side, we're looking at 490 and then roughly 495 as well too, guys. So just keep that in mind, those potential targets and or support and resistance zones. So what does that tell us when we have some high levels of open interest at 490, 495, and then 480? Maybe the market's just going to trade within that range, okay? So keep that in mind and into consideration. But guys, let's see what Adair is up to.
Be aware, I think you heard that there, Sharif. Just be aware, lots to keep an eye on today. Trump is supposed to speak at 11 a.m. The White House did not provide a theme for his comments, but he also hasn't taken the podium yet. I have the stream open. The other things to be aware of here are we have Fed Chair Powell speaking at 12:30 and the crypto conference starting at 1:30 p.m. If I have updates on any of these, I will keep you posted. Back to the guys.
And
not him.
The big one.
Yeah, not him.
Oh, God.
Hold on.
There he is. He's dunking on everybody, bro. That's
my favorite. That's my new favorite clip there, guys. All right, yeah, we'll get right to doing something here. But here we go. So this is what we need to worry about. If we can punch through this and that volume picks up on the 1 minute time frame, then I think we'll be sitting pretty. And then the next target is obviously the volume weighted average price. So again, just risk to reward, not the best setup, but we'll hold on to it. Not size overly large here, so keep that in mind as well. You don't want to go in full risk, especially when you're buying the top of the range. And I mentioned this yesterday. It's not the ideal market to be playing the tops of the ranges. You want to, if you're range trading, you want to catch the bottom, you want to buy the bottoms and sell the tops, all right? So sitting on top here, looking half decent. If we break, that volume steps in. We know that, what time is the summit starting here today? At 1:30? 1:30 to 5. Okay, so yeah. 1:30 to 5, that's going to be interesting, but I'm pretty sure the first hour and a half is when it's going to bring the most excitement into the markets.
That
here,
absolutely
right?
makes sense. Yeah, you want to get all the announcements quick.
Yeah.
All right, here, guys, this is what we're looking at in terms of small cap gapper trades on the day. Now, as you know, this is a very fluid list up here. It can change. Things can get added. Things can get removed. They can lose their spot. Shout out to Bovin. Shout out to Adara as well, who let me know that PSTV, when we were trading yesterday, was on one, but it is losing it right now. It is actually using VWAP as resistance. It's putting in lower lows and lower highs, so I'm not interested in this until it's above VWAP, and then it gets above that pre-market high, which is 258. I will not be trading that unless and until it gets above that pre-market high, which showed you resistance from yesterday. So this right here, this dividing line right there, can you guys see that on the screen? Yeah, you can. So that line right there, that's the separation between 8 p.m. yesterday and 4 a.m. today. And those levels are recycled, despite the fact that we were shut down for several hours. Okay, so this one started moving aggressively in the aftermarket. Now you're wondering, why the hell did this break out in the aftermarket? You want to know why?
Why?
Because there's no halt parameters, volatility halt parameters in the aftermarket, and that's why. That's why these small cap gappers run in the pre-market and run the aftermarket, because the volatility halt parameters is inactive. You still have halt for news and pending news and stuff like that, but volatility halt, no. So if you're into these small cap gappers, a great time to trade them, the pre-market and the aftermarket. But anyway, PSTV in focus. DWTX. It's the number one gapper right now. My scanner up 51%. It's at VWAP. This is an interesting entry right here. You're going to have to give this room. Look how wide the candles are, okay? The range per candle on DWTX is not great. I'm not going to go so far as to say prohibitive, but it is not great. So that has to be accounted for in your trading strategy, both in your profit takers, your stop losses, and your position size. Think about that. DWTX, a good one. GV was a good one. Neil shutted it out. It's breaking down below VWAP. I'm no longer interested until it gets above that level. We're going to talk about ARBB, not ABMB, ARBB. This one topping tail through $1.12. Started out its life today, sub $1. It's trying to hold on for dear life at VWAP. It's already below $1. So, this one definitely on the lower end of the priority list. Here's one that's interesting. TLSA, not TSLA, TLSA. And I don't know if this is running in sympathy. Is Tesla up? No, it's down. So it's like, I don't know why this is running. I don't see a headline on it, but I kind of don't care. All right. So if it checks out technically, we're going to trade it. If it doesn't, we're going to leave it. It's above VWAP right now, printing at $1.79. The volume weighted average price is $1.75. I also perceive support at $1.70 given this topping tail candle at 9:30. That is the implied balance high into that $1.70. So I like $1.75. I like $1.70. We'll see where the cookie crumbles here. ARRY. Sorry to get a little long-winded, but these are the small cap gappers we're looking at. This one started out its life at 5 1/4, topped out at 6 1/3. It's at VWAP right now, 605, putting in lower highs. Flat bottom at that VWAP area. It doesn't look the best, but we're gonna give this one the old college try. Last but not least, over here, TUYA. Now this one is kind of trying to test that $4 area, 397 high a day. It's holding the 10 exponential for the most part. It does wick below, at times, below the 10 exponential. So my submission to you would be enter at the 10 and place your stop below the 20. It is finding support, wick or otherwise, at most at the 20 exponential moving average on the 5, TUYA. Up 13%. I lied. I said last but not least, I lied. 10.84 BTAI, not BBAI, BTAI. This one is also hanging above $3 at the volume weighted average price. I perceive support right here between 3 to 305, given these topping tail candles in the pre and the fact that VWAP is literally at the whole dollar level at 3. This one looks good. You're probably going to have to size in to make some money on this, though, because you're not getting much of a notional move. Joseph Wilson.
Yeah, here we go, guys. Like Tesla taken behind the woodshed once again here, just getting beaten to a pulp. Guys, down 47%, so it's lost almost half its value off of those all-time highs and just gone back into the range. So if we want to go back, you can see that we're running into some July of 24 levels and, again, chopping around there all of 23. Then we can go back. It's at the levels of 22. Again, man, I don't really know what to say. I thought that this stock was going to be performing significantly better. Everybody knows that Elon's attention is now with Doge, and he's not really hyper focusing on Tesla. It's like, come on, dude, just get the fleet out in Austin. Start getting these cars rolling out a little bit faster. And yeah, man, seriously, like
I respect that.
Like, come on, man. Like, what is your focus? I know you got so much going on, but I guess he's just used to that lifestyle. Because I know when I get home, if I'm not busy, I'm like, oh, okay, I need to be doing something. But Elon has everything on his SpaceX, Neuralink, Tesla, the tunnels in Vegas. Like, I'm missing things here as well too, right? So his 13 children, See
that St. Clair woman? He's got apparently a new kid on the way, baby.
On the way too?
Ashley St. Clair or something
he's
like that.
procreation.
You didn't know about that, Adara?
Yeah.
Google it, woman. Yeah. There's a whole thing happening. She leaked like the messages and stuff like that. There were screenshots. Adara, it's a whole thing. You're going to do a deep dive. Let me know how it goes.
Yeah, but it's like, all right, man, I get it. You got 13 kids and 20 other companies, but like what company got to where you are right now? Like, get the focus. This is unacceptable. I have this I can't even say what's unacceptable, but I have this name in my long-term account, and I'm thinking about just liquidating the whole position. What am I going to sit? Yeah, if I close it now, chances are it's going to bounce, right? Because that's just how things go. But I got to be patient within this name. I should have been out way at 375, but I'm like, it's the long term here. But now I've lost over half of the unrealized gains that I had because I grabbed this earlier in 24, like right at the beginning of 24. But it's like, okay, Joe, you're getting right back at to your average. Like, I have a $200 average. I'm $50 away from that, giving up over $200 of unrealized. And it's like, okay, yeah, enough is enough, right? At some point, I understand the HODL concept, but then you also have to be an account manager at the exact same time, right? Like, why are you going to give up unrealized when the stock is in a complete free fall? So just keep that in mind. That's my 2 cents on Tesla. I know it's a mixed bag in the chat about how they feel about them, so we'll just continue to look at that. But here we go, guys. We got out of IBIT. We broke that range. You can see that we are forming this downward trend here, and then now we just broke through the support level. We'll look for a bounce and a signal that tells us, hey, we're ready to turn around again, but we got to be patient. Come 1:30, I think that you're going to see some more volatility step in. You can see that this market on any news headline, it's going to bounce, like whether it be regarding Trump or Putin or what's going on in some war, you're going to get those volatility spikes, and then they're just going to fade right off. So just be prepared for that. Jag in the chat said, hey, Joe, thanks for the advice on widening the stops, and that's what you got to do in these markets. If we were to look at the VIX, it's probably spiked again today. It cooled off in the beginning, in the first half hour, or the hour or whatever it may be, but now picking right back up. So.
Joseph, I don't like anything here, dude.
No, there's nothing really.
We're going to take off PSTV. We're going to put on LTRY. Look, I'm grasping at straws here, guys. I really hate, being in positions that I don't have a lot of conviction behind. But the fact of the matter is, yesterday was a very choppy day for these small cap gappers. Some of them had decent percentage moves under their belt, but there was very, very little follow through with all of them. I saw the follow through after on PSTV in the aftermarket, but midday or at least during regular market hours, I was none too plus. So we're going to continue watching. LTRY is breaking out above $1. It started itself above $1 today with the 102 low. It's looking real good here, though. This is lottery.com, very directional. Before we send it to Adara, I want to warn you guys that we're still sub 1 million in terms of shares, 745,000 traded on the day, Adara.
If you're looking at the economic calendar today and you're thinking, wow, I feel really overwhelmed, there's so much going on, I understand. So I actually created a master post here at X at TTV Research. This is all the events that haven't happened yet. It is worth noting, President Donald Trump has not taken the podium yet. I have been waiting 25 minutes, and it's just a lot of chat here on this chat. We're waiting for this on Fox News, so this has not yet commenced. But here we also have Fed Kugler speaking twice in 1 hour. Then we'll get Fed Chair Powell speaking at this forum at 12:30 p.m. So 1:30 p.m. I'm seeing the White House Crypto Summit set to begin. Some other sources are saying 3 p.m., but that also might be because Trump is going to be speaking at the Crypto Summit at 3 p.m. So Donald Trump delivering remarks. He's also signing executive orders half an hour before that. So busy day for the Fed, busy day for Trump. If you want to look at this post, go to X at TTV Research. The whole thing will be there for you. I'm also seeing here some chatter that apparently the S&P 500 rebalancing is coming out tonight. So we will find out which stocks will be added and removed from the index. This usually comes out a little bit after the close. So stay tuned. And I will be glued to this desk this entire afternoon to give you guys all of the news and the who's who and what's what of this market. Back to you.
You heard it from her mouth. She's going to be here all day, glued to the desk, ready to drop some hot news, guys. So let's see if we can get a potential bounce here in IBIT. That's going to be the game plan. If I show you my notes, I had 2 stocks in play today, and that was IBIT and Broadcom, just due to the solid report that they had yesterday evening, and then now with the crypto summit coming up around 1:30 here, but just continuing to bleed. We were positive on the session, now continuing to the south side with momentum. You can see that volume really start to pick up. I was looking at this candle right here to say, hey, are we going to bounce? And we didn't get that bounce, so that stopping volume just blown all the way through there, guys. So really, really tough look. Joe W. That Amazon daily print getting slaughtered. Yeah, I'm going to take a look at that later, Gaurav. I'm glad I'm not anything. I'm glad that I'm liquid in the swing account, to be honest with you, because I think there's going to be some more downside here. I was just telling Sharif, be prepared for that 12 to 15% correction here in the S&P and in the Nas, guys. So we're starting to knock on the door of that. We are now south of or north of 10% to the downside. Almost 11% there, guys. So as soon as we hit 478, we're going to be north of 12 as well, too. So it's a tough look here in the market, guys. And where did I say 15% was? Roughly around that 460 level. We do have high levels of open interest at 480 in the queues, so keep an eye out for that. Are we going to get a bounce? It's nothing outstanding, and it's during this expiration cycle as well, so keep an eye out for that 480. Sorry, I said 460, 480 level there on the queues. Nice engulfing candle right here. That volume really starting to pick up. We have a couple hours until that summit starts. This might just send this thing parabolic or just absolutely to the downside. So be prepared for that. It's best to be, I guess, liquid at that standpoint, just in case you're on the wrong side of the volatility spike when it does happen. And hopefully it does, because that'll set up more trade opportunities for us. And we like that from an intraday perspective. But Sharif, Apple going right back to being strong. You can see that the market was bleeding. Yeah, okay, well, all right. Sorry, Timmy, don't. Timmy, don't listen. Please don't listen to what I have to say here. But here we go. About a half an hour, 40 minutes of just straight to the top side, no pullback. holding VWAP extremely well. You see that elastic effect in the indicator here. Then we sit on top and then climb higher as the rest of the market continues to bleed. Apple holding up relatively strong, finding those loopholes with the iPhone there.
Yeah, man, we'll have to see why. It's like a different story every day. We get a bad headline with apparently the Qualcomm modem being better than theirs, and then the next day we hear about their foldable or upcoming foldable iPhone, as well as some proprietary modem chip that they're building in-house that's better than Qualcomm's. It's a wild ride, so just be ready for it. We're involved in a couple of names right now. TSLA, guys, TLSA, not Tesla, okay? And you can probably see by the price, obviously Tesla ain't trading at $1.75. So I'm involved in BTOG over here at 69 pennies, wet the beak all the way up to 70 or 72. We're layering the orders on this monster. Let's see if we can clear that 72 pennies. That's been a bit of an elusive target with the high of the day, essentially 74, about 73.93 pennies there. We'll keep an eye out on that. LTRY is going to halt to the downside, but it is at a very interesting area over here. So I'm crazy, so I'm punching long. We're going to take it. Oh, I got slippage on that bad boy. I wanted 16s. That's fine. We're going to go ahead and throw out the order there below 13. So we're going to go just like that. Let me see where my size is there for LTRY. Yeah, we're good to go. Everything's fine there. We're going to go like that. And then we'll throw out an order for a beak wetter at 20, and then we'll go riding on 22s. I like 22s, but Joseph, I got to tell you, that riding on 22s in Toronto, not a good idea. No. It's an obstacle course for took the words out of my mouth.
Potholes, man.
Took the words out of my mouth. It's very bad riding on 22s in Toronto. Olivia Chow doesn't care.
No.
She's like, look, you want to ride on 22s? Here's what you're going to have to do.
I've seen that video.
Just like
bang.
Right? So that's
you can't be using those low profiles.
No, and you gotta have low profiles on 22s. You can't have big wheels.
Switch it up, man.
It don't work. Olivia Chow, by the way, guys, is the mayor of Toronto, so we're just having a little poke at her in good fun.
Clean those sidewalks, Sharif, man, guy.
Yeah, they didn't get clean for a while there.
Yeah,
Joseph.
But now they just all melted now, so they got the work done.
She got it for free.
So, yeah,
she got it all for free there.
We paid for it. We paid for it probably at that point. So.
Shout out to my man Nimit. I'm in BBAI and just got bored holding. Brother, I've been there. Can you review so I can decide what to do next? Thank you. Absolutely, Nimit. You're a chat OG. You always get said requests. I'm just going to throw out, I just want to keep an eye out on this bad boy over here because this one is the one that's a little bit more volatile. Let's see, did we get the print there? We got the print on LTRY, so I took the dip trade there. These. Okay.
These.
So let's have a look at BBAI. We saw the Katina man involved in this one earlier on. Yeah, so it's been a tougher little while here for Big Bear, at least, since the start of the week. It's been down and to the right with really nothing catching the bid. Let's go to the 30. Okay, wow, we're below local lows, Joseph. This is not what you want to see. Let's have a look at the daily here. Where's this? Oh, geez, Louise. Okay, we're at the 200 moving average. I don't know, Nimit, you're holding this intraday or what the situation is, but you could tell it was respectful of the 50, and then it gave up the 50. Now it's holding at the 200. Today's the first day we actually touched the 200 EMA, so we'll have to see if we catch a bid. Intraday, though, Nimit, I don't know if you're long or short. This is not a glowing endorsement for a long. I'm sure you already know that. The white line is the volume weighted average price. Every single time it tries or attempts to breach VWAP, it can wick up there, but then it's met with aggressive selling and down below VWAP it goes. It's putting in lower lows, area trough, and lower highs. Again, I always say this, you don't need to be a chartered market technician to see the lower lows and lower highs. That's what you're seeing here. I don't know how you feel about this Nimit, but if you're holding it from the lows, I would be attempting to get out at VWAP or maybe a skosh above VWAP because it's shown its propensity to reject VWAP on the day. We're talking about Big Bear AI, guys. Sorry to throw in the ticker, BBAI. Adira, they reported, right?
That's night
they did. Yes, thank you. Not well received. Thank you, Adira. I'm assuming that's what this drop was. The algo spiked to the high side to get everybody in, and then down we go and down we stay. So BBAI, not for me, Nimit, but let me know how you trade it, my man. It's not one that I'm going to do the dance with today. We are going to go to Adira at the big desk.
Thank you, Sharif. So I want to prepare everyone for all the events today. Here is my Crypto Summit graph. Think of it as little trading cards for who's going to be at the event today. So on the top row here, we have everyone who's involved with a publicly traded crypto company. That's going to be Brian Armstrong, or as Sharif called him, the shiny one here, CEO of Coinbase. We have Michael Saylor, the chairman, actually not CEO, but chairman of Strategy, formerly known as MicroStrategy. We have Fred Thiel, a relative of Peter Thiel here, and the CEO of Marathon Digital, and Vlad Tenev, CEO of Robinhood Markets. On the bottom row here, these are some other high-profile names, but they're not involved with publicly traded companies. That includes the CEO of Polymarket, the co-founders of Gemini, the Winklevoss twins. We've got Arjun Sethi of Kraken. We have Zach Witkoff of Trump-associated World Liberty Financial, and we have Brad Garlinghouse of Ripple. This bottom row is going to be a whole other list of names and companies of people involved. So check this out on X at TTV Research if you want a primer on who to expect at the Crypto Summit. There's a whole other list of people who might be attending. I might make an infographic on that if I have time, but this one, these are all definitely confirmed as far as I have read. Also, more crypto content. Here's a year-to-date performance for a whole bunch of crypto stocks. Actually, only Robinhood and Strategy are up on the year, so check this out again on X at TTV Research. More crypto content to come today, given all of the hubbub and hullabaloo around the summit. Guys, back to you.
Thank you.
I'm in this for the hullabaloo, baby.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. Meta is, okay. Shout out to Mark Susi. Thank you for pointing that out. When I talked to Joseph about Meta, it was at 611. It's now at 606. Dude, we might lose 600. I'm going to bring it in. I'm sorry, guys. We might lose 600 today on Meta. Guys, we were at 740 or whatever the hell on Meta. I don't know, like a period of a week ago, 2 weeks ago. It feels like forever, Joseph, that we were talking about that 20-day uninterrupted winning streak.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, literally, we have given it up and then some, dude.
Yeah.
That 640 support level that we were talking about before. What 640 support level? We've given up that entire breakout to the high side. Okay, so we're below the 50, of which we've been very respectful on Meta for months and months. The 50 was a good support level. That's gone, man. We are looking at that 575, 580. That is the 200, and the 200 does have respect from Meta. You can see it over here, you can see it over here, but that was the last time we actually dipped into the 200 back in August. And I know we had a bit of a gnarly sell-off mid-July to about mid to late August, and then we kind of went up into the right after that. So Meta giving up a lot. Where are we off the top here? So let's take it from that 740 pop, and we'll take it to that 605 drop. Yeah, light 18.25%. And I don't say that jokingly. You know, I know a lot of people are holding Meta in their personal, of course, the Meg 7 name. But I'm mentioning this because I'm just surprised. I did not think that Meta would be pulling back like that. The dude, all he does is print more money, right? All we hear is digital ad sales are going through the roof, this, that, and the other. Anyway, Adara's got more information.
We do have some more information here on UAL. This one actually bouncing nicely here off the lows as of right now. We are seeing a report here. I guess not even a report. The company themselves announced they have just officially added SpaceX-owned Starlink Wi-Fi to their first plane. The rest of the fleet is going to follow. So we have UAL announcing they've started rolling out this Starlink Wi-Fi on all of their flights. Again, plans to put them on all the fleets. Right now, just equipped the first plane in their lineup, guys. So keep an eye on UAL, bouncing pretty nicely. Back to you.
Yeah, you know what, guys? It's just, this is looking like a free fall Friday at this point here, Sharif. Continuing to move lower and lower. The thing is, though, risk profile here relatively tight. So if we crack here, which is looking like we're going to, we opened up below this range, and then now heading to the south side, there's going to be no bounce as of right now in this in IBIT. So got to avoid that. Apple running into the volume weighted average price as well too. So watch for that to start bleeding. But here we go. We're going to pop right out of this trade here, guys, because we don't want to hold on to it as it cracks through these key support levels, because the market just continuing to bleed. Can't cover that wound there, Sharif. And this is what I was referring to, and I've mentioned it time and time again, is that, hey, like, we're going to continue this, right? So we went on this monster 2-year run, right? We want to go back how far? Nice consolidation phase. Let's see what this pullback is here, Sharif.
Oh.
That is heavy.
God.
Yeah. So that's a 36% retracement right there in 22-23. So again, we're not quite there, but that trajectory is not good. As you can see, it's just straight to the downside. And these pullbacks, you don't see buyers really stepping in where you would kind of just get, okay, yeah, a nice lower high or whatever it may be, but we're just continuing sell. So now you have to look for the next support level, which is what I have around marked out right here around 478.32. And then if we break through that, then you got to look at the next pivots as well too. So yeah, not a good look here in the market, guys, but we got whoa.
Yeah, that's big.
That is big cash. I'm going to throw this one up there. The JP there, $150 super chat from On the Blockchain. That is insane. Thank you, my friend, for that one. Yeah, exactly. We're going to Donald dance to that one. Let's see what it says here. Sharif, Joe, watching Neil and Sean every morning, Sharif and Joe every afternoon with Obi and Adara worked in throughout the days. Really is the perfect mix. Great community. Even if I'm not trading, I am here learning and listening every day. Get it, fam.
He said, get it?
He said, get it, fam. Get it. So I propose that with this super chat, we buy $150 worth of roll up the rims here, and then see.
This guy's going pure degen right now.
And see what happens. There we go. A bunch of coffee and roll up the rims, my guy.
I can get behind that.
Thank you for that super chat. That is
Thank you very
phenomenal.
much On the Blockchain. Yes. Really do appreciate you. I'm sure you're going to be with Adara, Joseph, and I today, at least from 1:30 onwards, because it sounds like you're into crypto there with that name On the Blockchain, and I'm sure you know exactly what's happening today. The Orange Man is holding a big conference out in Washington there, and it's all going to be at the White House. That is a gala or whatever they're calling it. It's going to be about crypto, mostly, crypto, and then we're going to hear about the special treatment that Bitcoin apparently is getting under the new administration. So we're going to pack our patience and find out what has to be said about that. Can't wait. David Sachs, the AI and crypto czar, are going to be there as well, leading the charge with Donald Trump. So very excited about that. Very excited to hear what they have to say. We'll talk a little bit about this since we brought up the topic. It was kind of, a nothing burger last night. We got the EO, the executive order, and then in it was very specifically said no new taxpayer dollars would be used to acquire more Bitcoin for the strategic reserve, which had a lot of people guessing, do we get that upward momentum that we'd all been positing would happen if a strategic crypto reserve was set up? And then it sold off. I think we dipped down to 84 because the market felt very bearish about that. But when we came in this morning and did a little bit of analyzing, a little bit talking, a little bit of, as Adara says, deep diving, found out that there could be budget neutral methods, and I do the air quotes there on purpose, to actually allocate new Bitcoin, not just redirect or reallocate previously seized Bitcoin. What the hell does that mean? What am I talking about budget neutral? Well, we know that the government is disposing of what they perceive to be unused assets, i.e. real estate, buildings that they have. I can give an example for my sister's area in Orange County. There's a huge federal government building that serves no other purpose but to allow the neighborhood kids to have pickup games of basketball. It's huge and it's always empty, okay? And so they're going to be selling off assets like that. So that wouldn't be newer money coming in or, generated, or that would have to go through Congress. They would be selling assets and then maybe buying Bitcoin. We'll have to wait and see. Can't wait for the announcements. Adara, what's up?
Keep an eye here on NVIDIA. I mean, the whole market's weak, but I thought this was pretty interesting. Just saw a note here on X. Apparently, NVIDIA has now dropped $1 trillion in market cap from its record high. So unfortunately, just a lot more signs of weakness in this market as it continues to bleed lower. Also, an update here. Donald Trump, who is set to speak at 11 a.m., 40 minutes ago, has not yet taken the podium. And this does not appear to be an issue with the streamer. I'm using Fox News to watch this online, but I'm also not seeing any comments of his on X either. So it really does not seem like he has taken the podium as of yet. Of course, if I have any updates on this, I will let you know promptly. And just to recap or to clarify, the White House did not give us a theme for this talk. So unaware what it is he will be discussing, guys. Back to you.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, thank you for that, Adara. Here we go, guys. We're short some Apple. Looking like it might break some support. give this one a little bit more room because we are selling the bottom of the range. We're going to look for the support level to break, and then the next target's going to be around that 360.90 level, 236.90, sorry guys, and then continuing lower. The market is still bleeding, looking for this name to start to participate at some point. It's strong, right? And you don't necessarily always want to be shorting strong stocks, but as we run into some key levels, the volume weighted average price, and with the market really weak, that's why I'm going to take this name to the downside. So we won't hold on to it overly long. We'll give it about, we'll give it about 50, 60 cents or so. And if it comes back, then we'll be able to sell the top of the range and then look for it to go a little bit lower. But you can see the volatility in it really there, guys, very clear. So you got to widen those stops, size down a little bit, and then look for those moves to take a little bit longer. If it does want to retest this high and can't crack 239, then we'll just get out of that trade and then look to get right back in it. So that is on AAPL, guys. If we break this bottom, then I think there's going to be some more downside. And with how heavily weighted Apple is, then that's going to drag the market down even lower and lower, guys. So those shorts are very much alive and in play and look to continue to do so. We'll take a look at the SPY as it continues to bleed here, guys. So a nice liquidity grab above the volume weighted average price. But you got to take into account here, guys, that we have been trading below VWAP all throughout the pre-market session. Then you get that elastic effect with VWAP and then heading to the south side. We don't even have a pullback right here. If this starts to drag Apple lower, and it breaks that support level, this market can continue to bleed, and then that's when we can hit that 12 to even 12.5% down from those highs in the S&P here, Sharif. So not too pretty. Let's take a look at the top volume stocks. Vanier with the W on the quickest one on the trigger yesterday. Ooh. So guys, put it in the chat. I haven't even looked myself. What is the top performing, what stock has the most volume this today in this session? Put it in the chat and we'll see who wins this one, because it was Vanier last week or yesterday, and let's see who's going to win it today. Wouldn't be surprised if it's the same individual. But Jimmy Donnelly, Joe, let people know if they are hurting Verizon. Still has upward to go. If they don't, what to do? Get out of the stock. Okay, I'm really read this morning. Let's take a look at VZ before I send it back to Sharif. Yeah, this thing is continuing to climb higher again. Wow, what a back-to-back amazing session here in Verizon. I wonder what the news is, because look at this trend from yesterday. Doesn't even pull back, Sharif. And then look at the 5-minute opening drive here in Verizon Communications, continuing to climb higher and higher, not even looking back. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. And yeah, breaking through this high here, there's a key pivot in Verizon, but you can see these two massive engulfing sessions right here, guys. That is positive, and that is an in-play stock. So attaboy Jimmy Donnelly, sticking to those names that have been working, and it seems to be paying off for him, Sharif.
Yeah, I have no idea, dude. I'm getting some press release. Fitch affirms outstanding notes on 9 Verizon master trust transactions. Sure. Okay, I'm not going to read this whole thing. There's also this. I'm just getting a lot of price spike alerts as well, so that would make sense. Verizon to speak at Deutsche Bank conference March 11th. That's hardly a reason for something to move like that. So interesting. I have no idea. Maybe Adara will let us know if she sees anything on VZ. But yeah, it's a hell of a looking, good looking move there.
Real good looking chart there. So
all right, involved in 4 names. Wow, okay. 4 names at the moment. BTOG is the only one that's really not, complying at the moment. We're long 64 pennies. We're zigging and zagging with 61. It's holding a general area of previous resistance. I'm talking about 56, 57 pennies in and around this area. So I did DCA aggressively at that level, and I have my stop below 54 pennies. So it's going to have to hold. Otherwise, we're gonzino. Other ones, we're doing RDs, okay? TLSA, we've taken out 3/5 of this position. This is not going to be a big winner, but that's okay. This one we're doing as well, doing decent as well. LTRY looking very bull flaggish. It's above the volume weighted average price, above the 10 exponential. But what's happening right now is the volume is really drying up. We can't move up without volume. So this one, we've already taken a couple of beak wetters there. We're still waiting at 124 for another one if we get it. Now, this one we're doing okay on. TUYA. Shout out to Tua Tagovailoa, but we're waiting for now at 86s. It's showing me 86s on the ask. We're not getting printed, but Adara does have stuff on Verizon.
I have some Verizon stuff too. I just also saw a smaller cap name move for Sharif, so I'll mention that at the end here. But VZ, I'll pull this up here. I just checked on Vinzinga, and it's not like there's one story that's been happening on VZ. This company has been doing press releases or some kind of an announcement pretty much every day this week. So it just seems like it's really been in traders' brain and in their minds. Starting on Monday here, they announced a partnership with Accenture. On Tuesday, the CFO talks at a Morgan Stanley press conference. On Wednesday, they announced a partnership with Singtel and Skylo. So now they have a Singapore conference. On Thursday, there actually wasn't any conference or announcement, but today they announced they're going to be speaking at a Deutsche Bank conference. So just basically, Verizon has really been inundating us with headlines this whole week. That could be part of the reason for the move. None of these seem to explain the move itself, especially because these comments from the CFO on Tuesday were really not positive, but regardless, pushing to the upside. Let's also talk about a small cap here, Sharif. We have VCIG. This one pushed up higher, gave up some of the move, but they do have a catalyst that came out at 11:22 a.m. VCI Global announcing that they have completed their SegTech Global's IPO, which earned them $5.7 million in advisory revenue. So apparently some advisory role here in an IPO for VCI Global, 1.4 million share float, 4.5% short float, $20 million market cap. Back to the small cap individual and Joe over there, guys. Bass Brothers, back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. VCIG was a good looker, Adara, but it broke down below VWAP, that little punk. So we won't be able to trade it. What a punk. I agree with that, Adara. All right, we're still in BTOG over here, waiting for that first print at 65s, layering at 66. It's having all sorts of trouble with 64. Let's see if this can squeeze. It's above 64 now. Go BTOG, you little punk. Here we go, waiting at 65s. Did we get the print? No. The answer to that is no. We did not get the print. We're 64 3/4. Why do I do this to myself every time? Don't trade sub $1 stocks, Sharif. They're harder to trade, Sharif. Because they have so many levels that you got to take out. So I'm just going to let this one cook. We get the print, we get the print. We don't, we don't. Let's look at silver for my man there in the chat. His name is SBP Trader. Shout out to him. All right, we got the print at 65s, but it's still not really doing much, Joseph. So we're gonna have to pack our patience
be a little patient
on this one. SI. So we're gonna look at the futures contract for you, okay? But usually that does kind of jive with whatever you're looking at, whether it's a company related that deals with the asset or. Which contract should we use here? Which one has volume? We're going to use the continuous contract because I'm not sure which contract to use. So let's go wide. Let's look at silver from a wider time frame. I hate that. Like, I mean, look how consolidative that is. It's not looking like gold at all. So it's a bit of a consolidative look. You have a bit of a range, so you've got some outsized areas. But in my opinion, the range is between $34. This is the futures contract, okay? Between $34 to the high side and essentially give or take 30. You have some outlying areas, but for the most part, you're defending that 30. So it looks like you're in a bit of a range here, 34 or 35 to the high side, 30 or 29 to the low side. However, you are still putting in higher lows. So it's not like you have to base all your trades off this lower trend line. The trend line is to show you that the lows are incrementally higher. You're not getting necessarily those higher highs quite yet. But when you have that area low, higher lows, with that kind of flattish top, you could get a resolution to the high side. I'm surprised we really haven't seen this one kind of move a little in tandem with gold or more in tandem with gold. It looks like we have been kind of stuck in that range. So silver, not bad. Let's look intraday. Is there anything to be said here intraday? Down and to the right. So we've got definitely a downward trend. We attempted here, it looks like, at around 10 o'clock or so to retake the highs, but we're still negatory on the day. To go green, we got to get above 33 and a third. So let me know how that goes, my man. Not something I typically do is chart gold or, these other commodities, but hey, you asked kindly, and I'll oblige. So right now, back to BTOG over here. So we got the print at 65. We just had another attempt at 65. Another attempt was rejected, so we couldn't clear 65. What does that mean to me? Well, that means there's somebody of note with a big boy account or big boy shares pushing this monster down at 65 pennies. So much so we haven't even been able to print anything above that exact 65 penny area. So let's see what happens. We technically still have a lower high over here with the high being 70, almost 74 pennies, but we did defend this area support, previous support at around 57, 58 pennies, which is where I punched long the majority of the position. We're long 63, so we're technically in the money, but this isn't why I got long this stock. Obviously, we're looking for a bit of a move to the high side. We'll see what comes of this. LTRY, lottery.com, still putting in higher lows, but definitely somebody selling up a storm, or has been for the last 20 minutes at that $1.21. So let's see if we can take that person out. TUYA, we got one quick print there, but this is going to have to hold a VWAP. This is a VWAP retracement trade. It makes that 397, attempt at 4, dips back down into that 380 area, which was VWAP, which precipitated me into the trade. If it loses VWAP, I'm out. That's why I got in, and that's why I will get out. Last but not least here, TLSA. We don't have much left on this one. Looking for a move above that $1.83, Joseph. We've been rejecting that area for about, I don't know, half an hour or so.
Yeah, good luck there, my guy. So yeah, just continuing to bleed here. I tried to pop into the TQs. We had some potential bottoming signals, just not coming into play. Just continuing the leak here, guys. So just be aware of that and try not to force the longs if they're not there. All right, guys. So keep that in mind. You want to follow the trend. You don't necessarily want to fight it, especially when the current market environment isn't overly positive. But what we do like here is Apple. See, the thing is, though, you can see it's moving polar opposite to the broader market, but one thing that is highly correlated here, guys, is the Qs and NVDA, identical type price action. So keep that in mind here, folks. Apple's still holding up relatively strong, so eventually one party is going to lose, whether it be the Bears or the Bulls, and then you're going to see that probably a nice clean path to whatever direction it decides it wants to trade in. So yeah, you can just see the heavy correlation between those two assets there, guys. Not looking overly pretty. Meta continuing to bleed as well too, Sharif. So the leaders being the leaders, Sharif, whether it be to the downside or to the top side. So the Mag 7 with some hefty pullbacks here, guys. Not looking pretty for the broader market. These tariffs looming, what they can do for margins, etc. That's why a lot of these names and companies with ad spend, so that's why maybe Meta may be getting walloped a little bit too here. Companies not spending as much in ad spend. So we'll take that into consideration, guys, because what else can you say? And one thing that I found interesting as well too, Sharif, is that NVIDIA getting beat up as well because of how many different companies are trying to start to make their own chips. So very curious absolutely. On that, right? So that can hurt some NVDA in multiple ways, right? So just take that into consideration and wait for this bleeding to stop. I'm not going to try to buy these dips anymore. I'm just going to look to follow the overall trend here, Sharif.
So I had to take out more there on BTOG at 65 because it keeps rejecting 65 now. This time it was able to kind of bamboozle me a little bit in the sense that it moved up above 65 by a little bit, but still that selling in the 65 penny zone still very heavy and still heavy enough to keep all this long volume, all this bid volume still below that 65 penny area. So sometimes, you know, when you have this kind of aggressive buying and a big seller there, the seller gets exhausted or a bigger buyer that can out kind of duel the big seller. Look at this, 65 rejecting over and over. Look at this level too, it's fantastic. Live look here at how we keep rejecting this area. So we'll see if a bigger buyer, if the market at large can push out this seller out of the way. We're still waiting at 66s, but I did de-risk a little bit up here just to kind of account, you know, for anything that could happen. We're going to layer now orders at 68. Let's go like that. And then we're going to layer some more orders at 69. You know, if we're in the 60s, I'm going to be waiting at 69, bro. Come on, no. We're going to layer these orders over here, see if we can get something in and around that area. So let's go like this, and then let's go 0.7. There we go. So we got that bad boy on there. Good luck. Okay, TLSA is coming down into a precarious area. Let's have a look. No, that's the wrong one. Okay, so now it's back down into my area, Joseph. Actually, I'm 1 penny out of the money. No, I'm flat on it right now. I did have a dip trade set up on this monster on at around 70.5. That's no longer valid. That was for price action support. I do see a topping tail candle, the implied balance high, right at 930 at $1.69. So that's why I tried to front run it with this possible dip trade here. I don't like that. The volume's dropping off. I'm going to move up my stop if this one breaks down to Dara. What's going on up there?
What's going on right there is SoFi being on watch here. I'm seeing some reports that Trump, the executive order he's going to be signing at 2:30 p.m. Apparently it's going to be about student loans. So keep an eye on SOFI here. Something to be aware of. Also, Donald Trump has not yet stepped onto the podium. I'll let you know when he does. Then Chair Powell is going to be on the podium here in about half an hour as well. So lots to keep an eye on this afternoon, that is for sure. Back to you.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, JP, guys. There he is, man. Owl. All right, guys, here we go. We're grabbing the bottoms here again in the TQs. Can we get this bounce? We do have multiple bottoming signals across the board here on some of these big names. And if we can get that bounce in Meta and NVDA, then I think we might be able to sustain this. I don't know what target we're going to look for, but we would like this support system here now that can act as prior resistance. And then if you want to take another leg down, then that's fine with me. But yeah, let's go over what we got going on. 160 million shares. With NVDA traded on the session, SOXL 63.7 million, TQ 63.7, and then Tesla in that fifth spot with 50.5 million shares traded on the day, guys. So yeah, a lot of it to the downside. Apple's still holding up relatively strong. Q's looking to get a little bounce here. Let's see what everybody's looking at in the chat. We'll go over a couple of things for you. I want to see what okay, so yeah, there we go. So I was mentioning earlier 480 high levels of open interest on the options chain regarding the Qs, and now we're bouncing off of that, all right? So right almost 480 to the penny there. 480.47 was the low for right now, but then we have 10,000 open contracts sitting at that strike price, guys. So take that into consideration. Is this going to act as support, and do we get a potential bounce? It's looking like it right now. So as long as that holds up, if there's a large enough participant to step in and then grab that liquidity, then maybe we might head to the south side. But right now, a solid support level right there at 480 on the Qs. You're fist pumping, my guy. What do you got cooking up?
Finally, Joseph. There we go. I'm really happy with this trade. I packed my patience, and now we're nicely in the money on this one. And I took like way more shares than I typically take with this, and I've been doing that a lot lately. I don't know why, but we're going to keep doing it until we get in trouble. So here we go. Into 75 pennies. Where are we long, boy? We're long 59. Okay. We're going to take out a little bit more there. We got some, we don't want to take out too much now. Now let this one cook. BTOG, baby. Up 165%. Here we go. We're having a good time today. It's Friday.
Gym time after?
Hey, I sessioned properly this morning. Yeah, that's why my body was so tired. I was complaining to Neil when I got in. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so tired.
How long was that? How long was your morning session?
Goblet squats with the kettlebell, the 45-pound kettlebell that I told you I had from COVID. Goblet squats into single hand kettlebell deads. So one side. I use the bed as kind of like I lean on it, then I flip to the other side. And then into sit-ups. No rest, cycling through exactly half an hour. Just that for half an hour. 5 a.m. to 5:30. Then I get my protein shake. We sit down, we read the Bible for a little bit. We shower, we do our thing, and then we move on with that.
Who are you? Are you Shay SGA over there? His life is just non-stop consistency. If you want to be like Sharif, you best get consistent. If you're not up at 5 a.m. reading the Bible after as well, too, then you can't even hang in the same court as this guy. So be weary of that, man.
Neil's trolling me right now. It's okay.
Hey, Neil, hey, man, it's tough to beat those guys. It's tough to beat those.
Ozan says Trump is talking right now. We don't got him
let's
on.
Go.
He's not on Fox News. CNBC's, we got to tell Randy to move that bad boy. Adira, let me know if anything's going on up there. Apparently, Donald Trump's talking. Shout out to Ozan. Thanks for calling that out, my man. I appreciate you guys there in the chat. I really do appreciate it. Okay, but you know, Adara, how he can throw curveballs, right? So, yeah. It's not market related right now. Adara's on it. He's not speaking about the market. If anything changes, we're going to obviously keep you guys apprised of that. We got Donald on full alert.
Oh my God! Apple's breaking up. Apple's going nuts. That's why you don't want to short strong stocks, guys. And that's what you got to learn. I got out of this as soon as you see this engulfing candle right here. You got to get out of Dodge and then look to see what's going on. We are heading to the top of that range. The Qs are starting to pull back as well, guys. We're in that about 40 pennies in the money. That volatility is in the market. Let's see if we can sustain this. We need a little bit larger of a move here, guys. Let's see what Donald has to say. He's talking. Now you can see that spike in the price action here. Let's see what Adara's up to. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're not ready for Adara. Okay.
Yeah, just be aware here. The one comment I am seeing come from Donald Trump, he's talking a lot about employment. Of course, we did get non-farm payrolls today, and he said, quote, we will shrink the government and grow the private sector. So private sector growth could potentially be in watch here. He also talked about vehicles, so keep an eye on GM, Tesla, Stellantis, saying, quote, I want auto parts to be built and made in the U.S. He's said that, and even these comments were echoed by Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt a couple days ago. Donald Trump really with these tariffs is trying to get these companies, specifically in the auto sector, to build and produce locally, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. Yeah, because the reason we always say this, Joseph, is because like he may do a press conference on a completely innocuous topic that has nothing to do with the market, and then a reporter will throw a curveball at him. Hey, Donald,
what do you think about what's going on with the
and then he starts chiming in, and then everything starts moving, and we have no idea why. So that's why we got the full 20, well, not 24 hour, but you know what I mean. 8:30 to 9 to 4:30. We're going to be
a full day of Donald.
All day, every day.
Yeah, all day, every day. Yeah, guys. Okay, so we're continuing to climb here in the Qs. Nice bounce, multiple bottoming signals. Got out on the liquidity grab, identical to that iBit trade. This is why you get out and then have those opportunities to get back in at better prices, guys. I'll always just wax that poetically, as my guy Sharif likes to say, and hone in on those things because I think it's really important, and that's just managing risk. Okay, so climbing higher. 64.40 is going to be our target. Let's see what we got cooking up on the higher time frames, the 5-minute, and that's exactly what I want to run into here. I want to run into this prior support level, climb higher, and then now can act as resistance if it wants to curl over. But if it wants to squeeze back to 65.50, which would put us right at the volume weighted average price, I'll be happy with that as well too, guys. So nice getting out, nice getting right back in here on the TQ, Sharif.
Nice trade, Joseph.
Thanks, brother.
Good call, brother. Good call.
Appreciate it.
All right, we're still involved here in BTOG. We still got a couple of beak wetters. For the moment, the best print I have is 74s, but there is a lot of downward pressure at the 75 penny area. So 75 pennies to the T on this 4 decimal place stock. So it could be anything 75.15, but you get it. Literally 75 pennies to the T is the high of the day. It's a skosh above that previous high. So we did technically make another high. I'm going to be very interested, though, guys, in all truthfulness, to add a 60 penny. So I'm long 59 right now. If it does come back into 60, which would technically be a higher low than the 58 that we dipped into last time, I will likely add into this position. We shall see exactly what the situation is. Just looking at the TV, guys, make sure that there's no Trump stuff over there. So yeah, BTOG was the one I really focused on. It's the one that had the many more incrementally more shares than I had with any other one. So we're going to continue to watch this one. TLSA, it's breaking down now. We're long 76. It's showing me 79s. It's not the trade that I thought. It's an umpteen amount of lower highs with a possible flat bottom break. I'm more concerned about TLSA than I am with the others. Let me make my case why. Okay? I know, right? I do that to you all the time, so it's like, I get it. No, but seriously, though, we're putting in incrementally lower highs, each successive area or each successive candle lower than its predecessor. All the while, we're holding that flat bottom. Look at that, bouncing off VWAP. Now, you could say, Sharif, well, it's defending VWAP. You know, there's a buyer there. Why are you going to get out? Don't be the weak hand. I get all that. But I've seen this story before where we have a descending wedge and the volume doesn't support the move up, so we end up getting a flat bottom break as the shorts will want to snipe this bad boy. So I'm not going to get out now. What I'm going to do is move up my stop from 70 pennies. I'm going to keep a super tight stop at around 73, 74. The reason is it's already shown me its propensity to bounce off 75. So if 75 gives way, it's either a specialist breakdown, which I don't want to be a part of, or it's actually a flat bottom break. That's what I see it as. Now, it could turn into something different, obviously. I'm not Nostradamus. So we're going to definitely move up the stop there to account for this lower high situation. Now, lottery.com has a seller of note, and I won't be convinced otherwise, at $1.22. There's a big boy seller who's preventing this stock from ascending above that 22 penny area. That's the bad news. The good news is we have umpteen amount of higher lows. So in the way that I was just talking about TLSA as a flat bottom break, I perceive LTRY to be a flat top break. Sadly, I don't have the animation for that, so you'll have to imagine in your head. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm more optimistic about LTRY than I am about the other one because it's putting in higher lows with that flat top. Let's see if we can get that big boy break. Last but not least, TUYA, where we long there. We're long 82s. It's showing me 85s. It is defending VWAP, and it did defend VWAP for a period of for a while. 1125 to currently till 1205. So it's been respectful of the volume weighted average price. The problem with this one is it's also putting in lower highs, and now it's straddling the 10 exponential moving average from the south side, not the north side. So I'm worried that this also has an opportunity to break. Let's see if this one can curl back up. I'm going to layer my orders in the 90, 95s for the ultimate 90, the day break of 97 pennies. Adara has more information.
Keep an eye on Taiwan semiconductor manufacturer. So Donald Trump just mentioned them without mentioning them by name, saying one of the largest semiconductor names in the world is coming in here with an investment in Arizona. Of course, that refers to TSM. Now he's saying that Intel has not done a good job, saying there's been a series of people who don't know what they're doing, and they've gradually lost the chip business. So Donald Trump making some comments here about Intel. Keep an eye on INTC here, guys. Back to you.
Ever a dull moment,
Ever.
Joseph?
He will love you one day and then just be like, you're garbage the next, essentially. You're not doing a good job. Yeah, that's funny stuff there, guys. Here we go. We're still sitting in about 60% of this position. Sharif, all these pops get faded. That's just been the narrative for the past month or so. Apple now coming back in towards the volume weighted average price. You get like a 1 5-minute candle in the pop, and then it just sells right in. So these sellers are still fully engaged in this market, and they're not waved out yet. They're not completely exhausted yet, guys. So take that into consideration. We're down double digits on all the Mag 7. I don't think there's a name that isn't down double digits. And if there is, it's maybe Apple that's been holding up relatively strong. And I'm still pretty sure, I'm going to double check here to see what it is down, to be exact, off those all-time highs. And it's looking like we're going to be north of 10% to the south side. Okay, no, not quite. So about 8% now, guys. So holding up the best out of the Mag 7 names. Microsoft, Meta, NVDA, Google, Tesla, Apple. It's just, it's a really tough look. I'm still holding on to 60% of this position, and I'm going to probably get stopped out break even here really quick and just head right back to the downside. So yeah, I'm out of this position here, guys. Hit that break even stop. And I was holding on to the majority of it. Should have took some off. I know we've talked in the chat about it multiple times. It's just like, if you get that pop, get out of the trade and then look for something else, because the chances of it being faded are extremely high in this market environment. So we're going to be really patient and wait for those opportunities to arise, because it's just going to sell. So I might like Apple for a potential short here too. Ooh, that momentum is really picking up in AAPL, guys. Right back towards the volume weighted average price. Couldn't construct a new high on the day. Now putting in some engulfing candles here. So really, really tough look on Apple. And best believe it's going to drag the rest of the market down with it. So let's see what Adara's up to.
We have comments here coming from Donald Trump on tariffs. President Trump saying that he, quote, may do Canada tariffs today, Monday, or Tuesday. So there is a 3-day range in which we might get some tariff updates here on Canada, where he will, quote, do Canada tariffs. We'll have to wait and find out what happens there. But for now, we'll send you back to the Bash Brothers. Currently, he's doing a Q&A right now, guys. Back to you.
I'm tired, bro. I'm tired, bro.
Take the mic from me, man. This guy's been in office for what, like two or like 3 months now?
We're tired, Donald. We're tired.
Felt like a decade.
Can't handle this anymore, man.
Yeah,
Every day, like it's a different situation. It's this. It's It's April. It's May. Come on, Donald, bro. We're tired, bro. We're tired.
All right. Shout out to Jay Lee, Sharif, Joe. You all should have been short TQQQ before Trump started talking, and wait till he's actually done to cover. That is what I'm doing, LOL. Shout out to you, Jay. You figured out that.
Yeah, I was just about to say, he's figured it out, man. Yeah. When you figure life out, Jay Lee just did that. Good luck on him, man.
Shout out to Jay Lee, man. One of the OGs there, no doubt about it. We got a quick print there, guys, at 75.5 pennies, or 75, and a half pennies, almost 76 pennies here on BTOG. It's it's increasing its higher lows. Sorry, I goofed that whole thing. It's putting in higher lows, okay? So it's not giving me that retracement into 58 that I thought it would give me, so that's okay. If it does, the plan stays the same.
But what I'm perceiving here, at least on the 5-minute chart, on BTOG is successively higher lows. And now we're getting successively higher highs. Not by that much. So the shorts are still really, you know, fighting here aggressively, but the longs are winning for the moment. And, you know, it looks as if we've been winning on the day. We're up 165%. We're like a couple of pennies, if not less than that, on the day's high. So we are winning out so far, but it's just keeping the lid a little bit on this one. It's not really opened up wide for the bid. So let's talk about what the details are on this. So BTOG, despite the fact that it's sub $1, only has a float, guys, according to Trade Ideas, of 6.36 million shares, which, needless to say, for a penny stock, sub penny stock is, you know, not sub penny, sub dollar stock is very small. The other side of that coin is it barely has a short float. So 0.63, there's apparently not that many shorts involved in this name. Let me just verify that information on my platform, make sure that the float is accurate there. The market cap of 6.5. I'm getting a float of 5.6 million. So in fact, I'm getting a float of smaller float than what Trade Ideas is telling me. I'm talking about BTOG here, guys. Very small float, and it looks like that's why this is so parabolic. I don't think it's a short float. Adara, what's going on up there?
More comments here from Donald Trump on tariffs. He's saying there has not been much disturbance so far. And he actually said that with regards to, I just want to clarify the other point that I made here with regards to tariffs. So he said basically what Donald Trump had said earlier, as I mentioned, that they may do reciprocal tariffs as early as today or on Monday or Tuesday for Canada. He specifically did mean dairy and lumber. So dairy and lumber tariffs here for Canada, reciprocal tariffs either today, Monday, or Tuesday, just to clarify his comments there. So that is Donald Trump here speaking on tariffs. But with regards to his comments on not there being much disturbance, he mentioned here, and this was echoed by Howard Lutnick yesterday, I believe as well, that there could be, quote, a little disturbance in the market and in the economy due to his tariffs. He's saying that he's not seen much of a disturbance as of yet. And it's so worth noting a couple members of Trump's team, including Trump himself, yesterday said that they're not even really watching the market. Guys, back to you.
I just want to mention one quick thing here, Joseph, because Adara was bringing up lumber there. Guys, there's already a 14.5% surcharge, not tariff, on Canadian lumber moving from the north to the south. So you're already 14.5% disadvantaged than your American counterparts there. So anything he adds onto that, so if he says, 10% tariffs on Canadian lumber, you gotta add that to the 14.5 in the same way that we had to add that new 10% and then the subsequent 10% tariffs, the 20% that's been put in 2 months on China on top of the 25 that were already on there from Trump 1.0. So it's not 20% tariffs on Chinese goods, guys, it's 45. With 2 10s being added this year and the 25, I think he put in 2018. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I don't know if it was 17 or 18. He took office, obviously, in early 17, Joseph. So I just want to add that as a little bit of color there.
Yeah, good luck there. We're back into the cues, guys. I wish I had a little bit better of an entry. I was going to look for the bottom of the range to hold, but here we go. We're starting to kind of squeeze here, and this is what we need. So once those big names start to participate, Apple just trading in a range. And again, the market is mimicking NVDA right now, the cues especially here, Sharif. So if we can get any form of a pop in that name, I think that it will be sustained here in the broader market. So we're going to hold on to this TQQ trade and see if we can get that level that we were previously looking for. That would put us at 64.40, but we will need a pop. It's going to be about another hour and 15 minutes until that summit starts.
What?
That's going to bring some. What happened?
I don't know.
Okay.
Reacting.
Okay, yeah. I thought you said yes. Did you? Okay, so maybe she didn't. Oh, okay.
It's okay. It's not a big deal.
We want to know what
okay,
You can't just do that and leave us high and dry like that.
You know what?
Stay sane in these wild markets.
It's how she stays sane in these wild markets.
Yeah.
Everybody's got to have a coping mechanism, Adara.
Oh, cool.
Well,
they can hear you.
Okay, that's good.
Hi. Yeah, no, you just got it. There's a lot of news, of course. We have Fed Chair Powell in 15 minutes, so gotta talk to yourself sometimes to keep things going. Hope everyone's having a great trading.
Things interesting. Yeah, I agree with you. Let's see what the VIX. Yeah, very, very well said. Let's see what the VIX is up to here, Sharif. Yeah, here we go. Spiking up, now up to 26.40. So breaking through some prior resistance levels, so that volatility is stepping into the market. And I was watching some options videos the other day, guys. I don't think it's done. We can continue to climb higher in the VIX. And if we climb higher in the VIX, Sharif, what does that mean? There might be some more potential downside in the market here. So keep an eye out on that. 30 is going to be a next key level in this in the fear index, guys. So keep an eye out on it, especially you options traders out there.
BTOG is going to take out 80 pennies. Here we go. Show me 79s and change. 79.21 HOD. We've got 59s right now, so let's see if we can continue to weasel on up. I'm looking for an 82 print here. Now, that's a little risky because I'm basically looking for a break of that 10 penny area. Now, the 10 penny area is going to be like the dollar area on a dollar on a regular stock. So, 80 pennies, 90 pennies, 60 pennies. These are area resistance for sub $1 names. Here we go. 79, 78 now. HOD. Show me 79 and a half. Rejecting 79. So looks like it will reject at 80 pennies, at least for now. BTOG, it's a monster on the day. It's up 180%. Here comes 80 pennies again. Let's see a little bit closer to that 80 penny area so we can see what kind of big boy size is waiting at that area. Can't really stay there for too long, obviously, as the volume is quite insane. We've done 401.5 million shares on BTOG. It makes sense. It's sub $1, right? So it's okay. Let's see if we can continue moving up on that boy. Good trade here, but we could definitely do a little bit better with this. No question. Should have been adding on the dips. That's on me. LTRY still hanging out, looking for that flat top break. On TUYA, we were able to extract a couple of more beak wetters there. This one is a little anemic to the high side. On TLSA, I got the top wick there for now, and now I'm all done my trade on TLSA. Dara.
Hi, Sharif. Yeah, we're going to take a look here at Intel. INTC at day's low. Donald Trump saying, quote, the CHIPS Act is a waste of money. And they're not sure where the money's going to. So keep an eye on INTC. He didn't specifically mention INTC here, though he did mention earlier that it's gone into a state of decline and praised Taiwan Semiconductor. Also, it's worth noting here, I didn't see much of a move here, but he made some comments about these big three automakers and the UAW head, Sean Fain. He also mentioned here, or I guess the auto worker union head, Sean Fain. He did say, though, quote, we're going to load up Michigan with auto jobs. So apparently really looking for some auto jobs. In terms of wider market making moves, though, there were some comments here in a geopolitical sense about Ukraine. Donald Trump saying, quote, finding it more difficult to deal with Ukraine. We know that last week this made quite the move in the market. So keep an eye on these comments here on the Ukraine-Russia situation from Donald Trump, who's still answering a Q&A. Back to you.
Yep. Guys, yeah, Sharif, you know what time it is.
Wow.
Yeah,
quick,
things move quick around here.
That was
the markets are moving quick.
We
don't have Neil's lesson.
Shooting videos and
shooting
stuff.
videos over there. So, hey. Yeah, so.
All right, I'm ready to go.
We're ready to go. We're ready to rock and roll.
Oh,
all right,
no,
guys.
We do that at one.
Oh, no, yeah, no. Oh, you're in a different. Hey, I'm thinking someone else, my guys. Bill, this is time to pay some bills. Unlock the nuclear renaissance with Foremost Clean Energy, guys. Leveraging one of the biggest mega trends on the planet, nuclear energy. Partnering with Denison Mines with properties strategically located in the Athabasca Basin, known as the Saudi Arabia of uranium. This undervalued company is poised to capitalize on the exploding nuclear market and offers unparalleled growth potential. The future is nuclear. Foremost is your entry on the NASDAQ under FMST and on the CSE under FAT, or go to foremostcleanenergy.com for details, guys. There it is, the QR code in the chat and on the screen there. So scan that and check it out, guys, and see what you got going on with Foremost Energy. Holding on to this low here, Sharif, I'm going to send it to you in just 1 second. The support level is coming in handy. I mentioned that high level of open interest at that 480 strike price. It is now acting as somewhat of a put wall. This is what we need in order for this market to bounce. And most importantly, we need the big names to bounce too.
All right, BTOG still dancing with 80 over here. If I get something around 81s, I'm just going to flatten out. 81 pennies is technically the high of the day. Showing me 8 1/4 is still zigging. Essentially, 80 is still the cap, which we kind of knew that was going to be the case. Here we go. 80 again. Can get a little bit closer to 81 if possible. That's going to be the end of my trade. Okay, so not a bad trade. I definitely could have done a little bit better, as I mentioned, on the dip trades with this, or on the pullbacks. I should have been adding on this bad boy, but That's okay. We'll look to execute a little bit better next time. The Playmaker poll is now up, guys. And just before you guys choose what direction you want to go in, let's talk about where the markets are at right now. The NQ, not the worst on the day. Second worst, down 1.5. The worst goes to the Russell 2000, down 1 2/3. The best performing major average on the day is the Dow, down 0.88. Kind of crazy to say. And then the ES, kind of somewhere in between, down 1.17. So I'm clicking long.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm going to manifest it. So it's
Manifest it, yeah. Well, I mean,
people say that.
well,
It's like, yeah,
you
it
gotta
happened
manifest.
because it happened, not because you manifested it.
You don't think so?
No,
Really?
I'm not
You're not a
manifesting thing.
No,
I
really,
think you can set your mindset for success, but whether it happens is going to be completely immaterial to your own mindset. There has to be things in reality that come into play. No.
Yeah, absolutely. But being in the right place at the right time, just because you've thought about it,
But
you
is
worked
that
harder.
manifesting it?
Yeah,
though?
of course. I think so.
Isn't that just being there?
Well, what if I thought about being there?
I don't know, but I
You
can
know what
think
I
about
mean?
being there. But if I don't go there,
Then it's not going to happen necessarily, right? But you got to put yourself in the right place at the right time. I think.
yes, I do agree with
Yeah,
that.
so.
I associate manifesting.
Yeah, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
More about like thinking and feeling rather than actually doing.
Okay.
You know what I mean? If I'm showing up, I don't know. That's just the way I see it.
I don't know,
Either way,
man.
right?
I've had it again, we're not going to get too deep into this. I want to hear Ram's 2 cents because she wants she wants to give it. But I was like, hey, man, I need a big game here. I need to perform, right? I remember I told you a couple of times during the day, I'm like, I was preparing all night to come in the next day to perform, whether it be in trading or playing hockey, sports,
sir.
whatever it be. And I remember a couple of playoff games, I'm like, hey, we're going to get eliminated. I need to have a big game. I honed in. I meditated. I did all these things. I thought of what I was going to do. And then the next day, it came to
Got it
fruition.
done.
So, yeah, got it done,
Fair.
man.
Okay.
So, right? So
Respect that.
that's manifesting, no?
I respect that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
appreciate that.
To me, it's just like I don't know. Yeah, it's just like you have to do the work.
You gotta do.
You
It's not just
show up.
yeah.
So if you
Well,
didn't
that's
train-
two totally different
If you didn't
things.
train and you went to that hockey game, would you be able to perform in the same way?
Absolutely
even
not.
if you
Absolutely
failed?
not. No.
You know what I'm saying?
But exactly. So that I think that's maybe a different subject there. Like if you can't just
Good
be like
point.
sitting in your
Yeah.
bed playing video games, watching consistent Netflix, being I can't wait to hit the lottery and then not play the lottery.
Yeah.
You can't win, right? You got to put yourself
Fair.
in the right position, I believe.
Fair.
So yeah, all right, Ram, we're still waiting. Okay, not getting it. We're
Okay,
going
yeah, go
we're
ahead.
going there. Yeah.
5 minutes till Fed Chair Powell, but in the meantime, we do have Fed's Kugler speaking, the first of two Fed's Kugler speeches today. Fed's Kugler saying, quote, it's appropriate to hold the policy rate steady for some time, citing the uncertainty around inflationary effects of some of these new policies, not naming any policies, but, likely related to tariffs. So basically saying that because we're seeing a little bit of slowing in inflation progress, slower than what they'd like to see, it will be, quote, appropriate to hold these rates steady for a while. So keep an eye on the market as we have both Fed's Kugler, Donald Trump, and soon Fed Chair Powell all on the mic, guys. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Adara, yeah, she's going to be with us all day. There we go. Powell in the paint there, guys, getting fouled. So there we go. My new favorite, I guess, animation there. So yeah, climbing higher here in the TQs, guys. If we can pull up my chart, let's see if we can break through some of these resistance zones. That's exactly what we're looking to happen here. We have been holding those lows. I mentioned that put wall at 480. It's looking like it's holding up right now. We got a key pivot level in the TQs to break through at 64 in order for us to come and even possibly test the volume weighted average price. Should I be adding into this position? Most likely. I think that right around here is where you get that add. You get the base here. So if we would like to call this a double bottom, then I'm going to, I can't do that there. Then I would agree with you on that front. But what we got to do is as we break through some of these key zones, you got to be adding into this position, right? Because we want to make our winners as large as possible and our losers as small as possible. So when something starts working out, shout out to Obi, is when you got to start adding into those positions. So let's see if this comes into play. If we break that zone and NVDA wants to break out, then I think we'll be okay. Holding up relatively strong. I want to take a look at Meta because it is dragging the market down with it. So we got to take these big names into consideration because they're so heavily weighted in the index. So let's see. Yeah, so a slight pullback, a nice base put on some of these big names, climbing higher and higher here, Sharif. Looking like we might hit that target we're looking for here on the TQs, my guy.
Shout out to my man, Roland Joe. Sharif, Arsenal fan here. Yesterday's NQ chart with 3 failed breakout attempts Reminds me of Arsenal trying to win the Prem 3 years in a row. Hope they don't end up like the NQ. I just saw an interesting data point, Roland. It was the odds of Arsenal winning the Prem now that we're in March and the Prem ends in mid-May is like 1%, and I think Liverpool is like 99.8 something. That could change, obviously. Odds always change, but I'm pretty sure we don't have a shot. If anything, if the only chance I think for a trophy we have is Champions League, and I don't like our chances if we have to play Real in the quarterfinal. I'm really cheering for Atletico. Now, it's only 2-1 after Stadio Metropolitano or whatever loss that they had there on their own ground, and they go to the new Bernabeu Stadium, which I saw Rio Ferdinand was giving us a tour there on of the new stadium. It looks ridiculous. Not that that really matters for them, but anyway, I think at home they probably even beat Atletico worse than they did before. So they have a way of stepping it up in Champions League, man. Like they can play Atletico in La Liga and lose, and that would be completely normal. But in the Champions League, a little bit less likely. So we'll see. I don't know, man. Arsenal, it's just, I think they made a really big mistake not having picked up a striker in their transfer window, because now all our strikers are injured for the exception of Nowari and Trossard, and that's kind of left everybody wondering what the hell to do. So dude, we took a midfielder, we turned him into an attacker. This Mikel Mourinho guy, the poor guy. He's never played attacker in his life, and now you're asking him to attack at a professional level, at the highest level. You can't do that. It's like asking a defenseman to play winger.
You know what's funny? I played goalie one time in our league because our goalie was away, and in the playoffs you have to play a certain amount of games in order to be eligible. So yeah, I had to use a rent-a-goalies thing, and we won, bro.
No way.
Yeah,
Have you ever played goalie in street hockey?
I played obviously in street hockey. You've been in there, but like at ice is totally different.
I bet.
And we won like 3-2 or something along those lines. So shout out to the boys there. Yeah, here we go, Sharif. Continuing to climb higher in the TQs, running into that pivot level that I was referring to earlier. Can we crack this? We need the volume to pick up a little bit. JP is going to be speaking in 2 minutes, so let's see which way this volatility spike is going to go. Because once he says something about the market or the economy, it's going to spike it in one direction. We just have to be on the right side of the trade, and hopefully we are here. We are at some lows, which is really important. Apple trading towards the high of the range there as well. So if that decides it wants to break with some volume and momentum, then I think we're going to be sitting in some pretty pennies here, Sharif. So we're going to hold on to this position. Let's see if we can crack 64 here on the TQs.
Yes, go ahead. Yep.
Oh, I dare, yeah.
Donald Trump just finished the Q&A, so now our next speaker here in just about a minute now, we'll have Fed Chair Powell. Keep an eye on those comments. He's speaking at a forum. Might be nothing, but either way, I'll be listening and I will let you guys know. Also, Fed's Kugler still making some comments saying, quote, I strongly supported the steady rate policy at January FOMC. So I don't want to necessarily say hawkish, but certainly some very cautious comments here coming from Fed's Kugler right now, saying that she's, quote, steady monetary policy for some time on this recent inflation data. So inflation data and policies, specifically, I'm guessing the tariff policy leading Fed Kugler to be a little bit cautious about rates from this point, guys. Back to you.
I love this comment, Koi Nagot. Hopefully he says good evening. You ever see the meme? Where he's like, good afternoon, and the market just like tanks. No, you ever see those memes? Those are the best. He didn't say nothing.
He didn't say anything, just said
and then the market.
You see did we have the Salt Bay one where it's like Jerome Powell when he speaks and it's like the market just tanking?
I need to see that.
Yeah, it's funny.
Love these memes online.
What was up with Salt Bay at the World Cup too? He's not even supposed to be touching it. Do you remember that guy?
Oh, he was touching the cup?
Yeah,
he was getting a little excessive.
It's like, what are you doing? Yeah, what are you doing?
I don't know, bro. Salt Bay, he does his own thing up in that
He's in good shape though.
Huh?
He's in good shape though.
Oh, he's in fantastic shape. Have you seen some of his the dishes that he serves at his restaurant?
Like the gold steak and everything?
Excessive, yeah. Why is it gold plated, bro?
I don't know. Would you eat that? Have you ever eaten gold before?
Oh, man, I haven't eaten gold.
All right.
Have you?
No.
Just like, okay. All right, guys. Good. Look, I want to mention something over here. LTRY got stopped out. I got this one wrong, but this one, I mean, I did the best I could. This one, I perceived it genuinely to be a higher low flat top break, but the seller there at 22 overwhelmed everybody, and then I did get stopped out. So this is my negative on it, yeah, but barely negative on this one. So that's okay. We'll look to do a little bit better next time. Not really much I could do though. I saw it the way I saw it. Doing real well over here on TUYA, taking out multiple prints to the high side. Just got 88s. I'm waiting at 89s and the 90s. There it is. We take out all those levels quick as you like. You see it live. We're doing it live on that level. Now we're done this trade. Okay, so not bad look there. Now we've got nothing on. Now we've literally got nothing on, so we're going to have to look for a new trade. And I'm very proud of this trade, even though I could have done better having added. I think I almost tapped top wick right now on BTOG. I should have been adding on the moves back. I didn't. That's something I need to improve in my trading game, adding to winning positions. I watch Joseph do that literally every morning. Hopefully I'll get better at it. Adair, what's up?
Bang.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell started talking, and I don't think he even said good afternoon. It just seems like he said thanks for having me. So we're going to take a look here at the market. He did say already here there's some uncertainty around the Trump administration and their economic effects. He also said the Fed does not need to be in a hurry to adjust interest rate. Said also some near-term market surveys and measures of inflation have moved up, driven likely by tariffs. So he said the Fed is in no rush to adjust rates. So Fed Chair Powell here is saying very similar comments to the ones we got from Fed's Kugler about 10 minutes ago. But of course, now they're coming from the chair himself. Just to recap here, citing tariff uncertainties and policy uncertainties, as well as near-term concerns about inflation through consumer surveys, as just some signs that the Fed is in a good place to hold steady, saying the economy itself is in a good place as well, guys.
Good look there, Derek. Thank you for that.
Dual mandate in full effect here, Sri.
Well, yeah, I mean, they threw that at him. It's a legislative mandate. He has to follow it. And when they asked him, like, hey, should the Fed be worried about the environment? Should the Fed be worried about other social issues? And he flat out tells you no. We are enacted by legislation, and the legislation tells us we need full employment and price stability. We're not going to take on any other mandates, period.
That's
right?
it.
And I like that. I'm not interested in having the Fed, act as a governing body, like an elected body. They're not, dude. They're appointed figures.
I think he does his job very well, considering a lot of people don't like him, etc. I think so far. Considering comparing, right. It's a thankless.
Oh
yeah. I mean, you do well. Exactly. It did some. It's a lose-lose situation essentially. You can't make everybody happy, unfortunately. But America compared to the world economy doing significantly better than most, and so you can't really complain about that. Those guys have been doing their job. Maximum employment and reaching that 2% inflation goal has JP. And when they said higher for longer, that's what he meant. And it's funny. During the beginning of monetary policy and with the increase in interest rates, Sharif, I remember the market, a lot of analysts were saying, hey, we're looking at like 5, 6 rate cuts within the first year. And I'm like, this guy's been saying higher for longer for how long? And then what makes you think they're going to have 4 or 5 cuts in the first year? It just doesn't make sense. But now the market's only pricing in 2 cuts. Here we go, Sharif, hitting into those targets. Look at this. We're still in the TQs, baby. You see, we're rocking here. The ball is really starting to get rolling. We're going to piece them out. Guys, this is why it's so important to stick to your rules. Look, I tried this trade once. Didn't work. Hop right back in. Get stopped out. Break even. What do? Get right back in the trade. Hey. And then now we're climbing higher. It's the exact same thing here on IBIT. We're roaring now in the TQs, guys. I got stopped out, twice here? 3 times total in IBIT, but the one trade that worked puts you positive. That's the key point. Risk management, key. I was wrong more times than I was right. Still positive on the name, Sharif. Risk management 101. Get out when you're supposed to. That's it. Don't complicate it. Don't complicate your system. Just get out when you're supposed to and put yourself in a position where you can put on those trades that work, Sharif.
Well said, Joseph. Well said. Shout out to my man there, Ifran Mahmoud. He wants me to look at DWTX, and it's one of the biggest movers on the day, especially if you're above $1, that is. This one was not to my liking until very recently. I'm talking about, in the last 5 minutes or so. This one was below the volume weighted average price. It did get above it on the 5 and was hanging out there, but it didn't really seem like it had a lot of momentum behind it. Let's do a little bit of charting here and then figure out how we're going to execute. So we're still well below that 780 flat top, and we just got into that 7.25, an area we've had trouble before. I'm talking about that 1030 pop. We did get above that area. Now, the money fills, or the money entry, I should say, was basically that 20 exponential moving average on the 5. That's not something that I would have done because I would not have been long this stock south of VWAP. So that's kind of the Achilles heel of my trading system, is that, when the money entries are below VWAP, I will not be getting into those money entries. Anyway, dipping back down now below $7. So let's see if this one wants to continue with the higher low, higher high situation. I don't mind picking this up off VWAP at around 6.5 Adair. What's up?
Just keep an eye here on the market. We still have comments coming from Fed Chair Powell, but what's really interesting, apparently the short-term interest rate futures are still betting on a June rate cut. They now are seeing 3 rate cuts total for the year 2025. This comes after Fed Chair Powell said the Fed does not need to be in a hurry to cut. A lot of what's being said right now is kind of echoing things we've already heard from other Feds or from Powell in the past. But one thing he did say is that the Fed's road to 2% inflation will, quote, remain uneven. So still an uncertain path to that 2% inflation, though. That does remain the Fed's goal in terms of their base rate, guys. There. Back to you.
Yeah, guys, I don't know. This is what I was referring to. You're looking for those bottoming signals. We got them. Took multiple attempts, running into support level now. We mentioned that, hey, this is the target we're going to look for. We're now out 80% of the position. So if we can hit VWAP, then yeah, I guess we're just going to hold on to this little bit for the dream here, Sharif. So that's the narrative. Going to hold on to this. If we get a pullback, maybe we get a potential add as well too. So going to be really patient here. And my next target's going to be Bitcoin. What's going to happen at 130? Are we going to be trading Bitcoin? Is it going to pop? Is it going to dump? I'm curious to what everybody thinks in the chat. Do we got to pump or dump in Bitcoin? I'm going with the pump side. I think that we can climb higher, especially if this summit goes really well, my guy. What do you got cooking up?
Yes, sir. I'm just keeping an eye here on any of the little statements that make their way onto my news blotter from Fed Chair Powell. He's still speaking back there. We got him on CNB. Okay, he's done. He's walking off now. It is all over. Jerome Powell is done speaking. He's sitting down now. The U.S. Monetary Policy Forum 2025. So he's hanging out there. If Adira has anything, we're going to, we're going to Adira.
So he's actually not done speaking. He's just doing a Q&A right now. So he moved from the podium to the chair. So currently answering some questions, not seeing anything as of right now. If I do see anything of note coming through here, I'm listening to him or from X, I will let you guys know. But yeah, the move to the chair does not at all mean that Fed Chair Powell has stopped talking. I just wanted to clarify that one for you guys. So it did definitely look a little bit different. Back to you.
Yeah, this is where it gets a little dicey now, because now the wild cards come in. He's going to start answering questions that weren't prepared statements, and oh boy, it's kind of like the Fed rate day. Once he starts taking questions, everybody already knows what the statement is. It's released at 2 o'clock before he reads it at 2:30. The wild card, though, is again that the Q&A period. So we're going to hang out and wait to see exactly what he says there. Sorry, not in any positions, guys. Don't like any of these small cap gappers at the moment. BTOG still hanging out near the highs, but it's got a seller at about 85 pennies. So not going to jump into anything I don't like here. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, we're still cooking up here in the TQ, guys. You can see that really nice trade, holding the base here. Sharif, I don't know, man. I don't even really know what to say at this point. 480 on the Qs. 480 on the Qs. I put wall. All right, we had that put wall. Someone in the chat, sorry, I forgot your name, but they mentioned it to me time and time again. Watch out for the gamma levels at these key areas, at these key strike prices, and they're coming into play. I only have about 10% of this position, so if we take it next out, then we're just going to get out. 65 is going to be the target. Let's see what Adair's up to.
Just keep an eye here on the market, still trying to push back higher, rallying, or I guess recovering nicely, as we do have Fed Chair Powell saying that most longer-term inflation expectations remain both stable and consistent with the 2% goal. So he did mention some uncertainty with some of these near-term numbers, but as mentioned earlier, he said, excuse me, he does not want things to be happening on a month-over-month basis, so they're not going to look at month-over-month data. The Fed is more focused on the longer term, and he said the longer-term data, most of it, does remain stable and consistent with their goal. So again, if he says anything more, I will let you guys know. Back to you.
Punched in long over here, DWTX. It's generally defending 7. I'm not going to give this a whole lot of room. It kind of topped out there at, I want to say, a little bit above 7.25, comes in to 7, and it seems to be finding some buyers. So there we get the print. Let's see if we can weasel on up a little bit higher. Now I'm waiting at 10s. It's actually showing me 10s on the ask, but not printing at the moment. So let's go ahead and throw out some orders there to the high side to see if we can get printed if we do get a bit of a liquidity grab to the high side. DWTX, it's actually the #1 gapper on my scanner, up 59%. And the reason for that is because I filter all these ones south of 85 pennies. So a lot of the ones that are actually up more on the day, but are not above 85 pennies, I will not have notice of. So we'll take a quick print there. We're long gold twos. I could definitely be adding into this one into about 80, but 80 is where I'm going to draw the line. There's a couple of reasons for that. Number one, there is price action support there at 80. So we kind of did a bit of a consolidation dance there before breaking up again. So if we don't hold that 80 area, I don't really want to hold it. Don't want to give too much back. So we're going to continue to watch over here on DWTX, and then I can add incrementally into this bad boy if it does dip down, Joseph, into that 80 penny level. What do you got, my man?
Yeah, same thing here. I'm going to pull up IBIT chart here, guys. I don't want to just hover around because I'm only in one name. So we'll just put out a quick order on it and see if we can hit 65, and then we'll just post up. We'll do a little post there, guys, at 65 to see if we can hold it. And then we'll just get out of the remainder. Oops, no, I don't want to do that. So we're going to do. So yeah, there we go, guys. 65, we're going to post that order. Let's see if it comes into play. It may take some time, but again, if that crypto summit takes positive, maybe that will move the whole market as well too. But IBIT starting to hold these lows as well. I'm going to take a look at the chain to see if there's any high levels of open interest that have acted as a potential base in this. So that's what we're going to do. Let's see what we got going on in IBIT. If anybody, okay, so 49. Oh my days, Sharif. 49 at the 49 strike price. We on the put side, we have 23,000 open contracts. What was the low of the day here on IBIT? 49.17.
Jeez.
Right? 49.17. All right, so a nice bounce off that, and with the Q, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
I told you 6,000 open contracts at 480. What was the low?
What?
480.58. All right, so I was taking a page out of Katina Man's book there with those key levels working out really well. It's unfortunate that Apple has been just hovering around these, and I'm glad that I didn't try to short it again. I learned my lesson. You don't want to short strong stocks. Someone taught me that years and years ago, even years and years ago. I've been trading 4 years. But I mean, when I first started, they're like, hey, man, you don't want to be shorting these strong names. And that is Apple. Unless you're selling the top of this range, if you're a breakout trader like myself, you do not want to be doing that. I'm going to hold on to the TQs a little bit. We might hit our target here shortly, and then we're going to be out of the position, and then we're going to put our focus on towards IBIT itself, all right? Because I think come 130, we might be able to get a nice move in volatility in that underlying, and I'm going to look to follow in whatever direction it goes, Sharif.
All right, man. We did exactly what we said we're going to do here on DWTX. Added into 80, boom, to the high side. Now we got 87s. The best print I got so far was 20s. I'm waiting at 25s, and then I'm waiting at 33s. Let's flip to the one. You can kind of see it a little bit better there. Initially enter, scalp to the high side, dip trade filled, bounced right back up above 7. Pleased as dang punch with this trade. You better believe it, though. I will be putting my stop exactly 1 penny below break even, so let's go ahead and do that now. And then we're going to throw that bad boy on there, so that way we won't give anything back, even if it does lose bid to the downside. Very happy with the execution on this trade. Let's see if we can get that 25 penny area and then that 33 penny area. DWTX looked like a dead one, basically hanging out below VWAP the entire morning. And then boom, to the high side we get that $6 defend, and now we're looking possibly at 7 holding, and then maybe we can even get to 8. We'll have to wait and see. So DWTX in focus, 58% and change as Jerome. Who's he talking to there, Adair? Who's that guy? A man. Shocked.
Bang.
Highly shocked.
Yeah, he's some dude.
Thought it was, I probably should watch what I say here.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay quiet.
Watch your profanity.
It wasn't profanity. It was going to be mean.
Okay.
And then I don't need to bully a guy, right?
We don't bully around here, man. You're a big, strong guy. You don't need to bully or anything along those lines.
No, I don't like to bully. It's not nice.
It's Friday.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
We're
So
having a good
Friday?
No bully Friday. No bully any day. All right? What we do is bullies, we bring them in the jiu-jitsu, into the boxing, in the hard knocks, everything. But look at this face slapper we got going on here. If we can pull up my chart, I'm all out now, guys. I ran out of shares. So there we go. It's continuing to climb higher. Hit the dollar club for me because I got that fill.
Absolutely, man.
We got filled at 65, and it's Friday.
Hey.
I don't even really know what to say. Oh, Mara, everybody in the chat, everybody in the chat
is like, breaking out.
Look at this Mara chart, breaking through
Yeah.
the high a day.
Yeah.
This crypto summit is going to be coming in hot and furious, guys. Be prepared.
Hey.
Don't chase these highs. Don't get too excited, kind of like we are right now. We were positioned well. Don't chase the trade. Let it come to you. Put in those orders. What's Adair up to?
Yeah, just be aware here of the market. Fed Chair Powell, basically being asked about tariffs here, said that the general thought is that a one-time jump in prices does not necessarily need a monetary policy response. But if it becomes a series of actions or multiple tariffs, as Donald Trump mentioned earlier, he's looking for tariffs potentially to change over time. If that is the case, or if there are larger moves or expectations start to move, then that's when the Fed's going to start to be influenced here in terms of their reaction. So if there's a one-time smaller tariff, it's not likely going to be a huge thing for the Fed, but Fed Chair Powell would start to say it would be influential if we keep getting a lot of these tariffs here, guys. He said also that the costs are being cautious are very, very low. So inserting that the Fed will be cautious at this point, especially as there's so many policy uncertainties, caution being emphasized. Back to you.
That's the operative word there, I think.
Caution to the wind.
Yeah. Nick Dubb coming in fast and furious with that super chat. Thank you very much, Nick, for the $10 super chat. Bunch of great setups off these bottoms bought. Rivian, Regeneron on strength, and CVX. Sharif, mind giving your thoughts on long-term entry levels for Uber? Love the name. Likewise, I liked it a lot more at 60, but we're going to talk about this because Uber has been defending key areas of technical support. Here we go. Let's go to the daily. So this is, let's go to the weekly because you can see the $60 level a little bit better on the weekly. Okay, so this is kind of, I want to say, the COVID top for Uber. We get into that $62 level. You can tell most of the closing prints at $60. So very clearly, $60 was a resistance level. We'll call it the COVID top, okay? And then all hell broke loose. Once Jerome said inflation wasn't transitory, we lost 68% of the value from the top at Uber to the bottom when we bottomed out in June of 2022. Now, we all know the market was very, very red in 2022, okay? Since that time, since we put in that COVID or post-COVID bottom at the highs at $87 when we made all-time highs, we're up 336% off those lows. So fantastic look. So for me, Uber is a buy at $60. Even on Black Monday, when we had the unwind of the yen carry trade, look what it did. The worst it did was print 53s, and I'll submit to you, most of that was in the pre-market. By the time the bell rang, we were already above $60, and by the time the week was over on that yen carry trade, we had hit a high of $69. So $60 is a rinse and repeat level for me on Uber. On the weekly, on the daily, take your pick. It is a level of importance. But where do you want to get in now? So we've had this consolidation range in Uber since the 25th of February. We made those all-time highs into 82s, this, that, and the other. Am I looking at it? Yeah. This, that, and the other at Uber. And then we dipped down. It looks like we are finding some support over here with the low end being 73.5. It's in a bit of a consolidation range. I would personally be picking up Uber on dips into $60. Okay, so if Uber drops, into 70, I pick it up. It drops into 65, I pick it up, and I look for that $60 defend. Now, that $60 defend, can be a bit bamboozling, because then you say, oh, intraday wick below 60, I'm out. So there's a rule here that you can follow that helps with, getting out of swing trades. The 3% rule or the 3-period rule. So the 3% rule will tell you hold the position until it breaches your out by 3% on a closing basis. So whatever 3% is below 60. Or you could use the 3-period rule. Now, if you're charting on the daily, that would require 3 consecutive days of closing prints below $60. If you're charting on the weekly and you're executing on the weekly, it would be 3 closing prints of the weekly candle below $60. And then you could use either one of those rules. I mean, these are not my rules, by the way. These are John J. Murphy's rules in his book, Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets. That's his method, one of the methods he posits there. So I like Uber on dip trades. I like it into 70. The 200 exponential moving average is right at 70. I don't know where the simple is. You'll have to Google that. It looks as if it's kind of holding the 50 there. I would be very reluctant to want to use any moving crossovers, moving average crossovers. You've got a whole bunch of bamboozlement over here. You've got the death cross on December 25th or 24th, and then you got the golden cross early or like the first week of February. So to me, the moving average, following a mechanical system here probably won't pay with Uber because we've been kind of locked in a consolidation area for the better part of, I want to say, a year. We've been at this level since last February. So let me know how that goes. Uber is definitely one that I like. I know that there was, some bearishness about Uber a few, I think, months ago when the robo-taxi thing came out, and we heard Waymo was overtaking Lyft in certain jurisdictions. So some people were thinking, Uber's just next. Waymo's going to overtake Uber. I don't think that they're the same thing. So I like Uber. Let me know how it goes. Pick it up on dips into 60, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there. Yeah, Tony, I think both, man. It's a really good question. So Tony asked in the chat, if a tariff is placed on an imported good, what is the effect on A, domestic consumer surplus, or B, domestic producer surplus? Thank you. So probably a little bit of both there.
That's a great question.
Fantastic question. But yeah, guys, here we go. Mara continuing to climb higher and higher, breaking through that high a day, guys. Looking really good for this crypto name. We can see what it looks like from a daily standpoint. Not the prettiest, so in order for us to really break out, we got a lot of levels to go through. And with that, is this summit gonna drag it all the way up here? I don't think so, but it could put some positive momentum behind this name. So putting in a really good session is Mara. I know a lot of people are trading it, but for Payco OR, he wants this because he's always printing up a storm there. So congratulations, Payco, on those trades. You said you're just killing it on there. Yeah, I'm looking to get involved in IBIT. I think this VWAP hold on the TQs is a positive sign. Can we trade above it for the remainder of the session? Well, we'll just have to wait and see. We have some important levels and key levels to punch through first. Like we got these highs and everything along those lines. But even so, you can set up a trade to the test of this prior high, and then even if it rejects, you still have a good risk to reward ratio trade. And if it breaks through, then you're going to be sitting in suntan city at that point. Ooh. So really good look. Google trading better. This is what I'm talking about, Sharif. Though when these big names start participating, look how the market reacts. If they're selling, it's going to drag the market down because they're so heavily weighted. But now you got Apple making a new high a day. You got Google starting to approach the high a day. NVDA is recovering. So when these big names are all working in tandem, it's good for the market, especially if you're long biased, I guess you should say. So
yes, you're absolutely right. I'm just looking at Pan Dub over here. Man, it keeps dropping, bro. I got back in at that $1.90, and now we made a 173 low today. We're back up to 177. But looking at this chart, it's just lower highs and lower lows. What I'm looking for here on Pan Up is I'm likely going to add again today. I've got like a very small position relative to the first one, but this 200 moving average seems to be money on Pan Dub, and has been money essentially, I want to say, since the early stages of 23. So going back, this is the chart on Pan Dub. May 4th, 2023, we touch the 200, we bounce. August 17th, 2023, we touch a 200, we bounce. November 15th, 2023, we touch a 200, we bounce. February 20th, 2024, we touch a 200, we bounce. You guys see where I'm going with this? April 4th, April 10th, we touch a 200 bounce. I'll do one more here. August 5th, 2024, we touch a 200 bounce. And last but not least, January 13th, we touch a 200 and bounce. I'm probably going to buy some in my long-term account of Dara. What's going on?
So we now have here the last question of Fed Chair Powell's event. Just be aware he will be stepping off the podium or the chair, I guess, after this point. The last question he was asked was not relative to the market. He was just asked a question of who's your favorite central banker of all time. So keep an eye on the market, definitely not a market moving question, but we know sometimes as Fed Powell steps off the podium, things can change. And we also now next have the crypto event on watch for the White House. Guys, back to you.
Yes, thank you very much for that, Adair. Yeah, guys, the miners, I'm talking about the crypto miners, they're all high on that good right now because CleanSpark is breaking out right now. It's up 8.5%. You got Coinbase up 2.5%, but that's not a miner. Mara 6 3/4, Riot 5, CleanSpark as I mentioned 8 1/5. Hut 8 not really kind of participating. It's still down 0.89. CIFR, what's this one called? Cipher Mining. It's up 2 1/4. I'll submit to you. It's really the Mara and the CleanSpark show right now. Those are the two biggest names. I'm keeping an eye here on CleanSpark, Joseph. Thinking maybe do I need to wait to the $0.50 to pull the trigger here because we're up 8%. We're at the highs. I don't usually trade these, so I'm really kind of unsure what to do at the moment. Wait for support level, what the situation is. What do you got?
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that front, Shreve. You don't want to be chasing all the way up here, right? Like, I guess if you are playing the high day break, I think you do that a couple times. I think that might be a part of your system as well, too. But you can see this massive engulfing candle. And if you want to play the high day break, especially you have other key levels. Like, look where they touched yesterday. Yesterday's session almost rejects right here. And then and then we go to today's session. We break through that with momentum and the volume stepping in. Are we sending it to Adara?
No. Powell's done talking.
Oh, Powell's done talking?
Yeah.
All right. So but that's why you don't want to chase it. Like, I understand if you're playing the high day break, that's a trade. But then when you're all the way up here in 1610, you don't want to be buying these tops. You need to wait for a pullback, just like what Sharif's referring to. You don't want to just like that. It's just not proper trading, right? You don't want to chase all the way up there. So just be patient. It'll pull back. We have gone somewhat parabolic on the session in some of these Bitcoin miners. So keep that into consideration. I'm waiting for this pullback in IBIT because look at this run that it went on not too long ago, right? So from here to here, and then it hasn't taken a breath. So I got to wait, and if we're going to sit on top of the volume-weighted average price, what I want to see on the 5-minute time frame is that I want to start to see this selling pressure slowly die off, and that's what it looks like so far, right? So you can see it start to pick up. We stair step as we start to as we join this ascend here in this name, and then as we start to pull back, you can see the volume slowly dwindle, and that's what I'm looking for. And then what you want to find is when is price going to turn around, and then the buyers step right back in. So I'm going to be patient. You can see that the pullbacks are deep, right? Like on NVDA, I was watching it this morning. It trades $1.50 higher, pulls back $1.70. Trades $2 higher, pulls back $1.50. That's tough to sit in. Be patient. Wait for those entries because they'll come to you, Sharif.
We missed a trade here, and I'm feeling awfully silly about it. And we kept talking about it, so it's not like we missed it. We just didn't execute. 600 on Meta.
Ooh, oh yeah.
600 got look at that defend. This is the 5 too, Joseph.
Hold on, let me do something for you here, there, my guy. Continue.
Can I show the chart, please?
Yeah. So 600 you're talking
600,
about, right?
Well, not technically. It went down to 661, but you know what I mean.
What was the low on that there? To be exact, what was the exact low?
$600.61.
What strike price has the most open interest on today's expiration?
I had no idea.
600. With 6,000.
So explain to people that's a call wall.
It's a put wall.
Put wall.
Put wall. Yeah, it's a put wall.
Yes.
Someone mentioned it on the Qs we seen at 480. I was talking about it on IBIT. Now we're talking about it on Meta. We're bouncing off of these high levels of open interest. We did that lesson yesterday. Go back and watch it. What is a put and what is a call wall? We have 6,000 open interest on today's expiration cycle. We went to a low of 658 cents, you said, or something along those lines?
661.
There you go. So acting as a support level, and we bounce right off it in 3 names. If I were to continue to go down the list, you're going to see those high levels of open interest acting as support.
And here's a chart on Meta, and it's respecting area resistance as well. Like, look at this area support that we kind of hung out at. This is kind of a bear flag. We move down, we consolidate sideways, we drop down again. Bear flag continuation. Lo and behold, the market pops on some positive news, and then boom, we come right into that 612.5, right below VWAP, and then we're dropping again. Meta's in play today on predictable levels at 600 was good. This area rejection here was good. So, it's a $600 name. Obviously, that probably is a little annoying annoying for some people because hard to size into, especially if you're at home. But yeah, Meta is in play today. What's going on over there, Katina man?
Short AMD 99s.
The Katina man is now short AMD at 99s. And anybody with a quick cursory view knows that he's $1 in the money on AMD because it is now down 0.2%, Joseph. Nvidia also down 1%. A good recovery, good entry there, Katina man, because that was the closing print from yesterday, that 99.85 give or take. So shout out to you, support and resistors trader extraordinaire. Sean Katina is back from the gym and he's back on the computer. So watch out, longs. He's short AMD. He's long BBAI, full disclosure. So it's not just a full bearish look today on the market. Shout out to you, Sean. Great trade, brother. We'll wish that you hope print out several storms up in that place. Guys, I'm continuing to watch ARBB. So this one was of interest to me, but it was kind of below VWAP when we were talking about it. It was also sub $1. It hadn't cleared that dollar. I perceive this to be a big boy double bottom here with a neckline breakout above that buckle 4, buckle 5. So this is in play right now. I'm talking about ARBB. It's up 44%. It started out its life today sub $1, but it's grown up. It's still a $29 million market cap, having traded 11.3 million shares on the day with a float of 15 million shares. And let's find out what the short float is here on ARBB. Negligible, 0.16% of said 15 million is board for short. So we're going to have to work off the smaller float here. We probably won't be able to catch much shorts offside. ARBB in focus for me. I'd like to pick it up off two different areas. I don't want to pick it up at highs. I like that buckle 5 because that was an area resistance level. I'm going to look for that to be support. I also like it at that dollar. So I probably have 2 entries on this one. If that buckle 4, buckle 5 doesn't work, I will DCA into the dollar. Couple of reasons for that. Number 1, the dollar is an area support for these, very cheap stocks. We know $1, $2, $3. The whole dollar is an area sometimes support and resistance. In addition to that, their volume weighted average price is at 98.9 pennies. So essentially overlapping with a dollar. I like my shot there. I'm going to load this up on a trading screen and I'm going to put a dip trade for a buckle 5 and a buck exactly. Joseph Wilson, what's up?
Hey, I like a buck. We're in some IBIT here now, guys.
Okay.
The thing is, though, I had to give it 50-cent streak, which isn't ideal, a little bit wider of a stop. But I'm just talking about waiting for price to turn around. You can see that the momentum to the downside really picked up. But then we have this indecision candle right here, and that's what I'm going to risk. If we break that, then we could potentially head lower. We got about 28 minutes until this summit starts, and then people are going to start talking. So hopefully I'm going to be on the right side of this trade. We are climbing higher here in IBIT, but here's the out, looking for VWAP, and then a potential break of this pivot high. You can see that we have resistance here, guys, right? So that's why it kind of rejected it. So you can see that we traded within this range, come up to the volume weighted average price, pulled back deeply on that market sell-off, and then now slowly climbing higher. That's what we're going to be patient for and wait, because I think in 28 minutes we can. It's going to pick a direction, and it might be fierce. So I'm prepared. I'm ready to get out if I have to get out, and if it works out, then I'll be happy on that front as well too. So yeah, guys, let's see what we got going on. There's a reason you have to give IBIT 50 cents. The point of trading is to get rich or die trying. Yeah, there you go. That's the only thing, right? You got to give. I get it. I think I get it anyways. I might not get it, but that's okay. Pretty sure I don't get it.
I felt like that many times.
Yeah.
It's like I'm just going to pretend because I don't want anyone calling me out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'll be honest. I don't really get it, but that's okay. You ever see those videos of that guy like telling Jamaicans jokes? But
No.
the jokes don't make any sense, and he's like, "Yo, you get it?" And they're like, "Yeah, I get it, man, I get it."
He just wants to set them up, right? Like,
No, it's funny stuff.
Okay.
That guy's funny. But here we go, guys. Climb higher. I think if we can break this pivot at 50.40, then we're going to be able to clear it, and then maybe tap into 51 again, and that's what we're going to look for. So holding on to this market right back to where it pulled back, guys. So. The Q's looking to break, the TQQ's looking to break 66. All these names are really climbing higher. Apple continuing to put in a new high a day. I haven't looked at NVDA in quite some time. Let's see what it is. Now trading above the volume weighted average price. Google running into the high a day as well. So a nice pullback here in the market. The volatility is here. And I mentioned the VIX being up, guys. So take that into consideration. Probably cooling off now, considering that we're climbing higher. You got to take into consideration that that inverse correlation. But again, it spiked this morning. We traded higher, then we saw it cooled off. We sold off, and then sorry, Sharif, I'm trying to do something.
You're good. You want me to take over?
Yeah. For a second,
For sure.
I want to pull up the VIX here. Okay, I got it now. I'm good. Okay, so here we are. You can see that as we climb higher in the VIX, look what happens. It just drops off. So this whole recovery, this is the market recovery. The VIX cools down, drops a couple points here in a matter of a half an hour. 7% almost on that intraday. Climb higher in the earlier sessions when the market was selling, and then just pulls right back as the market continues to trade higher. So inverse correlation on the VIX there, guys.
All right, man. I'm happy with this trade as well. ARBB. I yelled about this enough times over here that we did have support at that $1.04. I ended up front running it at a $1.06 because you know how these guys are. Buyer exuberance does step in. So we scalped into 108, 110. Now I'm waiting at 12s and 14s. 14s is the basically front run the high of the day, which is at 15s. So previously we had resistance at 12s. That was the 1040 pop. We cleared that, not by a lot, but we did clear that. So let's see exactly what we get. Now I'm going to leave my dip trade here the same. So initially I had my dip trade at 101 for one specific reason, to defend the dollar area and VWAP. I still like it. So even though we got that pop up, I'm still leaving that dip trade active. Let's see what comes. Adara, what's up?
Just keep an eye here on crypto because there wasn't enough events going on today. Of course, we do have the White House Cryptos are the first of its kind. White House Crypto Summit, first of its kind. The reason I mentioned the Crypto Czar is because the Crypto Czar, David Sachs, is speaking right now, looks like ahead of the summit, saying the Bitcoin reserve should have been done, quote, a long time ago, and saying that the goal of the summit is to hear from industry leaders. So speaking of those industry leaders, this infographic here, which you can find on X at TTV Research, provides a little bit of a rundown as to who's going to be present. So check this out on X at TTV Research. This is specifically industry individuals that are expected to attend and not anybody in government. Again, 4 publicly traded crypto-related companies going to be in attendance. Brian Armstrong of Coinbase, Michael Saylor of MSTR, Fred Thiel of Mara, and Vlad Tenev of Robinhood. Back to you.
You think they throw an invite to your buddy SBF there in jail?
Do you think they can Zoom from you think you can get a Zoom call
I know he can Zoom. You want to know why?
Wait, he was calling his parents?
No, because Tucker Carlson had him on the show yesterday.
No way.
Yes, Tucker Carlson interviewed.
What was Tuck saying to him?
He asked him if he was charged out on Adderall
Still, how?
Well, because remember he petitioned the court to get it sent to him in jail.
Well, yeah, because he's like addicted.
Nah.
He's like addicted. That's why he's like, come on, man, I need it. He'll find something.
Oh, so hard. He was quite aggressive with him.
They were
Anyway,
partying.
Tucker Carlson on his TCN network, he's got the interview there with SPF. So I just, they throw SPF.
We had
an
Kevin on the
invite there.
show this morning, and he asked Sam, where did the money go, Sam?
Yeah. Where's the money, Sam?
Sam, where
Yeah, I remember
is
that.
the money?
I kept doing that all of
Where is the
23.
money? Yeah, where is the money,
That
Sam?
was hilarious.
I can tell you where it went.
Yes. So yes, that is out there, guys. Sam Bankman-Fried on the Tucker Carlson network. He asked him about Diddy as well.
No
he's like,
way.
how do you feel about Diddy? And he's like, well, I've only seen one side of him. Jail Diddy. He's nice to people in the ward. He's good to them. He's hasn't done anything.
They're in the same they're in the same prison. No way. So he sees them around, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Crazy.
Yeah. They're hanging out. Apparently,
Is R. Kelly in that same one too?
I think R. Kelly might be in the Chicago.
Oh, okay.
I'm not 100%
That's
sure,
interesting.
Joseph, where R. Kelly is, but yeah. Yes, that is true, Darwin. He was on the show. Yes, we did have him before everything kind of fell apart for him, and nobody really knew that he was crooked. Neither did we.
No.
I remember being a viewer watching that from back home. I still wasn't on the floor over here. I'll never forget it, like yesterday, man. I was like, who is this guy with the poofy hair? I didn't know who he was. Straight up, didn't know who he was. Now I know. All right, we got the fill, baby, here on ARBB. Thanks. Let's see if it holds that dollar now. So we're going to give it a little bit of room. I got 103 with that addition. Took out a bunch over here. Now I'm going to wait at 105s. Let's see if ARBB wants to defend that volume weighted average price, and by extension of that dollar. We're going to find out shortly here, Joseph. Going to put my stop below 97 pennies. What do you got over there?
No, I don't, Savage Trades. No, I don't want to visit him. Yeah, whatsoever. whatsoever. But yeah,
Why would you want to visit him, bro?
Someone asked me if I wanted to visit R. Kelly. I said, no, I do not want
R.
to
Kelly?
visit. Yeah, no, I do not want to visit that man.
What's
but here,
going on,
here
man?
we go. Yeah, we're going to probably get stopped out break even. Unfortunately, we didn't take enough off here, guys. Starting to pull back in. We'll just wait to potentially hop back in. If it does come back to what is my average, 49.99. All right, so we got a couple pennies. Hopefully this level holds, and then we will look to maybe add here if it can, to look for that move above this level. But this is prior resistance as well. You can see that it came into play here, so it's acting as a resistance level here. So in order for us to break through that and sit on top of it, we're going to need to see some volume step in and then continue on that path. But as long as we hold, and just pay attention to the time of sales as well too. You can see that it's relatively weak right now, and that volume to the downside is really picking up. But one thing that is positive, it's not overly reactive to it. So you can see the selling pressure come in, but then we're holding strong. So if we can get a flush above the ask and at the ask and above it, then I think that we can continue to climb higher. One thing to note is that we have a lower high here, guys. So we didn't even really tap into the volume weighted average price. We went a little bit lower than that, and then now holding this range low, which we're going to look
going
to
on
continue.
there, Adara?
Are we ready to? Let's see what Adara is. We got some. I'm telling you, we got some big news with that one there. I think Adara's ready.
This is going to be
It
big.
better
Just
be
from the
big.
tone
It
of the
better
voice
be
there.
big. Yeah.
Okay, Adara, go.
I don't think I'm going to disappoint you guys. So I was looking here for a link to the stream for the crypto event, which I didn't think started till 1:30 p.m. But not only is it streaming on Strategy, or formerly known as MicroStrategy's YouTube, but currently speaking is none other than Elon Musk, who I was not seeing as either confirmed or expected to attend the event. So Elon Musk talking right now about a Bitcoin-related, I guess, QR code. It says scan or regret. So I guess they want you to scan that Bitcoin-related QR code. I'm waiting to find out what happens here. Does not seem like it's market moving, but worth noting, A, this event has started, and B, a surprise attendance here from Elon Musk, who again, and everything I read, was not slated as confirmed or expected to be here. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. I sent you a message. Yeah, that's going to be fantastic. Obviously, you know, Elon throws another curveball. It's not like he hasn't been involved in crypto before. He obviously allowed people to buy Teslas with Bitcoin. Remember,
And
Doge. He's
Doge
obviously
too,
been involved
right?
with Doge.
Wow.
You know, naming the government
So
agency
what, he put a
after it, of course.
QR code out? Is that what did I hear correctly, or am I
Yeah, we'll
in
find
a
out.
different?
Yeah.
Don't scan it. Don't.
No.
Don't do that.
Just gonna wait for the stream,
Yeah.
looking for that bad boy, and then we'll be able to kind of keep tabs on things as well. So great look. We'll have to wait to see whether Elon chimes in, Joseph, and what he has to say about this whole thing. He's been at the White House a lot lately. Do you know that he was sleeping apparently in his office?
Yeah, it's most definitely a scam. Yeah, and that's what I was.
Okay, go ahead, Adara.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Yeah, I'm
gonna
still
get at.
looking into this. The reason I thought it could be legitimate is because it's literally on the MicroStrategy or Strategy, what looks like their YouTube channel. I'm going to look more into that, though. I do apologize, guys. I'll keep you posted.
All right, thank you, Adara. No worries. I know it's a fluid situation, obviously. So, and you know, we're gonna definitely do our best to give you all the accurate information. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Guys, I'm still hanging out here in ARBB. We got that $1 print, excuse me. We're back up to $1.04. I'm still waiting at 105s for a possible print over here. This is a support and resistance trade. It is that dollar area that typically acts as area supports, overlapped by the volume weighted average price, which is another area of possible support. Underline that word, possible. So we already scalped a couple of beak wetters there to the high side. Now I'm going to look to see if we can get something at 105. Ozan. I can't with Ozan anymore, bro. He makes me laugh too much, bro. I was in my meetings. Did we do e-signal yet or yet? Like he loves the e-signal. He's not here for me and you,
136.
Joseph. He's not here for the trades, bro.
No.
He's here for e-signal, man.
only.
We're so silly. We're so what's it called? Naive. All right, guys, we get the print there on ARBB. How many shares do we have left? Okay, so we're going to take out some of these bad boys. We're going to look at 107. Let's see if we can get that. We just had 107s. Showing me 107s right now on the ask. Can we get the print? ARBB. Show me sevens. Give me sevens. Give me sevens. Or it's not going to give me sevens. We're going to go to Adara.
So yeah, sorry about that, guys. It does not look like that was legitimate. I do apologize. I did find one, because again, we've already had comments here from Crypto Czar David Sachs. Again, not sure if those are from the event itself, but I did find one link here. It looks like actually at 3 p.m., we're going to get comments from Donald Trump at the White House Digital Asset Summit. They've not yet begun streaming. This is from PBS NewsHour. The stream is ready to start, but has not yet begun. So again, Donald Trump expected to deliver remarks at 3 p.m. We already expected that. I am not able to find a link to the event itself, though, beyond these Trump remarks. So it's going to be a bit of a wait and see type event, guys. Back to you.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, for sure. So exactly. No, guys, someone in the chat asked me, how did I know so quickly? It's because I seen that one before and it actually looks legitimate. It's like Michael Saylor and Elon. It's like scan the QR code and then you'll get like a 2-to-1 like Bitcoin or something like that. If you, whatever you fork up, they'll double it essentially. And I seen that before. And I got excited just like Adair. I'm like, oh no, I was texting my cousin. I'm like, yeah, dude, look at this. And then I came to the realization that the mouthing was slightly off. They were repeating it, right? You see those ones, right? So I'm like, no, this isn't exactly what you want to be looking for. So just be wary of that stuff. Hopefully no one in the chat actually scanned the QR code. I'm back into some iBid here, guys. If we break this level right here, 49.98, where I got in before, then I'm just going to get out. The reason why I hopped back in was because we sat on top of this range here. And then now I'm just looking for that push. So this is my out, very, very tight risk. It's about 10 pennies or less even. I'm not going to hold on to it. Going to wait for another 15 minutes for this summit to start. And then if Bitcoin decides it wants to rally or dump, I'm going to be positioned okay and I'm going to have my outs placed. And then if we climb higher, then I'm going to look for that 51 and then potentially the high of day. The spikes, let's see what everybody in the chat is saying. Pizza Rat, the spikes we saw in crypto markets is because of whales moving USDT. We have a lot of motion in Ether, BNB coming out in USDC. Okay, very valid point. Sebastian, appreciate you. You're a beast. And oh yeah, this is what I was gonna say. Sharif, you asked me yesterday, with this summit, are we gonna start to see more ETFs in like Cardano, XRP come out and along those lines? And what I was saying to Sean last night is that, in my opinion, we know that iBit is a relatively popular ETF. But then you got to think about the second most popular cryptocurrency, and that would probably be Ethereum. Right? And we very rarely even trade that ETF, right? Like no one does that. So I don't see too much of a popular, like I don't see too much demand for these other cryptocurrencies to be placed into ETFs, other than maybe the crypto traders that are already involved in those names. Like institutional investors, I think they're more hyper-focused on Bitcoin. And then if you want to get into that secondary market, it's probably going to be Ethereum and XRP. But again, I don't know if there's enough demand for those styles of ETFs.
All right. Apparently, you should be able to watch it on the actual White House YouTube channel. That's what chat is saying. It's not up yet because it's not 1:30, I don't think. So we'll have to wait to see whether it shows up live on that website. So just make sure that, get the official source kind of thing. So we'll wait. I've got that bad boy up on the side screen over here. So hopefully we'll be able to bring that to you. Shout out to Nick Dub, Joe, REGN and mRNA, great long setups. Thoughts?
Okay, yeah. Well,
I can take one. You can take one.
Yeah, absolutely. Take the first one there, my guy.
Okay, let's take. Which one do you say first? Regeneron. Let's go REGN. Yep. Let's have a look. We're going to start with that's a nice looking chart on the day today. Only $700. Not a big deal. No, I'm kidding. Of course, obviously it's a lot of money, but it's a great looking chart on the day. Light on volume, as we expect. Obviously, REGN, expensive name, typically doesn't do that much volume on the day, about 480,000 shares, give or take. Let's go to the daily chart, though. Whoa. So Regeneron definitely wasn't not being regenerated to the upside over here from August of 2024 onwards. Since that August top at about a little higher than $1,200 to the low that we put in there in early Feb, we're down 47%. So it's a bit of a tougher look, obviously. REGN, do we have any area supports at this level to kind of say, oh yeah, that 675, that 650, that was an obvious level. Yeah, this area over here, I mean, that's January 9th, 2023. Look, it kind of feels like maybe it's found a bit of a bottom on REGN. There's an obvious area top in this kind of consolidative phase that we've been in. It looks like 750, 740 to the high side, with generally 675-ish to the downside. We're trying to work our way above the 50. We've had breaches of the 50 exponential before on this downtrend. They failed, but we have higher lows over here. So if you're looking at this area having bottom, this is a bit of a higher low. Tough to say with this one. I definitely like the fact that it's trying to take the 50, especially because it hasn't even touched the 50 since September 23rd of last year. That is, of course, until this area over here when we tried to breach the 50 on February 25th. So I do like the fact that it looks like it's bottoming here possibly. Look for it to break above this range on a closing basis, Nick. This, look at this. This was an area support as well, and then it flips to resistance. I'd say a closing print above 740 definitely gets me interested, but the fact that it's above the 50 exponential now on a closing basis, Nick, you don't want to see the same garbage that we saw here on February 25th, where it clearly passes the 50 exponential only to kind of close down and then tank for 4 or 5 straight days subsequent. So look for that big boy print to the high side. You don't want to see a topping tail candle like that, Nick. And you got that too as well over here. Look at this. When we attempted a breach of the 50 on February 6th, you got a topping tail candle of indecision. Both of these candles, the one on February 6th and the one on February 25th, ended up being candles of indecision into the 50. Today, we haven't closed the day, obviously, so we could retrace. This doesn't look like a candle of indecision, though. Let me know how it goes, Nick. Shout out to you, my man. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, so we're going to go over the other one for Nick, but shout out Tony real quick. Shreve and Joe, I have the utmost respect for you gentlemen.
Ooh.
You're trading, and the acumen is growing. I don't know what that word is exactly, but that's okay. No, Tony, we appreciate you, and thank you very, very much. Bitcoin just chopping around. I thought we were going to get this break. That volume you can see on the lower time frame, this little signature right here. I know you can't see much because I have a different chart up, but I thought that maybe would help the pop, but it doesn't seem to be the case. We breach 50, then I'm going to get out of Dodge and wait for this summit to start. Enough attempts, fairly volatile, didn't grab the bottom, grabbed the TQ bottom, etc. But Nick W. on the $5 super chat. I think this is, mRNA has put in some solid days here, starting at the beginning of the week here. Nick Dubs. So a nice steady trend. You can see you get these about like 40% pullbacks on the move, which is relatively healthy, I guess, from an intraday standpoint. But then you just go parabolic out of the open here. So really good look there on mRNA. I'm not too sure if Adair had any news or anything along those lines regarding it. I don't think there is enough here. We are trading at these lows, which is extremely unfortunate. Yeah, I'm gonna pop out of IBIT here. But see, the thing is though, Nick Dub, I don't like trading these pharma companies, to be honest with you. I had fun of them. And the saying goes, never let a crisis go to waste, I guess. And that's what we did with mRNA. And I don't see that necessarily coming into play here. But again, it's the same narrative with the tariffs here, guys. Never let a crisis go to waste. Like if you're liquid and you're sitting on some cash, you're going to get some of these strong names like the Meg 7 at some good prices. Down 15, 20, 18, 13%. Some of these big names are. So just be prepared to grab them because the fundamentals are still relatively strong. We still don't know the full impact of the tariffs as well, too. So you have to take that into consideration. But that's kind of the motto I go by. Never let a crisis go to waste. I'm going to hop out here on, let me see if I can hop out in a different way. And here we go. There we go. So we're all out of IBIT, guys. A couple of attempts, not holding those support levels like I was kind of hoping, and that's okay. We'll look to get back in once that summit starts. But that's what I'm thinking about Moderna. If there's anything going on, then maybe you can look to take advantage of it. Buying it at those lows, something can happen, something positive can happen in your favor as well, unless you decide to take another dump. So mRNA, okay, so here we go. Adair sent me the mRNA headline. So US CDC plans large study into potential connections between vaccines and autism, source says. And I think a lot of people have been preaching that for some time. I know my buddy always tries to tell me about that stuff. And everything. So vaccines, the linking between vaccines and autism. So there you go, a study being done. And anytime, Nick W., let's see what's going to happen here in Bitcoin. I wouldn't mind if we can really get the ball rolling here shortly. We know that the Bitcoin miners we're trading relatively well. Couldn't break through VWAP here in this underlying asset and then just continuing to move lower. So you can see that we were in once, we took a little bit off, got stopped out, break even, decided to get back in, and then it broke through that support. What do? We just get out of the trade, because if it is going to turn around, we're going to look forward to, and we're going to wait for those signals to come in. But as of right now, we got to be a little bit patient. I don't see it breaking through the volume weighted average price. With this momentum picking up to the downside, it's looking like this summit, Shreve, is going to head Bitcoin south. East, southeast.
Well, let's get some. At least let's get a comment or two, Joseph, before we start.
Jumping the gun a little bit here.
Yeah, let's get at least a comment. Let's hear about what they have to say, guys. Again, if you're just joining us now, Joseph and I were talking to start the show off about how that executive order that came out yesterday from Donald Trump said there was going to be no new tax dollars to buy Bitcoin for the strategic Bitcoin reserve. However, they were looking at what they call budget neutral methods to actually be able to fund Bitcoin. So budget neutral to me means that you're not levying new or you're issuing new spending. So it would mean something like taking an already available asset that's on the books, selling it, and then redirecting the funds from the sale of that asset to buy Bitcoin. I jokingly kind of gave the example of this federal building that's in Orange County near my sister's home that it has been basically a ghost town. Since she bought that house in 2016, it has been consistently empty. It's got a huge parking lot, kind of looks like a pyramid building with like kind of a pyramid structure, and it's got huge amounts of parking space that the kids all use to kind of play pickup basketball games. It's kind of pieces of property like that are going unused that are on the federal government's books that I perceive to be good candidates maybe for the sale and then the refunneling of those assets. That's all speculation by me. We'll have to wait to see exactly what the actual decision makers have to say in about 4 minutes when this whole thing starts. Again, White House Crypto Summit, 1:30 today. It runs from 1:30 to 5:30. Widely speculated there's going to be more information given than was included in that EO, the executive order yesterday. So we're going to have to pack our patience. Joseph Wilson.
Yeah. Okay.
Find out there.
Yeah, we're back into IBIT once again there, my guy. Broke through that and just get a little bit better of a price, right? Whether it be 20 cents, 30 cents, whatever it may be. And then now we can use our risk to reward ratio significantly better. We're going to get out here at the 49.80. So it's literally a 10-cent risk, 13 cents. And then we're going to look for that 50.30. So a nice RVR on this trade if it can come into play here and works out. But let's see what Adara's up to, guys.
It is with regards to the crypto summit. As I mentioned earlier, initially I was seeing it was supposed to start 1:30 to 5:30 p.m. Saw that from a couple different outlets. But on the PBS, website to stream this remark, it looks like Donald Trump's remark start at 3 p.m. So it's unclear if the summit is actually going to start at 3 p.m. as well, or if they're going to start in 2 minutes at 1:30 p.m. as planned. I know there were some comments coming through pretty recently as well from White House crypto and AI czar David Sachs, who's expected to run this event. So we're going to have to wait and find out if this event does happen at 1:30 or if it starts at 3. But regardless, we'll give that coverage to you guys. Donald Trump, at the very least, here set to begin delivering comments at 3 p.m. for this crypto event. And that has been publicized by quite a few different groups there, guys. Back to you.
Great look there, Derek. Thank you for that. Yeah, that with love to all, Laguna Niguel, yes, was just sold. That's exactly the one that I'm talking about. He knows exactly, or they know exactly the one I'm talking about there. It doesn't have to be that one, though. I'm sure the federal government's got plenty of more unused buildings. I was going to make a joke, but probably shouldn't in poor taste, so I'll just keep it to myself there.
We got to watch out there.
Yeah,
Foul.
Yeah, exactly. Foul. Perfect animation there. Guys, I'm still involved in ARBB over here, but I'm now considering a possible entry into BTAI. Now, this is kind of a convoluted looking chart when you look at it at the 1, but here's the 5. Let me make my case here. We're putting in higher lows, so area trough in the pre there, or that's actually the 930 trough there at 268. We hold VWAP very respectfully, so it's another higher low. And here we are again, dropping down into that 305 area, breaching VWAP, but quickly retracing above it. So in other words, this is a VWAP retracement entry. It's up 13 2/3, but the volume, sadly, is dropping off. And in addition to the volume dropping off, some of the bad stuff about this one is that the range per candle is quite wide relative to the price. So it's not a tight range like it was in yesterday. It's a bit of a wide one with outside outsized volume bars. So you can kind of feel the nature of this small cap gapper is for there to be spurts of volume coming in and then periods of inactivity, dry spells. So you're going to have to account for that. So that means you could be waiting for 30 minutes, half an hour, and then all of a sudden, right? So that's kind of the idea there. BTAI looks good, but, you know, a little... there's some good and some bad. DWTX, the trade that we had on earlier, is making yet another attempt at $7. This one has been quite bamboozling. And I'll submit to you, the money fills on DWTX have all been below VWAP, okay? I still won't trade it below VWAP because it's a slippery slope. I start trading this one below VWAP, and then I'll trade others, and then I'll end up getting rinsed. So I'm going to continue to stick to my guns over here, but I wanted to tell you that this one is coming into that 740 area where it found excessive selling last time. And that level, this general 730, 740 level is not a new area. Despite the fact that the high of the day is 780, look at these area rejections. 1030, we reject. Again, 1105, 1110, we reject. At 1230, 1235, we reject. So, you know, there's obviously selling in and around there, 730, 7.25. So DWTX, excuse me, in focus. Still holding ARBB. I don't mind adding into this one if it dips into $1 again. Look at the amount of bottoming tail candles all into that $1, all of which have been aggressively bought. That's the good side of the analysis. The bad side is we're putting in progressively lower highs with that 1115 high a day being the area crest, and then successively lower highs after that. So the sellers have been kind of pushing this one a little bit down. Let's see if the big boy buying wants to step up in the same way that it did. Now, this one also has dry spells and then area bursts of volume. Take into consideration this area here at 1030. We have huge amount of volume spiking up. We make the high of the day. Then dry spell, complete consolidation. Then volume, boom, pushing this one in. So get familiar with the nature and the characteristic of the small cap gapper. They all trade differently. I'll submit to you, this one is kind of the characteristic for this one is spurts of volume pushing prices to high. So build your position into the area support. So that's what I'm trying to do right now. ARBB, just to mention again, I don't mind adding into that $1 if it allows me to. So much so do I like it. I'm going to throw out another order there. We're going to sit at 101s, exact same area we sat last time. Let's see what comes of this one. Joseph.
Yeah. We're still holding on to this Bitcoin. One thing that we have to note here is that we are constructing these lower highs, which is not good for this trade. We need to break through that in order for us to continue to climb higher. It's not looking like we're going to. You can see the selling pressure start to pick up on the lower time frames. So I'm not even going to hold this to a loss or anything along those lines. I'm going to get out at break even. To be honest with you, I don't want to hold it. It's not trading how I want it to, so I'm not going to try to fight something that I essentially have no control over. So that's me just being a little bit patient. But I also just want to note here, guys, this is why you get in and you get right back at it. You get out and you get right back into trades. All right. So you can see we take this here, we take a little bit off, and then we get stopped out. We enter again, we get stopped out. But now my price is better than both of my other entries right here. And then now you have a better risk to reward. I'm risking down here at 10 cents. Now you can hit a 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1, whatever it may be. If it decides to break, positioning is key. And that's what we're looking for here. If we can break this trend line, then I think we can climb higher. And the next target's going to be the volume weighted average price. That'll put us around 50-40. But it's not looking too pretty. It seems to be that the summit has started here now. So, well, I'll be patient. And if it decides to wants to break or dump or whatever it may do, I'll be prepared either way to either take some profits or to just fully get out of the position. What do you have to do?
Adira, is it live now? Because I got Donald Trump talking on a bunch of different streams here at the desk. I don't know if you've got anything there. I'm trying to cross-reference different streams so as to kind of determine whether or not these are fake or not. They're all live and they're all showing me the same thing. Donald Trump at the desk is that an old one, Brendo?
Is that an old one?
That's an old one, yeah. Okay, so all these ones seem to be kind of doing the same thing. They're all rebroadcasting the same nonsense. They're all on perfect timing, though. That's so weird. Anyway, the White House, it's the exact same channel. It's actually not. But this area over here is the White House website for YouTube. Apparently, it was supposed to be live over here. It's still, there's nothing live coming in here, so I don't have anything. If you guys have the link, and a legitimate link, not the ones that we're seeing here show up all over the web, let me know what it is in the chat, and then we'll verify it before we start discussing it there. So there's no media there, says Sumerian Style. You're actually right. I do remember that being mentioned. Thank you for that.
There's no media there.
No, they're not inviting the media. You're right.
Oh,
That's
really?
the problem. Okay,
Wow.
so I think that is actually the case. I did read that yesterday in one of the articles. Okay, so that kind of sucks. So then we're not going to be able to report on it. Adara's got something for us. Hopefully it's good news.
I will say with regards to this event, the one thing I am seeing, and I mentioned this earlier, but just to remind you guys, PBS NewsHour, and I've seen this also, again, put on Financial Juice and other sites as well, Donald Trump is set to deliver remarks here at the Digital Asset Summit for the White House. That might be the biggest thing, but again, that's going to be coming not until 3 p.m. is what I'm seeing there. He's going to be delivering these remarks. This is expected to be streamed. PBS NewsHour is expected, I guess, to stream it there, and again, this is been up for at least a couple hours now on Financial Juice as well. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Adara. That at least gives us something to look forward to. If we can get some remarks, at least we can kind of understand when to be in and not in these crypto trades. Because it's like just like Jerome Powell. You know, be dropping an interest rate decision or taking questions, and you know what I mean.
You want to wait for that volatility to phase out. You don't want to. You don't want to be in exactly at those points.
Exactly.
But here we go, guys. Still holding on to this position. It's not looking too good. I told you if it comes back to the break even, then the chances are that it's going to continue to climb lower. We are at some resistance. It's going to need some volume. You can see there's next to no buying pressure here, which is unfortunate, guys. So yeah, not looking too pretty for this IBIT break to the top side. But we'll be patient. I know a couple people in the chat are mentioning that is putting in higher lows as well too. So we'll take that into consideration. But yeah, momentum in this name can't be sustained, and it's not being sustained. I'm curious to what Mara and company is up to. Have they pulled back since? And we'll see that here in just a second as the chart loads. Here we go. Okay, so still holding relatively strong here, Sharif. Price really starting to compress here on Mara. You can see that we're putting in that bull pennant, the ascending wedge, whatever you would like to call it, here on Mara. I don't know if it's going to break, but if volume steps into the top side, it can look pretty, but it can also break to the downside. Let's see what Adara's up to.
Brought to you by eSignal. New traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with back testing, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. So don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Are you ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that,
thank you.
Adara. Yeah, just looking over here, it looks as if, so the White House Crypto Summit apparently is a closed-door event with no media representatives invited to attend. According to this article by Reuters and Axios, the White House is providing a live stream of the summit on its official YouTube channel. We still haven't gotten that, so kind of questioning that. Additionally, major news outlets such as Reuters are offering live coverage and updates of the event. These sources will provide comprehensive coverage. So I did load up the Reuters website there. Where is it at? So we'll see exactly if we can get anything in and around there. This is what I'm talking about right now with the Reuters situation. So we're going to keep you guys apprised. Anything we got, we're definitely going to pass on to you. But we just want to make sure that everything's accurate before regurgitating it. So we're going to, we might be a little bit slow over here, but I hope you appreciate that. Obviously, I'd rather be right than first.
Ozan's funny.
What do you say?
Did I hear eSignal? No, we're getting close to the eSignal. So make sure you're still waiting for
there
the
is
eSignal.
no one as exuberant about an
Oh, we already did. Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, we're doing it?
Yeah, we already did it. Adara already did. We did it live. Adara just did it.
She just did it.
She just did it. So I'm too hyper-focused here, guys. We broke this trend line. If we can pull up my chart, we broke that trend line that we were referring to. I love it when I point at the chart like you guys can see it. But here we go. Running into the volume-weighted average price. this is why I get out of the trade. All right, this is why. So imagine I was holding this position right now. I'm just a little bit above break even. Look what I'm risking here. I'm risking 10 cents. Now we're about 30 cents in the money, a 3-to-1. Like again, that's why you got to get out of the trades and then just try to get right back in. So. The incredible Mr. Lib, what's up, my friend? What's up, my guy? What do you think of CVS? Okay, the 620, 65 calls, looking to profit at 72. All right, let's see. CVS. CVS Health. I think Adara might like this one here. Oh. CVS, yeah, but I don't think it's that spready. Okay, so from an intraday standpoint, you can see we have liquidity issues, but that's okay. On the 1 minute, it's absolutely not horrible, but let's zoom out and see what we got going on a daily, and then we can also take a look at the options chain. Okay, so, so the incredible. I really like this, okay? So I've showed this pattern multiple times on Google and on Tesla. So you have somewhat of a consolidation phase, then you get this liquidity grab, V up, and then you break through that V. I think there can be some continuation. You're looking for 72. If we crack 67, your next target might be into this resistance zone here. As you can see over here, guys, would put you north of 72. So I like that options play. The thing is, though, always give yourself a little bit more time. I know you want to buy something that's still 3 months out to expiration. Do 4 or 5 months, right? By the time, it's worth it. You're still getting that leveraged aspect, right? And then now you don't have to worry about theta chewing up the value of the contracts. You can just let the contract work. Matter of fact, even buy a leap if it's not that expensive, all right? So I'll even pull that up for you right now to see what those leap prices are looking like on CVS compared to something that is expiring in 3 months from now. All right, so let's see what we got going on. We're gonna go to we'll go to March of 26 on CVS. You got some calls. The at the money are going to charge you $7.65. Now let's go to that expiration cycle that you were referring to. That is going to put us around June. Okay, let's see what June is looking at. Again, so at double the price, but then you also get like triple the amount of time, all right? So take that into consideration. I think just buying more time is always a good way in options, unless you're selling time. Even so, I talked about gamma and how it affects options contracts that are coming close to expiration. Then you just roll it out to a further date, and you don't have to worry about the volatility within those underlying assets. You can add some more stability to those contracts. But on CVS, I like it, Sharif. Let's see if it can break this high, and then I think the incredible Mr. Lib is going to be sitting on some cash with those contracts.
Good call. Yeah, I want to echo Adara's sentiment there. I think she got it right. Here's what PBS News is saying on their website. So this is going to be the live one. It's going to be live in 78 minutes. It starts at 3 o'clock, March 7th. And it's said here, Trump is scheduled to speak 3 p.m. Watch in the player above. This is PBS's website over here. And as you can see, the live is scheduled to start in 78 minutes. So while the conference or the crypto conference itself starts at 1:30, it looks as if the live or any, exterior broadcast or anything like that is going to start at 3. So we'll be, the Big Kahunas will definitely be covering that for you guys when and if we get it at around 3 o'clock on during their show. So can't wait for that. Can't wait to see exactly what happens with crypto there. Couple of things. Let's talk about these miners. They're very strong. This is the chart on CLSK. This is the chart on Wolf, and they look awfully similar. That's because they're both bull flagging. Bull flag, consolidation, breakout top, bull flag, kind of consolidation as well. Same look here, a little bit more convoluted with a double top on CLSK. They're not going to all look identical. So this is definitely a bull flag. This is just a whole bunch of God knows what. So I like these bad boys, but I'm concerned. Well, now I'm a little less concerned knowing that comments won't probably reach the media until around 3 o'clock. So if that's the case, then maybe we don't get that big boy correction if something is said that isn't positive for crypto or Bitcoin in general. So I'm trying to think of whether I should be trying to work into one of these ones because they look good, they're directional, there's clear areas of support and resistance on them. I'm more inclined to look at Wolf than I am at CLSK, just based on the fact that this is stronger on the day. And I like the bull flag continuation, the cleanliness of this initial bull flag. While I what the hell is this? This ended up turning into a double top, excuse me, well, at least what it looks like on the 5. Obviously, the second bull flag over here, not bad. But that's what I'm looking at right now, guys. I'm trying to weasel in to Wolf. Now, Wolf is very much near a resistance level. It's at that $6 area. You know, whole dollars act as area resistance typically. So I'd like something, you know, maybe a little bit off that area. So if we do reject 6, I got a bit of a buffer. So here's the deal. I'm going to work in. Now, this has got lower highs, but that's fine because it's a bull flag. I'm going to work into this, okay? So we just got a very small amount of shares over here, and now I'm going to wait at the lower area of the 80s for a possible move back down. And then I'm going to set up beak wetters because we're long. So if we get a pop-up, I want to definitely get something. So we'll throw out that one there. And I'll set up more dip trades on this one. So I set up one at 82s. And now I'm going to set up one at around 77s. So we'll throw that bad boy on there. And what I'm trying to do is build a position in the bull flag range, right? So my range obviously is around 6 to about that 5 3/4. So we'll see what we get here, and we won't get upset. We're going to give this one the old Colch try. Crypto is obviously in vogue today with the conference coming up. So, you know, maybe this one will do all right. Now, the trade that I'm currently involved in, ARBB, seems to have a seller of note at around 11. I'm long 01s, but my dip trade at 01s to add more has gone unfilled. So we'll see if we can get anything in and around there. I'm just trying to decide which one I want to take off here on the side chart. Because I need to put Wolf on there, so I need to monitor it. Okay, so we took off one here. So ARBB, the trade I'm in, Wolf, I've just weaseled into, but I by no means have my full position, looking at building my position, Joseph, within this range.
Yeah, nice look here. Guys, we're still holding on to this position here in IBIT. And again, like, let's just talk about from an accuracy standpoint, right? So we'll just go back and be frank. So my first entry on this trade, I was wrong, right? So right out of the gate, within a couple of minutes, 9:30 still, that third 5-minute candle hasn't even printed. So 0 for 1 right off the jump, but then you just be patient, you hop right back in here, you go 1 for 1 in, and then you become positive, try again. So now I'm 1 for 3, and then try again. Now I'm 1 for 4, and then eventually you get it to work. So that's why it's just really important to get out when you're supposed to, and then when you have those winning trades, it gives you the ability to shoot a 25% accuracy and then still have a positive name. So I think that's something really key to know and is important. So yeah, there it is. But then the other trades started to work. You take a little bit out here, and then we get stopped out again, and then eventually it works. But again, you don't want to just continue to try something. Like, you don't want to force feed something if it's not going to work. You want to stick to the thesis. You know that we recovered. Jerome Powell was talking. The market was moving as well too. If it was the inverse, if the market just continued to sell on that news, you don't necessarily want to continue to try forcing those entries. So just take that into consideration, and hopefully you guys implement that stuff in your day-to-day practice as well too, because it really helps me. So yeah, and I mean, we didn't do the Playmaker poll today. It's 146. There was too much going on.
We messed up.
Yeah, no, it's not even that we messed up.
You know what I could do?
What?
I can throw an alert. The calendar alert for the Playmaker, because we have all those calendar alerts for the ad reads.
For the ad reads, okay.
So we won't make that mistake again.
But yeah, but it's not even that big of a deal, right? We had a lot going on today.
We like the data that we're collecting.
I love the data. Yeah, I love the data. Yeah, I love the data that we're collecting. But Adara's been smashing it at the desk, right? She's been dropping us. So there's definitely more important things than the Playmaker poll. It's just fun to collect that data. So we got to stick to our focus and what really moves the markets here. And unfortunately, the Playmaker does not do that, my guy.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Just for us, though.
Yeah.
Shout out to my man, Zach Bobek. Here's the deal. He wants to know if Intel's going to break VWAP. So, you know, you can never really be able to tell the future, but I can give you my estimation. So we're below VWAP right now. We're negative on Tel, 1 1/3. But looks like we definitely found some base here at that 20 1/4, 20 1/5 area. $20 1/4, $20 1/5. We're definitely putting in higher lows. So this is a bit of an upward channel, right? You can kind of connect those highs. Let's adjust this bad boy right here to make it look a little better. So we're definitely putting an upward channel. Whether or not we get above that $20.57 area where my VWAP is. Now, mind you, my VWAP starts generating at 4 a.m. Not everybody's VWAP does, right? So for example, our charts here on P-Pro 8 at around 6:30 or 7. Other people will not be allowed to trade, like, you know, if you have TD or something, at least in this country, not of the TD you guys have down there. I think I was not allowed to trade until 8 or something like that. So the charts wouldn't generate until that time. In any event, my broker starts at 4 a.m. So VWAP for me is at $20.57. We're showing 47 cents right now. The break-even point on Intel on the day is at exactly $20.75. So to go even on the day, we have to get above VWAP. So if your bias is we had closed green on Intel, and to be quite honest with you, there aren't too many chip names, semiconductor, microchip names that are negative today. There's a couple. Taiwan Semi is one of them. Wow, Taiwan Semi's down to 175. Wow. That could be a buy. Intel, Taiwan Semi, Texas Instruments, and Marvell. Those are the only 4 of like 25 that I have on my watch list here that are negative. So, yeah, I don't think it's a bad bet. But, you know, you're negative on the day. The only thing I can tell you that looks good is this upward channel. Let's see if it can get above VWAP to go above that 2075 area to go Greensville on the day. What's up, Joseph?
I don't know. Yeah, as people going off in the chat, you can continue unless you actually. So here we go, guys. Someone tell me in the chat what that exactly is, please and thank you. That is very curious. I guess my age is starting to show a little bit here, Sharif.
What are they saying?
I don't want to repeat it because I don't know if it's good or bad. That's the reason. No, okay. They're saying Joe is a. Okay, do you send me a photo? I'll wait to say it. I'm not going to say it just in case I don't know if it's good or bad. I don't want to say it. But just say, okay, everybody's just telling me to say it. They're calling me a Chad in the chat. Which
how's that bad?
I don't know what it is,
Chad. He's
what's
like a fake
Chad?
person who's like jacked and good looking.
Giga Chad, yeah, Giga Chad.
You never heard of this?
Yeah, well, no, yeah, I didn't know if it was a good
we're going to
thing.
load this up now, man.
All right, so someone
Look
said.
what you did, bro. Now we're going to completely digress and talk about Giga Chad.
Yeah, I don't know what a Giga Chad is.
Chad. We used to have one over here. His name was Bogdanov.
Bogdanov?
Sounds like one. Yeah, Ramram, don't go to my screen quite yet in case there's some prohibited pictures over here. Here we go. This is the Giga Chad.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, that guy.
Oh, I like that guy. Yeah, I like this guy.
I'm pretty sure that's the Giga Chad. Is that
all right? Yeah,
well,
I think so. So we'll take it. Yeah. Yeah, so
the chat loves it, and I think they're all agreeing with it too. There you go, bro.
Well, yeah, so there you go. We'll take it. Bang.
Why not, man?
And then
smash the bang.
And then we'll hit the foul too on Jerome Powell there. So yeah, nice work there. Thank you guys. Good stuff there. Giga options. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, I like that one.
Yeah, Sharif, did you just look at this pop we just got here in BTC? Volume really starting to pick up. Really good look. We're still in this position. We don't have too much left here, guys. We'll take a little bit more off the top because I guess that's what Giga Chads do, my guy.
I like that. Well segued, Joseph. All right, very happy with this trade here on ARBB. We took out literally at the high of the day. We were long 101s. I sadly did not get my reload at 101 again, but we took out that level we had been waiting for a long time. On ARB, you're getting a whole lot of higher lows, and now you're getting those higher highs. Take it out at 14. Please as dang punch, as a dealer would say, with this trade. It's up 48%. Small cap gapper started out its life today, sub $1. Let's see if it closes out above $1. It's at 115 right now, and true to form, it hits that high a day, and then a whole bunch of sell orders come in. People want to wet their beak on some profits. Can you blame them? So we're going to keep an eye out on that one. The one we're involved in, WOLF. Are you going to do something, bro? Or are you just going to continue to sell off at 95s? We're still hanging out here near the high of the day. There does seem to be a buyer at 90. Neither of my dip trades defending this range into $0.75 has actually triggered, so we're still holding the initial position. I've got one beak wetter at 95s, the other one above 6 for the break of that top. Now, this presupposes that we take out the high of the day. The high of the day is 601. So that's my look right now on WOLF. The only trade that I've got left there, we got 89s. We're going to give this one a tight stop below that $0.75 area. So I don't mind building my position into that area, but if it loses that 70 penny, 65 penny area, we're going to cut it and we'll take our L on the day. So let's keep an eye on what else the chat is talking about. Go Wolf. Short squeeze. 5 is the bottom, says Jordy. Well, I hope you're right, my man. There he is. How's it going over there, Randy?
He said Ford.
Yeah? What you got on the phone there? Go Ford, go. You're gonna keep riding that train, eh? Until when? Until they file for bankruptcy like they did in the Great Financial Crisis? Or that was GM, my mistake. Hold on, Ford didn't get a bailout, right? During GFC, it was Chrysler and GM. They've got the bailout. Ford was good. 3.5%. Let's have a look at Ford for Randy.
Treve.
Yes, sir.
Bitcoin is absolutely, take a look at Ford, but Bitcoin is just ripping here now.
Well, why the hell isn't Wolf ripping then, man?
I don't know, man.
I need you to talk to
It's not Bitcoin. It's Wolf.
We're about to go even today on Bitcoin, Joseph. We're close to that 89,000, 88,957. So fantastic look there. Let's have a look at Ford though, because Randy's bringing it up. Let's have a look at Ford, see if it's a buy here. We're gonna start on the daily first. Let's start on the weekly, Randy. Let's start on the weekly so we can have a full picture. Yeah, you know what? It's not that bad, Randy. It's not that bad. It's basically the same price it was in 2010.
No, that's crazy.
Neil, I'm not making it up. Look at the chart. I mean, like, it's right there, Neil. Like, it's had these outsized moments, Randy, when we popped up in, I want to say, early 2022 for whatever reason. We got into 26 bucks when the market was tanking. This was making highs. Makes sense. Everything's fine. Yeah, I've got nothing positive to say about this chart right here. It's like, that's dead money for a decade and a half. That's literally dead money for a decade and a half.
Like INTC, man.
Sad to say as well. It is.
Do they even have a half decent dividend?
They got a great dividend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So there you go.
But if you had to choose money into Ford or money into Intel, only those two, Joseph.
Who am I going to go with?
I'll tell you why I put mine in Intel.
Well, I think you'd have to go with the tech.
I would go with
sector,
Intel because they're just receiving so much money.
Dude, what if I don't want any of them?
Well, I'm saying if you had to
I only have one
choose.
option?
Yeah,
Right.
two. Intel and Ford.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would go with Intel.
I would go with Intel.
Yeah, I would go with Intel, yeah.
And because I feel, let's see what the chat has to say. The chat's coming in fast. They're coming in furious. I love it. We didn't even ask for opinions, but they're going to give us their opinion anyway.
Everybody's saying Intel, let's go.
Yeah. I would put Intel. Only reason is I kind of feel that Ford may not be around in a decade and a half.
What do you mean, America's #1 pickup truck?
How many times are we going to prop this company up? They're trading at 6.5 times earnings, okay? 6.5 times earnings. Their PE, not even a forward PE, the actual PE, 6.57 versus the industry standard of 13.25. So they're half the industry standard. Obviously, I don't want to compare them to Tesla. They're not the same type of company. Tesla, with even the pullback, Joseph, trading at 130 times earnings. Oh. Why is the market giving them such a premium and Ford such a discount?
What's a Tesla's forward PE?
I don't know what the forward PE. I can't get it on this one for whatever reason. Their actual PE, though, I can got. Let's have a look at GM's PE, Joseph. 7.69, so a little bit higher than Ford's. That makes sense to me. STLA. Let's see what we got here. 6.5. They're all three. They're at the same 6.5 to 7.5. There's a reason for that, Joe.
Someone in the chat said a lot of Chads drive Fords.
A lot of what?
Chads drive Fords.
Yeah, maybe Ford Mustang.
Yeah, Mustang. Yeah, Cobra, exactly, or the Shelby.
Bro.
Shelby.
Aren't they the same?
Yeah, I think so.
Randy, Shelby and Cobra, same thing or no? No, they're not, right?
There you go.
So Shelby is its own thing?
Shelby.
Oh, here comes the mic.
Get the mic.
Here comes the mic. Here he is.
Pull him up here.
Bring him.
We've got a couple of minutes left.
Bring him in.
The Randy Minute.
Shelby's a brand name. Yes, Carroll Shelby.
Carroll Shelby, and that was the
original Shelby.
Yeah, that's the movie that we watched, that's out right. Remember him doing the deal with Ford?
Yes.
Ford was trying to strong arm him.
Ford uses the name for their upper echelon Mustangs and toys.
Neil.
What was that?
It was Neil Roberts. That's what it was.
Photo bomb. It's a moniker. It's like, their upper end toys. The Shelby GT350R, the GT500R. So, I mean, neither of which are made anymore. But, well, what? Ow. I just got nailed.
What happened?
Corrected.
I like it.
Corrected.
So, Randy, you're choosing the Shelby or are you choosing the Cobra?
You can't buy either one anymore. Even the GT40 is now out of
So what is
production.
it, SVT now? Is it just SVT, the Mustang SVT?
Special vehicle teams thing. It's kind of like, it's I don't know. Leafs picked up Scott Lawn, by the way.
Jokes.
So,
All right, guys.
yeah.
Thank you very much, Randy, for the midday chime. Fiddleback, I don't know if you are trading real money. We're always trading real money here, my man. But Wolf is not crypto. It's Wolf. Sorry, it was driving me crazy. All right, man. No worries.
Man. I said that.
Wolf. Okay. Wolf Speed, you're absolutely right. Innovator wide band gap semiconductors focused on silicon carbide materials and device for powering applications. You're absolutely right. It's still breaking out anyway. So it's got a good, decent move under it here, but it's just not printing me. If I could show the screen, please, at $5.95. So thank you for that, Fiddleback. You're absolutely right. Well said there, my man. An oversight by me. He's talking about WULF, TerraWolf. That's the crypto adjacent name. It's up about exactly 10% lower than this one, 7.29 WULF. I'm looking at WOLF. Shout out to you, my man. Thank you for pointing that out. Good call out. Oversight by me, Joseph. What do you got?
Yeah. That's it, guys. We got all out of Bitcoin as we breached the volume-weighted average price right into it, and then we pulled back a little bit here. But a nice volume spike, a nice momentum spike here in IBIT. But we got another $10 super chat. Anthony Vance, thoughts on Apple? Yeah, I mean, here we go. Put in a new high a day up here, guys. Now pulling back into the volume-weighted average price. One thing to note here, Anthony, is that look how strong Apple was compared to the Qs, right? So the Qs were selling for the majority of the session, first hour or so. So here we zoom out. So from 10 o'clock all the way down to about 12:30, and then you get a little bit of a V-shaped recovery. But again, it held up relatively strong, and it is down the least out of the Mag 7. Oops. It is down the least out of the Mag 7, right, percentage-wise. So take that into consideration as well, too. I mentioned that their free cash flow is extremely strong, $100 billion in free cash flow, and they can find their way around tariffs with the iPhone, so it may not impact them as much. So down 8%, if we were to go through the other 6 big names, they're going to be down double digits, so holding up relatively well. Let's see if some of these indecision candles hold here, and then you can see a nice trend line being constructed. So I like Apple. It's unfortunately my smallest holding, and it's holding up the best here, Sharif. So
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah, so
all right,
that's
it's 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, man.
They're over there. Peace.
Friday. Well,
Well, that was quick and
What kind of a throw was that?
semi-awkward.
Go to the gym or something, Sharif?
Wow.
What's up with that?
It's Friday. It's 2 o'clock. They're over there.
It's 2:01.
Go.
He out of here. He out of here.
Yo, the Chad is trying to finish his thought over there. Like, were you here for that?
No, I was here.
Joe's a straight up Chad. He wants to finish his thought.
Joe, no extra pay for this.
Yeah, no, he can do it for free though.
Yeah. Go ahead, Joe. Go. You
We can go
2:30.
back to Joe for a second.
Do we want to go back to Joe?
He was in the middle of a thought. He was finishing a sentence.
Do you have his mic? Can he?
Yeah, thank you. There we go. All right, guys. It is Friday. Make sure you keep those risk measures in place, okay? It's Friday. You don't want to ruin the week. If you've had a solid week, shut it down. Enjoy the Friday. And if not, there's always Monday. And we'll see you back then, guys. Now off to the big desk.
There's Monday for some people.
There we go.
Ain't gonna be no Monday for me. I'm gonna be on a beach.
Yeah.
Actually, I might be at a game on. Hopefully, I'll be on a beach.
Yeah.
On Monday, I might be at the game too. I'll be sipping a brew.
Is there a game? I guess you don't. Is it one of those things where I'm just pleading ignorance because I don't know? Do you have to? Is it a pre?
Yeah, you have to. So my wife bought tickets.
Walk-up tickets?
You can. Oh, for sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
for sure you can. But
okay.
so we'll only go to 2 games with my daughter for spring training. But yeah, we're gonna be going to the beach too. Like that's Indian Springs. We haven't stayed there before. It's kind of
okay.
More clear water than anything else.
Okay.
But the crypto summit's happening.
You wouldn't know it.
Yeah. So it's. Like, I don't know, like you have to go to the White House YouTube or something to follow along.
White
And
House YouTube.
if we hear anything, we'll pass it along to you guys.
There's good things on YouTube, that's the thing.
Yeah, but you want to be with us. So
Right, like you can't,
forget about that. We didn't do shawarma. iBit's making a run. It's at VWAP.
I just sat down. You see, Randy was literally in my seat.
Huh?
I mean, Fabian has us working like crazy right now, filming all this stuff.
We did some filming today. We did a lot of filming today.
Trying to put out some
the middle of the
educational
day.
stuff.
There was a lot of talking that was done. Not that we do any talking to begin with.
All right, we're still short intel. I'm still long. I mean, come on, Big Bear AI. I mean, why is the most uneventful day of Big Bear AI's life its day after earnings? Like it had one move down, and I guess this was again, we were here watching this, and we're like, oh my gosh, we missed getting long at 3, hopefully 13. But yeah, Big Bear AI. I mean, it's like we get some out at VWAP, we get some out. Like, we're green on the stock, but it's not moving enough for me to even talk about. So we're in Big Bear AI as promised all day. I'm just hoping someone gets excited. My offer on BBAI is in the 40s, then in the 60s. So trying to get something here, then back sort of where we got out already, and then take out the pre-market high. We'll sit in Mr. Big Bear AI there. We want to thank Kevin O'Leary for coming through earlier. I don't know if we have any clips out for that yet, but that was a lot of fun. Roasted us, so that was good. We'll get him back. But yeah, interesting day so far. You know, to be honest with you, I haven't been sitting here at all. We made a couple trades on AMD, and then other than that, not much. So I'm going to review all the market. We're going to review the names that you guys want on the rundown, which would be awesome. Give us an idea of what's been moving around. I'm going to assume Tesla was moving a bit. We did have crypto. Obviously, you talked about the summit there. I'm looking at the price 88.6, and I feel like that's where it was at 11 o'clock. So I haven't experienced the ups and downs.
There was an up and down, but like Sean said, I was away from my desk for like 90 minutes. And then sat back down and then had lunch. So I haven't done much trading. But there was a big move in crypto. It's just right back to where it was at 11 o'clock, though. So there was the dip and there was the rip. So if you just missed all of that, it was kind of a bad out because it spiked right after. Then there's really nothing too crazy happening. There was a big bounce in Broadcom.
Okay.
So Broadcom did a full reversal here. And it's actually the reason. So I reloaded Intel. Remember, I got wicked out of it early in the morning and then just got back in underneath VWAP. But with this trending up, the fact that it reversed so strongly, I feel like the chip names are going to catch up a little bit here. So if this is going to continue breaking, if we break VWAP, I'm going to get out of Intel, start thinking about the strength in this market because we're approaching the top. Broadcom's already broken the top. I like it for some strength.
Yeah, wasn't the Nasdaq down huge at one point today?
Yeah, the Qs were getting
middle of the day. It was down like a
getting smoked. Like if you go back,
what a
little
turnaround.
Slow loading my charts today. It's a good thing I'm restarting my computer after. I don't think I restarted this.
Thing is, the futures
look at the
Qs.
Qs.
Such a good spot.
Complete V-shaped recovery. You're at the absolute highs. So I like the fact that Intel's at a lower high when you're at the highs. But if we break out, got to find something long to follow because Rigetti, while it worked earlier, has not been the one the second time through. Like I'm long this consolidation, but I'm long at the top, so I don't want to give it past here. If we break 30, I'm out.
Ooh la la! Thank you, Randy.
You're gonna win.
All right,
bold
Randy.
prediction.
Cheers.
I have tea. Tea is good.
Cheers. Yes, tea is really good.
I can't drink coffee in the afternoon.
All right, so if I win the Volkswagen Buzz, we'll just sell it and split it.
Chop it in half.
Well, first we'll
Chop
sell
it in half.
First we'll sell it, and then whoever buys it. Yes, we'll go for it. Well, then when we take it off the lot, though, we lose half the value.
No, you got to take the cash. No, but when you get those prizes, do they? Yeah,
I've never got it.
Don't they usually give you like a cash?
Sometimes they'll
option?
offer you. I think it's like on Price is Right. Don't they offer you cash or?
Price is Right would offer you
sure.
a cash version if you didn't want the car.
I mean, people. Has anybody in our chat won anything significant? Like, what happens? Like, McDonald's has like the Monopoly. Do you just take the car? Like,
I wouldn't like small fries with
like honestly, like I mean, I would have fun with an ATV, but like, I can't really
the kids
run that
would
around
love
the
the
city.
ATV.
Yeah,
you trust me, you'd want the ATV.
And I got to get a trailer. I got to get it up to some sort of a.
Oh, those are first world problems. I'm pretty sure you'd be okay getting a trailer. The kids would love it.
You know, I've got 99 problems.
Like come on. John would want the trailer.
An ATV ain't one of them yet. All right.
Yeah,
hopefully we can win.
Before we go over there,
at high a day.
Yeah, Chet GPT, Palantir at high days. This is the thing. The market with the big V-shaped recovery. Chet,
right here though. Chet.
This market is trying to put one on there. I think we're supposed to be going to Sharif, but as I said here,
there it is. Yeah. We can go over there.
We lose this support. I'm out and waiting for VWAP. Intel's at VWAP. Broadcom's starting to come back down. Let's go to Sharif. We're locked and loaded. Let's see what you guys want us to talk about.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are ready to go, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers up there is to join us during the How to Trade show during the midday and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you've got to be a subscriber in order to engage with us in the chat. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at the triple Qs. We started out the day with everything negative. Now all the four major averages are actually positive on the day, with the NQ about 0.5%, likewise with the ES. The Dow also up a little bit more, 0.55, and the Russell 2000 also up 0.5%. So all the four major averages looking awfully similar. NVIDIA, the first ticker though, as decided by you guys, up 0.19, so about 0.1%. No specific NVIDIA catalyst today. We did have this though. It looks like the US is going to target DeepSeek. That could have some NVIDIA ramifications there. Also, NVIDIA, Meta, and Amazon are being reportedly investigated by the US Labor Department for fair pay practices. And then Donald Trump chiming in today talking about the CHIPS Act, calling it, guys, a waste of money.
Yeah, which stinks because look, it's actually not that it's not that easy to get that CHIPS Act money or cancel the CHIPS Act. Like, there's still a chance that it'll get saved, but obviously that's going to hurt like things like Intel. NVIDIA back to VWAP and breaking it right now. For long story short, I did take one trade in it, but then we made it. I made a decision that it was stronger and we wanted Intel at 21. So that was the decision, and we shorted Intel at 21, and they both would have worked, but you pick one over the other, and it's as simple as that. I think if you lose VWAP here, you're going to be in a world of hurt because the market's at the highs, and we are making lower highs on NVIDIA. This is a stock I would have preferred it be at 113, and we can short it up there. But for now, stronger recovery in Broadcom, stronger recovery in a lot of other risk assets, stronger recovery in the Qs. Relatively speaking, percentage-wise, the same thing, but Qs at the highs. I think NVIDIA, at least until it gets and breaks 113 area, is still a little bit of a short here today. So all well and good what we've done to be green, but I still think its stock is a short.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way with all of this. Like, I just put a short on the TQs. It's not a great price. It's just right here. We just took 10 handles on 10%. Yeah, looking to go short the NASDAQ right here. Okay, NVIDIA. We traded it today, and we're green on it. We don't have any red names today. So, well, we have BBAI waiting for that to fill up. I don't know. That one I'm not so sure. I don't know about PBAI, guys. But yeah, NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, we were real proud of ourselves, right? Because we hit this 109 to 110 exactly as we listed it. But then it came right back. So we actually got out and we were doing this live. So anybody that was watching, knows that I was in this trade. And we took advantage of it, man. It went right up into VWAP, right up into the 200 period. And we pretty much emptied it all out. So that turned out to be, a pretty decent move there by getting out. But then what happened was we tried it again. And, this is what I'm saying. One time, two times, this time, not a charm. And it wound up breaking lower. So there's our 109.20 fill. There's our 108.75. So that's 50-cent clean hit right there. We never put on as many shares the second time around, but we still had shares. So we did wind up giving some back. And then, like I said, I wasn't here at all during lunch, came back and then started filming. So I haven't had any trades. But as Neil had just mentioned there, of course, I don't know. I don't know if it's setting up to be in the right spots right now for NVIDIA. I mean, maybe a high up here if we can short in and around there, cool. But for right now, the only trade that I'm on is AMD. So if we want to just quickly, I was just on it. But this is what I was looking at this top. So we got a couple ins and outs here, profitable trades. It's just, it blew out the top twice. So here we were sitting there, it came in, took us out. Then we reshorted again, got out, then got out. So a little bit sloppy here, but there's AMD to the downside. Wish we would have, again, we canceled all our orders and we were out of here, but there's the nice move down. So we nailed that again, $99, $100, all the way down to 96. We don't have any executions out there, but the short was right in this space. So, all right, Broadcom, obviously Sharif there had a great report today. I'd mentioned that it could get down, but let's go hear about this from Sharif and then we'll analyze price movement.
Yes, it certainly did, Sean. Breaking through that 200 all the way back down. It's still positive on the day, though, guys. About 7 1/4, 7 1/5. It was an easy beat on the top and bottom line with a good guide. Specifically, their AI revenue continues to grow an eye-watering 70-some-odd% year over year. We'll have to wait and see exactly how they do, guys. Very interesting notes in the conference call, or during the conference call yesterday. Huck Tan basically saying he's not interested in dealing or working with any startups. He's only looking for those hyperscaler boys.
Yeah, but you start
hyperscalers.
Sometimes you start big and then work your way out. You know,
Yeah. Makes
nothing wrong with that.
Palantir.
Look, what an unbelievable bounce for Broadcom. Like, how often do you actually see a gap up on earnings where you revert the entire move and then show this kind of strength to go? Okay, I get it. It's not at the actual high, but this is the open here. So you're at highs relative to the open price. And you're right back to where the bull flag was in the aftermarket with Joe and Sean. So I think as long as it can hold on, it's like 192.5. If it can hold on to that, this looks pretty bullish going in the afternoon. And I'll say this with every single chip name or tech name. When we caveat, even if I like a long and say if it holds this level, we look pretty strong. The caveat is I don't think we're out of the woods yet for any of these. You know, they're still in a downward trend off the top in a general sense and up that 8%, but that doesn't really tell you the full story because there was a lot of selling at the open here today. So yeah, I think you can find some strength if it's able to hold some of these highs, and then you have a little bit more room to go. That 200 was a pretty telling level, and as long as there's room to 200, there's room to go on this. I do prefer a little bit trading Intel. Oh, and there's one name that kind of completely went across the wayside in the chip space. And that was ARM's move. ARM did an equally sort of crazy ramp, fall, and then V-shape. And I wish I had noticed this, but hey, I haven't looked at ARM in a bit from a trading perspective because we've noticed liquidity stinks. Look at the bottom here on ARM at 118. Oh boy. Yeah, sometimes it's actually not that complicated. You don't often see a name on sympathy, falling with the market, go right into a support level, and then break it out. So on the off chance, we're probably not going to dip. On the off chance we see this today, because if it goes there next week, I'm not going to get a chance to trade it. I got to watch out for ARM, maybe even a breakout of this 125 top. Good chip name that got missed here by myself. Usually it's on my list of stocks to watch. It wasn't today, and that was about an easy of a bottom because it was there all week.
What's up, Finn? Yeah, we'll check out NVIDIA. Like, I mean, right now, VWAP bounces. So I'm just short we just got more short the market. We're only 10 handles out right now on our average price. But I'm stopped, just to review this, because it's the trade that's the most active right now. We're going to get out if it takes out the high right there. Let's just see what happens here into the afternoon on the market. That's my thought right here. Look, we talked about Broadcom earlier, and I said that, I mean, it's the same play that we always talk about every day on earnings. So once it gets up here, you're looking for it to break through the pre-market levels, right? And so where's open? 930. So right into here. I guess I could just look at the volume and be able to tell. So that basically was at these pre-market levels right there. We actually started breaking down before the market even opened. So I think it told you it wanted to go down. But like, you know, to what extent, hard to predict the 182. I kind of said tongue-in-cheek at the beginning of the show that Broadcom will probably go back to red. It didn't quite get there. It came pretty close. I guess yesterday we closed at 180, so you came within $2. But yeah, what a nice move back up, man. We talked about it yesterday, how we thought Broadcom came in and saved the market a little bit. It's nice that it's up 7%. Like, I'd hate that if it was down 7%, and then that triggered like SMH selling, SOXL selling, and all of that. And then that might have, you know, created a little bit more downside movement in other names like NVIDIA, so on and so forth. I'm going to have to call up Broadcom on our e-signal chart just to avoid the split, because our charts don't account for that. This is the thing that I just wanted to show everybody just one more time, and that was that we bounced completely off the 200 period moving average. So, you know, it's given us this trade once, twice, and then, I don't know, roughly thrice, and then right there again. So anyone playing the longs, you're rewarded, but the only thing is, is the implied move, Sharif, was 7%. So options kind of washed on that. Hopefully you have some with a longer date, and maybe this moves over the weekend and we get something come Monday. But yeah, Broadcom, kind of a nothing burger. I would say now that we're above VWAP, retracements back to 189 there, worth a shot long. So that would be my call, a 189 long. If the market comes back in, I would retest that. Good catalyst, good report, right space. Broadcom for the win today. Congratulations if you had bought off that 200.
Apple has a good day, guys, but about 1% off the high as this new news item came in midday. This says about 12.50. Apple is delaying the upgrade to Series, taking longer than they thought, says the release over here. So I believe we were up at the 242. Guys, we're breaking down now below 239. Could be trouble here for Apple.
Update taking longer than they thought. Yeah, this is the... wouldn't kick them when they're down, I guess, sort of thing. But today, Apple was really strong relative to the market. As a matter of fact, like this is a perfect example of that whole 200 period that we've been talking about. It doesn't even get there. Nice bounce off. But you're making a bit of a, call it like a wedge, I guess, like higher lows and lower highs into a point. When that happens, it's range-bound trading until you break the wedge. Wasn't looking at Apple, but I guess if you were, there's no question the support held, and our resistance, which you can see up here at like 242, 243, that's exactly where it turned. So story or no story, it basically held support and then got a nice move into the top. I mean, VWAP looks good. The only reason I don't love this off VWAP is why are we at VWAP when the market's at the high? Because of that story. So that doesn't seem that strong. Like I feel like a continuation long. Like I'm looking at Broadcom. I'm in Rigetti, although that has nothing to do with the market. I mean, Rigetti does Rigetti things. Like it's in a bull flag right now that I'm in the middle of. But yeah, I'd rather something a little bit stronger than Apple off of VWAP. Like, why is it at VWAP? It doesn't make any sense. I'm trying to find something a little bit stronger for a long trade. But yeah, I do like Apple. It's not on the list of stocks that I like as a dip buy in the next couple of quarters because I just like a few things better. You know, I like Meta a little bit better. I've talked about XLF and that kind of thing. But nothing wrong with Apple. I'm not selling any.
30 handle hit incoming right now because look what's happening to the market right now. We're starting to get upside. So it doesn't look like we'll get that. Well,
conference up somewhere.
Okay, so we're out. I was going to say, like, I don't think, it doesn't look like we're getting that move down in the market, but you're still, I'm just not holding, like, we started at the right spot. I'm fine doing it. We were going against that high right there. Like, it went up there and then retraced back down, 67.25. It went all the way to 66.50. Like, that was 75 handles, so we just lost 30 there. So, you know, I think the risk reward was worth it. It may fade off of this right now. I think we're going to stay away from that short, even though we're right here. It's been such a bad week that, you know, you could get a little bit of that rally happening. I don't know. Could we? I mean, I'm hoping we can. But at the end of the day, that's an L. So we just got out at 67.30. So, well, where's the fail button? We'll slap the fail on that one. Yeah, I mean, Neil just covered Apple. You know, let's just go over and we'll just skip it. You know, there's not much happening there. I do like the stock. I do think it's obviously a tariff play. I know Joe was mentioning, or maybe it was Sharif, but getting around some things there with the iPhone. But at the end of the day, it's China, right? So China's a huge market for Apple. And I could just see some pushback. I mean, we're already seeing it with Tesla car. Is Tesla on there? No. We're already seeing it. Like, I was over at a friend's house yesterday, and he's like, oh, yeah, you can't buy a Tesla anymore. Or like, you're going to get, like, you know, looked at a certain kind of way. And I'm just like, really?
I don't look at my neighbor any differently.
Well,
good dude.
Yeah, well, that's because you know the guy. But I'm just saying, like, they're getting. I mean, it's just a fact. Like, they're getting vandalized.
Well, we were talking about the sign. I mean, there was that one sign in.
People have lost their minds. I mean,
it was in London. They had that ridiculous. Someone put up a sign. Like, look, they're calling it the swastika, which is ridiculous. I hate when people make that reference. It's like there's some things that just like have a sense of perspective sometimes. Like, what do we?
Yeah, since when is
you can like or not like something? That's fine. Just have a sense of perspective. But
Elon's not doing anything to help his cause.
No, of course he's not.
So that's the whole thing.
Not
right?
at all.
Like,
yeah, I'm not.
You know,
I'll probably buy some. Like I already said, I'll leave the order in down at 222. We weren't even talking about Tesla. How do we get from Apple to Tesla?
Oh,
yeah, that's fine. Because Tesla's not even on the list. Let's talk some Bitcoin,
uncontrollable.
which is moving a little bit. Well, apparently you should also not wear an Apple Watch.
Well, I already know I'm going straight to hell, so.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Talk about
According to O'Leary.
talk about escalating things just right quick.
Yeah. That guy's too much, man. What a fun guy.
Oh, right to hell.
Yeah, well, but anyways, I got him, I got him to commit to coming back. So then it's on.
My mom's going to watch that and be like,
Donkey Kong.
he said what? That's not a thing.
It's on. But anyways, all right. Sharif.
He was joking, Mom.
Yes, sir. Here we go with IBIT, Bitcoin at 88,500, trying to work its way above that $90,000 again. Yesterday, we got a new executive order from Donald Trump announcing the strategic Bitcoin reserve. We went over this before. They're not going to be allocating new taxpayer money to buy Bitcoin, but they are looking for what they call budget neutral additions, likely sell off government assets maybe to buy Bitcoin. Just speculating. Currently, there is a summit happening at the White House, a crypto summit. It started at 1:30, goes to about 5:30. We will hopefully have live remarks coming out of that summit at around 3 o'clock. So stay tuned with us, guys. IBIT down 0.4.
Market is pumping. Wow. Good move here for the market for sure right now. All right, crypto. So, yeah, I know we haven't really seen too much today. I mean, I was wishing that we would maybe have a little bit more movement with this summit, with everything going on. But at the end of the day, this is a 15-minute chart, right? So maybe we can even zoom in even further if we really did want to. But 12 o'clock, it's 90,000. I mean, like I said, I wasn't here, so I actually didn't realize that we actually did have a move. 90,400 down, so that's 5,000. Wrong math. That's 86. 90,486, 4,000. All right, so 4,000 to 5,000, depending on what these wicks are, as we get that move. So that's a decent move, right? A 5% move. So at the end of the day, it's a 15-minute chart. We've really looked at the 200 period moving average as an indicator. Once you break it, there's the upside there. You break it down. It didn't really work too good. Pretty choppy. So right now, just as you can see, just by looking, it's very up and down, man. It's like the NASDAQ. We were at lows, then we're at highs. So if the NASDAQ's going to get out highs and we're going to start to rally a little bit, yeah, maybe this weekend we do start to go upside there. But again, there's just so much uncertainty that I think the best thing to do when you're looking at crypto right now is to go over to a one-day chart and just say, you're at the 200 period moving average. So if you're treating this as, and by the way, Big Bear AI, hold on a second. Where's that do something thing? It's trying to.
I don't have that either.
I have it. There. Okay. All right. That's just for Big Bear AI. I'm going to show that in a minute. But bouncing off the 200 period moving average might be something for crypto, and that right now is at 83. So I think that's where you want to look, to be honest with you. And if you do get a dip by opportunity, I think that I bought at 87 and 86 by accident. And so I'm going to be here's Big Bear. So I'm going to be waiting for. Can we just get that, Phil? I'll be waiting for that to happen over the weekend, see if we can hold in and around that 82, 83. I believe it's going there. So then the next level after that was 70,000. But so there's Big Bear AI.
So there's that live, I guess, broadcast on the website and the.
It's frozen over there when you're.
It's not frozen. It says it doesn't even start for 33 minutes. So the conference is started, but the actual live stream where you can follow along doesn't start till 3 o'clock. So let's put it this way. I don't know what you want to do with this until then, and then maybe just play reaction off of whatever shenanigans start happening or get said after 3 o'clock. I don't want to mess around with Bitcoin.
Shenanigans? Come on, that's not going to
until we have an idea what's being said, what's not being said. I'm gonna steer clear from BTC, but I can't say anything different than Sean because I bought it at 86 myself. I'm of the opinion that we could be headed back down into the 70s, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Oh no, Rigetti just came right back down. Retested the high. Knees weak, arms heavy. Just tag the high, and we'll try to get some back in the low. 30 fills are better than 40 fills, which is not rocket science, but that's also the range that Rigetti's been in here. And let's talk, Daniel, I was going to answer your question about Meta, but as you can see, Meta's on the list right now. So I will answer it after we get back from Sharif.
$140 some odd off the top, guys, after that 20-day winning streak on Meta. We touched 600, but barely. It's a great looking hammer candle right now. I think we're up to about 620 or so, guys. Let me know where we are, but a nice 600 defend here on Meta.
626, Shreve. And to answer your question, Daniel, yes, I did get filled in my PA. Now, I did say this, like everyone has their own, personal style when it comes.
22?
Well, no, not this time. No, because it was supposed to be in front of 600, and then I had another bid in front of the 200 period moving average. But let's put it this way. Like I said, if you're looking to get what anyone considers a full position, everyone's going to be different. Like to me, I want to be buying only a quarter of what I consider what I want to buy in the next year and a half, 2 years in Meta in this little tranche, right? So this is not look at Neil like, oh, I've called that bottom. Let's take that couple of points. No. This is a long-term buy and hold, and I'm just DCAing into it. But that is a very, very nice wick bottom, provided it doesn't blow up. Or down, I guess, in this particular case. Like, I like the fact that you found support there. It doesn't break the trend on Meta, but it can give you a little sense of relief. Just feel like, this is the issue. Like, we're going into the supply zone that held yesterday, right around like this 630. Anybody feel comfortable on a Friday being long up at the top into the supply zone? I don't. So I don't. Like, if I'm long something at the top, it should be a parabolic mover, not Meta into resistance. So, yeah, great recovery off the 600 level. Let's see it actually hold and put some higher lows in before it's out of the woods just yet. Love the company. I think it'll be great. And we'll answer some questions before. Daniel said they got filled at 605. Great. I think if you're holding for the long term, 601, 603, 605, it's all the same thing 20 years from now, right? Doesn't matter.
All right, Meta. Yeah, look, I mean, with a PE of just 24, I mean, I think Meta,
that'll work.
It's fine. It has room to get lower than that, but at the end of the day, I mean, this name has gotten killed. Like, so many of these, what I consider to be pretty high quality names, like a Google, like an Amazon, like, I almost feel like you could just sort of pick your poison with all of these and then just figure out which one you like and go for it, right? So, I mean, Meta down here, Google's the lowest, I think, with a forward PE of, I think it was 19. I just looked it up yesterday, didn't I? So, if I do buy any more stock, it probably, 19. Probably will be Google. But, okay, at the end of the day, man, $600 looks like a great one. Whether or not you're going to wait for 560, I mean, that's significantly lower than where we are now. It does feel like the NASDAQ, off of what we've seen there, like, 20,000 was breached. Like, that was big when that happened. You get down there, you get down to about 250 handles, and then it's straight upside. So, like, that low there was 19,800, let's just say it's 19,780 or something, all the way up to like 20,250. So it's like 500 handles, pretty much like just riding the 50 period up here. This was interesting that you got to dip down there. But look, if the market is anywhere near the bottom, then you're going to look back and be like, wow, Meta was at 6 and Google was at 165 and whatever. Amazon even at 200. Did it hold 200? Well, yeah, okay. So Amazon literally at 200. So I just think that a lot of these are high quality companies. I don't need to tell you that. There's a lot of levers that can get pulled, but at the same time, this 200 period, it's there as a target, but it doesn't mean that we can't break and get lower. So, I like them all. So I think you just pick your poison. Amazon, these are the ones that I would choose. Amazon, Meta, or Google. So out of those three, I think Meta's probably one of the safer ones, as every time there's someone born, that means there's a new Instagram account created. So I would just be very, very careful. Yeah, Obi liked that one. Yeah. Well, thanks, Obi. I appreciate that. Obi will be with me as next week. Neil will be just straight chilling, which is real nice. I cannot, unfortunately, convince my wife to take a vacation. So, unfortunately, I will be working like the dog.
Well, the problem is...
No.
The problem is she has too many things going on.
Yeah, there's that, and there's not... she's in full baseball.
They have academy stuff down there. One of my buddies,
she's at baseball tonight.
His son is down in spring training, but they have like camps.
Oh yeah.
While spring training's going on, so the rep team will go and they do their stuff. and then they get to go to the spring training game. So like
No,
lots
she's
of
at,
lots of select teams do that. It's probably not
yeah.
It's probably more cost effective to do camp somewhere else than
I would never
than
go
spring
on
training.
vacation to do a camp. Like she's playing in Boston this summer.
It's good weather. It's
It's great. Well, you know, she's in the batting cage tonight, here for an hour from 4 to 5. But I'm going to be doing the recap show, so the wife will
to
be
be a
with
lefty.
her. And then tomorrow, she bats left. And then tomorrow, we start up our winter training again. So 2 hours a week, every weekend, until the season starts. So yeah, it should be fun. But
I like this.
yeah, AMG, Amazon Meta.
Yeah,
Google.
Ronnie R.
Yeah, those are my picks, man.
AMG, baby.
The three amigos.
What's the thing? It's like
I mean, you can't look. I can't support Tesla. I honestly, I think that stock is going a hell of a lot lower. That's
not Tesla, no.
That's I'm throwing Tesla out of there, right?
You throw Microsoft
Apple,
out.
I'm buying the index on dips. So Apple, I'm kind of like committed to that by doing that. It seems like every time someone sells an Apple share, the joke used to be it goes into Uncle Warren's pocket or some sort of an index.
Yep.
So that's fine. I'm pretty happy with that. What are the other mag ones again? Microsoft. I can't wrap my head around
why
I
it
still
thinks-
own a lot of Microsoft, but it's like, I don't know. I don't know what levers to pull.
Oh,
there.
I haven't
Is
sold
Xbox
any.
Still something.
I'm not
Where's
doing
Where's
anything.
Fabian at?
It's supposed to be the AI play, and it's just not working out. A couple of questions, a lot of words. Yes, the weather's perfect. I hope it's great. My brother's actually it's weird. Like my brother's gonna be in the Orlando area when I'm in the Tampa area. It just kind of
Brendan is who's next,
worked out that way. Real Nauberts, which is one of my faves in the chat for obvious reasons. What happened to ALTM stock? Has it been delisted? Yes. ALTM
What is
stock
that
was
stock?
delisted.
Altimmune or something?
That was the stock with the 70 million imbalanced sell 2 days ago.
Oh, right.
It's a buyout the same way WBA is a buyout, and it got delisted. So Altimmune is gone. Palantir, look out. Hold some till next week. Yeah. Look out. Look out because Palantir's on one.
It is?
See, this is different. It's above the highs. It's not at the supply zone. It's above the supply zone and starting and continuing to break out. So yeah, this one could be a nice little area for a dip buy here. That's a good look for a
I
trade.
still got like a third left.
AMG equals BMW. You guys haven't? Oh
No,
I want to
I'm
see
not
somebody.
finishing it. I mean, we just
want to roll up the
coffee
rim,
half
man.
hour ago.
Roll up the rim.
Randy's got
Sunny.
I got the large. Is that a large or extra large? That's just a large. Yeah. Let's see. See, here you go. So it does exist.
Boom. And is that the free coffee?
Winner, free coffee.
That is the free coffee that you get.
Oh no, you just chugged that right there?
Randy's not playing around.
Play again.
But open up your app, man. You get 2 rolls on the app every time you buy a coffee.
So I shouldn't have hit the fail yet.
So you can open up your app there, and we could do a live roll up the rim on your app, Randy.
It's not the same effect. Like the McDonald's thing, like you have to go into the app at the McDonald's. I want the fun of just winning.
Get your phone out, man.
I like it.
No, but it's free. So I won 2 6-month free Sirius Satellite radios subscriptions.
Boom.
Yes, I'm not going to use them.
I've already told the story how
if anybody
I got
wants
6
that
months
code,
free.
you can have that.
I'll take it.
Really? Okay, yeah, I'll send it to you.
I scammed. Actually,
No, I don't have any.
I
don't
got
have any
6
rolls.
months extra.
I don't have any
on
rolls
Sirius.
left.
I shouldn't tell that.
Let's see, let's rolls. You can't see, but it says 0 rolls. Did you get it? Okay, here we go. Let's go, Randy. I guarantee you're going to win. 100. How many rolls do you have?
He just guaranteed the win. You should make him.
Oh, you didn't even do the
accountable.
skill testing question? I think the answer is 40.
I got 16.
Oh, the answer was you got 16 rolls? See what I'm saying?
Oh, of course he's going to win if he has 16 rolls.
Out of 16 rolls, I think you're going to win 7 times. Power of positive thinking right there. You see what I'm saying? Okay, 1 for 1. Yeah, how much? 20 bucks? 10 bucks? $25 skull candy. There you go. Buy some headphones. All right, next. See this, Randy? By the way, I'm taking half.
That's all right.
50 Tim's reward points.
Okay, 2 for 2.
2 for 3, actually.
Oh.
Oh, 1 free coffee.
Are you serious? Dude. This guy's lighting it up, bro.
Randy
and you didn't
can't
even
lose.
know this existed without me. So you
Guy
would have let
can't
them
even
expire. So I just want to say that deal about 50-50 still counts, right? Because no.
This guy's going to
now
win.
you're probably going
This guy's going to win a car live in front of us. That's
Yeah,
what's going to
okay.
happen.
Okay, forget it, Randy. It's, we're losing the audience here. All right, let us know if you. Yeah, let's bet on Randy. Yeah, see, this is how I'm thinking, right? I immediately when we have this discussion, I'm doing an over/under. I did the over/under of 7.
7 seems like a lot, but
2. Okay, that's how many wins? That's 5 wins then. You got the skull candy, The reward
Yo,
points.
if you win a donut, you know what's happening.
3 free coffees. So that's 6 times. Okay, so you need 1 more win, and then it's a push.
Ridiculous. I can't believe this is actually happening.
And I'm putting a tariff on Randy as well. So
25%.
yeah, why?
Of his winnings.
Because why not? That's why. Apparently, you don't need logic to put tariffs anywhere. I mean, I was literally asking Mr. Wonderful there about like, I cannot believe the problem that Canada has with their fentanyl just leaking over into the States.
Yeah, that's it.
Like, yeah, that's what's happening around here. So, all right, was that? Do we say that was not Go to Adara? She was just commenting on Randy. Okay. All right. So just in
do it at 3 a.m. Better odds. Someone just said.
I did read something about that. Like, if you keep all your rolls until the last couple weeks or whatever it is, maybe even the last couple days, what happens is the algorithm has to guarantee that, like, 30% of whatever they advertise, like 1 out of every 6 cups wins. Well, in the last couple days, they'll realize that only 1 out of every 10 cups have won. So they'll start pushing winning cups over.
That sounds like it's perfectly reasonable to try out.
There you go. So what is that? Yeah, you won a coffee? Yeah, look at all that, man. You got some you can't really. See. Okay, you got, all right, congratulations, Randy.
Yeah, let me see.
That was a good one. Oh, and by the way, make sure you just keep getting, you can get any size coffee too, remember.
Cool. But he didn't win any.
Pro tip.
He didn't win anything that is edible.
He didn't win though.
As everyone knows, I just wanted to see
I have a free donut in my account, so I can give that. I don't know if I can actually transfer them or what. But
it's
the code for Sirius is just a code.
Cannolis are better, anyways. Mm-hmm. But which, by the way, we'll
there
get
are
on
massive fentanyl labs in the Rocky Mountains. Good to know. Wonderkind. How do you know that?
That's what I want to know. How would you know that?
In the Rocky Mountains.
I could
Isn't
tell.
that where Coors Light is?
I'd love to tell.
Rocky Mountains.
I have like a million cousins, right?
That's a surprise. Yep.
One of them was like a Nino Brown in a particular area in England. And I remember hearing
England, okay.
Yeah, and I remember hearing the story. And it was. I visited England once as a kid, and I remember when I told
fentanyl, right?
No, it wasn't. It was back in the day. It's like in late '80s, early '90s. And I remember telling my mom, like, oh, and this cousin, I won't say his name, and this cousin came by and took us out shopping, and then my mom's eyes lit up, like, who? You went shopping? And then she was on the phone.
Why was she so mad?
Because everyone knew what he did.
Oh.
And that was sort of the thing.
So they didn't want
a lot of cousins.
Well, I mean,
West Indians have a
if you're
ridiculous
young,
amount
you
of
don't want to get caught in
a cousin played for England, at a basketball, and then Liverpool. It's like, it's crazy how many cousins I have. But let's get back to the market for a second, because we're sort of chilling out at the highs. I'm trying to play this range-bound, boring game that's happening in Rigetti. There's nothing really breaking out. Volume is, I don't want to say drying up, because it's not like we've had a ton of volume. About 19 minutes till this stream starts. What do we call it? The crypto conference stream, even though the conference started like an hour and a half ago. So I jump back into the prior resistance. Yes, that's a real wick. This morning, it stunk because we all had the top on Intel, and then I put a trail on it and got the worst possible exit, and then didn't get back in at the end of the show. So we're in about the same level here and wanting to work into this high on Intel. Let us know what else you guys are watching. I mean, I have NVIDIA on watch, NVIDIA, Intel, Rigetti, which I'm in, and iBit, because the conference. So if there's something else moving, let us know. Like, you got a little bit of a flag here on NVIDIA, not too much going crazy. Adrian Carroll, Neil, Joe, when did you guys first meet? Joe, when did Joe start trading? Where's Joe? Been here.
Joe's probably been here 6 or 7 months.
I was gonna say, it's less than more than half a year, less than a year. So whenever that was. Before October. There you go. Because they were on the Halloween thing. So yeah, it hasn't been that long. For any of the traders here on the floor, like, we met them when they came onto the floor. So like, we met Sharif when he joined the trading floor. We met Obi when he joined the trading floor. Sean and I just went to high school together. So everyone else, you kind of meet them when they come onto the floor.
I think we graduated about 5-6 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. When's our 10-year reunion? A few years away.
Yeah, it's coming up.
Our valedictorian has really screwed the pooch on the actual any reunions.
But which one was the valedictorian? It was the guy that starts with a B.
You remember the story?
Yeah, but didn't he get
our own boys stuffed
Right.
the ballot
I
for
wasn't
our
sure
valedictorian in
that
high
he
school
won. I get that.
against one of our dude, like one of our close friends was
Yeah,
going to
it's
win.
always
They
up-
stuffed
always
the
up to
ballot
no
against him just to punk him.
Always up to no good.
Like that stuff matters when you're going for scholarships and like the rest of life. And they still did it anyways. I won't name any names because it's a very childish thing.
Are we allowed to show that tariff thing or no? I don't know.
What
it must
tariff
be,
thing?
right? I mean, we're not going to get. It's an advertisement too.
What are we
right?
showing?
No, we did talk about this earlier. So this is pizza. Yeah, I'm just playing without audio. It doesn't matter. It just says, "Hey, tariffs, eat this," and then Pizza is a Canadian pizza company, and it's just I don't know. Import pizza, export hunger, reverse tariff. I don't know. Ramin, yeah, he must have been from Sharif's account there. But no, so just Ramin said that to me. We had talked about it earlier on. So those of you that were interested in that, the thing about it is, it's just I think it's more to tell you that like it's on, and for tariffing Randy, right, as well. Yes, that is a good point. No, I was going to say that it's on everybody's mind everywhere. So I mean, I know that obviously, I think it was Brendan was saying 60% of our audience is U.S. and then you know. I don't know if it's 15 or 20% Canadian and the rest UK, Europe.
I know you'll feel this.
All over the place, but
That's not your go-to for pizza.
Pizza. We haven't ordered pizza in a long time. You know, sometimes we'll get on the way home, Papa John's. We get.
Okay.
There's local places too, but yeah, pizza. I used to get Domino's, but I'm not really feeling Domino's anymore. We haven't gotten it in a minute. I know. My kid's favorite is Pizza Hut.
I was going to say
They
Aaron
really
Aaron
are
likes
liking Pizza
Aaron loves Pizza
Hut.
Which is
So I
old
think
school,
that's
because that was they used to have the
They have like the
that all you can eat
Little
buffet
Caesars
thing.
is okay. Little Caesars I like for the they have the they have the good crust, but they have those the fast ones, the pick like you could
the little
fast and ready or
the fast and ready
hot
prepared
to go.
pies. Hot to go. That's
Shout out to Chappelle Roan.
So this wolf stock is moving, by the way. And I want to make sure we get the right one because I know in the midday, sorry, I was looking at HIMS because someone mentioned HIMS, but it's TerraWolf that's the one that's moving everybody, right? Because I haven't looked at these. Is Wolf on, it's WULF?
ULF.
Yeah, it's ULF.
Because Sharif was talking about
This is what happens. Like I'm saying wolf out loud and then I'm typing wolf in. So no, like
Wolf
it's
pack.
moving, but this isn't any different from what I'm seeing in Rigetti on wolf. So yeah, it's making a bit of a bottom. It's trying to go, but I'm just not seeing anything crazier than what we're seeing on Rigetti. Intel's working back underneath VWAP. Bet you Palantir might be turning around.
We're short a hell of a lot of shares of Intel, man.
NVIDIA is going to.
Probably too many. Probably an irresponsible amount of Intel, to be honest with you, right now. I'm just going short against 70 here. Like, we're short 60s. I have too many shares, which is why I'm trying to cover right here. I would have loved to have gotten more up there, but as I said, irresponsible amount. So if we can come back, okay, here it goes. So now this is let's get more responsible on this if we can. Start to get some out now. 50K, there it goes. I wanted to make sure that we tried to get close to 1-to-1 before we really started to get some out. So we'll take a 52. We actually got a 52 there and a 53. So now there we go. Now we're starting. Well, now anyone can get 52. Now we're starting to feel this. I'm just thinking that this 50 could be an issue here. Like, I'm not concerned about it or anything. It's just right into here. We've seen it hold before. I like to get down into the 200 period moving average. And yeah, man, I mean, we did get stopped out of our TQQ trade right there. But we're not holding it to that level. And we had talked about it, you know, again, to be a little more responsible with the trading and waiting for the exact high of the day would have worked gorgeously, swimmingly. But at the end of the day, we traded the recent high right there, which busted. So we are out of that one. But, you know, no TQQs, no cry. We still have Intel here, which is going to the downside. And, of course, on perfect rhyming, no cry for Big Bear AI. So here we go.
No bear, no cry,
no bear, no cry. Well, the bear may be coming in, and I hope the bear comes viciously right now because of Intel. But at the end of the day, we did take advantage of that. We actually showed this to you as we were reviewing Apple or whatever it was on the rundown there. We got a good fill there in the 40s, and we talked about wanting that fill right into here. So good fill for us on Big Bear AI. I mean, we still have a position, right? We still have about half actually. Of this trade, hoping to get a blast, right? I mean, down 20% with the low float. The short float of 22%. you know, probably added to it today. I don't know. I mean, feels like there's been pressure on this name. So
I guess there would be.
We'll double check. I mean, the short floats update, is it every 2 weeks?
I want to answer while you're. Can you go back to Sean's screen just for a quick second? Because a few people have asked this question while Sean was talking. It's just a level 2 at the top left, I believe you guys are asking, and a time of sales. So that's the level 2 showing you the market depth and then all the prints on your time of sales. I just did a video. I had to do the time of sales video 3 times.
We'll stop screwing up.
I know. Yeah, but no, that's all it is. And great question. Like, there's everybody watching this show comes from a different experience.
Fabian.
Maybe you've never traded. Maybe you've only traded clicking on charts. Maybe you only swing trade wherever. Maybe you come from a forex background. Maybe you look at a ladder view, trading the futures. Whatever it might be, it's all fine. Ask us any question out there, and if we have an answer, great. And if we don't, then we'll try to find it for you. That's what we're here for. We good to go? Yes, we are, because you can unlock the new nuclear renaissance with Foremost Clean Energy, leveraging one of the biggest megatrends on the planet, nuclear energy. Partnered with Denison Mines with properties strategically located in the Athabasca Basin, known as the Saudi Arabia of uranium, this undervalued company is poised to capitalize on the exploding nuclear market and offers unparalleled growth potential. The future is nuclear. And Foremost is your entry. You'll find on the NASDAQ under FMST or on the CSE under FAT, the fattest ticker on the symbol. Scan that QR code you see right there. And shout out to Foremost Clean Energy there. Did we hit the bottom? Trading 007 just said. On the market?
Did we hit the bottom?
Did the market just hit a temporary bottom? We went correction territory. I said to my wife when she asked me this question last night at the table, because it came up at her work, because that always happens when the market goes down 10%, and then every article on a business website is like, market in correction territory, scaring everybody. I'm like, in your long, I go,
don't be scared.
I go, are you buying anything or selling anything? You hold for the long term. She's like, no. So I'm like, what do you care? And she didn't. But I said, like, 1 chance in 3, this is the temporary bottom. I'm not convinced we've made a temporary bottom on the market, but that's just me. You know, like I said, I'm dollar cost.
The best part about temporary is?
Yeah, exactly.
Temporary.
Means you can trade off of it. But we got to correction territory on the NASDAQ here. You're right at that 200 period. We did go green, but you're not doing that much with it this afternoon on light volume. That conference it's like 10 minutes and not the conference. It's 10 minutes until the stream starts. I'm gonna have IBIT up in case it moves, and we'll let you guys know if anything goes on.
Is there a prepared speech or something? Because
I'm not sure what to expect.
What exactly are we expecting?
That's why I don't want to touch anything Bitcoin related until after. Once it starts, then we get an idea.
Let's go Intel, man. I mean, I got kids. They need to eat and shit. I mean, and stuff. Canceled.
It's Friday.
Pretty quick.
That word you can say, but we had this discussion.
Here we go.
There's a list of stuff that you can get away with in minute on YouTube, and there's certain words that if you like, they're like over the top. Like you get demonetized, you say that right away. Someone sent me a spreadsheet of that. Whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. Would you ask you're gonna win?
Yeah, it said ask Danielle Shea. I don't know. Okay.
Did it really? Take that was a no.
All right. So about that, yeah, that was a big L.
Even a more dramatic about it. That would have been fun.
That was a big L. But the thing is, Randy got it for me, so I can't even roll it up on the phone. You know, the phone is the key. The phone is the key.
That's good to know. I don't do Tim Hortons. I'm not gonna.
No, I don't. I mean, it's located here. We talked about this. I prefer. To me, that's the lowest of the low for.
I prefer McDonald's coffee to Tim Hortons. Yeah. I said it. It doesn't make me a bad Canadian.
It does.
I just think it's better.
Thing is, also Tim Hortons is not even a Canadian company, so there you go.
And they, I don't know if it's true everywhere, but in Ontario at least, the company that would supply the beans for Tim Hortons, they didn't re-up the contract, and McDonald's picked them up. And right about that time, lots of people around here switched to preferring McDonald's because they're smart. And on top of that, easy transition. Load. Guess who's up 3.5 points today?
It's all time
McDonald's. I've never owned this stock. That's a shame.
I still.
Aaron loves McDonald's.
I still
loves McDonald's. My daughter.
And you do too.
I Big Mac.
Right, but you love it though. There you go. See, I throw your daughter under the bus. You love McDonald's too.
No, she loves it way more.
I think you still love it more. I mean, in university, you know, it used to be what, 10 Big Macs? Like they used to have the $1 or $2 Big Macs, man. I mean, they don't do that stuff anymore. People would go insane.
Okay, first of all, it wasn't 10.
What, 7? What do you mean? What wasn't 10?
It doesn't matter how many. It doesn't matter how many Big Macs I would eat.
I know.
once
Yeah, no, it's
back
fine.
to university.
It was a lot, right?
It was a lot.
Okay, so
It wasn't 10, but it's a disgusting number. One time, the guys were like, "How many?" It was Whoppers.
Notice I said 7.
How
There
many
was no
can you
pushback.
eat in like 5 minutes? I think I ate 6 Whoppers in 5 minutes in high school. I was
6
ridiculous.
in 5 minutes, right? But 10, unfortunately, with no time limit is.
Oh, the Big Mac is more.
Than a Whopper? I mean, a junior Whopper.
It's all, yeah, that's
The problem with the
disgusting.
Whoppers, you get the onion, you
very
get the tomato, you get like everything in a
Could
Whopper.
never do that
Big
now.
Mac is pretty
I had a
standard.
sick metabolism back then. Sick.
I
McDonald's is an absolute
I guess
beast.
so.
Absolute beast.
Yeah, we really like McDonald's. I mean, just convenient there. As far as the stock, though, what a great name. I mean, again, I was looking at IBIT here because we're looking for some love in the crypto space. But yeah, no, I've been, again, just with doing best of breed kind of stuff all the time. You know, I actually was looking at Kava to think about getting into some Kava as well. I don't know what this big middle finger is all about right here, but I guess that's to the shorts. Yeah, big. Why, Adara, was there news on McDonald's today? But actually, like that's, yeah, it's like it barcoded here. And again, if you do take your phone and you scan this, it's a free small coffee for that. But right up there, up to 325, there's the takeout right there. So this was probably earnings. Whoop, all the way down. And look, our friendly neighborhood 200 period moving average comes into play one more time there for MCD. Let me check my friend Starbucks just real quickly because I thought there was a pullback imminent for start. Bang, we don't have it, but props it up, man. How many days, basically, it's from here, it doesn't matter how many days, I know where it was. I was saying Starbucks is way too far away from its 50-period moving average. Probably needed to get back into there. Didn't do anything about it, so who cares? But there it is. It's a nice move down in. Looks like we touched the 50 period today, but those of you that watch the show regularly know I was talking about that. So if anyone put on any options, that was great. I don't know enough about, you know, which one to put on or whatever, but that was a good play. And then the other name that I just mentioned there quickly was Kava. My kid, we drove by where we lived there, and he's like, oh my God, there's a Chipotle there? Like, he didn't even realize it. So I think we're going to have, I don't even know if he's had it before, but definitely heard of it. So he wants to get into that. But look at Kava. Like, we don't have this in Canada, but those of you in the United States, like, isn't this still a hot chain? Like, this is right back. I remember when we had, his name was Mike something from True Trading Group, I think. What was his name?
Money Mike.
Yeah.
No, not Mike. No,
Money Mitch.
No, Money Mitch. No, Mike was.
Shoot. Anyways,
Ayo.
Yeah, Ayo. I mean, I know.
That's how I remember it.
Mike
Ayo.
Edwards. Mike Edwards.
Mike
I'm almost positive on that.
Yeah.
Anyways, I just remember that I had him on just on the recap show. It just happens to be me there that day, or maybe it was even live here. But I think it was after earnings, and it had dripped down. And I remember this wick. I'm going to say this August report right here, where we went all the way down there, and then it must have been. And then the very next day, we were green, and then it just like took off, and I was like, okay, but now you're right back into these levels. I mean, you guys tell me. We can look at the numbers, we can look at the books, we can figure it out what's going on. But at the end of the day, like, I feel like that's probably a buy down there for Kava. Again, shouldn't really be tariff related, but I guess if people are worried about spend, then maybe they don't. And I think the same thing here is for Chipotle, right? Right back into sort of that where Brian Nichols had left. I don't even know when that was. I feel like that was probably around here-ish.
Had to be.
Nice move down into $47, $48. I don't know. You guys tell me. Hey, let's do that in the chat, Ramin. Let's put that up. Kava, so CAVA or CMG. Which stock do people prefer?
Oh, I know what. Okay.
Not
I'm gonna wait till
meal
the polls
do
up.
people prefer.
Well, because that's the thing. It's which stock do you prefer?
Yep, CMG or Kava, CAV. What? Chipotle.
Chipotle CMG.
What about you,
Recently split.
Ramin? You like Chipotle? You like a Chipotle? Yeah. She would prefer.
You must
Kava.
really not like. She just said she'd prefer Kava over Chipotle, even though she's never had Kava.
No,
you
but I
must
think it's
really dislike Chipotle to say that.
It's Greek food.
Well, the problem is I've never had Kava, so I don't know. I
neither,
couldn't
but I'm
make
gonna
the
Google it.
judgment. So like I would just answer Chipotle because Chipotle is delicious, and I don't know what Kava is like. But that's unfair. This is so I gotta shout out the chat here. We got a super chat from TKN House. I want to thank you for the super chat. But look at the question. Has anyone developed a reliable way of setting limit orders on options contracts as they arrive at a certain stock price level for the pre-market? And I think, like right there, you have a bunch of people answering these questions. I don't know if Joe's not at his desk right now. And if we're gonna answer a question about options, I'm not the person to do it. I'll be the first. I'll readily admit that. But I think it's great that we're already getting answers. This is why this is the best trading community out there. Because, and I want people to read this, because if someone's watching and you're not in the chat and you have an answer to this question, then jump in and help everybody. That's what we're all about here. So thank you for the super chat. If you're going to be in the chat, you got to be a subscriber. Hit that subscribe, and everybody help each other out. Shout out to you, TKN House. And the poll's not up yet, but mine's going to be... Oh, that looks delicious.
I mean, it looks very similar. Like, I was just going to say, so I got the menu over here. This kind of reminded me like a little bit of like a Freshie situation.
Are you kidding me?
It looks like Freshie. We have something here called Freshie.
Freshie's overpriced.
Overpriced. Well, this is probably overpriced too. Don't worry about that. But anyways, this just looks like Mediterranean bowls, right? You got the little bit of falafel there. Looks like some hummus, whatever, as it goes. There it is. So bowls. Just looks like it's... Oh, and then that's what I was going to say, the shawarma. So the wrap. Garlic, veggies, spicy chicken and avocado. I'm down with that. I would choose the Greek one.
just said in the chat, someone's like...
I love falafel too, though.
Someone asked, well, if I like McDonald's, why have I never invested in it? Because I don't invest in like restaurant companies. I don't invest in airlines. It's just, I don't know, it's just a thing. But that looks good. Like,
yeah, it's a decent kids meal too. You got a little cracker there. You got a little half shawarma. That I mean, I don't know what kid is only eating this little bit, but like my kids are wolfing this stuff down immediately. Some refreshing, tasty lemonade. All right, pick one here, Neil. I know you'd pick the pineapple. Hey, the pineapple might be good though. This is not on pizza, right? Pick one of these, Neil.
Oh, the pineapple apple mint.
This one you would take?
It's not on pizza. Just easy.
For me, I don't know.
Not even a question.
Ramin's all about the lavender. I have a little something about lavender. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't like to eat a flower. All right, so here we go. Jasmine. Okay, classic lemonade. Hey, where's the Arnold Palmer up in here? You know, the half-half. Fountain sodas. Okay. Anyways, all right. A little look at Kava. You can send us, hey, Kava.
Oh, I could have one of those next week.
I mean, look, I can do a wicked Kava sponsorship. You guys want to sponsor, things like that?
It feels like
reaching at straws.
Feels like an afternoon we need.
All right, here we go. I'm just going to. I know we got to go over to Adair, but just come over here just real quick. I'm going to vote for, based on what I just saw. Oh man, I love the falafel. I'm going to go with Kava. Oh, Chipotle is dummying everybody right now. Chipotle dummying this. I feel like I might be on the wrong side of history here. All right, Miss A.
Just be aware here, Donald Trump, this stream has begun. So as far as I'm seeing, he has not actually hit the podium yet, but be aware, Donald Trump kicking off here and set to lead this crypto event here at the White House, this White House Crypto Summit, the first of its kind. Again, this was set to start at 1:30, but the way this is being worded is as though this is being hosted by Donald Trump and starting now. So we'll have to wait. As mentioned earlier, this event has really been shrouded in a lot of secrecy and uncertainty. So we'll have to wait and find out, but keep an eye on the market as we get Donald Trump hitting the mic for this crypto address. Back to you.
Why is it an hour and a half delayed? This is the thing that I
got to make people wait. It creates anticipation.
Right there. So yeah, well, why am I still watching out for Kava? All right, I think we wanted to look at. So let me just look at quickly at IBIT because obviously Adair is excited to bring all the news, and if there's anything that hits, we'll be watching IBIT. I don't expect there to be anything major. I feel like anything would have been leaked and they would have got the story out earlier, but you never know. VWAP right now at 50-50. I think if we take 50-50, we want to go long. Like we want to go long, breaking any past sort of resistance, right? Like the resistance is strong with this one, but I think on good news, nothing can stop it. It's all the way up. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening right there. So he was talking about the seized Bitcoin, right? Like they weren't going to go in and buy more Bitcoin. They had a bunch from the Bitfinex hack, I guess. They were talking about. So we'll wait to see what's funded in this, what it means. I'm more looking honestly at the other names there to see what does happen with Cardano down to 85. I mean, I am, we've talked about this. I'm an investor or a hodler of these coins.
You're not only the president of Cardano.
I'm not only the president of Cardano.
You're also a holder.
Yeah, I'm also a coin holder. I was going to say shareholder, but coin holder. And, just a small little supply of 3 trillion coins for that. So we'll wait to see Dogecoin coming in at number 9. So we'll wait to see what happens there. Solana flat. This is the last hour. So we have here the different categories, 1 hour, 24 hours, 7 days. So just in the last 24 hours, you see red Bitcoin and red Ethereum. So, all right, we'll just wait for it. We have it up here. And again, Neil and I, this is completely customizable software. We can set triggers, limits, things like that. I feel like it just got real cold in here.
Yeah, I was about to throw my sweater back on.
But anyways, all right.
A vent right over us just got turned on. Yo, ARM just broke the high. It's up 7% now. I'm telling you, every time I put a stink bid in ARM, the stock goes up. Every time. It's been bleeding.
You're putting too many shares down there. It's like it's running into your order. And
No. The stink bid. The stink bid's underneath. It's underneath $100. I think if the market takes another leg down, ARM should have no trouble losing 20%, just based on its valuation. It's one of those types of names. But it's up big today, 7 points. Look at this churn on ARM. There's no red candles on the 15-minute chart. I thought Palantir was being strong this afternoon. It seems like ARM is going to be the one. We're just so sideways right now. Even you just rolled over on a bunch of things. Well, a few things. I shouldn't say a bunch. Tesla just got really weak. Intel can't seem to get filled in front of 45. I said Tesla and haven't shown Tesla. Tesla rolled into VWAP and just bounced, but I feel like Tesla might be doing the other thing, not the up move today. It wants to bleed if we lose VWAP. Just feels a little weak on Tesla. I had a scalp trade and the buyers were real strong on Tesla, but I still feel like we're underneath that 164, 165 zone, so Tesla could end up being a short. For some reason, when this conference starts, I have it in my mind that we might have one of those, let's just sell the news and dump it. But we're still waiting for anything out of this conference. And the market's not a lot of volume, so you just got to trade inside the range if you can. What else we got going on here? I see Leonardo, big up from Italy. Big up. What up, Leonardo? I've only been once, but it was fantastic. The food is unbelievable, obviously. But I was only in Rome. Got to go back there and see a little bit more of the country. That's the one thing. We're only there for a week. A week is not enough in a place even like Rome, it wasn't enough. Well, it wasn't
built in a day, so you got to. Built in a week, I think it was. All right, so when I went to Siena, the Tuscany, those rolling hills, it's God's country.
That's the Tuscany is that pimp level, right? I guess
it's pimp level, yeah.
Where's
pimp level?
Where's our dude? Our friend who's there. Where is he in Italy?
What? Crypto guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in Tuscany.
Is it Tuscany? Yeah, that's what I thought. I wasn't 100% sure, but I thought he was.
Yeah.
We just call him.
The crypto
notice how we
kid?
just call him Crypto Guy because he was a dude that was telling all of us that we should have just all gone ham at the beginning.
But then, you know what? I don't want to be like a crypto 100 millionaire or anything because then I probably wouldn't be here right now. I'd just be chilling in Italy. And then I don't get to do this. But I have so much fun doing this. Even if I had $100 million,
He's living a good life.
He
still didn't take us to Vegas.
I would still trade, honestly.
He flat out said if ETH got to a certain point a long time ago that he would take all of us to Vegas. And it never happened. And I'm only salty because I've never been to Vegas.
Yeah, when in Rome. Vegas. I don't even want to go right now, considering what the exchange rate would be on some of the nonsense. But again, if you're going to gamble, that doesn't really matter because your payout's obviously going to be in U.S. dollars as well. But I think food prices and all that's probably quite ridiculous there.
But food is ridiculous everywhere these days.
Yep.
It's ridiculous everywhere. You're not getting away from. I know inflation's worse in some places than others, but you're not getting away from it. Not to get all political. But let's be real for a second. The entire world and printed and created a boatload of money during COVID. Inflation is everywhere. Some places just a little bit worse than others. There's no getting around it. And if you think that we have a handle on it, the last time people in the know thought that they did have control or could be able to predict it, let's just say they didn't do it right because it's so unpredictable. And thinking you have control over inflation, come on, man.
People are saying that Vegas has lost its way a little bit.
I don't know about that.
I mean, I just want to invite all Americans to the Canadian Vegas.
I just want to go.
Niagara Falls. Go to Falls View Casino there. Look at the beautiful falls.
The falls are amazing. But come on.
You can go on the Maid of the Mist. You know. You could tightrope walk across like the Wallenda brothers.
You never see a brother do that stuff. I'm just throwing it out there.
No,
I'm
they
just
were
saying
just literally brothers.
Oh, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no. You'll see brothers do that, man.
Tightrope
I
walk?
thought, wasn't there one? I thought I saw
Where?
something over in Chicago. The Sears.
No, you didn't. Okay, maybe you did, but I'm just saying you didn't. No, because
I'm trying to make him look it up.
No, I'm just sort of saying like not to you guys.
Yeah, there we go. Rainmaker went to Niagara Falls. He's like,
it's all about rain. Yeah, let's go to another topic before I say something bad. I don't want to be stereotypical or anything.
Well,
but
I think that's probably too late.
My brother will jump out of an airplane, but I'm like, hell no.
Oh, if anybody comes over here, I'm not about to do this, but my 13-year-old wants to do the edge walk on the CN Tower.
Again.
I'm not doing that.
No way.
I'm not
crazy?
doing that. You'll do that, Fabian, with him? I'll pay for you to do it with him. Okay, Fabian will do it? Okay. All right.
For anyone that doesn't know what that is, hold on.
Okay, both of you can do it. Well, yeah, it's the CN there. Show it. Neil will show it. You basically hang off of the CN Tower, sort of.
Oh no, I don't want the website.
Sort of.
I just wanted a picture.
Just go to Google, type in images, and you get that up. You get real quick there. I mean, I got the coffee menu so fast, man. You can't even get.
Hold on a second. By the way, Brigetti's trying to go higher, but it's not doing anything.
All right.
CN Tower.
Yeah, so it's like that. There's that Drake where he's standing on the side of the CN Tower there.
Go images, and we'll just pick.
There we go. Just show that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of them. You guys get the idea, but no.
So the CN Tower.
Man.
Why? Why do we want to click an image? Just click that one.
That's a video.
There we go.
I mean, come on.
That's good enough.
You would do that? No.
No. I'm trying to pay someone to do it with my kids, so I don't have to do it.
No. I'm not even afraid. I'm not afraid of heights, but like, why am I doing this?
Let me guess. You guys will do it?
No.
I mean, how many times are we going to hear that?
Ramin would do that? I don't believe you, Ramin.
Are you saying Ramin has no integrity? That
you know what?
About doing that?
Ramin, straight up, I will pay for you to do this, and I want to see a picture. Because I've
already offered this.
Oh, you did too? Oh, my bad. I wasn't paying attention. No, okay, fine. Sean and I will pay for Ramin to do that.
No, you can do it. You can pay. It's fine.
You said it before I did.
Yeah, I know, but I don't want to step on your feet. You just
okay. Anyways, we'll
don't even worry about it.
Ramin's gonna do it. Let's go to Adara.
Keep an eye on Oracle here. This one popping up with volume. Charles Gasparino of Fox Business posting on Twitter saying that he has a scoop that the Trump administration is making progress on a deal to move the TikTok U.S. portion into U.S. hands. Apparently, the White House is specifically looking at a licensing agreement between ByteDance, the owners of TikTok in China, and a U.S. tech firm. That U.S. tech firm is reportedly Oracle. So again, this is just a report here, or a scoop from Charles Gasparino of Fox Business, but it does suggest that Oracle is apparently here in talks, or at least the White House is looking for Oracle to make a deal with ByteDance of China for a TikTok, licensing agreement. It is worth knowing, though, that talks apparently are, quote, fluid. So this is not at all finalized or confirmed, but Oracle may be that buyer here for TikTok. And we've heard talks about Oracle potentially being in the mix for that deal already. Back to you.
Report it. Yeah, solid spike there in Oracle there, up like 3 points on the day, but like nice little volume candle. Not a lot of follow through. Like you're watching the tape right now, and it's funny because I just did a video on the time and sales. And one of the things is, as it gets to the top, do you see a lot of green and control and acceleration? And that's not okay. Literally, as I said it, now you're starting to catch a bigger bid. It's almost like everyone heard Adara and decided to buy this one up. So watch out for 157 on Oracle. I think that's the big zone from yesterday. The other reason I'm not a huge fan of this, like look at the top on the daily. That 200 period moving average is right overhead, and you're into a supply zone. So you've chewed through the breakout, and now you're likely to kind of stall and do another leg up there. So I'm not chasing that move on that headline. We've seen them before. I don't know how much I want to trust it. Rigetti is still, like I said, it's like kind of half asleep. It's just kind of, it's barcoding 930-ish. To 950-ish, and if it breaks, there should be room to 10, but it's just not really doing anything. So it's really trying to go, not a lot of follow through. Intel is still under but it's starting to, whoops, let's go to a 3-minute chart. It's starting to creep back into VWAP. It couldn't fill 44, 45. It's coming right back into VWAP. The market's trying to creep a little bit higher here. NVIDIA is close to the high of the day. Let me double check ARM. Was there a dip? Nope. ARM is still flying. 7.5% on this sucker. I think there's going to be a potential, if the market does drop, this seems a little bit out of hand for ARM, because I don't recall hearing anything specific to them. I get it. Broadcom is having a good day, but 7.5 points is a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot for these guys.
I mean, it's just straight up. So I wonder if it does have maybe some. I
gonna double
I guess
check
that has nothing to do with TikTok, of course, but yeah, it's straight up to the upside. Again, probably Broadcom. Some decent.
I think that's
talks.
all it is.
There we could see something about Broadcom, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, I could see some love there coming back in for that name. So we'll wait to see for ARM. But all right, so what's been happening? Really, I just have Big Bear AI, which is finally starting to. I'm saying like kind of tongue in cheek, finally starting to go, but. We just got another fill right here at 40. Like, I don't know. Hopefully it can get back up to the upside here. And of course, we're talking about our friend and yours, Big Bear AI. All right. We still have Intel short, looking to get a little bit more on that one. What's up, Adair?
Sort of noting here, I'm just seeing on X, apparently Donald Trump ended his remarks to reporters at the White House. Now, it's unclear if these are the remarks that he was supposed to be making at the White House Crypto Summit at 3 p.m., which is now about 15 minutes from now. I have multiple streams up for these White House crypto comments, and neither of them have begun. So it's unclear if he's begun speaking at the summit, but apparently he just finished comments to reporters. We know Donald Trump is sometimes late, or these events do not start at the time they're expected to, so we'll have to wait and see. But I think it's worth noting, apparently he just wrapped up reporters' comments to reporters at the White House ahead of us supposed to be getting this crypto segment or crypto summit. So I'll let you know if I have any updates, but I just wanted to let you guys know the status of this Trump talk is very much in limbo, guys. Back to you.
You're wondering about that because, delayed this far, it doesn't really make that much sense why it's taking this long, but maybe there's just not that much going on over there. So join Adair and I on the recap show tonight, and if anything does happen, we'll be breaking that live there. We can even maybe have the live stream up and just try to watch it and see what's going on. So Adair and I will be there tonight. In just 45 minutes, we'll go over sort of the week and some important earnings that we had seen come through this week. So all right, the only play, again, we talked about having Big Bear AI, but it's just Intel. I probably should have reloaded it there. I'm trying to be patient and wait for that top again. But, with that being said, I'll put another. I was waiting for 42s, didn't get those down there just because that was the bottom. And I guess 47, 42 is down here at the 200 period, so I shouldn't misspeak. That's what we were waiting for, right? So we're waiting for that 200 period moving average. Just didn't come through, so we'll take a little bit out there. And if it continues to drop in, good. I mean, it's the only trade that we have on here this afternoon and the only trade that we've been looking at. We did have the TQs on earlier, right when we came on with you guys. It did break out through the top, though, and unfortunately it's unfortunate because we lost on it, but we did get stopped out. Maybe again back at the highs here, just holding out. The NASDAQ on the week, I mean, I don't know exactly what percent we're down there on the week, but I believe the beginning of the week, today's the 7th, so we're talking about the 2nd there. So yeah, I guess we start the week right here. That's Friday. So here's Monday. So we kind of open up at 500. We're only down to 491. So it's actually on the week. It's not that bad. Down at the bottom, fine, but not so bad. This is Monday. This white column right into here is Monday. So we did get a nice move up there. Then it was like rant downside. So yeah, still not too bad, man. You're down about $9 on 500. So couple points, not even a couple percentage points down on the week. So, despite it being the worst week, I heard, was it since August or I don't know for how long, but it was in a while. It doesn't really seem that bad, actually. And now that we get a retracement back upside right now, SMCI maybe is moving.
Looks like a little bit of a short right now. It's just,
SMCI he was talking about.
Yeah, SMCI is breaking through the morning. Well, SMCI broke through the morning highs. See, I was just trying to grab it back through this consolidation top. I think we're losing some of those tops. Here's Rigetti. Just going to pull that in. I want to get picked up on the way back. It's just in front of 38 there. But Rigetti looks like it's going to lose the 930. I'm going to be jumping out. Someone asked me where my stop was, and I was like, it's over 20 and it's under 30. So it's not at 29. It's close enough. But that one could lose the bid right quick. I want to see if I can't get picked up on the way back up here is you're getting a little bit of a bounce in SMCI. Oddly enough, not much of a pullback in NVIDIA. I looked over to see if ARM was pulling back when the market got to the highs, and the answer was a distinct no. ARM is still just chilling right up at the top. There hasn't been any distinct. I mean, I could draw a trend line, but it's so steep that you could just eyeball it. It's not like you don't need, when it's doing this, you don't have to draw a trend line to see if it's breaking a trend. Like, that's just insanity how straight to the upside that is on ARM. So still no fill in MSCI. SMCI, I get a mulligan once a day for messing that name up. But I was in this one. We lost in the morning going short. That's on the way up. This gives me the consolidation that I can work off of, and I paid for the locates, obviously, if I shorted it this morning. And yeah, after start, that ARM bump is crazy. Broadcom sympathy is a real thing. That's why Broadcom matters. You know, like, they're a big name. They're a great bellwether, and it's one of those rising tides lift all ships. I don't think the market would recover like it did today on the NASDAQ if we hadn't had a good print from Broadcom. And especially, like, forget about that. Like, if Broadcom hadn't bounced on its own, I'm going to leave this up and just move to Broadcom on a black chart so I can stay on the stock that we're in. But look at the Broadcom from the bottom. Like, that recovery, I think, had a lot to do with how strong the market got here in the afternoon or middle of the day. So we'll see if we can't give it to the high here. I think it's asking a lot to get a VWAP retracement. 37.6 seems a little bit more reasonable. It's already 318. That's the other thing. It gets 318. You're not really churning in volume. Expecting to get the monster move when it's this late in the day, it's probably asking a bit much.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything in my ear in a while from this walk, so I feel like
this thing still hasn't even started, man.
No, I just feel like it's dead right now. The market's not doing too much. I just did put bids on Intel, and we got one of them. We got one at 53. I don't know. I'm still waiting for some 52s or whatever. I mean, hopefully this will fall down, but let's look for some more trades. All right, so JP Morgan. I prefer the long in the account on this name as it's still bleeding to the downside. But as we can clearly note here, I don't know if the long is right today. It's not really at any key levels. Was hoping that I would see something with JP Morgan, but you know, my eyes, although sometimes can deceive me, I think right now it doesn't look like there's much happening with JP Morgan. I was thinking, don't they announce, is it today or what? But like pretty soon they're announcing S&P 500, I think, additions or deletions or something. I think Robinhood has a chance to be included into something.
They should be next.
I'm going to have to read about that. Don't hold me that, but maybe some of you guys in the chat. There was Robinhood. There was one other name that I was somewhat interested in that had a chance to be included. Was it the S&P 500? When did they announce it? Because there was, we were waiting for Palantir. That helped. It gives the stock a great pop. Like, I think it's on average the next day after it's like 7 or 8% or something like that for a pop up there. So
Hood would do more than that.
Right, so that's why I'm thinking, like, maybe if I'm going to make a play, maybe I should be buying some Robinhood somewhere.
But that might not happen until
Coinbase.
It would be the end of the quarter. It would be the end of the quarter.
The other name was Coinbase that I was thinking about. Yeah, there you go. Los Polos Hermanos. I think today's SPY is rebalancing. Yeah. All right, so there we go, Ozan. So, I'm not just a pretty face. What's up there?
Regards to the stocks that are potentially in talk for the rebalancing, and again, this is just speculation, but generally this speculation sometimes is a bit correct. App 11, which we have here, Coinbase and Robinhood are apparently among the contenders of names that could potentially be added to the S&P 500. Again, this has been wrong in the past, and sometimes if names are expected to potentially be added and they aren't added, that can lead to a drop in their price. We know App 11 during the last edition was expected to be added. They were not mentioned, and they dropped quite significantly. So be cautious. These are just expectations. They are in no way confirmed until we get that announcement after the bell today, guys. It's usually well after the bell, around 5 p.m. on average. Back to you.
There you go. So thank you very much, Adara. And yeah, we can definitely, the speculation's a lot of fun. Bbot in the chat has a few. There we go. App, IBKR, Dashcoin, Carvana, Hood, Carvana. Yeah, those are all interesting ones for sure. That's the one that's like, let's do it. Let's do it. Didn't learn the lesson from SMCI. Let's do it, Carvana. Why not? No, not to pick on SMCI. It'll probably stop me out for even saying that. But you saw what happened. Never in the history of the market, Okay, well, to my knowledge, never in the history of the market has there been a stock that had a year like SMCI did. It was just the full gambit. AI, crazy breakout, gets added to the S&P and the NASDAQ, then finds themselves with short seller reports, being investigated, delayed reporting of their earnings. It just went the entire gambit. It was complete insanity. I've never seen a stock have to go through, like we've seen, there's been like little pieces of that, one by one, here or there, but not all in 1 year for SMCI. This isn't really adjusted for the split, by the way. But I do like Coin. Coin makes sense to me. I'm picking one that I think is gonna be in. I'd say Coinbase. So if we're, and not that we're doing a poll or anything, but of the names that I just saw Big Bot in the chat say.
What is our poll doing right now?
Let's see.
It got closed.
We got here. It's still 57% CMG. So Chipotle, baby. And I think, look, remember, this poll is not about which one do you think is more delicious, right? We're talking about which stock is better. Which stock would you rather own? Right. Chipotle or Kava? I voted for Chipotle, but I haven't really paid too much attention to the Kava chart. But yeah, I mean, certainly right now it's 57%. It's really close. I think you can go either way there. But in terms of being added to the S&P, I'll go with Coinbase as it's just a guess. No one really knows except those that are in the know that surely wouldn't trade ahead of that knowledge. Because they never do. They never do. It's just like there's always a spike before a buyout deal gets announced because nobody ever knows. Nobody ever knows.
No, you don't. You don't know. And we had, but it was a good point there to talk about. I'm glad we talked about it at least because, it's going to be happening. We'll get that news after hours as well. Yep. With Adair and myself. So just looking at the imbalance locator, in case you guys were wondering if there's any index action or anything after hours, it doesn't really look like it. Walmart's there as a bid. You're not going to have any NASDAQ names. Those get populated at 350. So we'll have to wait to see if anything comes out for that. But for right now, no, it's like a Schlumberger, I guess, there. HPQ. We saw HPE today down quite nicely. HPQ is flat. Has HPE battled back at all?
A little
bit. It was down to 15.
It's battled a little.
Okay, 15.55 right now. Yeah, nice little battle back on that one. Big Bear AI is just chilling. Look, man, I mean, we'll be positive on it, but it's not doing anything right now. I would love to be able to get this thing back up into 43, 44. I'm sitting at 41s. I'm sitting at 49s. I'm sitting at 44s. Like just seeing if there was some action that we can get out a little bit and then still try to hold. Like we're out of half. Or actually out of a little bit more than half. We're out of 60% right now. And then, because we just got filled there. So about 10% on pretty much all the way up at random levels. And then if it fills up and good for us. But it's not really looking super strong right now. It just kind of doesn't want to do anything. Let's have a quick look at Tesla. You can see, crypto's going down, right? I mean, I was just looking, we didn't look at IBIT's actually not moving at all. But I was looking down here, 87. Weren't we just at 89 or change? So we are trying to move a little bit with Bitcoin. I don't think that thing's happening.
Does this feel like one of those, this has nothing to do with Roaring Kitty, but the longer it takes before we get this whatever starting, like do you run the risk of we're supposed to already be hearing some stuff, the conference is supposed to start, do you just start, like does it rug because of that?
What rug? Bitcoin?
No, like Bitcoin, or just in general, well maybe not rug, but just continue to glide down. Like we're just kind of gliding down here into a market which is close to the highs, because we're supposed to be getting this talk. And the longer we go without getting it, going into the close, maybe there's some hands that bought into it that just decide to sell. I don't know. It's not moving. There's not, like I said, there's not a ton of volume. Someone's going to wait around until we actually had something and then end up in like consolidation trades. Like take a short consolidation, hoping it breaks down, and if it breaks out the top, get out, while also sitting in a long consolidation, hoping it breaks out the upside. Like there's just nothing happening. I'm probably going to end up in a wash, like win on one and lose in the other. Like what's the point? There's not a lot happening in this market right now. The slight glide down in Bitcoin, you could be in that trend. I just don't have an entry point in here. KD Dumpster, maybe you believe he's waiting for 4 p.m. Well, where's the fun in that? And someone says he's been live for 20 minutes. Okay, well, I don't see it. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. When the thing is, why wait till 4 o'clock? Crypto's a 24-hour market. So if it's about that, you also don't look at the markets, allegedly. So Yeah, we'll see. It's kind of, I think it's disappointing because volumes are pretty low right now. Now let's go to Adara to get an update.
Oh, break.
Not crypto or Trump related, but HIMS here on Watch. Business Insider has reported that Hims & Hers has shut down its dermatology business after its stock had a bit of a downturn on an FDA's weight loss drug decision. So we know the FDA had made a decision basically about these compound GLP-1s. HIMS had been able to benefit while there was a shortage of these GLP-1s. When that shortage was ended, then the company was basically left at a bit of a standstill when it came to their GLP-1s. Now, apparently, after the standstill and this struggle, they have now shut down their dermatology business. So HIMS, pretty hefty short float here. That one on Watch getting a bit of a wick to the downside, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, it's getting chilly.
Yeah, it's been chilly for a minute. All right, so yeah, Hims and Hers Health. Yeah, I mean, on earnings, this thing was like $42, $43. Yeah, I guess more cost-effective moves happening right there by shutting down that unit. As Adair just mentioned, I mean, I don't know really enough about this business. You know, this just, to me, it looks like AppLovin, it looks like Palantir, it looks like Big Bear AI, it looks like all the names that, it looks like Rigetti, Quantum Plays. So again, nicely done to the upside there, cooking at $70, right? And then in 2 weeks, back down to half. Chopped in half right there to $32. So I'd say you're coming into some support. Remember, a story like that from Adara, like it could be a good thing too. Like, you know, the more efficient that you're getting, more cost effective. I mean, they wouldn't cut the dermatology wing or division if it was a profitable one, I wouldn't think. So that's probably a decent decision.
You'd hope so.
We'll wait to see. Yeah, I mean, we'll wait to see what happens, but that seems like a good story. So up that 4.25%. A name that's been getting, unfortunately, Moderna. We've talked, not unfortunate, I'm not even in the name, and maybe I kind of wish I was. That $30 bottom came twice right there. So as fast as you like, or what does Sharif say, as quick as you like?
As quick as you like.
Yeah, right down. So Sharif has a couple things, as quick as you like. The good old college try, he also has that one.
Community college try.
Community college, was it community college?
Because that's from
Sheldon, right?
Sheldon, yeah.
Yep. His favorite show, Young Sheldon.
I still have it.
But yeah, I know. Yeah, shout out to Young Sheldon. But right there, it's not bad. I mean, it's not for the kids. Like we watched it with our kids, they liked it.
Oh, there's a question for you.
$30 bottom for me.
Remember the undercover runner of last year? Someone just asked here, Jack, Sean, would you dabble in ANF in the long term? That was the most under-discussed. Well, we talked about it.
I thought they got like a big run up
squeeze.
Some sort of
it was
AI.
A stupid squeeze.
Oh, geez. $79. Wow. Ramin's favorite store, Abercrombie & Fitch.
Oh, goodness, that's bad.
No comment from her. Okay. She was having some kava. Look, we had talked about this when this was going ham, so great call, whoever that was there in the chat. But like, look, like this was, oh man. When you look back, yeah, I can.
That's real natural.
But down into there, $22, $23, and then that ramp to $130, pull back $190. Well, let me put this on the back burner and look into this maybe over the weekend, because like I didn't even realize this was happening. Like yesterday, we saw Gap stores come up with their report, and they actually. We were pardoning the puns and all this stuff, but it had a nice move higher, man. Up 18%. Like when I think about these two stores, I kind of think of them similarly. I don't know enough about Abercrombie and Fitch to be able to talk properly about that one, but I do know that we do have the Real Trading Campus program. No problem. We do have Real Trading Campus going on right now. So trade real money, gain real experience. Look, this is how many of us get started. It's using the exact same software that we use live here on the show. You know, you can join the exclusive community of traders, right? It's like-minded individuals. Everyone's going for the same goal. This program structure is very structured with different phases where you learn about the level twos. I mean, we had a simple question today. What's a level two and what was that stuff you're looking at? There's the platform introduction on phase 2. Man, that's scrolling fast. Phase 3 has your trading goals. Phase 4 apparently also has trading goals. But once you're done our simulation, then you just go into live. No cost to you. If you have what it takes, apply today. Open to non-US residences.
That's key.
But there it is, man. Scan the QR code. We have Brankles is involved in that as well. Joe was running the Gambit in that program for a minute, and we've had many traders come through there as well. So it's a great learning tool to get started. It's Real Trading Campus. If you are located outside of the United States, please make sure to join us on that and sign up immediately. It's the only prop firm I've ever worked for, and obviously, we'd like you guys to support it as well, if available, with many opportunities here in Canada, that's for sure. Europe as well. So sign up there, and again, you'll be treated to over 60+ markets, which brings me up to let's figure out who made some money yesterday, right? We haven't looked at this yet, so today I have not either. So we could do this together here at Real Trading. Whether or not you're part of the campus program or not, you will have access to the trader information portal, which I just go right to compare your profits. But if you just go to home here, you'll see some of the advantages that we have here. TMX statistics throughout the day, a midday crunch, like a little bit of a note there about maybe what stocks were moving there. 4 Sigma underperformance, whatever the heck that means.
What is
as we go on and on. OTCX, what's up, Jeff Mendel, right there. So a little bit of a report there from them.
Jeff.
Whatever, Next3.ai, a CEO interview. IPOs kicking off today. There must have been 2 small ones apparently. But I go on and click compare your profits. So my profits won't be on here because yesterday was kind of just, we had just gotten back too flat there near the end of the day. Well, we actually wound up having a good day, but not enough to make this list, that's for sure. So we've seen this here yesterday. Very, very profitable trading on the Canadian markets as of late. Like, I just noticed that the last couple times I've looked over here, the Canadian markets have been bumping. So there it is, man. 2 days in a row, top trades happening over here in Canada. And if you trade with Real Trading, your profits aren't tariffed. Like, you just,
that is key.
whatever you get there, and you do not get upset, right? So, and then the second one leading the way, again, no tariffs. Amex, Chicago, the CME there. So that would, to me, would be some sort of a futures trading, right? Chicago CME. So we have various CME contracts here, Nat Gas, NYMEX actually for that. But again, probably a futures trader for the NASDAQ or the ES. But we have more options than that. Canada TSX, just one lone trader there making the list for Paris. It doesn't mean that we only have one trader. These are just the top 10. And we do like to expand it to show different markets. So number 10 is although right now it looks like it's pretty accurate, it's always tried to be some random. Zetra, Stockholm, Paris. So again, someone located in Europe. So that would help. I don't know. I could ask. I believe you're eligible in Europe for the campus program, but again,
I would think so.
That's that. So, all right, Neil, Intel's not really doing anything, man.
By the way,
Big AI is not doing anything.
I wanted to show, that was actually a cool report, the one that you were joking about. It's just
Which was it?
That was America's Midday Crunch.
Oh, yeah, no, I just thought it would give some midday ideas. I don't really.
Well, it's like,
yeah, go for
why don't I full screen it?
Yeah, go for it, Neil.
No, if you're at Real Trading, you literally have access to all of these. Basically, just give you some performance ideas. What are the best performing sectors?
Zoom in a little bit,
they have a
man.
really cool graph here, like showing you intraday liquidity versus volatility, and in different, based on different sectors that you can watch. So you can see consumer staples with tons of liquidity there. You can make a guess at what stocks might be in there. But it just gives you an idea, like where the interest might be for a trader. Because at the end of the day, for Real Trading, like, they want you to succeed, right? Like, the idea is you want people to be disciplined. There's a reason why you start out in a simulator and you go through the entire process to be able to trade the firm's capital. It's because you got to build toward it and make sure that you have tools available that are going to help you along your journey. I thought you were pulling up. I thought that was Netflix when you pulled that up. It's Costco.
Yeah, no, this is Costco. So actually, just looking at this one right here, like, remember when I said I don't really want to buy any more stocks? Well, yeah, this move down on Costco is making me think twice about that stance, to be honest with you, because this is down 7% today and looking like a decent area, not of concern, but of interest. I mean, I think this is going to be something definitely to have a look at if you are interested in, maybe diversifying your portfolio a little bit and getting into some retail. Now, because you're down there, we've had questions before. Do we invest in Costco? What are some key levels, right? And I always think that this 200 period moving average, we haven't seen this 200 period since May of 23. So you're going back 2 years, right? March, April, May. if you get into this level, if you're thinking about dip buying something, which I know I said I may avoid stock, but this to me looks like a decent opportunity here on Costco, down 6+%. Joe and I had this earnings yesterday, and I didn't think it was that bad. It was hovering around 1 or 2%, so nice little downside play there for Costco.
This
Again,
just in, Sean's buying more stock.
So, look, just to be honest, I mean, I'm going to be. I just went right to the CDRs. Here it is right here. So I buy a lot of stuff through CIBC, through Canadian Hedged. So they have CrowdStrike, Costco, basically all the major names there. And you can see it's fraction of the price. So $44 Canadian. And again, we've had CIBC on the show to explain this product just last week. And they are CDRs. So it's just similar like you can invest in Alibaba, which is an ADR, an American depository receipt, which does follow names on the Hang Seng or wherever the heck Alibaba is located. But look, just to look quickly, Costco.cc. Oh, actually, do we have that in here?
We should. Unless they literally just added it.
I'm trying to do something over here. Here's Costco right here. So you can see decent liquidity, right? And actually, like the slippage that you'd have, Costco, this is only 3-4 cents, right? Costco over here, of course, in the United States, you're slipping $1. But again, it's a $900 name. So, all right, Neil, before Ramin, really gets angry, I believe I have to throw it to you.
Well, we've been talking about like this afternoon, not a lot of volatility, not a lot of crazy volume, but now you're getting a bit of a move. And one of the things that we talk about is how to find the best opportunities and how to take your trading to the next level. And that's where eSignals comes in. First month, free. It's a free trial to get customizable charts with every indicator imaginable on all the markets, with all the liquidity. You can tie it into your broker if you want to trade through it. You can tie it into API if you want to automate trading. You can back test. You can forward test. You can do everything at your fingertips with reliable data all in one spot. And as we said, the first month is free. So at the end of the day, if you don't like it, doesn't help your trading, then you're able to get away from it. I can tell you it's a fantastic tool. You can even, if we can come to I don't know if we can, I know that's running right now, but you can go level 2 with your charts, with screeners. I've got the trade rate in here to see what's moving the most. Tesla apparently is doing the most trade. SOXL, SPY, Apple, Broadcom in here. And you can customize it to what you want. I could put a filter on that if I wanted to, but that's what it's all about. Like finding the things that can help you. Scan the QR code that was up. The link is in the description as well. And the market is finally moving.
Yeah.
So you'll talk Intel. SMCI went to the top of the range and back to the bottom of the range. So instead of shorting the middle of the range, I'm like, if it's going to be range bound, you should not short the break. You should short the top and play to the bottom. I'm not, because the market's coming down though, I'm not reloading Rigetti. Like, forget it. Forgetty. If it just, if it breaks down here, I'll just get out. Like it's going sideways. I mean, okay, fine. It got to the high a couple times, but it hasn't really broken out. So I'm not going to reload it. It's 340. It's too late. And the market, it feels like it's coming back into the downside. So I'll hold on to some of SMCI for that flat bottom to break, but I will not reload Rigetti. And obviously, Intel just came through and destroyed the 50 level and was starting to fall heavily. So that's got to be going great. And the market's starting to come back in here. Like, there's the pull. We actually might end up, NASDAQ could go red and end up with another red day, despite the fact we had this V-shape.
I mean, your Intel chart looks like mine. I mean, we got a whole bunch of fills going on here today, and we're just going to, I didn't, the way this market was moving, I wasn't sure we were going to get into there, so I consider it diamond hands. I mean, we could have emptied a lot of this out, right there at 45, but we've been holding, we just got a 41 fill, so we're pretty happy with that for now. Let's just continue to go downside, hopefully Intel, and we'll see what happens. All right, so AMD there. This was the short that we had. We had gotten stopped out of it. Good thing we did, because it makes that move again. We almost got to 101. That's the key level, 101, right? We've talked about that a couple times here. We do like that level, but at the same time, it's definitely one to look at and to be worried about. But it's there right now, and it was just there up to $100.50. Probably worth that 50-cent shot there, to be honest with you, on AMD, especially if you were favoring the short. Let's go over to NVIDIA just to see what's going on there, because they got as low as, and I made this comment yesterday off the open. I was like, what about 108? And it didn't get there. It got to 110. But today it gets to 108. So I don't want to call a bottom on anything, like Neil said. I mean, I don't know, temporary bottom or not. At the end of the day, That looks pretty good down there, 108. So we'll wait to see for Monday if 108 comes into play. I'm not sure we're going to get it now. Look, we were short the TQs, right? And this was a trade that you guys know I'm on this normally all the time into the afternoon. We tried it there, got a little bit lazy, started talking about Chipotle and stuff. And at the end of the day, we probably should have been short up there in and around that level. So yeah, I feel like 68 was definitely a missed spot. We had written down here earlier on today, and look, this was written at 8 o'clock. So we had wrote down 68.50 right here. Oops, I don't want to go to ads. I do qualify now, apparently. They sent me a message there for monetization. All right, so just real quickly there. We wrote down 68.50 for the short for the TQs, and unfortunately we didn't get to that level, so I wasn't super confident in doing that play, but it did get pretty close, man, up to $68. That's the high of the day. So it goes right back into 830 highs off the number, and then, of course, I mean, I say that, I mean, I'm happy, but like Intel is still going down. We could have held more of it, but we're still here. So there, that one goes to the downside. Oh yeah, but that futures trade was definitely there. All right, it's 3:42. Only 10 minutes until imbalances.
I must have the wrong stream. People are saying it's already started, but mine's still not doing anything. No, it doesn't matter.
Adira's literally at her desk, so like if there's anything, whether
there was a small spike in Bitcoin down,
whether or not it started or not,
but everything else fell. Like the move that just happened in IBIT is no different from the move that just happened on everything else that I was watching. So I feel as if we're following the market. It looks like a little bit of a sell event late in the day here. So IBIT's now down 2%. It did make a fresh afternoon low, but it didn't break the low of the day here on Bitcoin. So you still are trending down. But nothing crazy has happened yet. Let's go to Adair.
This event literally just started. They've just panned the camera around a bunch of men who are sitting at a table in the White House. No one has spoken. All we can hear are chatters of people to each other. Yeah, it's really, there's nothing to report as of yet, but I will let you guys know this has begun. If I hear anything of note, I will let you know, but no one's even said a word right now. Back to you.
Hey, Mara is still really strong today. You know what? I thought Mara was dead after it failed. So there was that, what happened here? There was a very brief period of time this afternoon where like not shooting stuff and not eating my lunch. And everyone's like, Mara's going crazy. It went 15 to 16 in a few minutes. It pulled back off 16. And then now it's just holding the highs while Bitcoin is doing the opposite. So IBIT's doing that. And Mara is chilling at the top. What is the deal with why Mara is so strong? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. I guess it's maybe the short float or something. If there was a story, then I haven't seen it. The other thing to consider with Mara is, remember, like this area down here, like the 13 where it's bouncing from, it's bounced nicely from this buy level multiple times. And usually when it does, it gets into the 20s. So it could just be, hey, a little continuation off a support level on Mara. Although when you look at the chart, take a better gander of it, doesn't look as strong as the last few times. Like the actual trend looks a little bit weaker with the lower high. So I'm not a big believer. I like Bitcoin. I don't love the miners. I've probably said that way too much, so you probably get tired of me saying that. But if you like Mara, looks like it's on one of its little bit of a tears with that big short flow and all.
All right. Momentarily, we will be going to Adira. But yeah, so we did take advantage of this move down, but not so low. Oh, there we go. I actually really like that yellow tie or whatever that is. That's looking sharp.
We need someone in a tux that
definitely down with that tie. But he does look a little more orange there in the face today. More than normal. Maybe it's just the color contrast.
Yeah, it doesn't look as much on mine.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It must just be looks a little dark
I think that's
there.
just.
Suntan, maybe got a round of 18 in, and he's chilling out.
I'll get it.
All right, I guess Adira's news on this.
Yeah, just letting you guys know, Donald Trump did, in fact, I guess not hit the podium, but he's just begun speaking. We will let you guys know, of course, what is said there, but starting a little bit late, but better late than never for this White House Crypto Summit. Back to you.
For sure. I mean, looks like he's just going to be signing some kind of I don't know. I'm not going to talk about it because I don't want people to overreact. We'll get it from Adara when it does happen, what exactly is going down and what this means for various coins. We had mentioned again a couple times.
We're bouncing again.
Yeah, that we would definitely start to look at some of these bounces that have been happening right in front of us.
All right.
And that includes the market. The NASDAQ is making that move back up. So yeah, it took advantage of Intel, but obviously not enough on that play. So we'll wait to see now where we're going. But yeah, crypto 87.7 right now. So something to look out for, I guess.
Yeah, and wow, that was a heck of a bounce
IBIT?
back. IBIT just made a big power move to the upside. I don't want to reload Intel, and I'm looking over SMCI. I'm not reloading that either. It's 347. Oh, we didn't give the early look on the imbalances.
Yes, we did.
We did?
Well, I was
You did?
looking at them, but there was nothing there.
Okay, yeah.
Go over them again.
No, I was going to say, there's nothing crazy, but with only 3 minutes to go to the imbalances, there's nothing on the early look. I plan on reloading nothing. I'm just going to get offer high of the day on Rigetti. I'm going to put my bid at the local bottom on both Intel and SMCI just to, get out of Dodge before we have these numbers. Tighten up the stops because we're going to have a bit of it's Friday, so sometimes you get better imbalances on a Friday, but I don't want to be loading back into anything. We'll see what happens in here. That was a nice bounce. Actually, NVIDIA might have had one of the better bounces because that was actually clean off VWAP. So I always have NVIDIA up, anticipating that it usually has the biggest imbalance. You did also see just now Tesla came back through VWAP with an outside chance of going green on Tesla today. It's not impossible, probably unlikely, but you take one big move, I'd say, for Tesla. So 2 minutes to go to the imbalances. I'm not reloading anything. We're just going to hold on to what we have with kind of break-even-ish stops on both and see if IBIT does any kind of movement. At this point, I think because of how late it started, most of the action is likely to be in the aftermarket. So the 24-hour market, less liquidity, so probably more movement, so be careful out there. You never know what gets said. I'm praying for, we got to be buying X amount before the end of the year. That's what everybody really wants.
Yeah, IBIT's not doing too much here. We could have a quick look at Coinbase to see if there's any sort of reaction on this front. Yeah, so again, like a nice little bounce. I mean, not bad up to the 200 period moving average. I think it's too volatile to trade right now, especially intraday. But if there is any look there, what did Google do today? We talked about AMG, Amazon, Meta, Google, were the names that I was liking for dip buy opportunities in the Mag 7. 172.50, great VWAP there. So we were underneath it pretty much all day until we took it, and then we just bounced off of it. So again, with the market starting to get back to day's high, I'm exhausted, man. This has been a wild week, man. We were here early yesterday. We've been having some fun all week. We've been pushing a lot of shares through, a lot of trades happening there, and I just hear Adara joining me in my yawning right now. So he does. I mean, what?
Huh?
Is that Adara putting a chart on that screen, or that's just? Oh, you're trying to put the Bitcoin chart. Okay, that's good. Yeah, leave it like that. Yeah, that's good.
But you could pull the price from Sean's screen too.
That's okay. Just leave it like that. Yeah. Whatever you want, Ramin. Either way.
We just got a super chat. Maybe the easiest question that we've ever been asked.
Grey Poupon.
And this is an easy one. David, thank you for the super chat. Survey Heinz or Grey Poupon mustard. If I don't see seeds, it ain't mustard. If it I want the good. Like I'm not never that Heinz stuff. I'm not putting it on a dog. I'm not putting it on ham. I'm not putting it in a sandwich.
I'm putting yellow Heinz mustard.
I want that. Dogs. No, I only eat good mustard, man. And I used to be the same.
Ouch.
Look, growing up, all I ate was no brand mustard. It wasn't even Heinz. But now I like good mustard. And I'm not afraid to say it. It's the best. All I need on a good sausage, just give me the sauerkraut and give me that good.
Yeah. Don't
Dijon
overload
mustard.
the hot dogs or anything like that.
I love. That's all I need. Just the Dijon and the sauerkraut.
And I'm good to go. Man. I mean, you just go there, you get the hot dog, you throw on the yellow mustard, man. The more yellow, the better.
At a game, I'll eat whatever because you don't have a choice. Now you got to present.
Yeah, busy trading.
No, that's better. That's great job. That's what it looks like.
Okay. Yeah, you're welcome. That's actually.
When are you doing the edge walk, Ramin?
Oh yeah, Ramin. Huh? How about now, Ramin? Ramin, what happened, Ramin? Ramin. Wow, Ramin.
No one said anything about Fabian.
Covered it up, Ramin.
We'll pay for one of you to do it, not both. What?
All right. Yeah, so Ramin just got that in there. So that's good. Thanks for having that up. I mean, I think that's what people are here for, right?
By the way, NVIDIA, 2.9 million to
the
sell.
imbalances. What the?
2.9 to sell on NVIDIA.
Wow, this day
Whatever
is almost over.
CCLD is 2.8 million to sell. Whatever AUR is
what
2.4 million to
CCLD is.
sell. Coke, again, 1.7 million to the buy side. Opens there every day. Plug is there, 1.3 million. So the big one, as usual, NVIDIA, 3 million to the sell side. This was the reaction on NVIDIA on that number. No real crazy quote movement, about 40 cents on the move, and it's already starting to bounce. I just covered Rigetti. Look, it's past 350, man. Rigetti, middle of the range. It bounced a couple times. I could have reloaded it, but kind of a nothing burger. For a stock that reported, reversed, and looked like it was, for all the world, going to break out, just didn't really do much this afternoon, but give you like 15, 20 cents in there. I still think this can get to the 50 period, but I won't be here next week. It's trying to break the trend. They reported, doesn't matter what they make or not, there's a squeeze potential, and it's not asking a lot for this stock to get to $11.50, $12 in here off this little bit of a bounce. So we're just going to get out of Intel, we're going to throw the bids in, and SMCI, kind of a nothing burger for the imbalances as we go back to Adair for another update.
Just to provide some context for that push up for Bitcoin, here's IBIT. Basically, Donald Trump said, as you can see on the screen there, that they're taking historic action to make America the Bitcoin capital of the world. That includes a treasury strategy that's going to create a crypto Fort Knox. So lots of, focus on storage of crypto here as they try to make crypto the U.S. the crypto capital of the world. So IBIT and crypto names on watch. It was we did not get a lot of crypto talk. Now we're getting some crypto discussions, guys. Back to you.
I just want him to say, make crypto great again. Like that's what I want to see. I want to see that hat. I want to wear that hat. I want him to pull it out right now, and I want him to put on the make crypto great again hat, because that would sell a lot.
Hat.
I think there'd be a lot of people wanting to buy that name, that thing, and then you can have like a little USA logo on there and everything, and then there it is, man. Make crypto great again. So you're welcome.
We could just have our own with like a Trader TV thing.
We could have a lot of things, but I mean, at the end of the day,
you know the one I wanted. I wanted the Trader TV logo, and then the just hodl it.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I love that T-shirt. I'll probably wear it in Florida, to be honest. I love that T-shirt.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
If you see a brother in Dunedin at a game and I'm wearing a just hodl it shirt, then you know it's me, and you can say what's up.
Yeah. Or if you just see Neil there, you could say what's up as well. I mean, you don't.
Yeah, I mean, you could also just.
Doesn't have to necessarily be some random guy wearing a hodl shirt as well.
But I'm sure I'm the only person in the world that has that T-shirt.
Probably not, but yeah, there.
No, I'm joking. Of course, a bunch of people probably have it.
Yeah.
So look, not like I said, nothing crazy, but there is at least, you know what, SMCI is going up.
I'm trying to get out of Big Bear. I mean, just real quick. So
I'm going to get out before this goes back up to the top. And there is a move happening. We're almost at VWAP there on IBIT, but there's no trade because it's too late in the day. We waited all for this, and I'm not going to touch it. I'm not chasing a move that's done in 5 minutes.
I really like what Ramin did there. I mean, that's pretty awesome. You could just literally watch the Bitcoin price going through as he's speaking. I thought we got to 88.8 there, something like that.
We did.
Here it comes right back down.
We did.
I'm just waiting for it to say Cardano. What's up, Adara?
Donald Trump just said that the U.S. government has as many as 200,000 Bitcoin. This is an interesting number because we know not even all of Bitcoin has been discovered. MicroStrategy or Strategy, a huge Bitcoin holder, they have about 500,000 Bitcoin. They're one of the largest holders by far, and they have over 2%. So if the U.S. government has 200,000 Bitcoin, that would imply they have roughly 1% of the total 21 million Bitcoin reportedly ever made. So we have no way to necessarily confirm this as of right now. I will continue looking into this. But interesting tidbit coming here from Donald Trump, because if this is correct and they have 200,000 Bitcoin in the federal government, that is not an insignificant number, guys. Back to you.
Yo, Sebastian, man, what do you mean make Trader TV great again? Well, it's already. I mean, I can't,
There's, by the way, NVIDIA
make
flipped.
crypto great again.
NVIDIA flipped, Intel flipped as well. Not big imbalances. We could do it. We could do anything.
The more you guys know, the more you know.
Oh, you know what? I keep forgetting this. Mr. Westermeyer, if you're watching, we finally got the, when I lost the bet, we still have the hoodie that I got to send.
Late today?
It's on its way, Mr. Westermeyer. I was kind of hoping we could do something cool, but it's just the ones that we already have in the shop, the old school ones. What were you saying about staying late? Who's doing it?
No, I was. It's Fabian's doing it. I was just like, I was gonna like maybe we'll extend the show a little bit if it was Ramin because I know she has nowhere to go. So.
She does have somewhere to go.
She does?
To the Edge Walk. No, they don't do it this time.
Did you already buy the tickets or?
We're both buying the tickets.
What?
You said it
I
first.
thought you were.
And the best thing about YouTube,
you want to jump in on
the
this.
best thing about we'll split
March
it.
15th.
As long as we get evidence that we can show on the show, right? Like I don't know.
Of course we get evidence.
Video.
We're gonna get her like a little GoPro. We're gonna slap a GoPro on her.
It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Content creation
because we don't have to do it.
Yeah, you know what? Screw this. Trader TV Live's paying for it because we need to get.
Shh, don't tell them that.
What do you mean? I'm telling everybody. I'm telling the world.
Everyone gets to believe that we were gonna pay out of our pockets.
Make the Edge Walk great again.
I know I forgot.
All right, so basically, Big Bear AI, we're 10 cents in the money, but I'm just going to get out of everything here at 33. We were able to take advantage of. Oh, now it shows that. It's obviously I have either offers up there, so I have to cancel them. We were able to take a little bit of advantage of some of these pops, but we didn't really get the right price until it actually crashed into 325. So not a very good day for Big Bear AI. We started the day up at 350. We end the day at 330s or so. So kind of a boring day there for Big Bear AI. We got out of Intel basically right here. We didn't have very many shares left at all, or else we would have been. I didn't even realize it was the imbalances coming out, so that should give you an indication. But we talked about when it dripped into here, how great that was. So we took a big time advantage of that, got out. Then we took another piece at the 50-period moving average. Then we had a little bit left, and once it reversed out, we actually had to stop there at, I think it was breaking through 70. Yeah, so that's what we got. We got 71s. So breaking through 70 right there was my stop. What the hell are you guys setting up? Oh, there he is. Yeah, Fabian, watch out, Fabian. Fabian's there. Oh, no. No. Fabian, you had to
the humanity.
That was pretty good.
That was actually well done. On the fly, everybody, too. That was pretty cool.
But I see why Fabian did that. Now he wants to get like workers' comp. He might not even be here on Monday now. And
what'd be really legit is if you like base jumped off there for an extra. I don't know what you would take to get someone to base jump.
Maybe if Sharif's at the bottom,
more than the edge.
Yeah, it's.
Someone did that a few years ago.
That was a good one.
It was like someone base jumped in the middle of the night off the CN Tower. Remember, there was like a YouTube video of everything. Yeah.
Allowed to do that, or
no? You're not allowed. The guy. But if you do it in the dead of night, land on the street and then just book it before you get arrested. So I think, although if you post it on YouTube.
Yeah, it's too bad.
That makes it easy to get
caught.
If
anybody, now we're looking for another production person. Yes. Unfortunately, Fabian.
Oh, here it is.
I saw that.
Marty. Oh, my bad, Marty. March 15th, I'll be at the Blue Jays Cardinals in Jupiter. But isn't Jupiter Arizona? Hold on.
I thought we've only got March.
Beers on me if you're hitting that game. So I'm only going to 2 games, and they're both in Dunedin. That said, I don't know what I'm doing on the 15th. But if I can make it out to that game, Marty, we'll meet up for sure. But I'm pretty sure we bought tickets to only in Dunedin for a couple of games.
But Marty, do not buy the man a hot dog. Or if you do not put mustard on it.
I'm not going to live that.
Only Grey Poupon.
I'm not going to hear the end of that now.
Only Grey Poupon.
You know it's better. You just
no, I don't.
You know
I'm telling you, it's not better.
I don't think.
Joe is with me, man.
Yo,
us Italians, us Jamaican Italians. Okay, you're Jamaican me crazy. Right now.
Oh, it's a close, by the way.
Hey, Joe. Yeah, there we go. 87,000. What the hell is Trump saying? See, he did not put on the hat. That's
exactly.
the problem.
The closing bell brought to you by Foremost Clean Energy and not brought to you by crypto going down. Ring it right now. 87. Uh-oh.
So I feel like after, Kevin O'Leary today,
that was disappointing.
After that great Bitcoin
move,
idea that I had, I mean, potentially we'll get a phone call from the Trump administration. I have some great ideas for all of that. So there it goes, man. Crypto bouncing off 87. That's kind of cool. Like, even though I have it on my screen too, like I'm actually addicted just to watching that huge number there on the screen. So all right.
It just makes the nothing burger that you see more interesting. That's all. Because nothing's happening there, but it just makes it interesting.
Michelle Muir has said that Jupiter's on the other side, so unfortunately, I don't think you'll be going from Dunedin to
That's
Jupiter.
okay.
I don't know how long.
You know what, Marty, I don't know if you're in Florida. We literally go to spring training every single year, so it's just a matter of planning it.
Why don't you just borrow Brendan's helicopter, and then you could get there real quick?
I thought he had one of those eVTOL things.
He does.
Not the helicopter. He's more.
Well, you might want to take the helicopter down to
There's
Florida.
There's Brendan right here.
You guys are driving, right? I mean, you're flying.
I drove once up from Florida with my brother when he was moving back.
Oh crap! I have to
sucked.
do that. What am I doing?
It sucked.
All right. Well, have a great time.
I'll tell the
obviously.
story because just to give you some time.
Yeah, go tell a story, and yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah, why not?
Enjoy the time. I hope Erin, if she runs into
Don Mattingly
again,
we get his autograph in a
that,
picture.
she'll say what's up to him and get that.
He's shafted by Mattingly. I just wanted my daughter to have a picture with the Yankee legend. Is it asking?
Blue Jay
that much?
legend. Blue
He's
Jay
also
bench coach legend.
I mean, obviously everyone knows him for other things.
Tesla to 200. Okay.
No, we don't want Tesla 200 after the close. No, the story I was going to tell you guys while Sean Moses is on up to the desk, because I have you for a minute or two, is my brother went to school in Fort Lauderdale, and when he graduated, we were driving him and all of his stuff back to Canada, and so he had a car and all of his stuff. Now, the average person would have the wherewithal to know that when you bring a vehicle that you own into the country and you're like moving back, like you have to pay like a duty on it. We're both students, and we didn't have any money. So we got to the border and they stopped us and they're like, and we just told the truth. And basically they said, you can't bring this across the border unless you pay the duty or whatever it was. And then they brought out the book with the sheet and we're like, well, how much is it? And he showed us the number and I swear my lips started to quiver and we both wanted to cry because we're like, we don't have hotel money. We're driving through to try to get home. We didn't have hotel room money. We had nothing, and they're stopping us right here. My pops was in Florida. I had school. I had to go back to university like the next day. And finally, we're like, whoa, this is messed up. We can't do anything. And this lady at the border took pity on us and said, look, you can pay this. We'll let you guys through. We'll let you pay it, whatever. Just don't get yourselves pulled over as well. And it was kind of one of those like wake up moments, like when you're young, to make sure you research and understand the situation, get yourself in a bit of a pickle. Of course, my pops would have probably been able to wire it to us, but in the moment, we were like freaking out. So anyways, that is what it is. I'll tell you right now, shout out to the entire crew. We had a lot of fun this week. We're going to hold Ramin to it. She is doing that edge walk eventually. We'll get some video. Whenever they open it up, Fabian wants to do it as well. But I don't know what time of year it opens up. I'm sure it's in the spring when the weather gets a little bit better. I want to thank everybody out there. The Midday did an awesome job. Joey Options and Sharif, as always. Big shout out to all of our guests. Kevin O'Leary this morning and both Raheem and Raheem Alani doing a great job. But you know what? It's market recap time, everybody, where you can still follow the Crypto Summit. And you can do it with Sean and Adara at the desk. And also big shout out to Obi, who you'll see all week in my seat because I'll be having a few brews on the beach, watching some games. Bye, guys.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Me and Adara were just talking here as well.
About the new Drake song, CN Tower.
Yeah,
that upsets me on a personal level.
Oh, don't get too upset about it.
No, I know. It's just really questionably bad.
Yeah, we were... What the? I mean, we came over here pretty unprepared. Now I don't think this mouse... Okay, we'll figure it out. But welcome to the show, everybody. It is Friday. We're going to have a lot of fun. If you're still with us in the chat... I suggested this. I think it's a good idea. Why don't we do a little bit of a Q&A? I'm just going to load up the YouTube channel right now. If anybody has any questions forget about for me. Maybe you have something for Adara. You can ask us anything you want tonight on this show. We will be going until 4:30, and it should be a lot of fun. I don't know whoever was logged in here, but nothing is loading whatsoever. So I'm just going to get this all locked and loaded, Adara. But it was a pretty good day overall for the markets. We had that huge rally there at the end of the day. I don't know why we're on Dell there, but the Nasdaq is bouncing off the 200 period moving average. We're bouncing off of it, not in necessarily a good way. We just touched it today, and we're still closed underneath it. So we'll wait to see there. That's the Nasdaq below the 200 period moving average, but we did have a good day everywhere else. It seems like we had uranium, finance, and XLY. I did this yesterday. It's consumer discretionary, of course. I didn't mention that yesterday. Downside. But uranium and XLF. XLF, again, I think I prefer JP Morgan, but a downside push nevertheless on XLF today. Energy, what a nice bump up, right? That's 2 consecutive days now in a row that we get that bump up from energy. Now, we did have that talk earlier on today that potentially Russia was about to accept something. We had Ukraine also with the minerals deal earlier on in the week. Will that all get settled down? I don't know. But at the end of the day, money doesn't lie, or sorry, price doesn't lie, neither does money, but down into here, into past support areas, I just feel like picking things up, closing your eyes for a little bit and not worrying about all the rhetoric. Because remember, a lot of what's happened in this market, like looking at a Google price or looking at where Tesla is or something like that, a lot of the action has already been baked in. So now we look for, hey, there he is. What's up, Donald? Now we look for what's next, right? What is the next sort of reason for downside moves, right? And honestly, there's been a lot of washed out here on some of these names. I'm going to include Google with that. I am not going to include Tesla. I just wonder if the damage still needs to happen for Tesla. I'm not really hearing anything positive about that. I would like to see on Monday or Tuesday someone come in. I thought we had Dan Ives earlier still say 550.
Yeah, that was not as of that came basically on Wednesday night. So that was actually not for today.
Okay.
That was an old story. But yeah, basically he said some people are cautious because of Trump's political, Trump and Elon ties, the political elements. But he's been bullish Tesla. That should not be super surprising. Also, guys, the White House Crypto Summit just cut out on me on crazy fashion. It's like a whole technical difficulties. We heard it, and then it stopped. So with that in mind, too, while we wait, because I know Sean is going on a little bit of a run over here, we're going to make sure we can log into some things. Two-factor verification is, annoying. But in the meantime, what's not annoying? Looking at next week's earnings names and economic events. I just posted this on X at TTV Research. Some decent earnings next week, Sean. We have Dick's Sporting Goods. We have Kohl's. We have Zim's Integrated Shipping. We have Adobe. Sentinel One, UiPath, Ulta Beauty, DocuSign, Li Auto, and WeRide, which is a name that NVIDIA just invested in. So there's going to be a lot of really fun tickers, I think, to trade next week. Economic data, pretty meaty as well. We have CPI. We have PPI. I actually just need to adjust this because of the PPI. And we have University of Michigan consumer sentiment. So it should be a really exciting day of trading, guys.
Yeah, we were a little bit worried there today when we had that non-farms come out. I just typed in YouTube. I just typed YouTube instead of typing in Trader TV Live because I want to get into the chat right now. But yeah, some good talk earlier on today. Bless you, Fabian. Some good talk earlier on today. We had Fed Chair Powell come out and talk a little bit intraday. Let me just call up the intraday chart here on a 1 minute. Hit the podium around 12:30. I mean, look what basically happened here at 12:30. This is when Powell came and started talking. Nice upside move there, up into 493. So it looks like we don't necessarily have any negative comments coming from there. Just talking about inflation and some of the numbers that had come through today. The jobs report, they're happy with what they're seeing. Unemployment rate just ticking up to 4.1%. Not that much of a worry. And again, the PCE from last week under control. And it does look like moving into March 19th that there will be no interest rate movements whatsoever. So the NASDAQ there does make a move higher, I guess, on worries that potentially rate hikes, but that was not talked about, as far as I know anyways, from Fed Chair Powell. So I do want people to come into the chat right now and let us know if there are any questions. Bears versus Bulls. I know Adara's looking for them.
I am seeing some questions, actually.
All right, so Bears, if you do have them, you can message either Adara or myself with those, and we will go. But a very volatile week of trading, Adara.
Yes.
The NASDAQ does dip into correction territory, and what correction territory is 10%. So a nice 10% move down from going sharply red to green today, which was really important there, ending the day near the highs. I mean, I know the market did pull back a little bit, but ending the day near the highs, which is always a positive movement. We look to see a continuation there on Monday, as you just mentioned. Many different economic releases into next week. Meta was talked about on our show a little bit today, falling into a key $600 level. Obviously, that was a big one. I like Meta. I think with a forward PE of just 24, I like the look of that. I like Google as well at 19. The first ever crypto summit happening right now.
Yeah.
And we did have it on the board there.
We had some technical difficulties, so we could no longer have it on the board.
Okay, no problem. But right now, IBIT is making that move down. And unfortunately for everybody, right now, hey, everybody, crypto is not having a nice go of it. This is what's happening as we speak right now on Binance, down to 85 right now. A big move down for crypto as we speak today.
You know what that might be? When I said we are having technical difficulties, I didn't mean us as Trader TV Live. I meant the White House Crypto Summit, Sean. It literally just stopped. They had all the colorful bars on the screen. I just checked on the stream right now. It's going beep. So yeah, it literally looks like their stream just cut out.
I think they're trying to make crypto great again. I think they're trying to print the hats so we can
They should
put
be
it
trying
on.
to make the stream great again.
I think when they come back, he may be wearing the hat. make crypto great again.
Hopefully.
MCGA.
We'll see.
Or not.
If they come back, right? Because right now that stream is like kaput.
Coming into a great little level though right now for this. We've talked about it getting down into 84, 85 again, and then a nice bounce. Like what a volatile, like look, crypto can never be a store of value when you're moving 5% like this, right? I think eventually we're trying to get to that level. Obviously with the reserve, hopefully that adds some stability to it. But claiming to have 200,000 Bitcoins was Trump at the summit. And I think we talked about that being eventually, what was it, 1%? Because there's going to be 21 million coins, I believe.
Is
it 21 or 28? At the end of the day, China also claiming to have a couple 100,000 coins as well under their belt. So, and then of course we know that Michael Saylor's last count, unless there was a buy this week, was 499,000 Bitcoins for MSTR. So right now we're having a little bit of a fun time with it, but it is down to 86 and change. So those of you paying attention to the Crypto Summit, let us know if it's back on the air, and then we can see if we can have it up for you right now. But yeah, make the stock market great again. I see some people in the chat looking to do that as well. All right, we did have a big earnings report today. The one that impressed me the most with the move down was Costco. I was not expecting that. And I just mean impressed me like yesterday, Joel and I were on the show, obviously, and it was down 1 or 2%. And I was like, you know what? It's probably going to hold this 50-period moving average. It didn't do that at all. We actually go out down here at 960. Not a great move, but we did. It looks like we did hit down to 940 today on Costco down there. So pretty negative move there. It was on the guide, right? And so we'll see. Again, are we worried about recession? I'm not really hearing that talk yet. You never really know about a recession until you're in it, it seems like. But that 200 period definitely coming into play down at 910. So Costco coming through today as well. Broadcom, we thought, we did a little Mighty Mouse joke yesterday. Here we come to save the day. But Costco downside, Broadcom ending the day relatively flat. We started the day up that 9%. It looks like we travel around. Let me call up a 5-minute chart so we can see a little bit better. So here's where Broadcom opened the day, 192 roughly, closes in at 194. So definitely bought from the bottom there. You could see yesterday's lows of 180 held. So that's great. We'll look to see Broadcom next week to see if we can hold that. We also had a nice bounce back on Hewlett Packard Enterprise. So that was a nice play today. Only down 10% at the end of the day. Dell, I believe, battled back as well. Yeah, so the same kind of a bump there midday as we get some server side action there. And the other one that was a little disappointing to me, although we wound up on the stock, it was relatively flat. Yeah, Big Bear AI down 20% to end the day. Wow, I've never seen an actual even number like that. But there it is, Big Bear AI. Tried to get going at the end of the day. It does not. It's just up here, Darius. He says 20.
25? Oh, yeah, sorry.
20 flat, yeah.
Really bad eyes.
No, my eyesight's bad too. I actually just went, actually, my eyes haven't changed in the last like 10 years or so. But I was looking to get, I already had laser eye surgery.
Oh, wow.
But very, very mild. I was looking to get it again, but I don't know. Now that I'm this age, I don't know. So I'm going to go in and find out next week if I can qualify for that. I don't know. I have a problem seeing distances. Like I can see everything from here. It's just, you know, when you're in, it's dark out or driving, something like that.
I'm a -6, so like unfortunately I
have no idea
cannot.
what that means.
My eyes are so bad. I'm like literally if it's in front of me, I can't see it.
-1.75, something like that.
Yeah, that's pretty.
So is that are you nearsightedness or farsightedness?
I am all-sightedness. I cannot see anything. Like literally, my left eye is especially really bad. Like they're like that thing's
Shout out
hopeless.
to TLC, of course.
Yeah, shout out to TLC left eye. But yeah, no, my left eye is particularly like not great. But I actually went to the eye doctor yesterday, that's why I couldn't be on the recap. And I got glasses for the first time in a couple of years because I've been just relying on contacts.
Okay.
So those may make a debut on this show at some point. Also, thank you to David Treziak here for the $5 super chat. Just looked in the fridge, and one of my favorite is Bever sweet and hot mustard, delicious with brat and kraut. Sorry.
Bless you. Sauerkraut. You like sauerkraut?
I've never had sauerkraut. Also, I apologize for not muting my mic. I was not able to get there in time. My God, that broke my brain.
Start golfing. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to start to do. We actually had Big Patty Ice on here, and I told him, yo, we're going golfing. We're going golfing a lot. I'm going to take a lot. Brendan, I'm taking a lot of afternoons off. I just see him over there. He's watching and listening, or maybe not. All right, so you're wearing contacts every day, basically. Okay.
I would not be able to like... leave the house. I can't even leave my room, honestly. Like, I'm that visually.
All right, comments from Fed Chair Jerome Powell and Fed's Kugler today, both who said the Fed did not need to react too quickly to the moving rate. So we did talk about that already. I just wanted to get that. Both Fed speakers also, and this is notes from Adara, so thank you, Adara. Both Fed speakers also emphasized inflation uncertainty. So again, we had mentioned that when we opened the show there. So I think I got that pretty right. And we did have, again, tariff talk from the Fed as well. So again, Fed's not supposed to look at the markets. We know that the president probably does as well. So we're going to wait to see. We did have a little bit of a pushback on those reciprocal tariffs, but I think our premier here did say that the energy tariff would stay. So we'll see about that. I know that Ontario does send energy to 3 states, and I think it was 1.5 million homes. So you could see, I guess it would be upstate New York would be the primary benefit of that. And we'll see, I don't know, again, where else we're going with all of that, what other states, maybe it's Michigan, going through as well. But there should be higher energy prices coming for those states. And again, I hope that all comes back. I want to give a big thank you to Kevin O'Leary, who was on the show earlier today as well, and has promised to come back.
Yes.
Because I'm just going to go and get some watches, and then we can see.
Oh, yeah, the Apple Watch thing.
Yeah, so if anybody owns like a really expensive watch that wants to lend it to me and I can therefore pretend it's mine, that might be a good plan.
Yeah, but if that's what you're pretending, is it a crush like the cockroach you are?
Apparently, me and Neil are just a bunch of cockroaches, and at some point, but that was a reference to
Shark Tank. Which I love, which is why I got it like immediately. Literally, David and Ramin were over there, and I was like dying laughing.
I was just like, did this guy actually say this? And all of a sudden, Ramin in our ears, like, that was a reference.
Yeah, because I told him, I was like, no, this is from Shark Tank. Because I literally did like a paper in school on Shark Tank. I love Shark Tank.
Yeah, we did used to watch that live on air. Okay, so IBIT still making the move to the downside. Apparently that stream is now back, but it doesn't mean that crypto's back. Crypto 86 and change right now as we go. Can I just type in here ADA and it will work? No, okay, so I'm gonna have to find out a better Trading View, I believe, has a good one. All right, just quickly looking at some of the stocks today. We did look at a little bit of indexes there. The home builders up today as well. But some major moves happening right now. Apple up 1.5 today. Again, not too much worry there about tariff talk, so Apple holds the fort. Nvidia, we expected that today, up 2% again on the back of Broadcom. So there's Broadcom down there, 8.5% as well. Financials, a little red today. JP Morgan leading the way, down 1.73%. I believe Wells Fargo is a little more than that. Yeah, down 2.5% for Wells Fargo. Eli Lilly's been doing really well, man, with a lot of their GLP now looking at different ways to utilize that technology and that particular drug. Again, Ozempic, Mounjaro, they're all different, but they're all the same. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with Eli Lilly, down 4.73%. I believe that's probably a buying opportunity there.
Yeah.
What was up with retail today? Walmart down 3, Costco down 6, Amazon down 0.7, Home Depot also down 1.29. I like some of these names. I believe that Home Depot, all three of these, right? Strong U.S. names, Amazon, Walmart, Costco, and Home Depot, all to the downside there today. So again, possible worries about tariffs striking retail sector. That's about it, man. McDonald's, wow, McDonald's today, we talked about that a little bit on the show, just like no kidding aside, we are loving that stock because that does hit all-time highs today, McDonald's, on apparently not much news, right?
No news.
We'll see what happens there. We know that the dollar menu, especially here in Canada, ever since they dropped the price of coffees and they reinstituted some of the McValue meals and things like that, I think you can get whatever now for $5. So that's definitely helping in this environment for sure as people are looking to save a little bit there. I never want to think that McDonald's, it's too bad some of the healthier places don't drop their prices really because it's just like an evil circle because
they can't, yeah.
That's the thing. It's like, you know, kids, everybody loves McDonald's. It's fast, it's easy. But on the health spec, you know, like I'm actually really surprised that McDonald's doing this considering that we've had RFK come in and talk about, you know, chemicals and eating proper foods and all of this stuff. McDonald's just seems to give a you-know-what to that. So, yeah. I don't know. What's your go-to at McDonald's?
I don't go that much.
Yeah, we haven't gone there in a minute either. I think the kids like chicken nuggets.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, like, I've said this before, my appetite is not, like, I usually nibble like a little rat. Like, I can't eat food straight up. So I'll usually get that tiny, tiny $2 cheeseburger.
Yeah.
The one that, like, you can see through.
I think it's like $3 now.
Oh, inflation. So I usually get that little baby cheeseburger, and then maybe I'll get a muffin for later. Sometimes I'll forget to eat the muffin. I'm a simple woman. But yeah, that's usually my go-to.
Yeah. We're like, I'm there a couple times a week. It's right by the rink, but we just get coffees. Like I dropped the wife off. Thing is, like I don't know, for hockey, it's like the girls got to get there like an hour and a half before the game.
Yeah, and they have to get like all like into their millions of layers of costuming.
And they do their little warm-ups. They have their little routines and run around. Okay, so all right, let's go. It's going to be Q&A time very, very soon. So not too much else to talk about right now. We do have the Benzinga News platform. If anything does hit, obviously in Cryptoverse, we'll be all over that. But it's a nice day today for McDonald's. The whole retail sector, though, I saw Walmart was down. I'm looking at, I was going to say I'm looking at 92. But that already came and went today, down to $91. And again, why we like 92, I don't know if you can see this. Let me zoom in maybe a little bit more. This yellow stripe right here, I'm not sure if it's coming across on the stream, but that yellow stripe was earnings day. And so then the day after, we always talk about the 3-day rule. Try to look for a stock after 3 days, see if it's give itself a support area. And it looks like Walmart did do that at $92. So I was saying to Neil, this is not a name that I'm in. But I've also said I'm not going to buy any more stock. But Walmart down here isn't a horrible idea. Again, properly run company, supply chain under control, inventory under control. So we'll read about what was going on with their report because we did fade off all-time highs there. But I think it's coming into support here at $90. So this is a Sharif term, or it was a Neil term, but now a Sharif term may be worth wetting your beak in and around those areas. A name that I know that you were talking about at the beginning of the year has been a little bit of a surprise to me, Netflix. Yeah. So like, I was with my parents and they're like, we don't have Netflix. So I just signed them up to my account. It's like $7 or $8. They can now log in from their house, get full access to it. I like Netflix. I think, was Love is Blind Marriage or something, or Wedding?
But they made another one? They made a marriage one?
I think they made like 10 Love is Blind.
Okay, I know, but I didn't realize they made a marriage one.
Yeah, apparently there's one, so my wife was talking about possibly watching that. Anyways, at the end of the day, what I'm trying to get at is the content seems to be unlimited here.
It does.
You can now get all the WWE. WWE for, I think, since ever.
Easy.
Monday Night Raw has been the most watched cable program of all time. Like beats out Seinfeld, all of that. And now WWE, I think they paid quite a hefty piece for it to get that into Netflix, but that's another content thing there. Plus, remember, they got live sports. They're going to have more football talk once football comes back. They've made those deals. They got the Christmas games as well. Thursday night games are on Amazon, and I believe Netflix, I'm not sure if they got the Sunday night game, but I know that they're looking to expand into the NFL, and I think that's going to be huge. Live sports, right? F1. They have the golfing on there as well for their whatever the reality show there for golf is. I think they're on season 3. That's been a good one as well. Yeah, man, they follow around a bunch of different golfers, and it's really cool. Same as F1. Did you see the F1 one?
No, I'm not really. I feel like I've not been on Netflix much lately.
I feel like you don't even subscribe to Netflix.
I do subscribe to Netflix.
Okay.
I subscribe to it for You, and I subscribe to it for the various Ryan Murphy crime shows.
There's only 2 seasons of You, though.
They're going on their 5th. Sean.
They're in the 5th.
They're going on their 5th. There are many seasons of You.
I offended, yeah.
Oh, no, he left. Fabian just said, I thought both main characters were dead.
The
whole plot of You.
Spoiler alert.
It's actually not, because it changes characters every season except for him.
I know nothing about this show.
So the man to whom the you is being, like, he's saying you to the world. Anyways, so there's different yous every season, so it's not really a spoiler.
Okay, all right, good. What about Lotus, White Lotus?
I am behind on White Lotus.
Yeah.
This cast is a little, I don't care that much. Like the last 2 seasons of cast, I'm like, give me all of that. Michael Imperioli, F. Marie Abraham, all that stuff. I'm like, this season, I'm like, Piper, I didn't even get her name right. But yeah, I know it's kind of a random cast for me.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about there.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
And it was Arnold Schwarzenegger's son, too, is the...
Yeah, which is...
kind of like the...
He's also like 30 and has been playing like 15-year-olds for the last 10 years. He is 30.
Right, yeah, I thought he
30.
was playing a college kid or something again.
Yeah, she's just been playing like characters of the same age for like so long that I'm like, at a certain point, when do we stop believing it? I don't know.
All right. If there are any questions, quickly, man, we have 5 more minutes. We'll try to wrap this thing up. All right. I have a question for you, Adara. I know that you had some good success this week trading, and I know you like to trade the spread of your names.
I do.
So what was your trade? You don't have to say exactly what the trade was, because I know you had a lot of them. What was a memorable trade for you this week? Do you remember a particular stock? Did you trade an earnings play?
Actually, so I had some fun with App 11 today. App 11's been probably my stock of the week so far, but
Nice.
CrowdStrike. That to me was my favorite trade this week, and I took it off the open. Literally got it at 9:32 a.m. on Wednesday on earnings. I really liked it as a short, so I waited for it to false break the pre-market high. Got short. I had to risk about $5, so I didn't have a ton of size. I added into it, got short 360s. My best out was 345. So that was a really nice. I was happy I was able to get that trade. But yeah, I mean, lately I've been trading a lot of app loving because that trade name's been so volatile. And you know, we were talking about people loving McDonald's. People are not loving app loving. App loving is in talks to be a new S&P 500 edition. And Fuzzy Panda Research literally wrote a letter to the S&P 500 being like, please do not put it in the index. They are rotten. They are doing this. And I'm like, Fuzzy Panda, just chill. You made a lot of money on your short. Like, calm down. Also, I want to thank Sebastian for this question. I like this.
Here we go.
How much has your life changed since you were part of the trading team addressed to me? I mean, a lot, honestly. Like, I'm happy to be here. I never expected to be here, and I never expected to really fall in love with like trading as much as I did as well. The news, you know, I will admit this has been a really rough time for the news, just in terms of getting used to all of it, making sure you're vetting everything appropriately. But you know, every time you make a mistake or whatever, you get something different, you figure it out, you learn from that. So I'm excited to learn from this very crazy, you can talk about the 24-hour news cycle. This feels like the 24-second news cycle, Sean. I mean, I don't even get to go up to use the washroom, and I love it, and I'm learning, and I hope to be better at it to give you guys the best experience every day.
It's like when you go back to Winnipeg and you're chilling out with some of your friends and everything like that, like, can any of them believe that you're trading stocks live?
No.
Because I just get the feeling that this is not something that any of your group would have been interested in investing.
No, like no one would have expected me to have either, which is like pretty crazy. But yeah, I mean, my Winnipeg peeps are happy for me. I have like a lot of, you know, friends and family back there still. So it's pretty nice. Some of my dad's friends are like involved in the market. They live here as well because my dad lived in Toronto for a bit. So that's been pretty cool too. I feel like I have a lot of, you know, support people who understand the market and people who don't and who are willing to listen to me rant. So yeah, it's been pretty neat. I feel very lucky.
Yeah, no, for sure. I remember when we were going through the interview process and Adara was there, and we really appreciate all the writing that you do and things like that. Because it's definitely making a lot of our lives much easier. And then, of course, Adara is now completely in charge of free reign of that Trader TV research page that you can find on Twitter. Unfortunately, I'm not logged into Twitter, so I can't really show it right now, but it's great. A lot of great infographics. A lot of great infographics there, Fabian. So do it again so I can pause again, Fabian. I mean, I can get the Trader TV live research thing up. You can probably log into Twitter without an account, right? But all right, Winnipeg Jets, people like that. You're more of a Winnipeg Blue Bombers fan.
Yes, I am a huge Bombers fan.
I knew that one. So football.
But yeah, I went to a Jets game when I was like 13.
So football greater than hockey.
For me, very much so. Yeah, but CFL specifically, like I don't really know enough to follow NFL. But.
All right. I know Neil promises a lot of things. I'm going to actually deliver. The thing is, what about if we all went to an Argos game?
That'd be cool.
If it's Winnipeg at Toronto.
Oh.
Then we can go, we can get a box.
I'm down.
Yeah, okay.
I might offend some Winnipeggers, but I am down to go. I have a Bombers hat somewhere, so I'll bring that up.
No, because it's very, they're cool. There's going to be a lot of Winnipeg fans there. We'll do that.
Winnipeg are very patriotic when it comes to football.
All right, let's do that. So we'll do that. We're going to go to a CFL game around here because Toronto, coming up very soon, will be hosting, I think it's 3 World Cup games. So for proper football, soccer, they're going to be hosting that there in 2026 or 2028, I believe is the World Cup. Yeah, we just had it. So already? Okay. No, it's okay. We got to wrap this up anyways. We got places to go, people to see. It's been a great week. It's been a very tiring week, an exhausting week. The tariff talk. Look, for people wondering, I saw a few people in the chat. What do we do? What are we doing with our accounts? What are we thinking about? Well, at the end of the day, I'm not doing anything really. I put a little bit of money to work in the S&P 500. I think it's a little early to be stepping into some of these names. I do think if you are underweight or maybe not even in some of these tech names that have been getting hit over the week, I do think it's probably appropriate now to start to dip buy into some names, just if you are thinking about 6 months down the line. I mean, we're going to look back and say, wow, Amazon was at 200, but Amazon could get to 180 first as well, right? So I would just say it's probably, and this is just for what I'm thinking about, you're going to want to base it on your time frames, you know, whatever your investment tolerance is. I think there's some great opportunities here, like Netflix being down where it is. We just reviewed that. I think that there's nothing changing there. That's a subscription-based model. We talked about Amazon, Meta, and Google. That's kind of where I would look at. But if you're uncertain right now, buy a little bit of the index and then maybe buy a little bit of gold, right? And get a little bit of energy. Get diversified at these levels. I think you'll look back and be pretty happy with that decision. So again, let's just go over some quick little roll call right now. Thank you everybody for staying, man. I know on a Friday it is tough to stay with us, and I want to thank everybody for that. No earnings today after hours, so we didn't have much to go over. I think Adair and I killed it.
I think we did a good job.
Maybe a little bias there. At least you did. I probably.
I think we balanced it.
Nah, I was probably average, maybe if not even weaker than normal. But no, just joking. Okay, well, thank you to Adair. Oh, here, I was just gonna say thank you to Adair. So thank you to Adair. TS Booger's here as well. Thank you, everyone. Have a good weekend. Ron Miller's like, yeah, he's exhausted as well. Nephew with a capital. Awesome week. Yeah, I mean, it was an awesome week. I don't think we wound up with a red day, so I think we're pretty excited this week as well. No, we did. I think we battled back. Anyways, James, thank you so much. Bears versus Bulls, thank you so much for everything that you've done. Of course, Erie Pages is here. I think you're already logged out, right? So
I'm still logged in. I just logged out of my P Pro 8, but yeah,
okay.
I'm still here.
Yeah, go say hi to some people.
Never, always, ever. Thank you so much here. Raju Sankar, the Piper, 9:30 p.m. where you're from, I believe, the UK. So shout out to you. Ronaldo, Bob Curran. We've got Ron Miller, Daryl Flinch here. Now, cool. Bears vs. Bulls, thank you to everything you do every single day. Snake Sloan, Ostentatious Production, Bbot 5000, Vizbot, Bear Slayer, and our friend Fabian, or Ramin. I think it's Fabian who's still here. Thank you, Fabian, for staying. Ramin, Andre, our whole team. I need to go take a nap soon, but thank you guys for all being here with us.
All right, thank you, Adara. Yeah, what a great, fantastic day. That was a great way to wrap it up. Thanks, Fabian, for staying late with us. And thank you to Joe this week, Sharif. And next week, it's me and Obi all week.
Oh, boy.
So, wait a minute. That means I'm doing the after show every day next week? All right. We'll look forward to that. Is that a good thing? All right, thank you to everybody for joining one more time. It's been a busy one, man. We've been filming all week as well. There's a lot of things happening behind the scenes, and you're going to see that very, very soon. So, Adair, this, of course, is today it's a lime.
It's a lime?
So what can we do?
This is some lime juice for guacamole.
Perfect, guacamole. Enjoy some guacamole. I like that one. Thank you to everybody. Thanks, Bears vs. Bulls and all. Thank you, Adair. Go get some rest. You deserve it, man. It's been a great week. So, ciao to everybody. We'll see everybody 8:30 on Monday. Go Bitcoin.
Peace out.